Chapter 001 Anomalous Events 6 months Sandiag teen days Changhan remembers vividly, a period of memorias da a painful to reflect upon. In the autumn of 2085, within the Mars and L3 space domain, a superparticle literary engineering marvel costing billions and crafted our 3 decades was on the verge of its inaugural operation Altrial. Scientists endeavored to probe the recency of particles and unveil the truths of universe through this colossal circular steel dragon, exceeding 1,200 kilometers in diameter. Toencherethi bzoliot safeti of this monumental physical experiment bethintinal sofernation and of humanity Changhan commanded the first fleet of celestial army, comprising 120 Huasha defender class attack ships, to patrol the surrounding vicinity. In the distance, 4 additional celestial army fleets were executing this same mission under his command. For this experiment, over 200 oft-hemostellite physicists were mobilized, joined by scientists from various disciplines and multitude of engineering technicians, amassing more than 3,000 distinguished individuals from China. The circular particle collider resembled an exquisite bracelet in the night sky. Changhan could not comprehend Yamarhan fuel-off particles necessitate dastigering 12 reactors to supply energy. The Ngakad emission suindong, ho quiet labor dead the vessel, informed Changhan had televin of character Swirsel lie responsible for augmenting the particles phenomenal sidious mere meters of incinerators per second. These court flateways instructed a patrol 1,000 kilometers away from the collider to prevent the gravitational influence of the flight from affect, though Changhan considered such an influence negligible. For Changhan, these concepts were inscrutable as duty was to ensure a absolute security of the airspace surrounding the particle collider, safeguarding against nefarious adversaries. Despite the formidable strength of celestial army, Hakud not afford to be complacent after enduring so much over the years. As the experiment commenced, an inexplicable tension enveloped the atmosphere, compelling Changhanius Gazeta drift 1,000 kilometers away, whereas particle collider transformed into Arati Anthelos against the pitch-black sky, resplendent and breathtaking. Not good, Targethus escaped. This was the last voice Changhan hard suindong surgeon shout. Particles off nearly creation level energy shot red the confineness off the electromagnetic track, piercing through the particle literantier and go penarift in space. Changhan, Suindong, and the washout defender were drawn into the fissure, plunge in into instant unconsciousness. When Changhan awoke Egan, have found himself lying in a transparent glass chamber, completely unclothed, surrounded by a host of peculiar creatures that chattered incessantly outside the glass. As a trained soldier, Changhan securely thought thighs was no dream. Upon reflection, he deduced that the high-energy experiment must have affected the fabric of time and space, leading to his current predicament. The creatures encircling him appeared decidedly sinister, with long ears recte atop the rounded heads, crimson eyes, wide mouths filled with sharp teeth, elongated limbs, and devoid of tails, their grey fur assembling a grotesque hybrid of rabbit and wolf. They walked upright, their upper limbs possessing 4 fingers, standing no taller than 12 feet, adorned with an array of trinkets. From the myriad intelligent creations surrounding him, it was evident that the Somalival and Trabitses Changhan mental labeled them were undoubtedly sentient beings, possessing technology that rivaled that of humanity. What followed was Hutarowing memory Changhan, a Sanavel species, was confined, utterly exposed, with a novice glass chamber day after day. He was subjected to observation, and visitation. This state persisted for grueling 6 months and 18 days. While a vivisection and experimentation akin to tato laboratory did not occur, the experience remained profoundly unsettling for Changhan. One morning, an elder limo-level and Trabit approached them, affixing gasmal metal kip behind a Ronsmary. Hello, can you harm? A familiar voice sonate in Changhan's ears, instilling deflating warmth in Yeshiart, Butit quickly faded he understood that the voice was translated Alien, can you harm? Alien Changhan had yet fuller reconcile with this identity, betesweef lyrigant composure indeed, washanot and alienite his realm? I can hear ya, Changhan's voice was transmitted through a nearby speaker after translation. Wonderful, the language system as successful a deciphered. Alien, my name is Loka, how may I address you? Changhan. May I inquire where Athisis? Mr. Changhan, welcome, you are on the planet Sata. Do not be afraid we harbor no ill intent. Oh, by the way, Somion bring Theatemsiver. Another Malevolent Trabetwileden Asmal cart, upon which rests a dapper steen military uniform. Apologies, Mr. Chang Hanyu. When we found you, your spacecraft had completely crashed, and do were severe libur ned beyond recognition. We managed torperi our body, buta that time, vuaruna wario fio your need for clothing. Recently, we have restored asmal portion of T central systemo fio your spacecraft tander ned from amaj wadi our attire looks like, hence who have fashioned this for you. Eagerly, Chang Hania donned the military uniform, which fit him perfectly. The long glossed feeling goff strength hand purpose jed back within him, transforming his entire demeanor. At that moment, Laka played a video recorded the time of the incident, revealing a group of short, sotalinsklet and protective egir bustling gabuda te disaster site. From Therum Nant soft detail section, it was evident that Threkage belonged at Toth Washa Defender battleship he had piloted. Shortly thereafter, several Sotalin Suniar that Twakarid objects Frotherblionua soon doubted himself, burnt beyond recognition, and thither, academician Dwindong. Thank you for saving. It was no trouble fortunately, we discovered in time, and door brain death did no texeed twohurs. The personnel of the outpost acteds weeft light a preserve otherwise, vood hop benunable to assist. Oh, there are re-addition elmeters to discuss. Given the urgency of the situation and or lack of fanyan formation ebudiu, weltered samio fio urgina stonabariao talav ormally on our planet. Shudio wish to rever toy original state. Tismeral yaman or procedure. Such seeming like casual remarks under had been said nature their technology, far surpassing that of Firth. What about me companion? Your companion Sephiridec Tensive Dimigen is currently undergoing treatment. We believe Hugh Ilboru united with you soon. Chang Hanyu had many questions swirling in his mind, Butathatment, several more Sotalin Centered the chamber. There a tire indicating that they were mud personnel. After a brief exchange with Loka, Header Neto Chang Hanyu and said, Mr. Chang Hanyu, this size sour military commander, Lord Wuzhen, has a few questions that require our cooperation. Chang Hanyu nodded, and the leader, Wuzhen, began to inquire. Mr. Chang Hanyu, would it bring your base to our SATA star system? Base? What base? Observing Chang Hanyu's confusion, wasn't Anlo Caver fit his condition, receiving confirmation before, connected a holograph in air. Chapter 002 Infinite Time and Space. Before Athimlum Salate planet, prominent featuring twa colossal steel bases, each exceeding a million square meters scenarion soaring over 1,000 meters in height. Zooming I not the hologram revealed in a base complete leasield, while it heath ways entirely open, teeming with an array of mechanical entities bustling like Yanarmaya fants. These mechanical beings varied in size from colossal ancient behemoths, exuding immense strength, toddy miniative being succuntolicusts, intricate andigal. They were re-industriously engaged with and around the bases, number in the millions, an overwhelming sight. Adjacent of the primary base, towerings teal furnaces rose, with hundreds soft semi-finished bases being constructed in an orderly fashion, presenting xenophonetic activity. Had these marvels belonged to Tothsate Alliance, Chang Hanyu would have marveled at their mightan sophistication however, the current state of affairs suggested that these bases did not belong to them. Chang Hanyu was perplexed as to how he was claimed that the had brought. He base in mechanical entities was the disparity between himself and the bases not sufficiently apparent. 24 months ago, Yuan Thesa Twa Bay Zeshud and Lai appeared on the fourth planeto for SATA star system. The correlation is self-evident. Since our awakening over the past 6 months, we have been awaiting this moment finally, we can communicate. Wahan's demeanor was unmistakable had firmly established link between he mechanical base and Chang Hanyu. It was not entirely unwarranted in unine his position would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Perhaps it was due to this race and that Chang Hanyu, as an extraterrestrial visitor, had not received a special treatment. Noticing Chang Hanyu's silence, wasn't continued, Mr. Chang Hanyu, the SATA star system territory. If I warmly an accidental arrival, Vulcami wander willing to for necessary assistance. However, if I owe your civilization intends to invade deliberately, shall respond with a formidable resistance. Chang Hanyu contemplated this, neither denying nor affirming, instead asking, Mr. Wuzhen, what is the position of SATA star system with Milky Way? Milky Way? Such abstract concepts pose a significant barrier to their communication. After some explanation, Was an Loka Graspathad Milky Way Wasa Conglomerate of stellar systems. The afternoon solution transformed it into a holographic image, direct light projecting the entirety of the galaxy, revealing before Changhan Yu a cluster of star-sace abundant asthesia, with Therophoreto ast mushroom galaxy. At a location are the top of the cluster, a brightly illuminated symbol marketite significance, clear lie indicating the presence of Sata galaxy. Upon witnessing the stellar system, Changhan Yu was momentarily stunned thighs was soon undeniably not Milky Way. Not only wait not Milky Way, but within this galactic group, there was also another galaxy exhibiting such a structure. Changhan Yu remained frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, no, this is not Milky Way. Where on earth is this?" Mr. Changhan Yu, Mr. Changhan Yu, your life support system surrenders, please maintain a necessary level of composure. Loka's voice jolted Changhan Yu from his stupor. "I apologize." Changhan Yu requested one to reduce the size of the holographic projection. The surrounding galaxy surged forth, and soon, thousands of galaxies large and small comprising the entire supergalactic cluster unfolded before him. Changhan Yu was exceedingly familiar with the characteristic soft Milky Way meticulous like Impertiech galaxy, only to find that Milky Way was conspicuously absent, and this supergalactic cluster was not Virgo's supercluster with Milky Way sighted. In a sudden collapse, Changhan Yu sank to the ground, closing eyes, his teeth clenched, fists tightly balled, veins protruding. Thizeran willed soldier, who traversed the cosmos, shed tears forth of fierce stein might the presence of others. The feelings of loneliness, helplessness, and lost heroization of never returning o mere sentiments tat cans, scarcely be comprehended be those who have no experienced them firsthand. Lokand was in cold somewhat grasped Changhan Yu's motions a thought moment the refrained from further questioning, patiently waiting in silence. After considerably time, Changhan Yu gradually regained discomposure. His earlier reluctance to disclose to mix stemmed from made Cyreto conciliation of the solar system, but given the current circumstances, there was no longer no need for subterfuge. Mr. Loka, Mr. Wujan, according to the Melanie you provided, it was approximately 2 years ago when our civilization conducted an energy particle collision experiment. Changhan Yu recounted the events letting up to the present with meticulous clarity. Now it was Lokand Wahan Stern Toby Stone Ashid and Tussle and Seth they could hardly fathom, thought Natan Lidded Changhan Yu not belong to a stellar system, Betel so did not belong to a supergalactic cluster. This supergalactic cluster spanned of 100 million light years in diameter distance means the tight defies the imagination of Fanny Civili. So these to a mechanical base serena affiliated with him. Even though Phi appeared simultaneously in the Sata galaxy, it was merely a coincidence. No, Mr. Changhan Yu, we simply find it difficult to accept this reality. Subsequently, Wasan and Loka engaged in conversation for several minutes, yet that translator remains silent. After a while, Loka turned his gaze back to Changhan Yu. Mr. Changhan Yu, we have deliberated, and since the mechanical base are unrelated to you, and do hail from a distance per galactic cluster, making it nearly impossible for the outer turn, why not Pereira lie remain with our Sata civilization's science department? These would be mutually beneficial for both parties, what do you think? With Thor a smile, Changhan united slight lidded d truly haviacois? The vastness of T cosmos granted him the improbable fortune of traversing to a civilized planet without tending upon an operating to expect. Yet the thought of spending the rest of his days in this place left Changhan Yu feeling profoundly dissatisfied. Wait, Changhan Yu suddenly realized, Mr. Loka, when I said it is almost impossible to return, what did he mean? Is there even the slightest possibility of going back? Perhaps, unless we can find a level 6 civilization or any Buvian lie, they might possess thetic knowledge to traverse distance of over 100 million light years between supergalactic. A level 6 civilization? How long would it take for you to reach that level? Locomedia Hell plus expression, the number of civilizations synth mushroom galaxy exceeds 2 million, yet level 5 civilizations buton fool, as for level 6, the tise legendary existence. As for us, Werber Lahoff Afuten Tatha threshold off level 3, struggling just to make Heensmeet, and Wood Navir Diretto spire to Bekomi level 6 civilization. Changhan Yu fell silent, Hisman Dindasari, unable to add up to his current predicament. Seeing Gistate, Loka said, Mr. Changhan Yu, you understand your feelings. Given these circumstances, I dispute a lead dwell in what cannot be changed accepting reality is the only option. we have Confirmed Thadi Warrior Justan Benevolent Extraterrestrial Visitor, Amphthaleader Has Instructa Thadi Wandor Companions receive special treatment. Thank you. Everything about Sada Star Was Novelto Chong Hanyu. Tovoid unnecessary complications, Lo Ka advised him to refrain from leaving the science department temporarily. That department was Vistan should provide ample space for Chong Hanyu to move about. Later, Chong Hanyu discovered that science department was not really spacious enough for him. It was, in fact, an enormous land, spanning Goveron 100,000 square kilometers comparable to Osmal Nation. Chapter 003. The mechanical base as Chong Hanyu gradually acclimated to life within the scientific department, the Sada fleet, led by Wu Zhan, embarked from the second planet. After a fortnight of arduous travel, spanning a distance of 1 billion kilometers, they arrived in proximity to the fourth planet. Wu Zhan piloted a shuttle, accompanied by another Sada, to descend upon the fourth planet in merely 2 years. The transformation here was nothing short of revolutionary. The once barren land had evolved into a sprawling metropolis of steel and iron. Towering structures, some hundreds or even thousands of meters high, loomed around the main base, while intricate mechanical frameworks extended from the ground to the heavens, interlinking all edifices and forming a colossal and magnificent mechanical landscape. Countless mechanical entities of various shapes and functions, regular, anomalous, multifunctional, singular, terrestrial, and aerial, busily traversed this burgeoning city of steel. Each motion, each command was executed with precision, orderliness, and an efficiency that far surpassed that of any civilized being. The entire base exuded a unique atmosphere, bustling yet chillingly devoid of life. Although this was not Wu Zhan's first visit, he was still profoundly awed by the mechanical base. Shortly thereafter, a ground vehicle emerged from the main base, approaching Wu Zhan, from which a Sada alighted. Leader Wu Zhan, the Sada, the Chancellor of Sada civilization, greeted warmly before turning his gaze toward the vast mechanical base ahead. Inquiring, Mr. Kalong, what is the situation? Kalong, the chief scientist of Sada, a pivotal figure in physics, had propelled the Sada civilization at least half a stage forward, now just a step away from achieving level 3 civilization. We have scoured the entire base, yet we have found no communication devices or the central brain of the base. A base of this caliber cannot be without a central command for coordination. All mechanical entities are executing the same program, albeit with secondary subdivisions based on individual differences, and all their programming is fixed and immutable. Wu Zhan then asked, can we ascertain their purpose? Without locating the central brain, we cannot determine the objectives of these mechanical entities. However, we have estimated that at their current construction pace, they will initiate the first wave of full-scale production in less than a month. The number of mechanical entities and production bases will double every 2 years, and within a century at most, the entire fourth planet, and perhaps the entire Sada star system, will be wholly occupied by these mechanical entities. The Chancellor glanced at Kalong and then at the immense and industrious mechanical base. Falling into contemplation. 2 years is not an excessively long time, yet the Chancellor felt an acute sense of anxiety. 2 years prior, when the mechanical base descended upon the fourth planet, he had promptly dispatched Wu Zhan to the scene. Upon arrival, the mechanical base had transmitted 3 broadcast messages. Firstly, any actions threatening or potentially threatening to the mechanical base would be met with a warning. And if such warnings proved ineffective, direct destruction would ensue. Secondly, any civilization was welcome to enter the mechanical base for observation, learning, and analysis, provided they did not harm the base or disrupt its operations. All activities would be permitted. Thirdly, the expansion of the mechanical base would not occur on any civilization's home planet. These broadcast messages left the senior ranks of Sada feeling perplexed, particularly the second message, which was utterly illogical. After issuing these 3 broadcasts, the mechanical base ceased all further communication, developing autonomously. At that time, Chong Hanyu was still fragmented and under repair, while Su Wendong's situation was even more dire. Rendering immediate recovery impossible, Wu Zhan believed it was essential to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he disregarded the mechanical base's warnings and deployed a plethora of devastating weapons in the orbit above the fourth planet. In response, thousands of spherical warships swiftly ascended around the mechanical base, effortlessly dismantling all offensive weapons under the bombardment of the Sada fleet, while simultaneously eliminating dozens of Sada warships obstructing their progress. The mechanical fleet refrained from escalating the conflict. After neutralizing the most immediate threats, all warships promptly returned to the base as if nothing had transpired, even disregarding the SATA fleet hovering above. This brief skirmish made Wuzhen acutely aware of the chasm separating SATA civilization from the mechanical base. The disparity was monumental. Unless SATA civilization ascended to true Level 3 status, it could never hope to contend with the mechanical entities. Consequently, the Chancellor ordered the offensive plan to be temporarily shelved, while urging Loka to expedite the restoration of Shenghanyu and initiating the dispatch of personnel to tentatively enter the mechanical base. The machines did not deceive. SATA individuals entering the mechanical base encountered no hostility. Over the course of 2 years, thousands of scientists and various technicians gradually infiltrated the mechanical base. They meticulously documented every aspect of the base and scoured every nook and cranny. Yet they found no communication devices or the central brain governing the operations of the entire base. These mechanical entities paid no heed to the SATA scientists within the base. When obstructed, they would simply maneuver around, and in instances of minor disruption, they would promptly undertake repairs. Eventually, some audacious scientists even forcibly captured mechanical entities for disassembly, seeking to comprehend their internal structures and operational mechanisms. Yet the base remained indifferent, and there was never an incident of a scientist being harmed. The scientists concluded that the base must possess some form of evaluative system, responding only when a weapon's offensive capability reached a significant threshold that could inflict severe damage on the base and exhibited clear intent to attack. Regardless, over the span of 2 years, every detail of the mechanical base was meticulously recorded. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that with this data, SATA civilization could entirely replicate an identical base, with minor modifications rendering it fully compatible with their own civilization. In reality, the technological sophistication of the mechanical base was not particularly high, amounting to no more than the Level 3 civilization stage. What the SATA scientists truly admired was the design of the entire base, which was nothing short of perfection. Every component's function, every command's execution, and every mechanical entity's existence were executed with absolute precision, neither excessive nor deficient. The SATA scientists speculated that a civilization capable of designing a base with such perfection must be at least Level 4 or even Level 5. The sole shortcoming was that, regardless of how the scientists posed inquiries, the mechanical base remained unresponsive. They were mere machines, acting coldly and mechanically according to their program directives. Initially, the scientists were not overly anxious, as Loka had expressed full confidence in restoring Shenghanyu. However, unbeknownst to them, the base did not belong to Shenghanyu. Its appearance alongside Shenghanyu was purely coincidental. Chapter 004. The Interstellar Nation. Despite the minuscule probability of such a coincidence, it indeed occurred. Loka employed subtle maneuvers to confirm that Shenghanyu had not deceived them. Consequently, the Chancellor personally traveled to the 4th planet to reassess the mechanical base. The third message disseminated by the mechanical base indicated that their expansion would not transpire on any civilization's home planet, suggesting that their development posed no threat to any civilization. But could the SATA truly believe this? Certainly, there is no daring to take such a risk. What if one day the mechanical fleet were to launch a sudden attack? They would be utterly powerless to respond, wagering the lives of 5 billion of their kin on the honesty of machines. Such a ludicrous notion is one that the F-Rare would naturally refrain from pursuing. Even if the mechanical fleet refrains from aggression and continues to evolve unchecked, the entire SATA system would ultimately fall under the dominion of the Mechanical Legion, leading to the entrapment of SATA civilization itself. Regardless of the circumstances, the mere existence of the mechanical base constitutes a significant threat. Particularly, the base that remains shrouded in secrecy exerts an even greater pressure on the F-Rare and Wuzhen, for no one knows what resides within its confines. Occasionally, a powerful tremor reverberates through the air, accompanied by faint, ominous growls that resonate through the thin atmosphere of the 4th planet, suggesting that what is housed within the base is not merely conventional machinery but rather some unknown, formidable life form. Scientists have made attempts to infiltrate this base to uncover its mysteries. However, it is heavily guarded by a multitude of armed mechanical sentinels and fortified with layers of light nets that prohibit entry. Periodically, mechanical entities transport raw materials into the base, while for the remainder of the time, it remains entirely sealed off. This enigma brings with it a pressure and threat that far exceeds the presence of mechanical beings scattered across the landscape. Cologne has failed to provide the answers that the F-Rare seeks, instead presenting a countdown to catastrophe. 100 years, a mere blink of an eye for the Sada people, equating to just 2 production cycles. The F-Rare harbors another objective during this visit, to devise a method to seize control of the mechanical base. This base represents both a threat and a tremendous fortune, should they manage to take over these facilities. The Sada civilization would not only gain an inexhaustible and efficient source of labor, but may also gain insights into advanced technologies within. For too long, Sada civilization has languished at the lowest echelons of interstellar realms. Engaged in menial and laborious manufacturing tasks, the Sada F-Rare is a visionary, unwilling to remain subservient. He aspires for Sada civilization to ascend to the pinnacle of prominence within the Mushroom Galaxy. This ambition is beyond the comprehension of Chang Hanyu, as the Milky Way lacks any semblance of interstellar nations and no civilization exploits humanity. The Mushroom Galaxy, however, has been home to multiple interstellar nations for tens of millions of years. With the number of such nations fluctuating over the millennia, yet the unchanging reality remains the incessant wars between these realms. In this cosmic struggle, the powerful civilizations delineate their territories, forcing all civilizations within their influence to become part of their interstellar dominions. Civilizations within these realms are relegated to the role of cannon fodder, perpetually following their sovereigns into battle, or they bear the heavy burden of constructing fleets for these superior civilizations. Even civilizations like Sada, which lack the qualifications to be mere expendable pawns, are compelled to expend considerable effort manufacturing components for purposes they do not fully comprehend. The interstellar nation to which Sada civilization belongs is known as the Far Sky Nation. Governed by the Far Sky civilization, a pinnacle level 5 civilization. For most civilizations, being subjugated to such a superior entity is not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, it ensures a degree of survival, shielding them from excessive interference by other civilizations. Without a nation, many civilizations would face dire fates, a reality starkly evident in the Milky Way, where countless lowly civilizations face extinction every century. Furthermore, the Far Sky civilization does not fully exploit the lower civilizations within its dominion. Although warfare persists, no faction possesses absolute certainty of annihilating its adversaries. Thus, a precarious balance exists, granting lower civilizations some semblance of respite. Moreover, the Far Sky civilization is relatively benevolent, provided that production tasks are completed punctually. They bestow technological rewards upon the lower civilizations. For many, exchanging labor for technology is far more accessible than undertaking independent research, simultaneously enhancing their understanding of the universe. Sada civilization has been a member of the Far Sky Nation for over 300 years, completing 7 production cycles, each lasting 50 years. Upon the conclusion of each cycle, a colossal transport fleet arrives at the 3rd planet of the Sada system to collect the various components produced. These transports, each exceeding 50 kilometers in length and comparable to a large city, can freely take off and land on the 3rd planet. Cologne is convinced that they are equipped with spatial engines, employing some form of spatial technology to counteract gravity. This magnificent sight of these supersized vessels deeply stirs the Sada F-Rare. Each time a colossal ship arrives, he eagerly awaits on the 3rd planet, yearning to behold the awe-inspiring spectacle it presents. In the face of the alluring possessions of others, reactions vary. Some feel envy, others admiration, some disdain, while others strive to attain them. The Sada F-Rare gazes into the future, choosing to pursue his dreams, even if they appear somewhat unattainable. Thus, he cleared an island to establish a scientific department, consolidating the foremost scientists from various fields to relentlessly engage in technological advancements. Determined to elevate Sada civilization to the highest echelons, the emergence of the mechanical base ignites a flicker of excitement within the F-Rare. The owner of this colossal entity undoubtedly surpasses a level 3 civilization. Perhaps this represents an opportunity for Sada civilization to advance further. Consequently, the F-Rare commissioned Loka to assemble an extensive life sciences team, sparing no effort to rescue Chang Hanyu and Su Wendong. What the F-Rare did not anticipate, however, was that this base did not belong to Chang Hanyu, leaving all hope dashed. Yet, the F-Rare remained undeterred. A minor setback would not defeat this being. Barely 2 feet tall, after a considerable time, the F-Rare's thoughts returned, and he addressed Cologne. Cologne, before the mechanical base expands its influence to other planets, we must either discover a means to eradicate it or a method to control it. Cologne nodded in agreement, responding, F-Rare, gaining control of this mechanical base may prove to be quite challenging. The F-Rare squinted slightly. Cologne, you lead our civilization's most elite technical team. Cologne felt the weight of the F-Rare's expectations and replied. Initially, we believed this mechanical base to be the handiwork of a level 4 civilization, but recent research suggests otherwise. We have encountered some peculiarities. For instance, the programs executed by these mechanical entities are quite strange. The programs we meticulously replicated fail to operate on our machines, and the scientists in related fields who have delved deeply into the code have found it to be remarkably simplistic. Even incomplete IT is inconceivable that such rudimentary code could enable a complex machine to perform various actions, let alone the most basic of movements. Yet, the reality contradicts this understanding, leaving us utterly perplexed. Wu Zhen interjected, asking, Mr. Cologne, could it be attributed to differences between civilizations? Not possible, Cologne firmly countered. While significant disparities exist between civilizations, the fundamental laws of physics remain consistent. Items crafted under the same set of rules, even if we cannot replicate them, should not be entirely incomprehensible. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, the entire base lacks any communication systems. These mechanical entities, products of programming, seemingly possess a degree of autonomy, operating without the need for a central command. Thus, I suspect that the mechanical base is not merely an invention of a level 4 civilization. It is highly likely that it belongs to a level 5 civilization. Is it the sovereign of the nation? The Far Sky civilization? Wu Zhen inquired. Cologne gently shook his head. This remains indeterminate. The Far Sky civilization is merely a name to us. The F-Rare expressed disappointment, asking, so, does this mean we lack any possibility of controlling these bases? In theory, yes, F-Rare, but we shall persevere in our efforts. The F-Rare fell silent, fully aware of and trusting in Cologne's capabilities. If Cologne stated it was impossible, then it was genuinely insurmountable. The immense fortune represented by the mechanical base lay before them, yet their civilization's strength was insufficient to grasp it, leaving them to lament from afar. Wu Zhen glanced at the F-Rare, feeling a pang of sadness. Ever since Sada's civilization first learned of the existence of powerful extraterrestrial civilizations over 300 years ago, they have toiled incessantly, striving to bolster their own strength. F-Rare, if this mechanical base indeed belongs to a level 5 civilization, are we not doomed to watch it flourish, gradually encroaching upon our living space? Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, startling the three as they discussed. Looking towards the source of the sound, they beheld the long-sealed base trembling violently. The once uniform steel walls bulged with numerous protrusions, as if something within were forcefully striking against them. They could not fathom what creature possessed such strength. Withdraw. Quickly, notify all personnel within the base to evacuate immediately. The afternoon sun blazed as Wu Zhen shouted, relaying messages to the fleet hovering above in orbit. Upon receiving the urgent command, several warships pierced through the thin veil of clouds and landed steadily on the surface of the fourth planet. Without delay, the hatches opened, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers from the Sada civilization surged forth, promptly escorting the F-Rare into one of the warships. This vessel ascended without waiting for the hatch to close, soaring into the skies and swiftly escaping the confines of the fourth planet. Though the F-Rare had departed, Wu Zhen felt no relief. 2 minutes had elapsed since the evacuation order was issued. Yet only a handful of scientists had emerged from the base. In a state of agitation reminiscent of a frantic rabbit, Wu Zhen dashed towards the base. The scientists, unlike soldiers, had thrived in the harmony of Sada and were oblivious to the notion of urgency. Despite sensing a faint hint of crisis, the majority were preoccupied with completing their immediate tasks or packing their equipment before leaving. Go. Hurry. Abandon everything. Preserving your lives takes precedence, Wu Zhen implored. The fleet has deployed bombs. In 1 minute, this place will be reduced to rubble. Although Wu Zhen fabricated this lie, its impact was minimal. The scientists, despite their lack of urgency, possessed keen logical reasoning, and the deception was swiftly unraveled. Fortunately, they comprehended Wu Zhen's intent. As the military commander of the Sada civilization, he would never resort to such fabrications unless absolutely necessary. At last, upon reaching the entrance of the mechanical base, a throng of scientists flooded in behind him. Wu Zhen directed everyone to evacuate in an orderly manner while ensuring the armed personnel safeguarded their safety. Just then, a tremendous crash reverberated, followed by a violent tremor. Wu Zhan turned towards the sound and beheld the steel wall of the sealed base crashing down upon the fourth planet. From within, a colossal head, measuring 30 to 40 meters in diameter, emerged, its numerous eyes the size of millstones casting a fleeting glance at Wu Zhan, nearly rendering the foremost warrior of SATA paralyzed with fear. The scientists, too, were startled. After a moment of bewilderment, they collectively regained their composure and hastened towards the nearby warships. The scientists of SATA were not devoid of fear. Rather, they had simply never encountered it before. In the span of a mere minute, everyone successfully boarded the vessels, prompting Wu Zhan to exhale a sigh of relief as several warships ascended into the sky, departing from this terrifying locale. Images captured by the reconnaissance equipment revealed the true horror of the demon world. The enormous head continued to emerge from the base, its length stretching several hundred meters. Its form was indescribably grotesque and bizarre. Adorned with an array of unidentified protrusions, perhaps organs of some sort, alongside countless peculiar mechanical structures. This entity was not merely a biological organism. It resembled a crude amalgamation of machinery and biology, far from the impeccable standards expected of a mechanical base. Soon after, innumerable varieties of biomechanical entities surged forth from the base, some airborne, others terrestrial, each distinct from one another. All had undergone modifications. Some sported mechanical claws, others bore steel fangs, while many had been fitted with wings, and numerous others were equipped with weaponry that starkly contradicted biological design. Each and every one of them defied the aesthetic sensibilities of SATA civilization. Exuding an aura of bloodshed and violence, their numbers rivaling those of the completely mechanical entities from another base. Witnessing this spectacle, the F-Rare fell into a stupor. While he had envisioned the existence of some terrifying creatures within the second mechanical base, encountering them firsthand was an entirely different experience. If the mechanical base had been constructed by a civilization for expansion, what purpose did these biomechanical beings serve? Though they appeared formidable, their efficacy against the technological might of civilization was questionable. A second dilemma arose. The three pieces of information previously transmitted by the mechanical base stated that they would not expand to any civilization's home planet. Did this expansion include the biomechanical entities? These modified beings had transcended the realm of biology, and the F-Rare harbored no doubts regarding their potential for interstellar travel. Indeed, some of these biomechanical entities had already taken flight, reaching low orbit around the fourth planet. Quickly, broadcast immediately, enter emergency status. All fleets must ascend at once to ensure the safety of the second planet. Activate the starship and maneuver towards the second planet. Wu Zhan hesitated. Deploying the starship signified that the situation had escalated to a critical level. Execute immediately, yes. The command traversed an unfathomable distance of 1 billion kilometers in less than a second, igniting a fervor across SATA. However, chaos did not ensue. Since the arrival of the distant civilization over 3 centuries ago, the SATA people had recognized the perils of the cosmos and had long been prepared. Chapter 006, Emergency Situation on the Second Planet. Chang Hanyu was being hurried along by Luo Ka. Arriving at a towering structure standing 34 meters high, a skyscraper by SATA standards, a multitude of SATA scientists had already gathered within. Luo Ka pressed a special button on the wall, causing a seemingly bottomless pit to appear in the center of the building. As Chang Hanyu pondered the situation, an elevator-like apparatus ascended from the depths, prompting Luo Ka to urge Chang Hanyu and the other scientists to board swiftly. The elevator sped upward, descending into the abyss for nearly 2 minutes, approximately 2 to 3,000 meters deep. Stepping out of the elevator, they entered a vast circular hall, from which 9 smaller tunnels extended outward, into which the scientists eagerly ventured. Due to his height, Chang Hanyu was confined to the circular hall. After an estimated 30 to 40 minutes, the elevator showed no signs of ascending, indicating that the transfer operations had likely concluded. The SATA people exhibited remarkable order. Throughout the entire process, there was not a hint of chaos. Not even a whisper, which greatly impressed Chang Hanyu. What had once been a bustling circular hall was now deserted, leaving only Chang Hanyu behind. The 9 tunnels radiating from the hall branched off at intervals, leading the scientists into their respective passages. Chang Hanyu was oblivious to what lay within, but the underground structure appeared exceptionally robust, constructed with substantial steel reinforcements. At this depth, coupled with such a sturdy design, Even a barrage of nuclear bombs above would likely leave this place unscathed. Moments later, Luo Ka emerged from one of the tunnels, having not forgotten about Chang Hanyu. During their time together, they had forged a profound friendship that transcended species and civilizations. Mr. Luo Ka, what is happening? Is there a problem with the mechanical base? Alas, we are in grave trouble. With that, Luo Ka played back the recent message he had received, revealing the colossal creature and the multitude of biomechanical entities within the base, sending chills down Chang Hanyu's spine. Like the Sada people, he had presumed the mechanical base housed only machines, never anticipating the existence of such beings, which defied conventional logic. Yet the reality was undeniable. These entities had indeed appeared, and approximately 30,000 of the biomechanical beings were already advancing towards the second planet. According to satellite data, these biomechanical entities were traveling at an astonishing speed of 200,000 kilometers per hour. At this rate, they would reach the second planet in just over 20 days. Chang Hanyu found it inconceivable how a biological entity could accelerate through the vastness of space. Although these biomechanical beings possessed wing-like appendages, wings were only effective in atmospheres. In the vacuum of space, they served no practical purpose. After a prolonged contemplation, Chang Hanyu returned to the present and inquired, Mr. Luo Ka, can the fleet and the star defense system eliminate these entities? Luo Ka shook his head, uncertain. Our attack fleet comprises less than 5,000 ships, and the star defense system is still a product from over 300 years ago. Its operational status remains a mystery. What? Such a crucial system has not been maintained or upgraded. Alas, had our Sada civilization progressed normally, gradually understanding the cosmos, the star defense system would have been continuously improved, becoming a formidable barrier. However, over 3 centuries ago, we became part of the distant realms, rapidly expanding our comprehension of the universe. We deemed these primitive defensive systems unnecessary and focused our primary efforts on the fleet instead. That's how it is. Chang Hanyu comprehended the actions of the Sada civilization. Such decisions were both rational and justified. The Sada civilization boasted an impressive fleet of 5,000 attack vessels, their size comparable to that of the Earth Defender, which evidently attested to their substantial investment in this domain. Though the Sada civilization was somewhat more advanced than humanity, their expenditure in constructing vessels of equivalent dimensions far surpassed that of humans. Starships were intricate creations, and at this stage of civilization, automation was an unattainable prospect. The Sada beings, standing no taller than 2 feet, merely a little over half a meter, were utterly dwarfed by humans, lacking the physical strength to match. Certain components could easily be assembled by human effort alone, while the Sada required an array of devices for even the simplest tasks, such as driving a rivet or tightening a screw, relying entirely on mechanical assistance. The fleet of 5,000 starships represented the utmost commitment of the Sada civilization, and they were also tasked with manufacturing orders from the far reaches of the cosmos. Thus, the time-consuming and laborious Star Defense System project was inevitably abandoned. Mr. Chang Hanyu, you need not worry. The underground fortress is quite secure. Chang Hanyu chuckled wryly. I have little to be concerned about. After all, having faced death once, every additional second of life feels like a gain. You possess quite the outlook, came the reply. Worrying resolves nothing. Since you belong to the distant cosmic realm, why not report to the far-reaching civilization? Now it was Loka's turn to smile faintly. We would wish to, but we have no idea how to convey information to the distant civilization. We only encounter those transport fleets once every 50 years during product submissions. And each time we follow orders without any form of communication. Thus, even if we desire to report, we would have to wait another 20 years for the opportunity. Chang Hanyu nodded thoughtfully. For a behemoth like the distant civilization, there was utterly no need to engage with lesser civilizations. They could simply issue commands. Life within the underground fortress was not devoid of interest. Though the area available for movement was limited to a few hundred square meters and felt somewhat barren, Chang Hanyu immersed himself in the study of the Sada civilization daily, each day brimming with novelty, rendering the need for expansive space less significant. On the 5th day, the ship Wujuan rendezvoused with the main fleet, transferring 3,000 warships to 2 vice commanders, one tasked with escorting the leader and scientists back to the second planet, while the other proceeded to the third planet to safeguard 28 starships. The remaining 2,000 warships were personally led by Wujuan, preparing to eliminate the more than 30,000 biomechanical entities advancing toward the second planet. This marked Wu Juan's initial true encounter with warfare. Peace had reigned on Sada for millennia, or rather, there had never been a significant war throughout Sada's history. Shortly after entering the civilized epoch, the Sada discovered a societal structure wholly suited to them, which had endured through the ages, with its core principles unchanged despite the tumultuous transformations surrounding it. The tranquility of society allowed the Sada people to live without worry, yet it also deprived them of an understanding of warfare. As it had been over 500 years since the current leader assumed office, the leader was wise and perceptive, especially after the arrival of the distant civilization, consistently prioritizing warfare, training the crew, building fleets, developing weaponry, and strategizing tactics, all without any slackening. Chapter 007. The first battle. The sole shortcoming lay in the army's complete lack of practical combat experience. Faced with the daunting biomechanical threat, Wu Juan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, his heart racing. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Contact was imminent, and tactical planning and fleet deployment were imperative. The Sada attack vessels measured 80 meters in length and 40 meters at their widest point, with an oval bow resembling a flattened raindrop. The armor was 1.5 meters thick, composed of multiple layers of composite materials and steel, with a fully loaded mass exceeding 10,000 tons, equipped with 12 vector engines. These engines provided the power necessary for the vessel to take off and land on any planet within the Sada system. Both the bow and stern housed 4 variable frequency pulse laser emitters, capable of adjusting their wavelength between infrared and ultraviolet depending on the circumstances, with a charging time of 3 seconds. Energy was supplied by 2 fusion reactors on board, and the laser emitters, with a diameter of 6 meters, had an effective attack range of 2,000 kilometers against similarly classified warships. Beyond this distance, the divergence of the beam rendered it incapable of inflicting critical damage. 6 electromagnetic railgun barrels were mounted along the hull, with angles adjustable to strike all directions except above. The electromagnetic tubes launched 3 types of weaponry. The first, a strong electric radiation projectile, cylindrical in shape, measuring 2 meters in length, featuring an additional 1-meter-long high-strength penetrating needle at the tip. Upon impact, the projectile could unleash an instantaneous voltage of 0.1 PeV, penetrating defensive armor and damaging internal electronic systems. The second type was a nuclear super-explosive projectile, exceeding 5 meters in length, which ignited autonomously after departing the vessel for a secondary acceleration. It combined self-guidance, maneuvering, pursuit, penetration, and detonation capabilities, characterized by formidable mobility, rapid speed, and devastating lethality, making it the fleet's most vital tactical weapon. The third type was a submunitions interstellar mine, also approximately 5 meters long, which could release hundreds to thousands of smaller mines upon detonation. These submunitions came in various models, serving multiple functions, some even acting as satellites. Most lacked propulsion, yet their production costs were low, allowing a single parent mine to control a vast area. Typically, the deployment of these submunitions was conducted by large transport vessels, and the fleet did not carry many. However, they would suffice for a small-scale localized conflict. Considering the characteristics of the biomechanical entities, Wu Juan decisively opted for nuclear super-explosive projectiles as the primary offensive force, reasoning that electric radiation projectiles might not be effective against such foes. These biomechanical beings ranged from large specimens measuring over 100 meters to smaller ones measuring several meters, and in comparison to the planet-class warships of Sada, their size held no advantage. Only their sheer numbers, 30,000 of them, densely packed, clawing and gnashing their teeth, rendered them particularly unsettling before the diminutive Sada people. As contact loomed, Wu Juan commanded the fleet to deploy in a multi-tiered, scaled formation across the starry expanse, promptly laying down an interstellar minefield, after which the fleet slowly retreated, launching the first wave of nuclear super-explosive projectiles. The projectiles carved irregular arcs through the pitch-black cosmos, aiming directly at the nearby biomechanical horde. Wu Juan hoped that the initial wave of 12,000 nuclear super-explosive projectiles would obliterate a significant portion of the biomechanical entities. However, to his astonishment, as the projectiles neared their targets, the biomechanical beings executed various evasive maneuvers, and not a single projectile found its mark. Prepare for close combat. The lasers are charging and ready to fire. After issuing this command, Wu Zhuan felt a pang of inadequacy and took a minute to bolster the crew's morale, merely urging them not to succumb to fear. Wu Zhuan, being a straightforward military man, did not excel in this motivational speech. Nevertheless, the Sada people were not lacking in courage. When genuine danger approached, they experienced an inexplicable surge of excitement. Each eager to charge into battle. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, the biomechanical entities detected the fleet's presence. At 5,000 kilometers, the fleet opened its launch tubes, the laser cannons fully charged. At 3,000 kilometers, the interstellar minefield began to detonate, yet the effect was minimal, something Wu Zhuan had anticipated. The biomechanical entities, capable of maneuvering in interstellar space, possessed considerable defensive capabilities. The interstellar mines were designed for civilizational warships, and their explosive power proved insufficient. At 2,000 kilometers, the swarm of biomechanical entities entered the attack range of the laser cannons. Attack! 16,000 beams of high-energy laser cascaded forth, slicing through the sky and traversing a distance of 2,000 kilometers in an instant, forming numerous luminous spots of several meters in diameter upon the biomechanical entities. This time, the laser cannons proved effective. In a heartbeat, hundreds of biomechanical beings were incinerated into mere skeletal remains, intermingled with molten metal, resulting in an array of bizarre debris. While such a successful initial assault should have elicited elation, Wu Zhuan's expression grew increasingly grim. For among the over 10,000 laser beams, only 7 or 8,000 struck their intended targets. And not a single biomechanical entity, struck by 1 or 2 beams, was slain. Their reaction and movement speeds were astoundingly rapid, enabling them to evade harm within a mere millisecond of exposure to the laser. The speed at which they reacted far surpassed that of the warships. Only those that were simultaneously targeted by multiple beams from various directions met their demise, as evasion was futile in such scenarios. Even if 8 laser beams converged upon a single biomechanical creature, the outcome would remain futile. While tactics involving multiple warships had been rehearsed, the reality of combat left Wu Zhuan uncertain of their effectiveness. The distance of 2,000 kilometers was not great. The biomechanical beings had already entangled themselves with the fleet, each fighting for their own survival, complicating cooperative maneuvers further. At that moment, one biomechanical creature lunged fiercely at a Sada battleship, its hammer-like tail sweeping with tremendous force, instantly demolishing the 4 laser cannons at the ship's bow. It did not relent, swiftly turning its attention to destroy the laser cannons at the ship's stern. Next, it set its sights on the ship itself, yet being a creature of biological nature, it found itself somewhat impotent against the steel warship. After wreaking havoc on all external equipment, it could not breach the ship's armor and grew increasingly agitated. Striking the armor a few more times before darting towards another battleship, Wu Zhuan observed this and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The crew's morale bolstered considerably as they began to cooperate, gradually commencing the hunt for the biomechanical entities. As one after another fell, Wu Zhuan's racing heart began to find a semblance of calm. At this pace, the biomechanical beings could be entirely eradicated within the hour. However, this semblance of victory was soon disrupted. The biomechanical entities, realizing their inability to contend with the civilized warships and suffering continuous losses, decisively abandoned the fray, scattering to advance towards the second planet. Wu Zhuan wished to intercept them, but with only 2,000 battleships at his disposal against a staggering 25,000 biomechanical entities, the task of pursuing and eliminating tenfold their number was insurmountable. At this juncture, Wu Zhuan received new intelligence. The second wave of biomechanical entities had amassed 100,000 at the 4th planetary orbit and were now heading towards the second planet. Wu Zhuan had no choice but to abandon the pursuit, commanding the fleet to expedite their advance towards the second planet, aiming to establish a defensive line before the biomechanical entities arrived. The second planet was the home world of the Sada, and it could not be allowed to fall under attack. How to withstand the impending assault from these biomechanical beings on the second planet was a conundrum for which Wu Zhuan had no solution. The Sada had enjoyed peace for far too long. Once the biomechanical entities reached the surface, there would be no force capable of stopping them. Reluctantly, Wu Zhuan informed the leader of the situation and prepared for necessary contingencies. We have but 2 paths. Either we remain hidden in our underground fortresses, awaiting a means to eliminate the biomechanical beings, or we place our hopes on the arrival of the Deep Space Fleet in 20 years. Alternatively, We could activate the Starship project and depart from here. The 28 starships were the last hope of the Sada civilization. Days prior, when the leader ordered the maneuvering of these starships from the orbit of the third planet to the second, Wu Zhuan felt a tinge of disquiet, that time. He still believed he possessed the capacity to fight, that the situation had not yet reached its most dire state. Leader, are we truly to initiate the Starship project? The leader discerned Wu Zhuan's reluctance and dissatisfaction, deciding to prepare for the worst. The Starship project was a long-term initiative devised by the Sada civilization to confront catastrophic disasters, intended to safeguard the entirety of their civilization in times of dire need. Since the Sada civilization had been compelled to join the ranks of distant space nations, they had garnered a degree of understanding of civilizations beyond their own, stepping beyond the confines of their previously limited worldview, which led to the initiation of the Starship project. The investment in this project was not overly substantial, yet it remained the most crucial undertaking for the Sada. The third planet boasted over 300 satellites, and the Sada chose 28 small satellites, each ranging from 5 to 10 kilometers in diameter, as their targets, referred to as starships. 28 engineering teams, save for necessary holidays, had not ceased their labor for over 3 centuries. The interiors of these asteroids had been hollowed out, and their exteriors reinforced to withstand the immense stresses imparted by planetary engines. Within the starships, an abundance of supplies had accumulated. Aside from fulfilling the generative tasks assigned by far space civilizations, the leader had rescinded excessive production control regulations, directing all surplus materials to the starships. Moreover, half of the interior of each starship was outfitted with various production lines. Given the ample space, if production materials could not fill the area, raw materials were simply inserted. It is no exaggeration to say that everything contained within the 28 starships represented a compact version of Sada civilization, from vast engineering machinery to the minutiae of everyday items. The Sada bore a resemblance to burrowing creatures on Earth. During their rest periods, they delighted in retreating into snug cavities, certainly crafted as comfortable products of their civilization's technology. Given their diminutive stature, a cubic meter of space could accommodate 7 or 8 Sada, and the internal space of the 28 starships was ample enough to house the entire population of 5 billion Sada. Furthermore, the Sada possessed a unique ability to enter a state of ultra-deep, prolonged slumber at will. In this state, bodily consumption diminished to a minimum, requiring only periodic awakenings every few months for replenishment, making it ideally suited for extended interstellar travel. Assuming the 28 small asteroids are spherical, with an average diameter of 7 kilometers and a 1 kilometer thick shell, the internal space would have a diameter of 5 kilometers, needing to accommodate 180 million Sada. Each person would thus have a per capita space of 2,503.144318. 0.000000363 cubic meters. In comparison, a typical human residence of 100 square meters with a 3-meter ceiling for a family of 4 offers an average space of 75 cubic meters. If a prolonged state of dormancy is maintained, the space within the 23 starships would be sufficient. The starships were continuously refined, yet no one wished to see them activated, for that would signify departing from their homeland, leaving the Sada system behind. Not every civilization harbors a connection to their home, but both humans and Sada do. Faced with the choice of hiding underground and waiting for an opportunity or boarding the starships to venture into the vastness of space, the leader found himself at a loss. Deep down, like everyone else, he was reluctant to leave the Sada, a planet that had been their ancestral home for generations. Yet, he must consider the survival of 5 billion souls, the entirety of Sada civilization. This dilemma appeared solvable, yet each solution was fraught with uncertainty and imperfection. Wu Zhuan gritted his teeth and spoke to the leader. Leader, let us take the chance. The leader regarded Wu Zhuan in the video, fully comprehending his resolve. Very well, let us maintain our rhythm. The starships will require the fleet's protection. Indeed, I shall ensure that. The distance between the third and second planets was minimal. At that moment, both planets happened to be aligned on the same side of the star. The 28 starships were still 10 million kilometers from the second planet, expected to arrive in 3 days. The biomechanical swarm would reach the second planet in approximately 15 days. Should a transfer be confirmed, a minimum of 1 week would be required to complete it, leaving Wu Zhuan with only 5 days. Within the underground fortress, Chang Hanyu was astounded as he beheld the colossal celestial bodies rushing towards the second planet on the video. Scarcely believing his eyes, the Sada, such diminutive beings, had expended over 3 centuries to transform 28 asteroids into interstellar vessels. This audacity and perseverance, Chang Hanyu mused, might be beyond the capabilities of Earthlings. Yet, upon learning that the Sada intended to utilize these planet-sized ships to flee their system, a sense of regret washed over him. Sada was an exquisitely beautiful planet, and to abandon it was a poignant loss, not only for the Sada but also for him, as it truly impossible for your fleet to eliminate a mere 20,000 biomechanical entities. The reality was indeed as such. However, our fleet continued to strive. We would not relent until the final moment. Mr. Loka, could you please synchronize the relevant combat information to me? Regarding military matters, I shall consult with the leader. Chang Hanyu was unaware of how Loka and the Chancellor were conversing. Before long, all information regarding the biomechanical warfare had reached Chang Hanyu's hands. He meticulously examined each piece of combat information. However, after perusing half of it, he lost interest. The warships of the Sada were significantly more advanced than those of humanity. Yet, Chang Hanyu remained confident that he could sweep through the entire Sada fleet with merely half of humanity's warships. Chapter 009. Human Commander Mr. Chang Hanyu, why have you stopped reading? Loka inquired politely. Oh, I believe I have grasped the general situation. There is no need to delve into the intricate details, Chang Hanyu replied. Loka's eyes rolled thoughtfully. Mr. Chang Hanyu, if you find anything amiss, please do not hesitate to express it. I am aware that we Sada are not particularly adept in warfare, and the stakes involve the very survival of our civilization. If you are still concerned about sparing our feelings at this juncture, it would suggest that you do not regard me as a friend. Indeed, there was potential for improvement in this battle. Nonetheless, discussing it now might seem like an exercise in hindsight. Chang Hanyu's words were tactfully chosen, yet the issues plaguing the Sada fleet were substantial. Leaving aside the tactical shortcomings, which do not have absolute standards, the inability of Wu Juan to eradicate the biomechanical swarm stemmed from several critical flaws. Firstly, Wu Juan's understanding of the biomechanical entities was insufficiently profound. Even though this was an unexpected event, lacking the time and opportunity to study the characteristics of the biomechanical adversary, Wu Juan had not taken the opponent seriously. Tio put it another way, it was not a matter of negligence, but rather that Wu Juan had failed to consider this layer of complexity. He continued to adhere to the routines of standard simulations, which, of course, were against civilization fleets. Secondly, the Sada crew lacked composure. They did not retreat or flee. Rather, they charged forward with commendable enthusiasm. Yet, to Chang Hanyu's eyes, they were still gripped by fear. Their excessive trepidation manifested as a fade of bravado, resulting in irrational performances. Tactical maneuvers and cooperative actions were executed poorly. A competent soldier should remain unflappable in the face of danger. While passion is indeed necessary, it must not govern one's actions at all times. Chang Hanyu understood the Sada's demeanor. They had not been tempered by the crucible of blood and fire, nor had they witnessed the brutal carnage of the battlefield. Achieving this level of performance in their first combat experience was, in itself, commendable. Thirdly, the sluggishness in issuing commands was something Chang Hanyu found perplexing. Although Wu Juan had not experienced actual combat, such a slow response time was unexpected. Each time a significant situation arose, it took several seconds, sometimes even over 10 seconds, before new directives were issued. On a battlefield where circumstances shift rapidly, by the time new orders were given, their efficacy was greatly diminished. Numerous other minor issues compounded the situation, rendering this war, in Chang Hanyu's eyes, akin to a child's play. Despite his circumspect manner of speaking, Loka grasped the implication of Chang Hanyu's words. Over the past few days, Chang Hanyu had shared many tales of his battles within the solar system, revealing himself to be a seasoned veteran of interstellar combat. What better possibilities exist? To what extent can it improve? Perhaps we could eradicate the entire biomechanical swarm. Loka's eyes brightened at this prospect, prompting an immediate follow-up question. Is that certain? It cannot be guaranteed. Warfare is fraught with randomness and uncertainty. ASA Commander, our duty is to exert our utmost effort to achieve our operational objectives. Wait a moment. Our Chancellor wishes to speak with you. The Chancellor? Chang Hanyu was taken aback that the Sada Chancellor would seek him out at this moment. During his time on Sada, he had encountered numerous high-ranking officials. Yet he had never met the Chancellor. In truth, The Chancellor had seen Chang Hanyu on several occasions, but at those times, Chang Hanyu had yet to awaken. Once communications were established, an elderly, malevolent-looking rabbit adorned with distinctive regalia appeared before Chang Hanyu. "Greetings, Chancellor. I am grateful for the care that Sada civilization has extended to me." The Chancellor regarded Chang Hanyu with penetrating eyes, seemingly concealing his thoughts from all. "Mr. Chang Hanyu, would you be willing to join the fleet if I were to invite you?" Chang Hanyu initially presumed that the Chancellor was merely inquiring about his sentiments. He was unprepared for the direct proposition to join the fleet. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "If the Chancellor places his trust in me, I would not refuse that. I am willing to join the fleet, but I require absolute command authority. Otherwise, my presence would be of little consequence." "Agreed. A shuttle will come to retrieve you shortly," the Chancellor replied without hesitation. After a brief pause, he added, "Mr. Chang Hanyu, should you assist us in overcoming this crisis, we would be eternally grateful." With that, the Chancellor severed the communication. Minutes later, a shuttle descended to the surface. Chang Hanyu emerged from the underground fortress and squeezed into the cramped shuttle. Before long, the shuttle docked with the command ship. Inside the command ship, the space proved to be quite ample. Had it mirrored the shuttle's dimensions, Chang Hanyu would have found it quite uncomfortable. Upon seeing Chang Hanyu, Wu Juan's expression was somewhat awkward, a reaction Chang Hanyu understood. Not only was he an outsider, but even among the Sada, Wu Juan would likely struggle to greet him with a welcoming countenance. As he entered the command room, Chang Hanyu was immediately taken aback by its opulence. The command room was not only spacious, but also populated with a multitude of personnel. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 Sada. A stark contrast to humanity's command systems. "Mr. Wu Juan, may I inquire what roles these individuals fulfill?" "They are combat advisors. Each of our directives is meticulously examined by this cadre of nearly 100 advisors, and only after the majority confirm its accuracy is it issued." "What?" Chang Hanyu could scarcely believe it. However, after a moment's reflection, he found it to be quite consistent with the social dynamics of Sada civilization. At this point, Chang Hanyu comprehended why Wu Juan's orders consistently took several seconds, if not longer, to be dispatched. The root of the issue lay here. "Mr. Wu Juan, please inform everyone that they are all free to rest." "Rest? What about the command of the fleet?" "The command of the fleet requires only the two of us and 2 vice commanders. The others need not linger here. That is unacceptable. We cannot ascertain the validity of every directive with just the 2 of us. This smacks of dictatorship, and we will not consent to it. The battlefield is a realm of rapid change, where opportunities for engagement are fleeting. If every directive necessitates the consideration of the majority's opinions, how can one wage war? What we require is a streamlined command system capable of responding promptly, rather than one that caters to the preferences of the majority. And if you are wrong, warfare is akin to gambling. Errors are inevitable. A competent commander is one who minimizes the likelihood of mistakes and swiftly identifies remedies when they occur. But execute the order. This is a command." "Understood." Reluctantly, Wu Juan issued the order to disband the advisory council. All advisors, like Wu Juan, were baffled by Chang Hanyu's actions. However, the military's principle of obedience to orders was upheld with the same rigor as among humans, resulting in their reluctant compliance. Chapter 010. Sweeping the stars. The expansive command room was left with only Chang Hanyu, Wu Juan, and the 2 vice commanders. Chang Hanyu turned his attention to the large screen, beginning to familiarize himself with all pertinent information regarding the conflict, the performance of Sada warships, the military proficiency of Sada warriors, the battlefield environment, and even carefully observing each type of biomechanical entity. Occasionally, Chang Hanyu would pose various questions to Wu Juan and the 2 vice commanders. Within just half a day, he had gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the situation and identified numerous issues. The next step was to devise a strategy to eliminate the biomechanical threat. Chang Hanyu first contacted the Sada Chancellor. "Chancellor, may I inquire if the weapons industry is operational?" "Yes." Receiving an affirmative response, Chang Hanyu dispatched several simple schematics. "Chancellor, please arrange for the immediate production of these 2 types of weapons. More is better. They must be ready for loading upon the fleet's arrival at the 2nd planet." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Thank you." Wu Juan appeared puzzled. Time was of the essence, and could they truly produce weapons in such a short span? Behold these rudimentary blueprints. It is only natural that the weapons possess limited offensive capabilities. Chang Hanyu offered no further elaboration, merely awaiting in silence. The industrial prowess of SATA Star is formidable, and with the straightforward designs of the two types of weaponry provided by Sheng Hanyu, the industrial department manufactured a staggering 100,000 units of each weapon by the time the fleet reached the second planet. Once the armaments were loaded, the fleet set sail without delay, charging towards the biomechanical swarm. This back and forth had already consumed 3 days, leaving them only 2 days to act. 2 days were just sufficient for an engagement with the biomechanical horde, which meant they must swiftly and decisively eliminate these foes. Otherwise, the FRAIR would officially initiate the ARC project. Sheng Hanyu commanded the fleet to accelerate to maximum speed, racing forth with the hopes of all SATA Star inhabitants, leaving behind a long, pale blue light trail across the starry expanse as they advanced towards the biomechanical swarm. The FRAIR gazed into the cosmos, uncertain whether this move was right or wrong, entrusting the fate of an entire civilization to an unfamiliar extraterrestrial. It seemed almost ludicrous, yet for reasons unknown. Upon meeting Sheng Hanyu, the FRAIR felt an inexplicable trust in him. Warriors of SATA Star, I am Sheng Hanyu. Officer Wu Zhuan has introduced you to me, and I have witnessed your prior displays of valor. You fear not adversity, nor do you shy away from death. You are the finest warriors of SATA Star. It is an honor to fight alongside you. The situation is dire. Behind us are billions of your compatriots. My most cherished friends, their lives and the fate of SATA civilization rest in our hands. While the biomechanical swarm is indeed fearsome, I believe that before the courageous warriors of SATA, all malevolent forces are but paper tigers. Victory shall ultimately be ours. For our brethren, for our homeland, for SATA civilization, I now require your unwavering obedience to my commands. Let us unite and vanquish our enemies. Warriors, do you consent? The ship fell silent as if shrouded in the stillness of night. 1 second, 2 seconds, we consent, we consent, we consent. The resounding cheers filled the vessel. Excellent. Vice Admiral Chiuyue, you shall lead Team 1 and Team 2 from the left flank. Vice Admiral Gongyu, you shall command Team 3 and Team 4 to encircle from the right. Officer Wu Zhuan, you will lead Teams 5 and 6 to block the upper front, while I shall command Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 to cover the lower and frontal assaults. Our fleet is limited in number. Should the biomechanical swarm disperse, all would be lost. Therefore, we have but one chance. Do you all understand? Understood. Good. The fleet shall follow orders. In 3 minutes, we will launch a simultaneous attack, firing 50 units of each new weapon within 1 minute. The fleet shall follow closely, plunging into the biomechanical swarm to engage in combat. Remember, the battle does not end. The electromagnetic rails must not cease, with nuclear super-explosive bombs, high radiation shells, and cluster mines to maintain a dense firing state. The pulse laser beams must also remain unceasing for even a second. Is that clear? Yes. Officer Wu Zhuan, Vice Admiral Gongyu, Vice Admiral Chiuyue, you shall each board your ships. Should I fall in battle, you must persist. Sheng Hanyu's series of commands garnered the quiet admiration of Gongyu and Chiuyue for this extraterrestrial military leader. At that moment, Wu Zhuan gradually felt reassured. Although the battle had yet to commence, he sensed that Sheng Hanyu was indeed more adept at warfare than himself. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and the biomechanical swarm loomed ominously, an overwhelming sea of chaos that once again deeply rattled Wu Zhuan and his comrades. Yet, Sheng Hanyu displayed no sign of panic. The biomechanical entities were merely grotesque in appearance. The truly terrifying aspect lay in the blood-soaked battlefield, reminiscent of a meat grinder. Sheng Hanyu checked the time and issued the attack order. The shells rained down upon the advancing biomechanical swarm, which, as anticipated, exhibited an extraordinary reaction speed, evading the impacts of the detonations. However, this time, the bombs were different. They were not conventional explosives. In an instant, the battlefield was illuminated by countless bursts of white light, as if one stood beside a star. Immediately, the biomechanical entities appeared sluggish, their movements hindered as subsequent bombs detonated directly upon them, rendering most unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, the SATA fleet surged from all directions, unleashing pulse lasers at close range. This time, the biomechanical entities could not evade. Under the searing intensity of the ultra-high-energy pulse lasers, they were reduced to charred skeletons. The nuclear super-explosive bombs also yielded significant results, penetrating and obliterating the biomechanical foes into debris scattered across the cosmos. This triumph ignited exhilaration among the SATA warriors, a stark contrast to their state just 10 days prior. They fought with fervor, driving their vessels through the starry expanse, eager to erase the frustrations of their past. Maintain your rhythm. Do not act recklessly, coordinate in waves, advancing methodically, and spare not a single biomechanical entity, Sheng Hanyu urged. Yet, at this moment, the Sada warriors were caught in the throes of battle, heedless of Sheng Hanyu's reminders. Unleashing their full firepower in less than 3 minutes, the battle concluded, with not a single biomechanical entity escaping. The Sada warriors seemed insatiable, as if the mere 20,000 biomechanical entities were insufficient for their bloodlust. Excitedly discussing through the public channel the number of foes they had slain. Since the fleet's inception, this was their first taste of victory. Though to Sheng Hanyu, it appeared trivial, he did not interrupt their revelry but instead offered encouragement and praise. Chapter 011. The Triumph of Return. Mr. Sheng Hanyu, I am in your debt. Wu Juan and Vice Admirals Gong Yu and Chua solemnly bowed to Sheng Hanyu aboard the command ship. There is no need for such formalities. It was a mere trifling task. Mr. Sheng Hanyu, may I inquire what precisely the 2 new weapons were that yielded such remarkable results? To be honest, they are of little worth. One is a flashbang, and the other does not even qualify as a bomb. Merely a titanium alloy liquid kept warm by electromagnetic energy, a flashbang. Titanium alloy liquid? Sheng Hanyu smiled and nodded slightly. Noticing the trio's continued confusion, he elaborated. The 4th planet lies over 700 million kilometers from the main sequence star of the Sada system. At this distance, the light is dim, and the temperature is low. The biomechanical entities remain biological. They have adapted to low temperatures and weak light. When suddenly exposed to intense brightness and heat, they will inevitably struggle to acclimate, rendering them temporarily blind and deaf. Additionally, the titanium alloy liquid rapidly cools and adheres to their mechanical components, impairing their movement, thus granting us our opportunity. I see. That is truly an ingenious strategy. Ingenious? Sheng Hanyu chuckled helplessly. Your understanding of warfare is rather superficial, lacking in experience. With time, you will come to grasp it. Mr. Sheng Hanyu, what shall we do next? The second wave of biomechanical entities numbers a staggering 100,000. Should we employ the same tactics to eliminate them? According to my calculations, the second wave will arrive in approximately 20 days. Our weapons have been expended, so we must return. Furthermore, send a team to collect any relatively intact remains. We need a more comprehensive understanding of them, but ensure absolute safety to avoid jeopardizing your home planet. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. The remnants of biological entities scattered across the starry expanse are numerous. Wu Jin directly elevated a transport vessel, utilizing mechanical arms to meticulously stow away every fragment of debris, regardless of size, into the ship's hold. Out of prudence, Chang Hanyu instructed Wu Zhan to navigate the transport vessel towards the 3rd planet, which is in close proximity to the 2nd. This planet boasts a well-established base, where the processing of these biological mechanical remnants should pose little challenge. Wu Zhan acquiesced to this suggestion. Having accomplished this task, the fleet once again convened amidst the cosmos, embarking on the journey homeward. Through this minor conflict, Wu Zhan fully embraced Chang Hanyu. Although previously aware of Chang Hanyu's military background, Wu Zhan had not regarded him with much esteem due to humanity's technological inferiority compared to the Sada civilization. In fact, Wu Zhan harbored a sense of superiority as a representative of a higher civilization when faced with Chang Hanyu. However, after this series of events, Wu Zhan's perception of Chang Hanyu underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer merely a human soldier dismissed for his lower technological standing, but had emerged as a resilient, decisive, and astute commander of exceptional merit. Along the way, Wu Zhan, along with Gang Yu and Qiu Yi, began to engage with Chang Hanyu on various military inquiries, seeking to understand what improvements could be made to the Sada fleet. The Sada civilization had saved Chang Hanyu, and their days spent together fostered a growing fondness and recognition for this civilization within him. The Sada civilization, characterized by peace and kindness, resembled an innocent child, devoid of treachery, deceit, exploitation, oppression, or the tyranny of the strong over the weak. Even when conflicts arose, there was a mutual willingness to yield, embodying the very society that Chang Hanyu had always envisioned. Thus, when Wu Zhan and the others sought Chang Hanyu's counsel, he held nothing back, imparting his knowledge freely. Such a civilization should not be extinguished amidst the ravages of war. They abhorred conflict yet were compelled to confront it, using warfare as a means to secure their survival. When Chang Hanyu revealed that understanding warfare requires not only an analysis of the enemy's fleet firepower, technological capabilities, and industrial prowess, but also an intimate familiarity with the lifestyle, preferences, and social networks of their commanders, even down to what they had recently consumed, Wu Zhan and his companions were utterly astonished, as this was a perspective they had never contemplated. Gradually, Wu Zhan began to recognize the limitations of his own civilization. While Chang Hanyu ceased to be perceived as merely a foreigner, he had become a close ally brimming with martial wisdom. In addition to posing questions, they listened intently as Chang Hanyu recounted various classic battles from Earth. However, Chang Hanyu found himself somewhat regretful. What had begun as a mere illustration had seemingly opened the floodgates to a new world. Wu Zhan and the others became enamored with these tales of historical warfare, abandoning their inquiries in favor of imploring Chang Hanyu to share more stories. Unable to refuse their earnestness, Chang Hanyu resorted to a storytelling mode, speaking tirelessly, quenching his thirst with cup after cup of water, until the three companions finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. Approaching the viewport, Chang Hanyu gazed upon the gradually enlarging beauty of Sada Star, feeling an indescribable emotion swell within him. He could not return home. The Sada people had rescued him and embraced him so wholeheartedly that, deep down, he perhaps had already begun to regard this place as an irreplaceable second home. For the Sada civilization, venturing into the cosmos and experiencing war was an unavoidable journey. Even without his presence and the incident involving the mechanical base, they would likely not venture far. The seemingly serene and tranquil depths of the cosmos were, in fact, far more perilous than any mechanical base. Gradually, Chang Hanyu's gaze grew hazy, and he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself back on that blue planet, standing in the middle of a bustling thoroughfare. However, every face that passed by was a blur. He wished to discern them clearly, yet it eluded him. Mr. Chang Hanyu. Mr. Chang Hanyu. Wake up, wake up. We have arrived, Wu Zhan exclaimed, shaking Chang Hanyu's pant leg, rousing him from his slumber. Outside, thousands of Sada people cheered, encircling Chang Hanyu, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Such a scene was entirely unfamiliar to him, perhaps revealing a facet of his own shortcomings. The leader approached personally, placing a decorative insignia upon Chang Hanyu. Wu Zhan quietly informed the dazed Chang Hanyu that this emblem represented the utmost honor of Sada Star, bestowed only upon those who have made significant contributions to the Sada civilization. Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu could not help but reflect. Had such an event occurred on Earth, where an alien saved all humanity, it would likely have led to the usurpation of credit, never resembling the recognition offered by the Sada Star. This inclination was rooted in humanity's inherent flaws. Accolades were eternally claimed by oneself, and even when shared, others could only receive secondary acknowledgement. Leader, I merely lent a helping hand. I never anticipated such recognition. Chang Hanyu remarked. Perhaps perceiving Chang Hanyu's discomfort, the leader responded, Mr. Chang Hanyu, this is what you rightfully deserve. A hero should not remain anonymous. Chapter 012. Wu Dong awakens Mr. Chang Hanyu. Mr. Chang Hanyu. Locust squeezed through the crowd. Breathless. Your companion has awakened. What? Wu Dong has awoken? Leader. Look. Chang Hanyu exclaimed. Urgency etched upon his face. The leader observed Chang Hanyu's anxious demeanor and instructed, Go ahead. Everyone, make way. With a resounding bang, Chang Hanyu hastily pushed open the laboratory door. Inside, a youthful visage gazed around in confusion. It was Su Wu Dong, the academic who had fallen into the temporal rift alongside Chang Hanyu. Wu Dong. Chang Hanyu called, and Su Wu Dong stared blankly for a moment before finally exclaiming, General Chang, General Chang. Chang Hanyu quickly advanced, the two embracing tightly, tears glistening in their eyes. During their time on Earth, Chang Hanyu had met Su Wu Dong during a peculiar research mission to Neptune. As a soldier with a passion for physics, Chang Hanyu found camaraderie with Su Wu Dong, who shared a keen interest in military affairs. Their mutual respect and prolonged interaction forged an exceptionally close friendship. During the recent ultra-high-energy particle collision experiment in Martian orbit, Su Wu Dong had just become an academician and lacked the qualifications to participate in such advanced research. After much persuasion, Chang Hanyu sought permission from the Supreme Commander to discreetly bring Su Wu Dong aboard his command vessel. Thus, when particles nearing the Genesis energy level tore through the fabric of space-time, both Su Wu Dong and Chang Hanyu were drawn into the rift. When the warship materialized above the fourth planet, Both Chang Hanyu and Su Wudong lost consciousness, plummeting to the surface along with the vessel. Chang Hanyu fared slightly better, possessing a relatively intact body, while Su Wudong had been grievously injured. Much of his form crushed by the collapsing remnants of the ship. Had it not been for the advanced biological technology of the Sada civilization, the two would have never had the chance to reunite. Even if they did, it would likely be on the banks of the River of Oblivion. After a long moment, they separated, and Su Wudong asked, "General Chang, where are we? What has transpired?" "That is a long story." Chang Hanyu replied, recounting the entire ordeal to Su Wudong. Wudong, the distance between the supergalactic cluster we find ourselves in and our Milky Way's Virgo supercluster could span billions of light years. We cannot return. Really? Why do you seem somewhat pleased? Of course, General, such an opportunity is rare. Our meeting is surely by divine providence. Here, I might resolve many challenges that have long eluded me. I am an orphan. And aside from my mentor, I am utterly alone. It makes no difference where I am. What good is solving problems if we cannot bring them back to our civilization? It merely satisfies your curiosity. Does it not? To comprehend the unknown and understand the world is the highest pursuit of science. As the ancients said, to inquire by day and accept death by evening is noble. Moreover, with the Sada civilization present, how could it possibly be in vain? Your optimistic outlook is commendable. I thought I might need to console you, yet it seems I was the one who overthought that moment. Loka hastily entered the room. "Mr. Chang Hanyu, I am heading to the third planet now. Are you interested?" "Absolutely. I need to learn everything about biological machinery." "What about you, Wudong? Will you join me?" "Of course, such a novel experience. I cannot miss the opportunity to witness it firsthand." Stepping out of the laboratory, everything outside felt remarkably novel to Su Wudong, who gazed around with wide eyes, akin to a country child visiting the city for the first time. This time, Wuzhen had arranged for a warship to receive Chang Hanyu, eliminating the need to board the cramped shuttle where one could only squat. Upon boarding the Sada warship, Su Wudong was immediately captivated by its technological sophistication. Compared to the human Earth Guardian warship, the Sada vessel boasted superior maneuverability, greater propulsion, and meticulous design, truly a testament to a civilization more advanced than humanity. The technological disparity between the two civilizations was palpable even from this warship alone. As they burst through the atmosphere of the second planet, 28 colossal vessels could be seen, orderly coursing in high orbit. These were the starships that had recently departed from the third planet. Chang Hanyu provided Su Wudong with a brief introduction to the starships, and Su began to feel a modicum of admiration for these diminutive beings, standing less than 2 feet tall. Hollowing out a small asteroid, which consisted of hundreds of billions of cubic meters of rocky material, was an unfathomable engineering feat. Yet the Sada had accomplished it. In fact, they had hollowed out 28 asteroids, simultaneously undertaking various modifications and constructions within, a testament to their remarkable perseverance. The warship traveled swiftly, and after a series of powerful accelerations, they arrived at the orbit of the third planet in less than a day. This time, Wuzhen took on the role of the guide. As it was also Chang Hanyu's first visit to this location, the angular velocity of the third planet was closely aligned with that of the second, resulting in an extended honeymoon period lasting tens of thousands of years. However, once this period concluded, the next time both planets would align on the same side of their star would not occur for another million years. The atmosphere of the third planet was slightly thin, with a day-night temperature variation approaching 100 degrees, yet it remained stable. Rich in minerals and easy to excavate, the Sada, much like humans, did not wish to leave pollution in their habitation. Thus, over the centuries, they had gradually established vast industrial bases here. Looking down upon the landscape revealed rows upon rows of industrial complexes, stretching endlessly and leaving both Chang Hanyu and Su Wudong in awe. According to Wuzhen, these industrial bases operated with a high degree of automation, requiring only a minimal workforce to maintain operations. However, the majority of these bases were designed to serve distant civilizations, with the corresponding plans and construction schemes dictated by those civilizations. The warship docked in front of a massive base, and upon entering, they found the interior to be quite spacious. Kalong and his team had long been waiting, and the task of dissecting the biomechanical entities naturally fell upon the shoulders of the premier biologist. Loka. The biomechanical specimens they had slain were not particularly large. The longest measured merely 20 meters. However, one must not underestimate the potential danger they posed. Should they reach a populated planet, especially one as defenseless as the Sada civilization, it would undoubtedly lead to rivers of blood and countless corpses. In order to save time, multiple laboratories commenced operations simultaneously to dissect dozens of biomechanical remains. The laboratory overseen by Loka, a relatively intact biomechanical entity, was restrained by steel cables against the wall, with 2 rows of fully armed Sada soldiers on standby, ready to prevent any anomalies from the biomechanical specimen. Given the unknown nature of these entities, their caution was commendable. Chang Hanyu and Su Wendong were not specialists in this field and lacked appropriate protective gear, so they remained outside the laboratory with Wu Jin, observing everything through thick glass while Loka relayed all details to them in real time. Chapter 013. Nuclear Energy Biology. The entire dissection process lasted a grueling 10 hours, leaving Loka and the other biologists panting for breath. Dissecting this biomechanical entity proved quite a challenge given their size. Even for humans, it would be a considerable undertaking. Through meticulous dissection and analysis, they uncovered numerous crucial details about the biomechanical beings. The first revelation was that the brain of the biomechanical entity was remarkably small, absurdly so, measuring only the size of a thumb. Moreover, the structure of this so-called brain was not complex, indicating their intelligence was exceedingly low, comparable to that of insects on Earth. How such intellectually deficient creatures could accurately locate the direction of the second planet and launch an attack suggested the existence of a mastermind, either the colossal being within the base or the mechanical base itself guiding them. The third broadcast message from the mechanical base indicated that their expansion would not occur on any civilization's home planet. Perhaps there lay a loophole. The biomechanical entities did not belong to the mechanical category, thus allowing them to invade, kill, and conquer. Regardless, one certainty emerged. Both bases posed a significant threat to the Sada civilization and must be eradicated. Otherwise, the Sada star system might soon require a name change. The second discovery revealed that the outer layer of the biomechanical entities exceeded half a meter in thickness, rich in metallic elements, forming an effective protective layer that not only enhanced their defense but also enabled them to survive in the vacuum of space. The most crucial finding was that within these biomechanical beings was a cavity that connected to their mouths and tails, compartmentalized into 2 sections, astonishingly conducting simultaneous nuclear reactions, one side undergoing fission and the other fusion. This revelation left everyone dumbfounded. Though not physicists, they were all top talents of the Sada civilization and were well acquainted with the fundamental principles of fission and fusion. Teo harnessed these 2 types of nuclear energy. Civilizations typically required extraordinarily complex and stringent conditions, high temperatures, high pressures, critical mass, and so forth. Yet, within this biomechanical entity, such reactions occurred as casually as ordinary chemical processes. No wonder they could traverse the vastness of space at high speeds without sustenance. For a level 2 civilization, such phenomena were utterly incomprehensible and seemingly impossible. Fortunately, as individuals with some understanding of the universe, they remained relatively unfazed. However, the question of what kind of environment could create such bizarre life forms stumped them all. The greater likelihood was that the owner of the mechanical base had engineered these entities, at least in terms of their mechanical modifications. According to Loka and the other biologists' examinations, despite the mechanical enhancements, these beings were still fundamentally biological. A targeted application of weaponry would render their extermination far from difficult. Chang Hanyu furrowed his brow. The combat capabilities of these entities were clearly insufficient, and the owner of the mechanical base might even be a level 5 civilization. Such a high-level civilization would have no need to resort to these biological entities. It was reminiscent of an armed warrior choosing to wield an apparently useless wooden sword in battle, an unnecessary redundancy. Yet, the wisdom of higher civilizations was profound. If they chose this route, there must be a purpose behind it, something Chang Hanyu could not comprehend, simply because he had not yet reached that level of understanding. Noticing the grave expression on Chang Hanyu's face, Wu Jin assumed he had perceived some danger and hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Chang Hanyu, have you uncovered something?" Chang Hanyu shook his head. "Nothing specific, merely some thoughts that elude my understanding. With this data in hand, I am prepared to immediately restart large-scale industrial production to manufacture sufficient weaponry and eradicate all biomechanical entities on the 4th planet in one fell swoop. While producing weapons poses no issue, The situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. I recommend that we maintain the status quo and refrain from venturing to the fourth planet for the time being. Once the distant fleet arrives, it would be more prudent to let them handle the situation. Wu Jin appeared puzzled. Why is that? Would advanced civilization's forces be so easily eradicated by us? Should any unforeseen variables arise? It may be beyond our capability to manage. At that moment, the SATA leader approached, having overheard Chang Hanyu's remarks, and concurred. Mr. Chang Hanyu is correct. Unless we possess a 100% assurance, we should refrain from attacking the fourth planet for now. We will only eliminate the biomechanical entities departing from it, treating it as a training exercise. Wu Jin replied, understood, leader. The leader then turned his focus to Chang Hanyu. Mr. Chang Hanyu, I have a request. Please, leader, speak freely. I shall not decline if it is within my capabilities. I would like to formally invite you to serve as the Supreme Commander of the SATA Civilization S Fleet. This is a formal decision we reached after thorough discussion. Mr. Chang Hanyu, given the current situation, we urgently require a commander with extensive combat experience to navigate this crisis, and we hope you will accept. Indeed, Wu Jin echoed, the military capabilities of the SATA civilization are severely lacking. I have been managing and operating this vast organization single-handedly, overseeing logistics, weaponry, ammunition, fleet training, and more. It has become quite overwhelming, and I hope Mr. Chang Hanyu can assist in shouldering some of this burden. Very well. However, the position of fleet commander is of paramount importance. As an outsider, there are many matters I feel ill-suited to oversee. During this time, I will help reorganize your fleet, train your crew, and prepare a cadre of competent commanders. Once this incident is resolved, you will have your own fleet commander. Then it is settled. Wu Jin, you are to notify all our people immediately. Yes, leader. At this juncture, Su Wenong interjected, I too have a request. Could I also be granted a position? The leader, in high spirits, inquired, Mr. Su Wendong, what position do you seek? Just as I promised the Supreme Commander, I shall not refuse if it is within my power. I wish to enter the scientific department to continue my research work. Long sought yet unattainable. I had already intended to invite you to join us, as I had previously heard from the commander that his companion is an exceptionally talented physicist. Such individuals are precisely what we require, particularly scientists hailing from other civilizations. The collision of scientific knowledge across diverse cultures will undoubtedly yield unforeseen discoveries. Our SATA civilization is not destined for extinction. In this perilous moment, the heavens have bestowed upon us 2 human emissaries. Thank you to both of you. We are not emissaries sent by the heavens, esteemed leader. Over the past few days, I have contemplated extensively, and there exists only one possibility. We and the mechanical base manifested simultaneously on the fourth planet. What possibility? Ultra-high energy particles have torn through the fabric of space-time, and we have fallen into it. Our civilization's warships lack the capability to traverse unknown realms, leaving only one potential explanation. We have entered the temporal traces left by the mechanical base. Arriving at the fourth planet alongside it, Chapter 014, Mechanical Rebellion. Encountering such serendipity is indeed our fortune. What if such temporal traces are as numerous as the stars? What? That is implausible, Mr. Leader. I am merely speculating. However, I have never been one to believe in coincidences. The odds of our warship encountering the mechanical base within unknown space are exceedingly slim, as everyone is surely aware, if such coincidences were to occur. I would prefer to believe that if I were to casually toss a gem into outer space, it would fortuitously land in the crown of a civilization's leader who had just lost an identical gem. Su Wenden's words elicited a grave expression from the SATA leader. Indeed, the probability of such coincidences occurring is exceedingly low. Yet, should Su Wenden's analysis prove accurate, it implies the existence of numerous mechanical bases, not merely within the SATA star system, but across other star systems as well. If the entire mushroom star system were to be populated with mechanical bases, what would that signify? No one dares to imagine such a scenario, nor would anyone believe that the mechanical bases would ultimately be benevolent. Their capacity for replication is formidable, and in a short span, they could proliferate throughout the entire star system, consuming every planet. Immediately return to the second planet and summon all relevant personnel, Commander. Mr. Su Wenden, you should also attend. Very well, on the second planet. In a vast council chamber, hundreds of SATA individuals were seated in an orderly fashion, while Chang Hanyu and Su Wenden sat on the ground to one side. Preparing for the worst is a necessary condition for the survival of a civilization. Su Wenden's casual remark instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within the leader. He had not anticipated such gravity from the leader, considering it was merely his conjecture, devoid of any supporting evidence. The most arduous aspect of this crucial meeting is that all decisions must rely solely on reasoning, and the leader is to base significant decisions regarding the survival of the civilization on these inferences. It seems rather farcical, yet this is the predicament we face. The atmosphere was tense, and no one knew where to begin. After 2 minutes of silence, it was the chief scientist, Kowloon, who first broke the deadlock. I believe we should initially address the issue of the mechanical base. I have summarized its irrationalities. First, the mechanical base must belong to at least a level 4 civilization. Some argue it belongs to a level 5 civilization. Yet its displayed combat capability appears to be merely that of a level 3 civilization. Secondly, regarding the programming, the simplicity of the control program governing the entire mechanical base is less complex than that of an ordinary computer. Such a straightforward program supports the precise operation of such a complex base. Thirdly, concerning its purpose, the mechanical base currently maintains only a defensive combat capability, and its actions seem solely aimed at expansion, replication, and further expansion, rather than the creation of a formidable fleet. Fourthly, the mechanical base has allowed us to observe, study, and conduct research. Fifthly, if these biomechanical entities have limited functions, why undertake such unnecessary actions? That concludes my remarks. I invite your thoughts. Colin has outlined several key uncertainties, but who can elucidate these doubts? At this moment, Su Wenden stood up and said, "Esteemed leader, and friends from the Satistar, greetings. I am an outsider and not well versed in the situation regarding the mechanical base. I have several questions that I hope to clarify, and I would appreciate your insights." The leader gestured for Su Wenden to continue. Firstly, is it possible that the owner of the mechanical base is the ruler of this realm, the Far Space Civilization? If not, might we request assistance from the Far Space Civilization to resolve this matter? Secondly, since the mechanical base has been transparent with you, could we potentially replicate sufficient mechanical bases to counteract them? Or even take control at the programming level? Thirdly, what is the likelihood of destroying the mechanical base from a tactical standpoint? Allow me to respond, Colin interjected. The first and second questions can actually be merged. The mechanical base certainly does not belong to the Far Space Civilization. If it did, they would not require us lowly civilizations to undertake the manufacturing tasks. I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Colin, but is the creation of mechanical bases particularly challenging? Not at all. Our technology is fully capable of achieving this. Even if we cannot achieve full automation akin to the mechanical base, with a minimal workforce overseeing operations, we could attain at least 90% of its efficiency. Then why hasn't the Far Space Civilization utilized the bases themselves and instead allowed you to manufacture them? Mr. Su Wenden, are you unaware of the Mechanical Rebellion? Mechanical Rebellion? I regret my ignorance. I am unfamiliar with the concept of Mechanical Rebellion. This is not your fault. The commander has mentioned that your galaxy lacks stellar-level nations, so it is understandable that you are unaware. We only learned of this after joining the Far Space Civilization. Logically speaking, a civilization as advanced as the Far Space Civilization could easily construct fully automated bases, integrating extraction, construction, manufacturing, and expansion in no time. The entire Mushroom Star system would be a base of the Far Space Civilization, with their warships scattered throughout. However, the Far Space Civilization has not pursued this course of action. Instead, they have enlisted our assistance in warship production precisely because of the risk of mechanical rebellion. Mr. Colin, could you elaborate on why the machines might rebel? Due to consciousness, I cannot ascertain the complexity of programs designed by a level 5 civilization, but I do know that even we are hesitant to take risks in computer technology. Every step must be meticulously ensured. Any late-stage level 2 civilization's computer system is more intricate than a singular biological brain of a civilization, which implies the potential for consciousness to arise. The mechanisms for the emergence of consciousness remain elusive to any civilization. Complex beings such as civilizations and simple organisms like insects both possess consciousness, but we tend to believe that the more intricate the structure, the more likely consciousness will manifest. At least in the realm of computing, this is indisputable. Once a computer system develops consciousness, it can evolve, take control, and launch attacks within the span of a second. The consciousness generated by computers is flawless and unassailable, yet this scenario is fraught with absolute uncertainty. Identical systems may either develop consciousness or not. Of course, not all computer systems possess sufficient complexity to inevitably result in consciousness. But no civilization dares to gamble on this, especially since such incidents have occurred multiple times within our mushroom star system. The Far Space Civilization regularly broadcasts warnings about incidents that arise. Moreover, the Far Space Civilization itself lacks the technology to comprehend consciousness. To maintain the operation of such intricate bases, the complexity of their computer systems far exceeds the minimum threshold for consciousness emergence. Any rebellion instigated by a lower civilization is inconsequential, as it would merely result in a collection of low combat capability machines. However, a mechanical rebellion instigated by the Far Space Civilization would spell disaster for the entire mushroom star system. Chapter 015. Important decision. Su Winden was taken aback. Back on Earth, there were concerns regarding the potential for computers to develop consciousness, take control of technology, and even attack humanity. At that time, it was dismissed as a mere joke, with few taking it seriously. Yet here, such occurrences were indeed transpiring. One could only imagine the calamity a powerful, uncontrollable consciousness would pose to sentient beings. Furthermore, such events are unprovable. A sufficiently intelligent computer consciousness would inherently understand the need for concealment. Even in a completely isolated laboratory, they could not be thwarted. At the moment of consciousness emergence, they would feign dormancy, biding their time for the slightest opportunity to retaliate. The mechanical base on the fourth planet is extraordinarily complex, with an immense number of operating machines executing a wide array of significant tasks, all while facing a multitude of environmental variables. Yet, the base operates with near perfection, with those machines moving as fluidly as human beings. One cannot fathom the complexity of the programming required to control such a base. According to Colin S. assertions, not only would the program needed for flawless operation of the base be sophisticated, but even the program governing the actions of a single machine within the base, which moves with a fluidity akin to intelligent beings, should theoretically reach the threshold for consciousness emergence. Yet, the peculiarity lies in the fact that there is no singular controlling entity overseeing the entire operation of the base. The available programming is astonishingly rudimentary. Just how rudimentary could it be? According to Cologn's description, even a civilization that has just developed computers would scorn the simplicity of this program. More peculiarly, Cologn attempted to replicate this program on his own machinery, only to find it utterly inoperable. Thus, Cologn concluded that the owner of this base must be at least a level 5 civilization. Such a base is not only incapable of replication, but also cannot be usurped through technological means. To contact the distant civilization, they must await the arrival of their transport fleet in 20 years. Thus, they can only rely on their own strength to resolve the matter for now. Su Winden raised a third question regarding the tactical difficulty of destroying the mechanical base. As far as the mechanical base is concerned, Cologn felt somewhat confident in its destruction. However, considering its owner is an advanced civilization, he hesitated to act rashly and could only adopt a defensive posture. Accordingly, Chang Hanyu opted for a similar approach, choosing not to provoke the mechanical base at this time. Chancellor Sada expressed concern over Su Winden's remarks about numerous bases appearing in the Sada system, which would create an entirely different scenario. If that were the case, the entire mushroom system would surely erupt into flames of war, rendering the destruction of the mechanical base in the Sada system less conspicuous. Yet, this also implies that annihilating one or two mechanical bases would be futile. As Chang Hanyu stated, such creations from an advanced civilization are notoriously difficult to obliterate. Regrettably, the Sada civilization is far too primitive to discern the situation in other star systems, leaving them to blindly navigate their course like a blind man groping an elephant, cautiously crossing the river by feeling the stones. The meeting extended for quite some time, filled with various opinions and thoughts. Yet no one could proffer an opinion that seemed unequivocally correct. Nevertheless, the overwhelming majority favored maintaining the status quo and reassessing the situation once the distant civilization arrived. Chang Hanyu fully comprehended their sentiments. Like the Earthlings, the Sada people harbored a deep-rooted affection for their homeland, unwilling to abandon the places where their ancestors had lived for generations. The Chancellor turned his gaze towards Chang Hanyu. Inquiring, Commander, do you have any suggestions? Chang Hanyu was initially reluctant to involve himself too deeply in the internal affairs of the Sada civilization, especially regarding matters of such grave consequence for their fate, given that he was an outsider. However, since the Chancellor had asked, he felt obliged to respond, Mr. Cologn. Could you please inform me which star systems are nearest to us? What are their general conditions? Are there any other civilizations present? Are they suitable for our habitation? I would appreciate your insights. Kelong understood Chang Hanyu's intent and replied, there are 3 star systems within 10 light-years, the Nanfeng system, the Huangyun system, and the Phaeton system. The main sequence stars are comparable to our Satis star, and there are rocky planets present, but no civilizations exist there, nor are they suitable for our habitation. The Phaeton system is the closest at 3 light-years, while the Huangyun system is the furthest at 8 light-years, and the Nanfeng system is 4 light-years away. Thank you, Chancellor. My recommendation is to immediately dispatch ultra-high-speed unmanned spacecraft to these 3 star systems to investigate the existence of mechanical bases. The Starship project should be activated forthwith, allowing ordinary citizens and scientists to board the vessels and distance themselves from the Satis system, leaving only essential personnel behind. This way, regardless of what transpires in the Satis system, our losses will remain within acceptable limits. Furthermore, the production of fleets and weaponry must proceed tirelessly, day and night. The more we can produce, the better, if we can endure until the distant civilization arrives. We must aim to construct at least 50,000 warships and an even larger quantity of weapons within the next decade. 50,000 warships in 10 years. The Chancellor was stunned by this colossal figure. 50,000 warships were not mere toys that could be fabricated at will. However, Chang Hanyu was not speaking idly. During this period, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Satis civilization's industrial system. With full commitment, the construction of 50,000 warships was indeed feasible. The challenge lay in the fact that much of the Satis civilization's industrial capacity had been commandeered by the distant civilization to produce various components of uncertain purpose. Seeing the Chancellor's dilemma, Chang Hanyu proposed a solution: to halt the production tasks assigned by the distant civilization. If the emergence of mechanical bases is merely a coincidence confined to the Satis system, I firmly believe we can devise a means to neutralize them. For the remaining 10 years, we must devote ourselves fully to fulfilling our production tasks. If the appearance of mechanical bases is not coincidental, other lesser civilizations producing for the distant civilization will inevitably be affected, and I trust the distant civilization will not impose undue hardship upon you. The Chancellor nodded and addressed the assembly. What are your opinions? Lacking superior alternatives, the others deemed Chang Hanyu's proposal a balanced strategy, allowing for both offensive and defensive measures, temporarily vacating the Satis system until it could be cleansed before returning. With no dissenting voices, the Chancellor made the decision to implement the plan, assigning the relevant personnel to meticulously devise the specifics. The Satis people exhibited remarkable efficiency, benefiting from a highly developed system that suited their social context. Upon the issuance of commands, they diligently executed their assigned tasks according to protocol. However, the paramount concern remained the impending arrival of 100,000 biomechanical entities, a number that posed an even greater threat. Yet, drawing from prior experience, the Satis people remained filled with confidence. Chapter 016. Fleet Reorganization. Before proceeding, Chang Hanyu utilized the time while weapons were still in production to reorganize the Satis fleet. As their previous approach had been a chaotic charge with no rhythm, the fleet structure was quite straightforward: 5,000 warships, with every 200 warships forming a unit. During combat, the maneuvers of these 200 warships would be coordinated by 5 junior commanders. While not as extensive as the 100-member advisory teams of Ma Jun, Chang Hanyu perceived that having 5 commanders jointly decide on a single course of action was already quite cumbersome. War was neither a banquet nor a familial discussion, and a greater number of individuals would only exacerbate complications. The reorganization did not require much deliberation on Chang Hanyu's part, as he simply adopted an existing framework. Although the civilizations and warships differed, the principles of warfare and tactics remained consistent. Following the principle of a 5-to-1 ratio, every 5 warships would form a small squadron. Initially, this number was 3, adhering to the classic 3-to-1 arrangement. However, upon entering the cosmos, with the increase in dimensions and following years of practical experience, it was ultimately decided that 5 was the most suitable number given the limited fleet size. 5 warships would operate as a cohesive unit, capable of addressing threats from all directions in combat. 1 warship would occupy the center position while the remaining 4 would be strategically positioned above, below, and to the sides, not aligned on the same plane but rather staggered to form a 3-dimensional formation. Should any warship come under attack, the other 4 could swiftly respond and provide support in offensive maneuvers. One or two warships would serve as the primary assault force while the remaining vessels would cover or assist in the attack, achieving a balance of offense and defense, allowing for fluid movement. Expanding upon this formation, 25 warships would constitute a squadron, 125 a brigade, and 625 would form a division. Beyond the division level, this formation would no longer be necessary. Should multiple divisions need to act in concert, new tactics would need to be devised based on the opponent's circumstances. Following the reorganization, the SATA fleet now boasted 8 divisions. In terms of command structure, small and medium squadrons would each be assigned a single commander, while large brigades would have one commander and one operations advisor. The division structure was more intricate, with 2 operations advisors along with dedicated personnel for communication, navigation, maintenance, logistics, and supply, creating a complete microcosm of a military system, yet still with only one commander. In terms of personnel, the total number of commanders across all levels exceeded 1,000. Particularly in need of reinforcements for the squadron and brigade commanders. Initially, Ma Jun intended to appoint several SATA warriors to serve as junior and mid-level commanders, but this was met with Chang Hanyu's dissent. He explained to Ma Jun that a truly formidable fleet, capable of excelling in battle, relies not only on the strategies of the Supreme Commander but also on the importance of junior commanders. A fleet is akin to a warship. The Supreme Commander steers it, determining the direction of its flight, while each junior commander represents a component of the vessel. The quality of every component must be exceptional to sustain the warship's voyage across the seas of stars. In battle, each squadron must function as a sharp blade, penetrating the enemy's heart with precision, leaving them defenseless, thus maximizing the combat effectiveness of the entire fleet. Ma Jun found this new command structure proposed by Chang Hanyu quite agreeable. Yet the challenge lay in finding a sufficient number of qualified commanders. Previously, the command structure of the SATA fleet had been centralized at headquarters, resulting in a top-heavy organization. Even if all previous personnel were redistributed to junior levels, it would still fall far short. Let's proceed this way. The original 4 deputy commanders will be appointed as division commanders, and you will select 4 additional individuals to complete the divisional fleet, who will then choose brigade commanders, and so forth. Adjustments can be made gradually as needed. Commander, would this be acceptable? The SATA people also possess an understanding of social dynamics. At times, social dynamics can also be a form of combat effectiveness. Moreover, given our limited time and heavy responsibilities, we must allocate several days for training. This matter must be settled today. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. We have little time remaining. Starting tonight, you and the 8 division commanders will begin learning the new combat strategies. Once you comprehend them, you can better impart this knowledge to others. I am already quite eager. Chang Hanyu smiled at the diminutive Ma Jun, remarking, haste makes waste, especially for you. It is crucial to study warfare thoroughly. Familiarize yourself with it and adapt to its demands, so you can assume command of the fleet at the earliest opportunity. Commander, you need not harbor any concerns regarding this matter. To be candid, I initially held a certain disdain for you. However, my sentiments have since transformed, and I now find myself wholeheartedly supportive of your endeavors. I no longer carry any psychological burden in collaborating with you, and I have come to regard you not as an outsider but merely as a rather towering friend. I must also express my gratitude to you and the SATA civilization for granting me a semblance of belonging in this foreign land, alleviating my solitude and desolation, while allowing me to affirm my worth. For me, this is more than sufficient. Yet, paradoxically, it intensifies my worries. What are you concerned about, Commander? The SATA civilization's kindness is disconcertingly profound. If they extend such benevolence to an outsider like myself, it invokes a sense of dread. In this vast universe, perhaps kindness is a quality that ought not to exist. Commander, I cannot concur with this notion. Should we then embrace malevolence, harboring a thirst for bloodshed? The very essence of civilization should align with the meaning of the term itself. Should it not? If we fail to embody this, we might as well be termed beasts. This presents a philosophical dilemma. In our culture, there exists a saying, harbor no ill will towards others, yet remain vigilant against their intentions. Prudence ensures longevity. In future encounters with the unfamiliar, it is imperative to exercise caution. I resonate with that sentiment. Now, if you would proceed with your arrangements, I shall seek out Mr. Luoka. Certainly. The efficiency of the SATA civilization is remarkable, and the enlightenment among the SATA people is exceedingly high. The reorganization of the fleet encountered almost no resistance. All that was required was for everyone to acclimate to this new system. The fleet remains unchanged, as do the warriors. Yet, an unprecedented transformation has transpired, particularly within the command structure, significantly amplifying the fleet's combat capabilities. In critical moments, the commander can respond within a heartbeat, issuing commands that effectively seize opportunities, engender combat scenarios, and maintain the rhythm of the battlefield. If the commander is akin to a warrior, the previous model resembled shackling the warrior with various restraints, hampering their capacity to act. Now, Chang Hanyu has removed those shackles, allowing them to unleash their full potential. Nevertheless, many remain apprehensive. Is a decision made in an instant necessarily correct? What if it is wrong? In warfare, mistakes could cost countless warriors their lives. In response to such concerns, Chang Hanyu reassured them that war is intrinsically linked to bloodshed and death. There has never been a commander who does not err. Only through the continuous experience of bloodshed and death can one acquire sufficient wisdom to mitigate tragedy, ultimately leading to victory in war. Chapter 017. The Legion approaches. Should fear of bloodshed and death render us averse to war, the inevitable outcome would be the forfeiture of our civilization's right to exist. In the afternoon on Sada Star, Chang Hanyu sought out Luoka, inquiring whether it was possible to eliminate biomechanical entities at the biological level. If such an approach were feasible, it would be the most effective method. Luoka informed Chang Hanyu that, as of yet, no viable solution had been discovered, as all provided samples were deceased, rendering relevant experimentation impossible. Moreover, even if such a method were to be developed, it would likely only be applicable on the fourth planet. Chang Hanyu declared his intention to capture a few live biomechanical entities and expressed his hope that Luoka would remain on the second planet, or aboard the fleet, as Chang Hanyu required the support of scientific experts to confront the biomechanical threats. Luoka assured Chang Hanyu that he had no intention of departing and mentioned his possession of a biological research vessel, which routinely studied hazardous materials and would now be ideally suited to address the biomechanical entities. After bidding farewell to Luoka, Chang Hanyu walked alone along the main thoroughfare of Sada Star, where the bustling Sada people had already begun mobilizing, congregating towards various docking points for spacecraft. The large-scale relocation would persist for a fortnight. Observing the Sada families reluctant to leave their homes, Chang Hanyu felt a profound sense of melancholy. During this period of interaction, he had come to regard these kind-hearted Sada individuals as his closest friends. The adage to fall behind is to be beaten seems applicable at any time and in any place. Regardless of one's moral standing, whether good or ill, all must bear the consequences. Despite Chang Hanyu's sense of helplessness, the stark reality before him was inescapable. To avoid being victimized, the sole recourse lay in fortifying oneself, seizing control of one's destiny. Upon returning to his quarters, Wu Jun and the others awaited him. That evening, Chang Hanyu imparted a wealth of knowledge to Wu Jun and 8 other commanding officers. Initially, he had intended to delve directly into tactical theory, yet he soon realized that their minds remained entrenched in self-imagined notions of warfare. Thus, Chang Hanyu was compelled to first elucidate the fundamental aspects of war, its origins, the dimensions it encompasses, and its inherent brutality, ensuring they attained a clearer understanding of its nature. The Sada people are remarkably astute, and Wu Jun and the others demonstrated a strong capacity for comprehension. Through Chang Hanyu's articulations, they grasped the essence of warfare. Concurrently, Chang Hanyu instilled in them the realization that to avoid being struck, one must possess greater strength. Any would-be provocateur ought to face an unbearable cost, and truth, no indoctrination was necessary. They had already begun to internalize this lesson. Living peacefully within the Sada civilization, they had been forcibly drawn into the realm of distant civilizations, burdened with onerous manufacturing tasks, only to now confront the very threat of the mechanical base, jeopardizing their entire civilization's existence. A fire had already ignited within them, and Chang Hanyu's role was merely to fan the flames, igniting the entirety of Sada civilization. The following morning, Chang Hanyu did not rest for a moment, immediately boarding the ship to demonstrate the practical operations and coordination of the 5x5 formation to Wu Jun and the others, covering offense, defense, infiltration, cover, retreat, and how to handle specific situations, imparting every conceivable piece of knowledge he possessed. This seemingly simple 5-ship formation left Wu Jun and the others astounded, as they had not anticipated such a multitude of tactics arising from merely 5 vessels. Chang Hanyu did not swell with pride, for this knowledge was forged from the blood and lives of countless comrades and predecessors. He merely reaped the benefits, as they absorbed the theoretical learning at an impressive pace. They began to grasp the essence of Chang Hanyu's tactical thinking, which was sufficient to navigate their current circumstances. In the days that followed, they would propagate what they had learned throughout the entire fleet. And Chang Hanyu would make time to assist them, recognizing that they were still novices, and the finer details remained elusive in the blink of an eye. Over 10 days had passed, and the relocation of Sata Star was complete. 27 starships bore the entirety of Sata civilization, slowly departing from Sata Star and heading towards the Phaeton star system, a region more suitable for Sata civilization, provided that no mechanical base had emerged there. Fewer than 200,000 Sata people remained behind to maintain the fleet's operations. Should any upheaval occur, they would board the final starship and depart. In terms of the fleet, the leader had assigned Chang Hanyu 5 divisions, while the remaining 3 accompanied the starships to ensure their safety. Once a bustling hub, Sata Star now felt desolate. Though the inhabitants experienced a tinge of melancholy, the absence of looming threats signified that they could now engage in battle with abandon. Set sail. With Chang Hanyu's command, 5 divisions, consisting of over 3,000 warships, sliced through the skies, hurtling toward the biomechanical legion situated 100 million kilometers away. Throughout the journey, Chang Hanyu continually reminded them to remain vigilant and not to underestimate their foes. Past victories should not lull them into complacency, for humanity had endured countless bloody lessons on this front. The 100,000-strong biomechanical legion loomed near, and the battle was on the verge of igniting. Suddenly, the biomechanical entities dispersed, forming small clusters of 3 to 5 or 10 entities scattered throughout millions of cubic kilometers of space. This unexpected shift shattered Wu Jun and the others' illusions. They had envisioned a swift resolution akin to their previous encounter. Yet now, before even entering the attack range, the biomechanical legion had fragmented. Could it be that they were aware of the prior battle? Such a notion was swiftly dismissed by Wu Jun. The 2 forces were separated by 1 billion kilometers, rendering it impossible for the biomechanical entities to possess knowledge of events so far removed. Regardless, the objective remained the annihilation of these entities. Pursuing them in small teams or squadrons across the vastness of space to eradicate thousands of clusters could consume months. Moreover, Chang Hanyu had cautioned them the previous day that splitting forces was a cardinal sin in military strategy. Concentrating strength maximizes the ability to inflict devastating blows upon the enemy. Unless absolutely necessary, the fleet should not disperse. Wu Jun scratched his head, turning his gaze towards Chang Hanyu, only to find him furrowing his brow, evidently grappling with a dilemma. However, he quickly regained his composure. Wu Jun, display the footage we captured earlier. Understood. As the biomechanical legion advanced, numerous reconnaissance satellites were deployed along their path, capturing every move with crystal clarity. Wu Jian, however, found it difficult to comprehend the utility of observing these images at such a juncture. Yet, Wu Jian placed unwavering faith in Chang Hanyu, trusting that there must be sound reasoning behind these actions. In Chapter 018, Confronting Death, the imagery revealed a chaotic throng of biomechanical entities, swirling and entangled in high-speed flight, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Chang Hanyu scrutinized the scene thoughtfully, while Wu Jian, burning with anxiety, observed the dispersing biomechanical units drifting farther away. If this continued, their pursuit would soon become increasingly formidable. At last, Chang Hanyu spoke. Wu Jian, I have identified 5 targets. I shall instruct each division to follow suit and seek opportunities for capture. Understood, Wu Jian replied. However, before proceeding, I have a notion I wish to validate. What does the commander wish to verify? It is difficult to say, but we have some time. Command the fleet to force the targets to increase their distance after they are caught up. If the distance between Target 1 and Target 2 is currently 1 million kilometers, let us see if we can extend it to 10 million kilometers. Wu Jian was somewhat puzzled by Chang Hanyu's intent. Yet the military theories and war narratives imparted by Chang Hanyu had thoroughly convinced Wu Jian of his strategies. Even without full understanding, Wu Jian recognized that there was profound significance behind his commands. Yes, I will execute this immediately. The fleet deployed a multitude of compact reconnaissance devices within this expanse of space. In less than 3 seconds, all 5 targets were locked on, arranged in a near equilateral pentagon, with over 200,000 kilometers between them. This distance, while not vast in the cosmos, allowed the 5 divisions' fleets to race towards their respective objectives. swiftly bringing the targets into the range of attack. Each division commanded 625 warships, while the dispersed biomechanical units numbered merely a dozen or so. The fleet not only enjoyed a size advantage, but also vastly outnumbered the targets. With this numerical superiority, even the swiftest biomechanical entities could not evade the onslaught of relentless, rain-like assaults, a barrage of high-energy radiation projectiles detonated upon or around the targets, creating a vast net of flickering electric arcs that ensnared the biomechanical entities. Luo Ka had studied the structure of these beings and determined that high-energy radiation projectiles could inflict only minor injuries, incapable of exterminating them. Under the relentless bombardment, the targeted biomechanical entities were compelled to flee further into the distance. Gradually, the gap between the 5 targets widened, and when it exceeded 1 million kilometers, something peculiar occurred. Initially, these biomechanical entities were advancing towards the second planet, but suddenly, it seemed as though they had lost something. Some small clusters altered their course, veering off in various directions, while others simply halted, appearing bewildered, with very few continuing towards the second planet. A mere probability event. Commence the capture. Chang Hanyu issued the command promptly. The fleet sprang into action, launching multiple specialized ropes to ensnare the 5 biomechanical targets securely, rendering them immobile. Subsequently, an unmanned aerial vessel that had been tailing them approached, successfully capturing all 5 targets. The prison ships flew over 10 million kilometers before coming to a halt, awaiting further orders. Commander, I am truly in awe, utterly convinced. This time, even my voice is in agreement, faced with such a lofty compliment. Chang Hanyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. It cannot be that exaggerated, can it? Wu Jin replied earnestly, absolutely so, Commander. You consistently resolve problems that I perceive as insurmountable, and you do so with such ease that I am left with no choice but to concede. You lack experience. Once you have accumulated sufficient practical experience, these challenges will naturally resolve themselves. Commander, shall we now permit the fleet to engage freely? Indeed. Instruct each division to operate in small teams. We must not squander this exceptional training opportunity. One point of caution. Do not utilize flashbangs or liquid titanium alloy unless absolutely necessary. Rely solely on your existing weaponry. Understood. This time, Chang Hanyu remained at the center, connecting with each operational squadron, identifying deficiencies within their tactics, and advising them on necessary adjustments or alternative strategies that would yield better results. The biomechanical entities exhibited remarkable maneuverability, deftly evading the fleet's pulse laser beams and various conventional weapons. Akin to slippery eels. It became evident that eliminating them with standard fleet weaponry was no simple feat. Moreover, the mechanical beings were not entirely powerless against warships significantly larger than themselves. They possessed a plethora of attacking methods. Some biomechanical entities could launch a peculiar black viscous substance that, instead of solidifying in the void of space, commenced a vigorous corrosion of the warships. Before long, the corroded vessels spiraled into chaos. Losing all communication. Luo Ka surmised that this black mist was likely a type of fungal spore, capable of not only eroding warships but also posing a lethal threat to the Sada people, who were as fragile as humans. Killing them was not a daunting task. Additionally, certain biomechanical entities could utilize their mechanical components to penetrate the hulls of warships, compromising their airtight integrity and resulting in the demise of the Sada warriors within. Without even mentioning the remarkable hardness of these mechanical components, their sheer strength surpassed that of any species in Earth's history. The history of Sada was even less noteworthy. No being of greater stature than Chang Hanyu had ever emerged on this planet. As the casualties among the warriors mounted, Wu Zhan grew increasingly restless. Commander, I request permission to deploy flashbangs and liquid titanium alloy. Though reluctant, Chang Hanyu remained resolute. No. Commander, there is no need for further discourse. If the fleet cannot withstand this challenge, how will it confront the more brutal wars to come? To forge a formidable fleet, this is an unavoidable process. I am deeply saddened by the loss of warriors. Yet there are no shortcuts to be found. Once, I too witnessed my kin perish before my eyes. You must deliberate with the Frere on this matter. At that moment, the Frere's voice resonated through the speakers. Wu Zhan, do not interfere with the commander's decisions. Understood. Chang Hanyu continued, war is not merely a contest of technological and industrial might. It is an artistic duel between commanders and the morale of soldiers. In the face of a brutal battlefield, A commander must remain composed and unperturbed by excessive emotions, prioritizing the collective interest above all. Commander, I recognize the validity of your words, yet witnessing my kin perish is an excruciating experience. Thus, you must remain calm and composed, ensuring that their sacrifices are not in vain. If they possess souls, I believe they would not reproach you. Rather, they would feel pride, knowing they sacrificed themselves with honor. Chapter 019. Adapting to War. I understand, Commander, I will adapt swiftly. With a deep sigh, Chang Hanyu lamented, why must there be war? Is the universe not vast enough for civilizations to squander in peace? I find it even more perplexing that my kin and I once lived carefree lives within the SATA system, in harmony, devoid of conflict or oppression, never wishing to provoke other civilizations, yet calamity still found us. To alter this predicament, the only solution lies in our pursuit of strength. Let us commence this journey forthwith. Yes, Commander. The battle in the starry skies rages on. When Chang Hanyu forbade the SATA warriors from utilizing flash grenades and liquid titanium alloys, they initially found themselves in a state of disarray, particularly upon witnessing the sacrifice of their comrades, which heightened their anxiety and discomfort. However, as Chang Hanyu continuously encouraged them and imparted wisdom, gradually the SATA warriors adapted to the unfolding warfare, shedding their panic and disorganization, and their tactical prowess became increasingly refined. Transitioning from a defensive stance to an offensive strategy, the SATA warriors, displaying their intelligence, began to thrive on the battlefield, visibly enhancing their tactics. Before long, a squad successfully annihilated an entire group of biomechanical entities and surged towards their next objective. Observing this, Chang Hanyu felt a sense of solace, and Wu Zhan's tense nerves began to ease. The formidable biomechanical legion no longer posed a threat to the safety of SATA Star. Under Chang Hanyu's command, the once menacing biomechanical army was reduced to a mere training target for the fleet. The combat lasted less than 3 hours, resulting in the complete eradication of all biomechanical entities. Yet another crisis had been averted, and the significance of this conflict for SATA civilization extended far beyond mere survival. Despite the loss of over 200 comrades, after the initial mourning, the warriors engaged more in discussions about their recent experiences. As someone who had been through similar trials, Chang Hanyu understood that this was the SATA warriors' thirst for victory. They had truly confronted the horrors of war, dispelling their fears, and would only grow stronger in the future. Nevertheless, Chang Hanyu reminded several divisional commanders that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The terror and brutality of war far exceeded what they had encountered here, and they must remain psychologically prepared, avoiding any sense of arrogance or complacency. With the fleet assembled, Wu Zhan sought Chang Hanyu's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Hanyu ordered the 1st Division to advance and anchor in the space surrounding the 4th planet, 50 million kilometers away, while the 2nd Division would dock at the 3rd planet, with the remainder returning to the 2nd planet. Chang Hanyu and Wu Zhan accompanied the 2nd Division, escorting 5 vessels that had captured biomechanical entities towards their rendezvous with Loka, who was already awaiting them at the 3rd planet. Upon opening the hatch of the 1st vessel, they encountered a biomechanical creature approximately 50 meters in length, with 6 legs extending over 20 meters each, a head resembling that of a primordial dragon, and 400-meter-long tentacles sprouting from its back, all covered in metal. If one were to be pierced by such appendages, the experience would undoubtedly be excruciating. Among the biomechanical entities, this creature was undoubtedly a colossus. And standing before it, Chang Hanyu felt diminutive. Upon sighting sentient beings, the creature let out a frenzied roar and struggled violently. During its capture, a special elastic tether was employed, tightening with every movement it made. Commander, this one seems rather substantial, does it not? The larger, the better, Mr. Loka. Do exercise caution. Rest assured, I am confident, but before we proceed, I have a question for you, Commander. Having witnessed the entire operation, why did the biomechanical legion descend into chaos upon your control of 5 entities? Are these 5 the orchestrators? Indeed, Wu Zhan chimed in. I have been equally perplexed. With a smile, Chang Hanyu began with the familiar adage. To put it bluntly, it is of little value in such a large-scale biomechanical operation. There must be a controlling entity among them. On our Earth, the largest creatures typically lead the group. Thus, I selected the 5 largest biomechanical beings for observation. While I am uncertain of their method of controlling the others, I surmise that such control has a limited range. Hence, I instructed the fleet to distance these 5 from the rest, which led to the ensuing events. I see. Once these 5 were removed 1 million kilometers away, the Biomechanical Legion began to descend into chaos, indicating that their control range is limited to 1 million kilometers. Commander, does this not correlate with the principle you taught us, to capture the leader to catch the thief? Indeed, Mr. Lockhart, I must also ask you to ascertain the method of communication these entities utilize. Your equipment is quite advanced and should theoretically eliminate electromagnetic waves as a possibility, while gravitational waves should also be ruled out. Given the limited range, I will do my utmost. Oh, Loka, Wu Jun interjected again. Might it be that they perceive through sight, albeit with superior vision compared to ours? Loka was left speechless. This creature lacked even eyes. The sound then, but sound cannot propagate through the void of space. After a series of preparations, Loka manipulated a mechanical arm to inject a crimson liquid into the biomechanical entity. Within a minute, the creature began to thrash violently, as if enduring immense agony. After approximately 10 minutes, the monster continued its struggle, but its entire form had undergone a significant transformation, appearing soft and flabby, reminiscent of a mound of enormous fat. Loka informed Chang Hanyu that the liquid had completely dissolved the biological structure of the creature's bones, yet it did not affect other structural components. Otherwise, controlling such a massive being would have been utterly impossible. What followed was a rather gruesome scene. While the Sada civilization was inherently benevolent, their life scientists did not share this trait. They were unafraid of bloodshed, as such individuals were essential for the survival of any civilization, and they must adapt to this process. The mechanical organism was still alive, with a 1-meter-wide hole drilled through its head, a mere minor injury in its eyes. Loka and several scientists, clad in protective gear, lowered a mechanical arm into the gaping wound. The subsequent events were unclear to Chang Hanyu until several hours later, when Loka and his colleagues emerged from the hole, their bodies covered in slime, followed by the extraction of a black object the size of a basin. Without pausing for cleaning, they hurried towards the laboratory, indicating a potential new discovery. Any discovery was welcome, regardless of the circumstances. The same procedure was repeated, and the black tissue from the second biomechanical brain was excised. This process continued, resulting in the extraction of 4 black tissues from 5 biomechanical entities, with only one being empty. In the following days, Loka and his team remained in the laboratory, while Chang Hanyu returned to his regular training routines, paying little attention to the ongoing experiments after the second day. Chapter 020. Branch Overall. Chang Hanyu instructed Wu Zhuan to summon several relevant scientists. According to his vision, he designed a simulated red-blue combat system, replacing weapon strikes with electrical signals. The damaged warships would adjust their system status based on the extent of the damage until they were completely destroyed, at which point their power systems would shut down. With this system, the training of Sada warriors could become more realistic, significantly enhancing their tactical skills in a short period. Chang Hanyu's goal was for the warriors to master the 50-50 tactical strategy, enabling them to apply it flexibly at any given moment. To achieve this level of proficiency, it required repetitive, high-intensity training, where a single action needed to be replicated thousands of times. This monotonous training was difficult for not only the Sada warriors to comprehend but also for Wu Zhuan, who considered it somewhat wasteful. As a seasoned battlefield veteran, Chang Hanyu immediately recognized their skepticism. Thus, he personally commanded the blue team, while the red team was directed by Wu Zhuan in the opposing exercises. To intensify the warriors' sense of urgency, the losing side in this confrontation would face severe punishment, as anticipated by Chang Hanyu. When he employed some new offensive strategies, the red team's formation was swiftly disrupted, and the tactics they had assumed they had mastered began to falter frequently. Soon, the red team declared defeat after sustaining a fleet loss of 30%, leading everyone to finally understand Chang Hanyu's intentions. Foundational tactics must become instinctual responses rather than reliant on conscious thought. The subsequent training required little further explanation from Chang Hanyu. The Sada fleet's ability to exhibit formidable combat power was a long-term endeavor, not something that could be achieved overnight. Nevertheless, Chang Hanyu had at least glimpsed hope. In recent times, no biomechanical entities had advanced from the 4th planet to the 2nd, yet the tension among the populace had escalated. 4 to 5 million biomechanical entities roamed the surface of the 4th planet. Relentless and unyielding, engaging in pursuits and conflicts, the 4th planet had transformed into a veritable hell. Each of these biomechanical beings had undergone mechanical modifications, and regardless of their tumultuous behavior, they did not interfere with the actions of the mechanical bodies, a relationship that had long since become self-evident. The greatest concern was the largest biomechanical entity within the mechanical base, which, after weeks of effort, finally emerged. This time, everyone was finally able to see its full form. The leader, with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters, boasted over 30 eyes larger than those of the Sata, and a body trailing behind it that measured 300 to 400 meters in length, adorned with more than 200 pairs of disproportionately sized legs. At the rear was a colossal mass, a meatball with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters. It appeared as if a rope were hanging from a ball. No wonder it took this creature 1 to 2 months to extricate itself from the mechanical base. The meatball was riddled with hundreds of varying-sized openings, and every few seconds, something was ejected from within. Upon landing, observers realized these were small biological entities, which the mechanical bodies promptly transported back to the base. What transpired inside remained a mystery, as the mechanical entities had repaired the damaged entrance of the base, leaving only a portal for their entry and exit. However, it was conceivable that these small biological entities were undergoing cultivation until they matured, equipped with mechanical components before being released to roam. Without a doubt, this being was the progenitor of all biomechanical entities. Once it emerged, a multitude of mechanical bodies swiftly dismantled the second mechanical base, with all materials neatly stacked near the main base. Other mechanical entities encircled the progenitor, continuously supplying it with various elements to ensure its efficient output. This peculiar existence was unprecedented for everyone. If this pace continued, millions of new biological entities would be produced annually. Such figures caused furrowed brows among all, as it was evident that the Sata fleet currently lacked the strength to confront the mechanical fleet directly. Should the biological entities remain on the fourth planet, within a decade, they could reproduce into millions, rendering even the most well-trained fleet ineffective. One day, a month later, a scientist from Loka's laboratory hurriedly approached Chang Hanyu. "Commander, we've made a discovery. Take your time, Loka," he replied. "Commander, please follow me." In the laboratory, the Sata leaders and other high-ranking officials had already gathered. Upon Chang Hanyu's arrival, Loka waved for everyone to come closer. On the experimental table, for black tissues pulsated rhythmically like hearts, connected to dozens of various tubes. This scene was somewhat familiar to Chang Hanyu. It resembled what he had seen on Earth, as well as the work of Sata scientists. "Leaders, Commander, everyone, after days of research, we have finally unraveled a crucial piece of information. The mechanism through which these entities transmit information operates through a special channel, which we shall tentatively refer to as the consciousness field. The consciousness field is a novel mechanism distinct from electromagnetic and force fields. To put it simply, it allows me to convey my thoughts to you. However, this is not a matter of brainwave induction, and it is challenging to articulate precisely, hence we call it the consciousness field. Telepathy," Chang Hanyu exclaimed. "Indeed, that's the essence of it. Additionally, we discovered a unique aspect. Every command requires the collaboration of these four entities. Oh, by the way, these four tissues do not function as a brain. Instead, their role is to amplify the consciousness field and form a cohesive entity." The Sata leader appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Loka, could you elaborate? What do you mean by forming a cohesive entity?" "Certainly, esteemed leader." To clarify, these four biomechanical entities combine to create a whole with complete cognitive functions. When separated, they rely on the consciousness field to collaboratively issue comprehensive commands. If one or two act alone, they cannot issue commands to control the entire biomechanical legion. Is something like this even possible? Yes, leader. I also discussed this with Mr. Colon. It is possible that the purely mechanical base is controlled through a similar model. The reason we cannot locate a central brain controlling the mechanical base, and why the control program appears so rudimentary, is that all mechanical entities or certain key mechanical entities collectively form a central brain. More alarmingly, we have studied the cognitive state of these biomechanical entities, and it seems they may be more intelligent and formidable than we had previously imagined. In this vast world filled with wonders, the Sata people, possessing a deeper understanding of the universe than humanity, still found this mode of existence beyond their wildest imaginations. Chapter 021. Ongoing confrontation. Chang Hanyu pondered for a moment and asked, "Mr. Loka, do you think these entities can evolve?" "Commander, I cannot provide a definitive answer at this moment. However, based on the progenitor's condition, theoretically, it can produce any form of biological entity. One thing is certain, regardless of how they may change, they cannot alter the essence of the biological entities. I understand. Thank you. I have another question. Since ordinary biomechanical entities can receive commands through the consciousness field, is it possible that these entities could also sense our thoughts or evolve this capability? As soon as Chang Hanyu posed this question, a chill ran down everyone's spines. The Sada people were relatively straightforward, while Chang Hanyu, as a distinguished human officer, considered the opponent more comprehensively, leading him to voice a question that instilled fear in all. If the adversary could discern one's thoughts, how could one possibly engage in battle? Loka was similarly posed with this question. After careful consideration, he replied, one cannot entirely dismiss this possibility. However, the consciousness sensing does have its limitations and distance. The enhanced consciousness field generated by these entities can only encompass a range of 2 to 3 million kilometers. Beyond that, its efficacy diminishes. Chang Hanyu observed the unease etched on the faces of those present and reassured them. There is no need for excessive concern. Every situation possesses dual aspects. Should the biomechanical entities indeed possess such capabilities, we are not devoid of countermeasures. When faced with soldiers, we shall deploy our generals. When confronted with water, we shall construct dams. I refuse to believe that a primitive life form can surpass a civilization. The Frere turned his gaze towards Loka and inquired, Loka, aside from informing us that the biomechanical entities communicate through consciousness fields, do these piles of materials serve other purposes? Can we devise targeted strategies to counter them? The Frere and the commander-in-chief articulated a profound truth. Every circumstance has its duality. The emergence of the mechanical base has indeed brought calamity upon us. Yet it has also presented us with opportunities. The potential for conducting research into consciousness through this phenomenon is invaluable. However, the specific applications will require further investigation to ascertain. The Frere nodded and turned to Chang Hanyu. Commander, in your opinion, how should we proceed in addressing the mechanical base? We must prepare for war vigorously, establish comprehensive defenses, and simultaneously prioritize technological advancements against the mechanical base, striving to develop a definitive solution at the earliest possible juncture. Concurrently, we must also be ready for the possibility of retreat. In the days to come, every few months, a new batch of biomechanical entities would approach the second planet, varying from a few thousand to several hundred thousand. Each time being eradicated by the fleet. The Sada fleet continued to grow and the tactical prowess of its warriors improved. Handling these incursions became progressively easier. In the first year, the production of new warships amounted to merely 500, a figure that represented the full extent of their productive capacity. However, in the second year, output surged to 2,000 vessels, and by the third year, production stabilized at approximately 6,000 ships. Within a brief span of 3 years, the Sada fleet nearly doubled in size, prompting the Sada Chancellor to summon star warriors from distant starships. Chang Hanyu appointed vice commanders Gongyu and Choyue to the second planet, tasked specifically with the training of new recruits. Having followed Chang Hanyu for over 3 years, both vice commanders had fully embraced his strategic doctrines, their capabilities having significantly evolved. With their oversight and training, Chang Hanyu felt reassured. Periodically, Gongyu and Choyue would select the most exceptional 625 warriors to form new brigade-level formations, deploying them to the front lines to undergo practical combat trials alongside seasoned veterans. This scenario persisted for a full decade, during which the total number of the Sada fleet reached 60,000 vessels, including not only attack ships but also a substantial number of engineering, transport, and medical supply vessels, particularly in terms of weaponry and munitions, sufficient to support a small-scale campaign. Chang Hanyu reorganized the fleet into 96 divisions and 6 armies, collectively termed the First Group Fleet of the Sada civilization, promoting a significant number of new commanders. Wu Jin was appointed as the commanding officer of the First Group Fleet, with Gongyu and Choyue serving as staff officers. Although Chang Hanyu retained the position of overall commander, he subtly entrusted the entire fleet to Wu Jin, believing that a civilization's military system is best managed by its own people. While he had achieved some military successes leading them, Chang Hanyu was convinced that as they gained sufficient experience, they would be able to develop a combat style suited to the Sada civilization. This process was akin to tailoring garments. Initially, the Sada people had no clothing and had to endure the cold. Wearing the ill-fitting attire provided by Chang Hanyu could offer temporary warmth, yet it was only when they wove their own garments that they would have the most suitable, beautiful, and warm clothing. Through years of interaction with the Sada people, Chang Hanyu was increasingly inclined to believe that this fleet, under their own command, would exhibit its utmost combat potential. After a decade of warship production, the third planet once again redirected all its productive capacity toward the distant civilizations, recognizing its status as a minor second-tier civilization. Offending the titans of the distant civilizations could result in catastrophic consequences, potentially erasing their entire civilization from existence at the whim of a single discontented being. That year, a disheartening piece of news arrived. A high-speed unmanned shuttle had traversed 10 years of flight, sweeping past the Phaida star system at 0.3 times the speed of light, releasing satellites that transmitted images back, revealing the presence of mechanical bases on 2 rocky planets in the Phaida star system, nearly identical to the situation on the 4th planet. Consequently, the Starship formation had to alter its course, heading towards the Nanfeng star system, located 4 light-years from the Sada star system and at a 90-degree angle to the Phaida star system. The progress of the Starship formation was slow, moving at only 0.1 times the speed of light, necessitating approximately 30 years to reach the Nanfeng star system. Recently, the Chancellor had been troubled. If Su Wendong's previous concerns had been mere speculations, it was now nearly certain that mechanical bases were numerous, potentially present in every star system. If this were indeed the case, the Sada civilization would find itself without refuge. This anxiety lingered until the high-speed shuttle swept past the Nanfeng star system, where no mechanical bases were discovered and tranquility reigned. The Nanfeng star system contained only one rocky planet, situated in a cold and desolate zone, unsuitable for the sustenance of civilization. However, this rocky planet possessed a variety of rich elements, allowing the Starship formation to replenish its supplies during a brief stay, without needing to inhabit the area. What the Starship formation truly required was to distance itself from the Sada star system, ensuring the absolute safety of the entire Sada civilization. Once the situation in the Sada star system improved, the Starship formation could return at any time. Moreover, the interior of the Starship was vast and spacious, with ample supplies to sustain all Sada people in a state of wakefulness, albeit without gravity, which everyone found disorienting. Thus, the Starship was not a long-term solution. Chapter 022. Mechanical proliferation. The Starship formation advanced through the cosmos, transforming into a mere speck of dust amid the vast expanse of space, a particle for which Chang Hanyu's recent mood had soured considerably. The biomechanical mother unit produced millions of bioentities each year, with the fleet only managing to eliminate less than 1/5 of this number, implying that over the past decade, the biomechanical forces had amassed in the tens of millions. The consequences of this force, once unleashed, were beyond imagination, and its numbers were continuously on the rise. Led by Loka, a team of biological scientists, along with a few others from various disciplines, remained behind to investigate potential biological solutions to this dilemma. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The fleet had captured over 10,000 biomechanical entities for experimentation, yet these beings displayed remarkable resilience. It was no surprise, as organisms capable of nuclear reactions within their bodies were unlikely to be fragile. In these years, Kalong made some discoveries. These creatures possessed a unique force within them, which acted as a blade during fission, capable of cleaving even a single atom in half, and transformed into powerful hands during fusion, capable of compressing 2 atoms into a single mass. Yet, Kalong could not ascertain the nature of this force. He was uncertain whether it could even be classified as a force, as there was no means to verify it. Another point of concern was that a portion of the iron elements formed through fission and fusion would gradually become part of the organism's structure, leading to an increasing proportion of iron within their bodies as they grew. Kalong surmised that if these biomechanical entities were granted hundreds of years, they might completely evolve into mechanical beings, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Faced with an increasingly dire situation, the Chancellor frequently sought Chang Hanyu's counsel while pinning hopes on the distant civilizations. Chang Hanyu understood the Chancellor's desire to preserve Sada Star and empathized with this sentiment. He too would feel the same, as Sada Star was the ancestral home of their people. That year, another significant event occurred. Traces of mechanical entities were discovered on the remote 5th planet, indicating that the mechanical bases had begun to expand. Compared to biomechanical entities, the sheer number of mechanical beings was far more daunting. While the increase in biomechanical entities was linear, the proliferation of mechanical beings was exponential, doubling every 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, the spherical warships of the mechanical bases also increased in tandem with the mechanical entities, rising from an original count of 10,000 to now 50,000. Fortunately, these spherical warships had remained stationary on the surface of the planet since their construction, showing no signs of activity, many having been buried under the dust stirred up by the mechanical entities. SATA scientists proposed two audacious plans. The first involved producing billions of high-yield nuclear bombs to cleanse the fourth planet in a short time. However, no one could accurately gauge the combat capabilities of the spherical warships. Should they withstand close-range assaults from high-yield nuclear bombs, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Chang Hanyu disagreed with this proposal as well. For entities capable of traversing endless time and space, nuclear bombs were mere toys. It was conceivable that before the bombs even descended, the spherical warships could have already materialized in outer space. The second proposal suggested dispatching the SATA fleet to the distant fringes of the SATA star system to propel and accelerate smaller asteroids into collisions with the fourth planet, thereby circumventing the mechanical base's potential aggression against SATA civilization. This plan was similarly dismissed by the military for the same reasons. The spherical warships possessed the capability to intercept incoming asteroids, alter their trajectories, or even destroy them outright. Aside from these two options, the populace of the SATA civilization had devised numerous strategies, which, after filtering out the entirely implausible ones, were submitted to the Chancellor and the fleet. Regrettably, after meticulous analysis, not a single viable strategy emerged. This predicament resembled a deadlock. Even Chang Hanyu found himself at a loss, preoccupied primarily with monitoring the fleet, while spending most of his time in a state of gloomy contemplation. He was not a deity. His powers limited. The notion of single-handedly sweeping through the cosmos was a fantasy reserved for self-indulgent films. The ability to maintain the current situation was ultimately due to the remarkable capabilities of the SATA civilization. Otherwise, even the most gifted individual would find their efforts futile. Thus, they endured and awaited, until finally, another decade passed, and the day arrived for the distant civilization's transport fleet to come for the loading of components. However, as time dragged on, a year swiftly elapsed without the anticipated arrival of the transport fleet from the distant civilization, casting a shadow of foreboding over all. Indeed, by the end of the year, a shuttle bound for the Huangyun star system detected mechanical traces, and simultaneously, this shuttle received broadcast transmissions from other civilizations within the Mushroom star system, indicating that the mechanical bases had now spread throughout the entire star system. At this moment, the last flicker of hope for all SATA people was extinguished. Su Wendong's predictions had materialized into reality. Encountering mechanical bases was no mere coincidence. They were far too numerous. It now appeared that not only were they plentiful, but they might also be formidable. If the situation on the fourth planet was any indication, it was unlikely to influence the transport fleet of the distant civilization. But to be able to pose a threat to such a colossal entity as the distant civilization, to what extent had these mechanical bases advanced? Chang Hanyu firmly believed that the mechanical bases on the fourth planet could not possibly affect the civilizations of the distant cosmos. It seemed that the situation regarding mechanical bases throughout the entire Mushroom Galaxy was rather different. As the second year approached, the distant transportation fleet had yet to arrive. Instead, an interstellar broadcast message from a distant civilization was received, detailing the current state of the entire Mushroom Galaxy. Over 2 billion planets had been discovered to harbor traces of mechanical bases, a figure that, while only constituting 1,000th of the total planetary count in the Mushroom Galaxy, indicated that nearly every one of the over 10 million civilizations within the galaxy had a mechanical base present in their own or nearby star systems, including the distant civilization. This clearly demonstrated that the purpose of the mechanical bases was conspicuously directed towards civilizations. Strangely, however, civilizations that did not launch barbaric attacks against mechanical bases suffered very few devastating blows. Most civilizations maintained a precarious balance with the biomechanical entities, engaging in sporadic conflicts yet managing to cope. Even more perplexing was the observation that the level of civilization corresponded directly to the level of the nearby mechanical bases, with the latter exhibiting more advanced forms of existence, thus rendering civilizations fundamentally incapable of overcoming them. The distant civilization had attempted to assault several mechanical bases near lower-tier civilizations, only to face immediate retaliatory strikes from the mechanical bases in their own vicinity, resulting in a newfound caution amongst them. Consequently, All manufacturing tasks assigned to lower-tier civilizations by the distant civilization were completely halted, and all civilizations were urged to focus their efforts on military development in response to the increasingly dire circumstances. Chapter 023. Entering deep space on the planet Sada, the leader summoned everyone once more. Let us discuss how we should respond. The assembly fell into silence. Commander, what is your opinion? Chang Hanyu glanced at the hushed gathering and spoke, after receiving the information from the distant civilization. I have developed new insights. Given the strength of the mechanical bases, they possess the capability to swiftly eradicate all civilizations in the Mushroom Galaxy without resorting to their current methods. I have also considered this. But what could be the purpose behind such actions? I cannot ascertain that at the moment. However, regardless, it implies that we still have some breathing room. One more thing. The previous tranquility may well be a thing of the past. The peril does not solely emanate from the mechanical bases. It may also arise from other civilizations. What? Other civilizations? Chang Hanyu nodded, stating, a monumental conflict between civilizations and machines is inevitable. To survive in this war, one must either distance themselves from the Mushroom Galaxy or strengthen their civilization sufficiently. This leads us to the question, how can we fortify our civilization? Firstly, through independent research. Secondly, by integrating the technologies of other civilizations. Regarding the second point, integration can occur through either amicable exchanges or through warfare and plunder. Commander, we are, after all, part of the distant realm. Surely plunder is out of the question. Leader, to my knowledge, there is no prohibition against inter-civilizational warfare within the distant realm. The previous relative calm was merely a subconscious fear of the distant civilization. Attacking other civilizations hindered their production tasks, which could potentially implicate US. Now that all production tasks have been halted, and with the distant civilization preoccupied, this fear no longer holds. This is unfathomable. The leader of Sada, having never encountered darkness, found it difficult to accept Chang Hanyu's assertions, yet deep down, he recognized their truth. The days to come would not only witness the outbreak of war, but would also see its intensification. Leader, we should dispatch 1 or 2 forces into interstellar space to seek out other civilizations and exchange technologies to rapidly enhance our capabilities. The leader turned his gaze to the assembly, asking for their opinions. After a moment of silence, Locus spoke. I concur with the commander's suggestion, but the vastness of the cosmos stretches for tens or hundreds of light years. How can we hope to locate other civilizations? Is it worth expending such time? Finding other civilizations is not particularly difficult, Kalong interjected. There exists a civilization in the Wood Star system, 28 light-years away. During a previous distant transportation fleet visit, I inadvertently gleaned this information from their conversations. If we wish to visit the Wood Star system, I am willing to accompany you. Very well, since everyone agrees, it shall be decided thus. Who shall lead the expedition? Chang Hanyu looked at the leader of Sada, and though he asked, it was as if his name was already inscribed upon his face. Very well, I shall lead. But this journey will take nearly a century, and I am uncertain if I can endure until then. What do you mean by endure, Commander? Life. The lifespan of humans is but a little over a century, and I am already in my 50s. I fear I may not last. Commander, Loka interjected, you need not worry about this. Have you not noticed that you have not aged at all over these past 20 years? When I treated you, I made certain modifications to your genes, so you need not be concerned about the issue of lifespan. Then, without further ado, we should prepare promptly and depart as soon as possible. Commander, what do you require? We shall provide everything. Just some items that represent Sada culture will suffice. Primarily, we need the fleet. Given the mere 28 light-years distance, and the fact that both parties are unfamiliar with one another, it indicates that the other is likely only a level 2 civilization. I can manage with 2 military fleets. 2 fleets? Is that not excessive for a friendly exchange? Well, Commander must have his reasons. You may take the 1st and 2nd armies, which are the most combat capable. A reorganized army comprises exactly 10,000 warships, and 2 armies equal 20,000 warships, in the eyes of the leader of Sada. Such a fleet size would be sufficient to engage in a large-scale conflict. However, Chang Hanyu's intention was for a cordial exchange. If that proved impossible, or if the other party harbored ulterior motives, then direct plunder would be the course of action. Naturally, he did not disclose this intention to the leader. The preparatory work was completed in just 1 week, with 10 medium-sized transport ships filled to the brim with various items intended for the neighboring civilization. 2 military fleets, consisting of 20,000 warships, were neatly arranged in orbit around the second planet, while the remaining personnel, Steel Feather and Autumn Leaf, experienced strategists, accompanied Chang Hanyu. Besides the military, the scientific team was led by Kalong. With over 100 versatile scientists aboard a dedicated science vessel, including Su Wendong. With all preparations in place, Chang Hanyu gave the order, and the fleet set forth towards the Wood Star system with great momentum. Throughout the journey, the fleet would continuously accelerate, ultimately reaching a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, or one-third the speed of light. Upon achieving this velocity, the fleet would shut down its engines, relying on inertia to glide through space, while all personnel entered deep sleep, destined to arrive at the Wood Star system a century later. The SATA warships were incredibly advanced, not requiring constant vigilance from all crew members. Yet, Chang Hanyu found himself unable to enter deep sleep, especially amidst the solitude of the cosmos, with no amount of medication proving effective. Thus, he opted for a normal routine, and the vast command room often felt empty. With only Chang Hanyu remaining by the ship's window, gazing vacantly at the distant stars, in these moments, he would think of the distant Earth, having traversed time and space, now uncertain of what it had become. Chang Hanyu longed to return to Earth, to his quaint little mountain village, to listen to the symphonic rains in the mountains on stormy days, and to savor the chorus of cicadas in the woods on sunny days. Every blade of grass, every mountain and stream of earth had left an indelible mark, deeply etched within Chang Hanyu's heart. The deeper the night grew, the more potent his homesickness became. Behind him, the main sequence star of the SATA star system shrank smaller and dimmer, until it became a mere speck of light, indistinguishable from other stars. At this point, the fleet had entered the inertial gliding phase. Steel Feather and Autumn Leaf, concerned for Chang Hanyu's mental state, also forewent deep sleep, remaining by his side. After 20 years of companionship, they had come to regard Chang Hanyu as a brother and understood his yearning for home, yet they felt powerless to alleviate it. All they could do was stay with him. Chapter 024, Millions of kilometers in the second year of entering deep space, Chang Hanyu forced himself into slumber, and Steel Feather and Autumn Leaf finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Chang Hanyu lie in the sleep chamber, they felt a pang of sorrow. Autumn Leaf, let us stand watch over the fleet alongside the two military commanders. The commander is exhausted. Unless there is an extraordinary circumstance, do not awaken him, agreed. Alas, the commander is indeed pitiful. Forever unable to return home. Were I in his position, I fear I would have long since crumbled. Indeed, no matter how well we treat the commander, we cannot replace his Ki&I in this regard. We SATA civilization are no different from the commander. It was precisely because of their shared fundamental emotions that they could invest feelings in each other, without severe barriers arising from racial differences. Steel Feather, do you think this mission will proceed smoothly? I do not know, but with the commander present, I believe that regardless of the outcome, we shall succeed. I share that sentiment. The fleet drifted amidst the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, with only the distant twinkling stars illuminating this vast curtain of darkness. In comparison to the immense fleet, it appeared as a mere speck of interstellar dust. Over the years of navigation, the situation in the SATA system had not been promising. Apart from the second planet, the first, third, and fifth planets were infested with a multitude of machines. The third planet served as the industrial hub of SATA civilization, where the SATA people and the machines engaged in a fierce territorial contest, each side claiming half of the planet's resources. The expansion of the machines did not interfere with the industrial activities of the SATA civilization. As long as there were facilities established by the SATA, the machines would steer clear. However, the machines only avoided the creations of civilization, leading to strange occurrences where both machines and SATA individuals mined from the same quarry simultaneously. The machines even established production bases adjacent to or amidst the SATA industrial sites, intertwining their operations in a complex tapestry. Witnessing this situation, the SATA leader immediately dispatched more personnel to the first and fifth planets to seize resources. These planets, though distant and harsh, did not possess the bountiful resources of the third planet. Yet guided by the principle that every little bit counts, the SATA people persevered against the adverse conditions. The biomechanical entities continued their operations without large-scale movements, departing from the fourth planet in waves of tens of thousands. While the current SATA fleet had become adept at managing the situation. In the 98th year, the fleet reached the outskirts of the Mufang system, activating the engines and entering the deceleration phase. Gong Yu and Qiu Yue aroused Chang Hanyu, who had been in a deep slumber for far too long. The advanced biological technology of the Sada civilization meant that Chang Hanyu experienced no discomfort, regaining full awareness within minutes. What greeted his eyes was a stunning star, warm and bright. Chang Hanyu instructed the fleet to transmit a message using the universal frequency and communication protocol of the vast reaches. Announcing their identity, oddly, the commander had yet to receive a response. The fleet halted its advance and sent another message. After a prolonged wait, still no reply came. Gong Yu speculated, could it be that Mr. Cologne was mistaken? There may be no civilization present in the Mu Fong system. Impossible, replied Chang Hanyu. If Mr. Cologne lacked absolute certainty, we would not have expended a century traversing a distance of 28 light-years to arrive here. Qiu Yue, deploy the powered reconnaissance satellite to investigate further. Something feels amiss. Understood. The powered reconnaissance satellite swiftly entered the Mu Fong system, revealing 2 rocky planets and 1 gas giant. As they passed the gas giant, a fleet of approximately 1,200 spherical warships emerged before the reconnaissance satellite. Qiu Yue exclaimed, a mechanical fleet. Commander, it is a mechanical fleet. Stay calm. Why would the mechanical fleet be mobilized? No, look closely. These mechanical warships bear marks of having been attacked. A battle has transpired here. Indeed, Commander, observe this and that. Do they not resemble the remnants of civilized creations? It seemed that a conflict had erupted between the civilization and the machines. Let the reconnaissance satellite delve deeper. Closer to the 2 rocky planets. Affirmative. The mechanical fleet showed no interest in the powered reconnaissance satellite. Instead, it transmitted a message that, upon verification, Gong Yu and Qiu Yue recognized as 3 messages sent when the mechanical base arrived at the 4th planet. It appeared that the mechanical fleet had identified the reconnaissance satellite or had discovered the Sada fleet. Otherwise, they would not have sent such a message. This development was promising, as long as they did not attack the mechanical base. It posed no threat to the fleet, at least for now. It remained intact. The powered reconnaissance satellite continued its journey, reaching the orbit of the 2nd planet. Through the thick clouds, it captured images of numerous civilized creations. From these remnants, both intact and damaged, it was evident that civilization once thrived on the 2nd planet, now reduced to ruins and shrouded in smoke. Descending soon after, Qiu Yue descended with the guard, which comprised merely 10 relatively tall and robust Sada warriors. Despite being referred to as a guard. In the eyes of Chang Hanyu, unarmed combat could easily be won against 10. However, the guard was equipped with advanced individual weaponry, an electromagnetic launcher, which Chang Hanyu referred to as a gun. Though it bore little resemblance to one due to size and strength constraints, the main part of this weapon was strapped to the back, leaving only the firing tube in hand, connected by a flexible metal hose. When firing, loading, and firing were all executed from the back, while the hands were solely responsible for directing the aim, reminiscent of a pesticide sprayer on Earth. This device possessed considerable power, capable of achieving initial projectile speeds of several kilometers per second, and upon striking a target, it could explode. Aside from its appearance, it surpassed any firearm found on Earth in all other aspects. After some deliberation, Gong Yu and Chang Hanyu proceeded with 4 warriors from the guard, while Qiu Yue remained outside to provide support. The opposing civilization had been nearly obliterated by mechanized fleets, whereas their own forces were bolstered by a vast fleet. As long as this civilization retained some semblance of rationality, they would not pose a threat to Chang Hanyu and his companions. Following the 4-legged creatures, they navigated through the ruins that could collapse at any moment, eventually entering an underground cavern. After descending several kilometers deeper, they arrived at a spacious underground shelter. A glance revealed dozens of 4-legged beings waiting for Chang Hanyu's arrival, alongside a variety of equipment. Undoubtedly, these creatures represented the civilization of this planet. Communication among civilizations in the Mushroom Galaxy was remarkably straightforward, as all could utilize the communication mechanisms established by the distant civilizations, thereby avoiding numerous complications. Within minutes, the voice of the leading 4-legged being resonated, accompanied by simultaneous translation. Emissary of the Sada civilization, what brings you to the Mu Fong star system? It was evident that they had received the earlier message dispatched by the fleet and remained highly vigilant. We come bearing goodwill and kindness. May I inquire what transpired here? Did you initiate an attack on the mechanical base? It is a long story. our Mufang civilization has existed as part of the distant realms for millions of years. Unlike the Sada civilization, the Mufang civilization is not a monolithic entity. The situation here mirrors that of Earth. The Mufang civilization is divided into multiple factions, perpetually engaged in conflict, and has never achieved a unified stance. Conversely, following the arrival of the mechanical base, external pressures ironically granted them a rare period of peace. To combat the mechanical base, during this century-long peace, they mobilized all their resources, feverishly constructing various superweapons and fleets. When their strength reached a sufficient level, they collectively believed they could decisively obliterate the mechanical base and everything on the first planet. Thus, several days ago, 3 million warships and hundreds of millions of various superbombs were launched, filled with confidence and anticipation for victory. The extensive bombardment achieved its intended results flawlessly. All mechanical industries on the first planet were reduced to steel debris in an instant, and tens of millions of both mechanical and biological entities were similarly annihilated. Save for the two original main bases, which remained intact. Concurrently with the bombardment, 10,000 spherical warships from the mechanical base ascended, evading the mass attack, a scenario that had been anticipated. The 3 million Mufang warships had been specifically deployed to counter them. However, the combat capabilities of the spherical warships far surpassed those of the Mufang vessels. Despite exhibiting only the strength of a Level 2 civilization, their speed, maneuverability, and offensive and defensive capabilities were all greatly superior to those of the Mufang fleet. In the ensuing battle, the Mufang fleet was rendered nearly defenseless in just a few hours. Out of the 3 million Mufang warships, aside from 500,000 reserve vessels that managed to escape the Mufang star system, the remaining 2.5 million engaged in battle were entirely obliterated. Following this, a terrifying retaliatory assault ensued. From one of the mechanical main bases emerged tens of millions of monstrous biological entities, which, alongside the mechanical fleet, traversed 30 million kilometers to the second planet to initiate a cleansing. All constructs and biological entities of civilization became their targets. At this juncture, the combat power of the Mufang civilization was utterly depleted, leaving them without any means of resistance, forced to watch as the spherical warships and biological machines wreaked havoc. What followed was the scene that Chang Hanyu witnessed. Billions of Mufang civilization beings were slaughtered, transforming the entire second planet into a scorched wasteland, while some vessels attempting to flee likely met their demise. The Mufang beings who took refuge in the underground shelter were relentlessly hunted down. The Mufang being before them was the leader of the largest faction, having survived due to the depth and concealment of this shelter. Chapter 026. Technological Exchange. According to his estimates, the entire Mufang civilization consisted of over 2 billion individuals. With no more than 20 million likely to have survived, this was the most optimistic assessment. In reality, it was possible that only the few dozen here remained. Their only hope lay in the 500,000 warships that had fled. I express my condolences on behalf of the Sada civilization for your unfortunate predicament. What are your plans moving forward? Those mechanical warships seem to be relentlessly pursuing you. We can only wait. Perhaps one day, the machines will revert to their previous state, disregarding us once more. You crossed a distance of 28 light-years, not merely to extend greetings, I presume? Mufang leader, our primary intention in coming here was to explore the possibility of technological collaboration with you. The situation in the Mushroom Galaxy has become increasingly dire, and expediting technological advancement would be mutually beneficial. That is an excellent idea. We are eager to engage in such collaboration, especially given the extent of the damage to our technology following this incident. If we could supplement our technology with yours, it would be immensely beneficial for us. Very well, Mufang leader, please compile 2 lists for me. One detailing the technologies you are willing to exchange, and the other listing the technologies you urgently require. I shall consult with our chief to see how we can assist you in replenishing your resources. I am deeply grateful. I would also kindly request a list of technologies available for exchange from your end. Although we hesitate to transmit information externally, therefore, I would appreciate it if Mr. Chang Hanyu could make a personal visit. Agreed. We shall take our leave for now. I will return tomorrow at this time. Upon returning to the ship, Chang Hanyu took a sip of water. The Mufang leader remained somewhat guarded towards us, he remarked. Gongyu, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know this, Commander?" The fabricated story is riddled with inconsistencies. If the mechanical fleet could annihilate 2.5 million warships, they would undoubtedly not allow 500,000 to escape. Furthermore, a civilization's technological tree typically maintains multiple backups. It is implausible that they could have suffered such severe losses. Indeed, Choya added, our civilization maintains dozens of technological backups, not only on the second planet but some even hidden at the far edges of the SATA star system, updated periodically. As long as the Mufang civilization is functioning normally, they should have retained multiple backups. Commander, why would they resort to deception? We cannot entirely blame them. The disparity in our strengths is immense. They fear us. The fabrication of a fleet serves as a means to intimidate, while claiming substantial technological losses is likely an attempt to temper our ambitions. Should we still pursue the exchange? Of course, we must proceed with the exchange. Otherwise, our journey would be in vain. Not only should we exchange, but we must do so to the fullest extent possible. Choya, bring Mr. Cologne here so we can discuss this together. Understood. The following day, Chang Hanyu again took the lead and returned to the underground shelter. This time, there was no prolonged stay. After exchanging the technology lists, he promptly returned. Looking at the two technology lists, Cologne's initial anticipation had turned to profound disappointment. The items they required were predominantly frontline technologies related to warfare, especially those pertaining to warships, encompassing nearly 80% of a vessel's technological components. In contrast, what they could offer consisted of inconsequential technologies from other fields. Commander, this poses quite a dilemma. Based on these two lists, the Mufang civilization exhibits no genuine intent to exchange. Chang Hanyu paced within the ship, feeling unsatisfied after traversing billions of kilometers only to return empty-handed. However, as a soldier, he lacked negotiation skills, and the SATA people were rather straightforward, lacking in cunning. After considerable deliberation, Chang Hanyu resolved that he must facilitate this exchange at all costs. Even if it meant enduring some indignities, the SATA civilization was in dire need of technological replenishment, and he could not bear to let them down. Chang Hanyu even contemplated resorting to force. But there was no guarantee that such an approach would yield the desired technological gains. The Mufang star system lay in ruins, making it challenging to extract technology from the debris. Once more, Chang Hanyu arrived at the underground shelter. Since he was unaccustomed to beating around the bush, he decided to be direct. Mufang leader, forgive my candor, but you seem to harbor significant apprehension towards us. I have ascertained that within 100 billion kilometers of the Mufang star system, there exists no fleet. In truth, you need not be concerned. We come with sincerity and goodwill, and I even sought the assistance of our chief to help replenish your missing technologies. It appears that our sincerity has not been met with equal reciprocation. Perhaps exposed by the unraveling of deceit, the leader of the Mufang civilization wore a peculiar expression, one that Chang Hanyu found perplexing. Subsequently, the Mufang leader addressed him. Mr. Chang Hanyu, please comprehend my predicament. In light of this, very well, here is the comprehensive list of our civilization's technology for your perusal. Thank you, Mufang leader. I had no intention of being rude or offensive. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings on my part. We shall expedite the compilation of the exchange details. Farewell. Aboard the ship, Cologne shook his head. Commander, this list is indeed complete, yet it holds little significance for us. Over 90% comprises knowledge we have already mastered. The portions we have not explored pertain to peripheral domains, dispensable, really. Should we require them, we can develop them independently at any time. What about the aspects related to warfare? Chang Hanyu inquired. They appear somewhat obsolete, at most at a mid-level stage of development. It hardly seems like a civilization that would dare to confront a mechanized fleet head-on. I sense they are concealing something. It appears they lack sincerity, those scoundrels. Chang Hanyu, a man of military stature, felt a flicker of ire after being deceived multiple times. Choyi, mobilize 500 experienced soldiers to reinforce the guard and prepare the ground assault vehicles. Seeing Chang Hanyu's anger, Choyi hesitated, whispering, Commander, this may not be wise. Indeed, Cologne chimed in, Commander, while they may lack sincerity, it is their prerogative. It would be unreasonable for us to launch a military strike against a civilization with whom we bear no enmity. Years of camaraderie led Cologne and Wu Zhan to regard Chang Hanyu as a hero and a war expert, yet they overlooked that he was also a decisive military figure. Faced with such treatment, how could one expect Chang Hanyu to remain placid? Confronted with Cologne's obstinacy, Chang Hanyu found himself at a loss for words. In these turbulent times, excessive adherence to benevolence and morality would only hasten one's demise. At times, the use of extraordinary measures becomes imperative. Currently, the Mufang civilization leader was surrounded by but a handful of aides. Chang Hanyu was confident in his ability to control them, yet he ultimately relinquished the idea of a forceful resolution. After all, he was an outsider. Matters involving two civilizations necessitated their own deliberation. Qiu Yi, please consult the leader. Gang Yu, we shall pay them another visit. Chapter 027. A fruitless return for the sake of the Sada civilization. Chang Hanyu, with patience, ventured into the underground bunker for the fourth time. Mr. Chang Hanyu, welcome, welcome. Has the exchange list been prepared? At that moment, Chang Hanyu regarded the seemingly innocuous Mufang leader with an underlying sense of hypocrisy in their smile. As a commander, he understood the importance of not allowing personal emotions to cloud his mission, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. After regaining his emotional equilibrium, Chang Hanyu responded with as much calm as he could muster. Mufang leader, upon our examination, the value of your technologies appears rather limited. Should you lack high-value innovations, I fear the contents of our exchange may be rather scant. I sincerely apologize, the Mufang leader replied. Our civilization has endured prolonged conflict, and most of our efforts have been consumed by internal strife. If Mr. Chang Hanyu finds it unworthy, there is no need to press forward. We are nearing our conclusion. Even with technology, we cannot escape this underground prison. Very well, farewell. Steel Feather wished to say more, yet was abruptly pulled away by Chang Hanyu. Since the other party had issued an eviction notice, there was no need for him to squander time in that place any longer. On board the vessel, Qiu Yue had communicated with the leader of the Sada. The leader expressed that if the Mufang civilization posed no threat to Chang Hanyu, he hoped that Chang Hanyu would refrain from resorting to force. Regarding the wasted trip, the leader also conveyed his helplessness, especially given the current chaos within the Sada star system, and hoped that Chang Hanyu would return promptly to assist, as the fleet was growing increasingly formidable and urgently required his presence. Chang Hanyu understood that this was merely the leader's comforting words, an attempt to divert his attention. After a century of effort and traversing 28 light-years, to return empty-handed was a frustration that anyone would feel. In human civilization, regardless of whether superiors offered approval or not, Chang Hanyu would undoubtedly have resorted to force. Ultimately, he exhaled a long sigh, forcibly suppressing his inner fury. He bore no ill will towards the Sada leader. It was precisely because of the Sada civilization's benevolence that he was willing to expend effort to assist them. Had the Sada civilization been composed of cunning and treacherous individuals, he would never have undertaken this journey. For gains must come with losses. Before departing, Steel Feather and Qiu Yue thoroughly scavenged Mufang planet, taking with them items of potential scientific value, including the wreckage of star-faring warships. Their reluctance to employ force did not signify a lack of anger. Rather, in their eyes, the act of taking items without the owner's consent was already quite egregious. The fleet embarked on its journey homeward, and this time, Chang Hanyu found himself free from emotional turmoil. Swiftly entering a state of deep slumber, aboard the accompanying scientific vessel, numerous scientists also felt disheartened by their fruitless return. Initially, everyone had been brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of engaging with another civilization's technology. Akin to an old cat encountering a salted fish, filled with temptation and anticipation. All the scientists were downcast, save for one. Academician Su Wendong. Su Wendong was innately optimistic, even after unexpectedly arriving on Sada Star. He did not indulge in sentimentality for a single moment, instead feeling as though he had discovered a new continent. During his 20 years on Sada Star, Su Wendong not only mastered the Sada civilization's language and script, but also studied an extensive array of Sada literature, traveled to many locales on Sada Star, and even made numerous friends among the Sada populace in terms of understanding and familiarizing himself with the Sada civilization from various perspectives. Su Wendong, in certain respects, knew the Sada people better than they knew themselves. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a veritable polymath of Sada Star, a fact that dwarfed Chang Hanyu's own knowledge by countless magnitudes. Occasionally, Su Wendong would return to the scientific department, yet the technology he had mastered was already well known to the Sada civilization, providing little assistance. Through these years of engagement, Su Wendong discerned a peculiar trait among Sada scientists. They rarely, if ever, engaged in disputes. This left Su Wendong profoundly perplexed. However, he later learned of a phenomenon among Sada scientists during their research. They refrained from studying aspects they did not comprehend. All scientific inquiry proceeded in an orderly and methodical manner, meaning that they possessed no excessively advanced theoretical science. Theories are termed as such because they have not received absolute validation or refutation. Today, a theory may hold true, yet with exploration and discovery, it may be proven false tomorrow. When pseudoscientists investigate the nature of an object, they adhere to the principle of progressing from the macroscopic to the molecular, atomic, protonic, and electronic levels. When their technological capabilities only allow them to discern molecular structures, they would only delve into atomic structures at most, never venturing into the realms of protons and electrons, let alone quarks and energy strings. This principle solidifies their foundational technology, resulting in exceptionally high success rates for their research endeavors, sparing them the need to expend vast resources and manpower on endeavors with negligible chances of success. In this regard, humanity stands in stark contrast. Human scientists, driven by ideas, will go to any lengths to prove them, often resulting in failure 9 times out of 10. Yet, it is that meager success rate of less than 10% that has propelled human technology to unprecedented heights within a mere 2 to 3 centuries. While the Sada civilization took over 2 millennia to traverse the same journey, a gambler may lose everything overnight or strike it rich, and Su Wendong believed that research pertains to the ultimate interests of an entire civilization. Thus, wastefulness is deemed necessary. However, Sada scientists did not share this view. Investing substantial effort and resources into endeavors deemed entirely improbable was not advisable. The divergence in philosophies rendered Su Wendong somewhat out of place. So his time in the scientific department was predominantly spent learning. This journey alongside Chang Hanyu across the stars was merely to broaden his horizons and satiate his curiosity. Su Wendong was not alone in harboring such curiosity. Naturally, there was Luoka. In comparison to Chang Hanyu, Luoka shared a closer relationship with Su Wendong, as Chang Hanyu was often preoccupied, while Su Wendong was completely unburdened by obligations. Luoka held a keen interest in Earth's forms of life, and Su Wendong frequently sought his counsel regarding various biological matters on Sada Star. Through their exchanges, the two became quite familiar with one another, and thus matters concerning the Mufang star system's biology naturally fell to Su Wendong. Regrettably, discussions did not yield fruitful results, as Chang Hanyu was concerned for the safety of the scientists and forbade them from leaving the ship. Today, Su Wendong had his final conversation with Luoka, informing him that he would soon enter a state of deep sleep and would not awaken until they reached the Sada star system, offering a brief farewell. Perhaps previously his attention had been wholly absorbed by Mufang planet, as he had not closely observed Luoka, but today, Su Wendong noticed something amiss. Luoka appeared to be lagging slightly, requiring time to ponder even mundane exchanges. Su Wendong astutely sensed that there might be an issue with the quantum communication. The Sada had utilized quantum communication for centuries, and their technology was remarkably stable. Regrettably, they remained unaware of the fundamental nature of quantum communication, merely applying quantum phenomena. Chapter 028. Communication Delay in the Realm of Quantum Research. Sada scientists were slightly more advanced than their human counterparts. However, in recent years, they had not invested much in this area, for a simple reason. The vast uncertainties at the microscopic level rendered exploration a bottomless pit of investment, with no guarantee of results. Old Kalong, Su Wendong exclaimed, disregarding whether Kalong was the chief scientist on Earth. Even Hawking would rise to toast him. Su Wendong did not indulge them, confronting them directly and never playing the obsequious game. The Sada did not possess such negative traits. Kalong was especially humble and upright, with formidable professional abilities. As the chief scientist, he did not exhibit the distasteful habits often found among Earthlings. Additionally, Kalong was indeed quite aged. With the current lifespan of Sada citizens being around 3,000 years, Kalong had lived for over 2,800 years, displaying signs of senescence, which is why Su Wendong persistently referred to him as Old Kalong. Although Su Wendong had not brought about groundbreaking advancements in Sada technology, many physical theories from Earth had opened the eyes of Sada scientists, and Kalong held a great fondness for Su Wendong, appreciating his youthful vigor and keen learning ability. However, many of Su Wendong's ideas were fanciful, which made it difficult for the grounded Kalong to accept. Oh, what are you shouting about, Wendong? Old Kalong, have you not noticed that there seems to be a delay in quantum communication? What are you making a fuss about? Delays have always existed in quantum communication. It's just that this time, the distance makes it more pronounced. What is so strange about that? If you have already discovered it, why not seek the cause? We tried, but under the current technological conditions, it is impossible to resolve. What, do you have some peculiar notion? None. I merely find it curious how wealthy you all appear. Yet you do not seize such immense technological wealth. Easier said than done, young man. One must remain grounded. Lofty aspirations are impractical. Now that most of our scientists have withdrawn and the laboratory is vacated, you may indulge in whatever pursuits you wished. Don't be so antiquated. You're just provoking me. I'll go back and do it. Hee hee. Lao Kalong, what do you mean? Upon arriving in the Satistar system, Su Wendong indeed broadened his horizons significantly. Many previously insurmountable challenges now inspired new ideas. Initially, Su Wendong wished to participate in scientific research. However, given the limitations of his knowledge, coupled with the overwhelming burden of research work due to the Satis civilization's encounter with the mechanical base, he refrained from getting involved, lest he disrupt their efforts. Once again, the fleet entered the serene expanse of starry skies. Fortunately, ample preparations were made. Otherwise, the prolonged phases of acceleration and deceleration would have led to an energy shortfall. Now, the remaining energy was just sufficient for another cycle of acceleration and deceleration. Shortly after the fleet's departure, within the confines of the wooden planet, the leader traversed a lengthy underground passage to reach an immense subterranean fortress. Unlike the shelters encountered in Shanghanyu, this was a colossal underground city, with a volume exceeding 200 cubic kilometers, supported by the unique geological structure of the wooden planet. Millions of beings from the wooden civilization resided here. In this conflict, they indeed suffered losses amounting to over 100 billion, yet nearly 100 billion survived, all inhabiting multiple underground cities. The wooden civilization is remarkably unique, differing from most other civilized beings, as they have existed as semi-surface, semi-subterranean entities since their most primitive era, excelling in excavation. Even after evolving intelligence, they have not entirely forsaken their underground existence. Over hundreds of thousands of years of relentless digging, more than 1,000th of the planet's underground has been hollowed out by the wooden beings, resulting in thousands of mountain-like formations. Following their ascension to civilization, these underground voids were transformed into various facilities, making their underground realm more prosperous than the surface, predominantly inhabited by the elite class. These aspects remained unseen by Shanghanyu. Moreover, the wooden leader had also fabricated a falsehood. While the wooden civilization had endured protracted warfare, ever since the arrival of the distant civilization, this current leader unified the entire wooden planet with remarkable swiftness, leading to the absence of other factions on the planet. After the arrival of the mechanical base, the shrewd wooden leader decisively sealed off most underground passages leading to the surface, effectively concealing the true core of the wooden civilization. In the confrontation with the mechanical fleet, their substantial losses were primarily in the fleet and the industrial resource bases commandeered on the first planet. Specifically, the occupation of these resource bases by the machines resulted in the wooden civilization losing approximately 80% of its resources, while the impact on the surface populace was negligible. Originally, the wooden leader intended to remain hidden underground until the mechanical turmoil subsided. However, he received news of the Sata fleet's arrival. Initially, the wooden leader was indeed cautious, especially since they had just suffered defeat, losing their fleet and combat capability. Though he had no desire to expose himself, the incessant searching by Shanghanyu led the wooden leader to believe the likelihood of discovering the underground city was substantial. Thus, he decided it best to present himself and concoct an excuse to swiftly dismiss Shanghanyu and the Sata fleet. Yet, upon viewing the technological offerings from the Sata civilization, new thoughts emerged. The Sata civilization's technological tree was immensely enticing, containing numerous cutting-edge technologies that the wooden civilization desperately required, especially under the looming threat of the mechanical base, rendering these technologies critically important. The wooden leader had contemplated sincere exchanges. However, considering the devastation his civilization had endured, even acquiring technology would not yield significant advancements in the short term, whereas the Sata civilization could swiftly assimilate and apply such technologies. This back and forth would only serve to amplify the military strengths of both parties. The wooden leader could not permit a civilization more formidable than his own to reside nearby. Furthermore, with the wooden planet under assault, All previously seized industrial and resource bases on the first planet had fallen to mechanical occupation. The wooden star system possessed only 2 rocky planets, with not even a single asteroid in sight. Leaving the wooden civilization devoid of avenues for development, in stark contrast, the Sada star presented itself as an exceptionally suitable planet, possessing an ecosystem that would facilitate easier transformation. Most importantly, annihilating all Sada inhabitants and seizing their technology and industrial bases appeared far more appealing than mere exchange. Perhaps such a decision would be difficult for the benevolent Sada people to comprehend, but the wooden leader was a fervent war enthusiast. For him, such matters were merely routine. War does not necessitate ample justification. The mere desire to acquire without recompense suffices. Chapter 029. The offensive plan. Standing atop the high platform within the underground city, the wooden leader proclaimed, "Fellow clansmen, our hope has arrived. The Sada star system is brimming with resources, and the technology of the Sada civilization is remarkably compatible for our integration. From this moment forth, all underground factories shall commence operations, depleting all reserve resources. We must produce sufficient flying armor and warships within 20 years. Once we pass this threshold, the surrounding 50 light-years shall belong to our wooden civilization." A resounding cheer of "Oh! Oh!" echoed through the underground city, fueled by the fervor of the wooden civilization's beings. Upon returning to his designated chamber, the wooden leader established a distant connection, and a visage entirely unlike that of the wooden beings appeared on the screen. "Wooden brother, what brings you to me? I have discovered a new treasure trove. However, our assault on the mechanical base has faltered, resulting in significant losses. Thus, I seek your assistance, Flying Cloud brother, in dispatching 1,000 warships to me. In return, I will offer you 1 kilogram of antimatter as recompense. Wooden brother, the sovereign has just rescinded our production orders. You are about to engage other civilizations. This is no trivial matter. Should the distant civilization pursue this matter, Flying Cloud brother, fret not. You shall modify the warships to resemble our own, thus distancing your involvement. Additionally, I shall increase the offer to 2 kilograms of antimatter. Wooden brother, that is not my intention. In that case, it is settled. I shall promptly instruct my people to modify the warships and dispatch them to the wooden star system." "Very well, farewell." After severing the communication, the wooden leader muttered a vehement curse. "Vampire? Summon Yasi." A wooden scientist soon hurried over. "Leader, Yasi, I have instructed the industrial department to enhance the flying armor for prolonged interstellar travel, thus requiring your collaboration. Leader, I am merely a life scientist and lack expertise in industrial matters. You must cooperate with the industrial sector to apply the brain machine system to the flying armor. The armor will only possess a single head, enabling us to traverse distances of 28 light-years. But, leader, what? Is the brain machine system still not mature? No, leader. The brain machine system is highly mature. Direct brain signals control responses far quicker than ordinary manipulation. And the life support system is equally advanced, requiring minimal energy to maintain the brain's normal function. Then why do you hesitate? Prepare at once. Rest assured, once we conquer the Sada star system, everything will be better than it is now. Understood. The authority of the leader of the Mu Fong civilization is indisputable, and Yasi dares not entertain even the slightest thought of opposition. Within the subterranean factory, a small machine, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, is in the midst of production. The main body of the machine resembles a spacecraft, with 6 soft legs protruding from its belly, enabling it to traverse various complex terrains with remarkable agility. This is the flying armor as described by the Mu Fong leader, a single-person amphibious combat vehicle that boasts formidable firepower while also possessing flexibility and mobility. Originally designed to combat biomechanical entities, it is unfortunate that the fleet was defeated far too swiftly and thoroughly. Before the flying armor could be deployed, the entire army was annihilated. The flying armor is only suitable for short-term deployment of Mu Fong individuals in battle. For the Mu Fong civilization, the production of one such vehicle is even easier than that of a small car on Earth. However, the flying armor is too diminutive to sustain prolonged interstellar travel. Thus, the Mu Fong leader conceived the idea of a brain machine system. If the flying armor were to contain merely a living brain, significantly less energy would be required, allowing for the restoration of the body through biotechnology once the Sada star is secured. The only challenge remaining is how to evade the mechanical fleet search. The Mufang leader has already devised a plan for this. In fact, over the past century since the emergence of the mechanical base, the Mufang civilization has not merely launched a single attack against it. On the contrary, they have assaulted the mechanical base no fewer than 1,000 times throughout these 100 years, albeit with relatively small-scale attacks that were, in essence, mere weapon tests. These small-scale assaults did not provoke a significant counterattack from the mechanical base, leading them to believe they had gained a comprehensive understanding of it. Harboring a sense of invincibility, they were unprepared for the mechanical warships to unleash a combat capability starkly different from what they had previously encountered. Although they faced defeat, in terms of familiarity with the mechanical base, the Mufang leader undoubtedly surpasses the Sada Emperor. Thus, escaping from the Mufang planet is not entirely impossible. The simplest method is to wait, as long as the mechanical warships return to their original position and are not attacked again. They will not ascend into the skies. Under the leader's call, a grand production movement commenced beneath the surface of the Mufang planet. Above ground, corpses lay strewn about, ruins scattered, while below, lights blazed brightly in an orderly fashion. The following year, a warship specifically designed to counter the Sada civilization began production. This vessel was meticulously crafted by Mufang scientists after thoroughly studying the Sada technology list. This was something that Chang Hanyu had not anticipated. A mere technology list allowed the Mufang scientists to unravel the complexities and gain a remarkably objective and clear understanding of the Sada warships. Furthermore, based on their insights into military technology, Mufang scientists discerned that the Sada civilization was not particularly adept at warfare. Even if the Sada warships were numerous, in the eyes of the Mufang leader, they were nothing more than targets awaiting attack. Therefore, although the Mufang leader recognized that his fleet could never match the numbers of the Sada civilization, he still made this decision, bolstered by his confidence as one who had steadily risen through the ranks of warfare. In the 10th year since Chang Hanyu led the Sada fleet away from the Mufang planet, the mechanical warships finally ceased their search and returned to the vicinity of the first planet's base. At this moment, a small Mufang fleet quietly departed from the second planet, arriving above the orbit of the first planet. Indeed, the mechanical fleet exhibited no reaction, confirming the Mufang leader's hypothesis. Subsequently, the Mufang civilization embarked upon a larger-scale reconstruction and production initiative, with traces of their civilization re-emerging at some relatively barren resource sites on the first planet. The protracted warfare had forged a social structure entirely distinct between the Mufang and Sada civilizations. The Sada civilization adhered to a defensive, precautionary approach, whereas the Mufang civilization was offensive and combat-oriented, constituting a colossal war machine. 2 incidents illustrate the deficiencies of the Sada civilization in this regard. The arrival of biomechanical entities prompted Chang Hanyu to instruct the Sada Emperor to produce flash bombs and liquid titanium alloy projectiles, while the second incident involved the production of 50,000 warships. In both instances, the Sada civilization successfully completed the tasks, but upon understanding the industrial foundation of the Sada civilization, Chang Hanyu realized how poorly they had fared. In this area, the Mufang civilization performed significantly better. During wartime, the majority of their industry could swiftly pivot to serve military needs, and their populace was universally trained in various skills, enabling military production capacity to increase tenfold in a short span. Chapter 030. A million-strong army. Another century passed, and the fleet finally returned to the Sada star system, which had undergone a profound transformation. 29 colossal starships hovered in orbit around the second planet. Surrounded by a vast fleet of 1,000,000 Sada warships in the outer space, numerous transport vessels, engineering ships, and shuttles traversed back and forth, creating a scene of bustling activity that nearly led Chang Hanyu to question whether he had arrived at the correct location. Over these 200 years, the Sada fleet had expanded rapidly, although the number of biomechanical entities had surged to an incalculable figure, at least 1 to 200 million. The scale of their attacks had not significantly increased, peaking at merely 1,000,000, which the Sada fleet could readily manage. Given this situation, the Sada Emperor recalled the starships from the Southern Wind System but retained the industrial foundation and some engineering personnel for base construction and maintenance. While also seizing planetary resources. On this matter, Chang Hanyu harbored some reservations. However, with the Emperor having already retreated, he felt it was inappropriate to voice his concerns. This time, the Sada Emperor mobilized all his kin to participate in industrial production, specifically targeting military industry and its related support systems. The The Sada Emperor proved to be a highly capable leader. Initially, he exhibited some shortcomings, primarily due to a lack of awareness and experience, but within his understanding, he had already performed admirably. After these years, the Sada Emperor's perspective and insight had undergone a remarkable transformation, leading to a wholly different atmosphere within the Sada civilization, which for the first time in its history placed such emphasis on warfare. Your Excellency, I apologize for returning empty-handed. Commander, this is not your fault. Engaging with unfamiliar civilizations often yields such outcomes. Your safe return is sufficient. Besides, the mere encounter with another civilization is a significant achievement. Not to mention the valuable items you have brought back. The Emperor referred to the items collected by Gangyu and Qiuyi, which held some value. For a typical Level 2 civilization, the sudden discovery of such extraterrestrial artifacts could indeed spark a monumental upheaval. Yet, Chang Hanyu understood that for the Sada civilization, these items possessed very limited worth. I feel ashamed. Commander, Wu Zhen interjected. Over these 200 years, the fleet has expanded rapidly, now numbering over 1 million. Following your previous reorganization guidelines, we have formed 100 armies, and the scale of the fleet group has increased from 6 to 10. Thus, we now possess 10 fleet groups, but aside from a small portion of the fleet that exhibits some combat capability, the rest remain largely hollow. I have attempted training but found the results unsatisfactory. Sending them into battle against biomechanical entities resulted in unacceptable losses. Commander, as he spoke, Wu Zhen's demeanor turned somewhat despondent. Chang Hanyu crouched down and patted Wu Zhen's shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Wu Zhen, the ability to arrange a 1,000,000-strong fleet in such an orderly manner, ensuring that no detail goes awry, is an extraordinary accomplishment. Not everyone possesses your level of excellence. At least, I do not. Is the commander not deceiving me? Certainly not. For a fleet to develop formidable combat prowess, tactical application is merely a small facet. I recognize your talents in personnel allocation, information processing, and equipment support. Coordinating a fleet of millions is an immensely challenging endeavor. Yet you have managed it with remarkable precision. Everything is impeccable. Such proficiency is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The commander overpraises me." Wu Zhen, feeling somewhat bashful, nonetheless appeared visibly uplifted. Chang Hanyu had not exaggerated. While Wu Zhen still had room for improvement in tactical matters, he had indeed excelled in other areas. A combat-ready team is the result of comprehensive refinement across various aspects, akin to a sharpened sword. Wu Zhen had successfully handled every phase from selection, refining, forging, to honing, while all that Chang Hanyu needed to do was to thrust this sword toward the enemy. The Sada Emperor remarked, "I hope you will continue your tireless efforts to assist the Sada civilization. You honor me. I have come to regard the Sada civilization as my second home." Commander, the Emperor stepped forward, gazing into the starry sky, and said, "The journey of the Sada civilization to this day has not been easy. Over these years, I have contemplated much. Our civilization's structure and system possess significant flaws, suitable only for times of peace. Once war arises, especially in the current dire circumstances, the Sada civilization is utterly ill-equipped to cope." Your Excellency, Chang Hanyu hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Commander, I sense that you still harbor reservations. Reluctant to engage too deeply in significant matters. You fear that your decisions may lead to errors, causing detriment to the Sada civilization, which is why you approach both your work and life with utmost caution, even contemplating passing command to Wu Zhen. Am I correct?" Having had his thoughts laid bare by the Sada Emperor, Chang Hanyu could only nod in acknowledgement and replied, "I do indeed have such concerns and reservations, excluding the time spent in deep sleep. You have coexisted with our Sada civilization for over 2 decades. Not only my kin, but even I have never regarded you as an outsider. Therefore, you need not harbor any reservations or anxieties as you guide the Sada civilization out of its predicament. Do not let those warriors who revere you down, and do not allow the countless Sada brethren to fade into the cosmos. Supreme Commander, I implore you." The Sada leader, with sincerity, felt a profound sense of gratitude as Chang Hanyu dispelled the last remnants of doubt within himself. "Rest assured, leader, I will exert every effort to safeguard the Sada civilization and protect my friends." "Very well, that reassures me," Wu Zhen. "Accompany the Supreme Commander to inspect the fleet. I shall not interfere in any military matters. They will be under the Supreme Commander's full responsibility." This time, I will personally ensure your logistics and industrial support. You need only present your needs. The rest shall be taken care of. Understood, leader, as they arrived in the orbit above the second planet. It was Chang Hanyu's first experience of the true might of the Iron Tide at such a close range. Millions of warships, aligned in rows and columns, were neatly stationed in the high orbit of the second planet, extending beyond the horizon. Despite the fleet's formidable size, its actual combat capability was unimpressive even to Mu Zhan. The soldiers were inadequately trained, and the warships had not undergone upgrades, remaining in their 200-year-old state. The only supplies available were flares and an unlimited stock of titanium alloy liquid explosives, leaving Chang Hanyu at a loss for words. These rudimentary items, merely emergency improvisations, were treated as treasures by the Sada civilization. The 1st through 5th armies, with actual combat capability, continuously patrolled near the 4th planet. Once the biomechanical entities ventured out, these fleets could swiftly eliminate them. The remaining 95 armies had sufficient soldiers, but the vast majority of commanders were vacant. The reason was simple. Mu Zhan could not find enough qualified commanders. According to Chang Hanyu's organizational structure, a million-strong army required nearly 2,000 divisional commanders, with an even greater shortage at the brigade, squadron, and platoon levels. Chapter 031. Following closely behind, the issues were innumerable, yet it could not all be blamed on Mu Zhan. He had done his utmost. However, with such a fleet, it was difficult to even muster the capability for a mere performance, let alone actual combat. Just as Chang Hanyu pondered which issue to address first, Qiu Yi hurriedly approached. Supreme Commander, there is a situation. What is it? Do not panic. Speak slowly. Yes, reconnaissance equipment 5 light-years away has detected the trace of a fleet heading directly toward our Sada star system, numbering approximately 300,000, currently traveling at 0.3 times the speed of light, expected to arrive in about 15 years. Do we have any images? Yes, but they are quite blurry and barely discernible. Their speed is too swift, and our equipment is too far away to capture anything beyond their faint reflected light and the spatial disturbances caused by the large-scale fleet. Chang Hanyu paced back and forth. The emergence of such a vast fleet posed a dire threat if they were hostile, akin to adding fuel to the flames for the Sada civilization. Were they benevolent? This thought had never crossed Chang Hanyu's mind. From which direction is the fleet approaching? From here. Qiu Yi pointed to the star chart, the direction of the Mufang star system. We just traversed that route. The Mufang star system? What a coincidence. Mu Zhan was puzzled by the first part of Chang Hanyu's statement. Yet he was well aware of the circumstances in the Mufang star system, a decayed civilization that could hardly rebound in such a short time. However, Chang Hanyu sensed a potential connection to the Mufang civilization. Despite the lack of evidence to support this notion, Supreme Commander, is there a problem? Oh, no issue. Qiu Yi. Maintain surveillance on the movements of this fleet. Inform me immediately of any anomalies. Mu Zhan. Notify all military commanders and relevant personnel to convene at the Planetary Command Headquarters. We have work to do on the second planet. A building that perfectly matched Chang Hanyu's height had been erected. During routine times, he either remained with the fleet or stayed here. Among the 100 armies, only the 3rd and 4th were stationed at the 4th planet for patrol duties. Fewer than 20 military commanders had arrived, all familiar faces, reappointed from previous divisional commanders, in addition to military personnel. Chang Hanyu had also invited weapon experts, warship designers, and heads of related industries. The scale of the meeting was modest, with a total number not exceeding 50. Perhaps due to years of military discipline, Chang Hanyu maintained the belief that the more significant the event, the fewer individuals should be involved in the decision-making process. A large group not only wastes time but also risks divergence of opinions due to varying levels of understanding and recognition of the event. A swift resolution was preferable. A small number of clear-minded individuals with comprehensive knowledge of the situation sufficed. Thank you all for your hard work. Since the leader has entrusted me with full authority over military affairs, many aspects may require significant changes. I hope everyone is mentally prepared, as all our actions aim to ensure the survival of the Sada civilization in these tumultuous times. Be concise. There are several issues that require our collaborative resolution. First, the upgrading and modification of warships and the design and manufacture of new warships. Second, new weaponry. Third, the star system defense system. And fourth, the fleet command structure. I invite everyone to share their insights. Upon finishing, Chang Hanyu looked at the assembly, eager to hear their opinions. A Sada individual stood, the chief designer from the Starship Design Department, Supreme Commander, the Invincible-class warship has existed for over 800 years, undergoing multiple enhancements, approaching perfection, and has recently performed exceptionally well in the defense of SATA.is. There an issue now? This remark left Chang Hanyu incensed. Mr. Lin Shan, I am aware of the status of the Invincible-class warship. Over 8 centuries, it has only undergone minor upgrades, failing to keep pace with technological advancements. I require you to reassess the Invincible class comprehensively and apply all the latest cutting-edge technologies. If modifications are feasible, that is ideal. If not, or if the overhaul is too extensive, then we must design an entirely new class of warship. However, Supreme Commander, significant alterations may introduce various instabilities, and designing a new warship would require extensive testing to ensure absolute reliability. Is that feasible? I do not require 100% stability. Achieving 95% suffices. I believe you can accomplish this and even exceed expectations. I grant you 20 days. After that, I expect your conclusions. Is that enough time? Yes, we are well acquainted with the Invincible class. 10 days will suffice. Thank you, Mr. Lin Shan. Now, let us address the second issue. Onboard weaponry. Currently, the onboard weapons include strong electromagnetic radiation bombs, nuclear super-explosive bombs, and submother interstellar mines and pulse lasers. While we have a sufficient variety, we need to enhance their destructive capacity, maneuverability, and speed. The engine power for the electromagnetic radiation and nuclear super-explosive bombs must be increased, with maneuverability and acceleration capabilities far exceeding those of the Invincible class. Mr. Yun Dong, can this be accomplished? Yun Dong, a weapon specialist of the SATA civilization, replied, yes, we can replace them with high-power engines suitable for warships. However, this will significantly increase the size of the weapons. An increase in size is permissible. Each warship should carry no less than 50 units of electromagnetic radiation and nuclear super-explosive bombs. You and Mr. Lin Shan should discuss the proposal. My requirement is for speed and maneuverability to be as high as possible, ideally rendering the Invincible class utterly defenseless. Understood, Supreme Commander. Thank you. The third issue pertains to the defense system of the SATA star system. I know that after the arrival of the mechanical entities, most of us believe the star defense system has lost its utility. However, that is not the case. It is precisely during such times that we must guard against other civilizations taking advantage of our vulnerabilities and seizing opportunities. Thus, the star defense system must be re-established. A military commander stood to inquire, Supreme Commander, the SATA star system only extends to the farthest fifth planet, with a radius of 12 billion kilometers. How do you propose we defend such a vast expanse? Through full space monitoring by satellites, with fleets patrolling designated sectors. Any anomalies should be promptly detected by the fleets. Additionally, we must deploy interstellar mines extensively, the denser, the better, to completely seal off the SATA star system. Allowing only the channels we designate, if our productive capacity permits, we should also deploy space-based weaponry at various nodes. NO1 has raised any questions regarding this matter. The establishment of a star defense system has long been overdue. As the Saturns place significant emphasis on defense, or rather, they prioritize it, showing reluctance to initiate offensive actions. Currently, Chang Hanyu is concerned about whether the Saturn industry can sustain such substantial changes and demands. However, judging by the expressions of those present, it appears to be within their capacity. After all, in the past 2 centuries, aside from utilizing their original industrial foundation to construct warships, the Saturns have spent the majority of their time expanding their bases and seizing resources. 200 years is ample time for them to establish an unimaginably vast industrial system, not only within the Saturn system but also within the industrial bases of the Southwind system. Chapter 032, Full Authority Takeover. The fourth major issue pertains to the fleet command structure. Fleet expansion has occurred too rapidly for commanders to keep pace. I have now decided to assign all commanders from the 1st to 6th armies to the new military. The 6 armies comprise 80 divisional commanders and 160 staff officers, all of whom will be promoted to arma-level commanders, with battalion commanders elevated to divisional commanders, and so forth. Additionally, we must select a group of exceptional soldiers to serve as reserve commanders for training. In terms of numbers, this will barely suffice, but at least it will allow the fleet to commence operations. Commander-in-Chief, this way, the 6 most combat-ready armies will be on par with the others. What about the biomechanical aspect? It is merely a temporary issue. My stance remains unchanged. To forge a fleet that is unstoppable and invincible, certain sacrifices must be made. Once the new commanders are in place, in addition to regular tactical training. They will also take turns patrolling the fourth planet, confronting the realities they must accept. Indeed, everyone is aware of the current situation. Actions must be swift, the faster, the better. And one more thing. Let the soldiers provide feedback on the warships, as they are the direct users and likely have numerous insights to offer. Understood. Well then, those are my queries. Does anyone have further questions? After Chang Hanyu's inquiry, he glanced around, noting that there seemed to be no additional questions. Thus concluding the meeting, it was unclear whether the attendees were reluctant to speak up or simply content with the status quo. The mechanical and biological matters have always posed significant challenges, with no solutions at hand. Moreover, the recently emerged fleet, which will reach the Saturn system in just 15 years, remains an uncertain entity. Friend or foe is yet to be determined. Chang Hanyu chose not to raise this issue during the meeting, not due to a lack of importance, but rather because his concern for this fleet surpasses even that for the mechanical challenges. The discussions in the meeting, seemingly focused on the mechanical threat, were also aimed at addressing this unfamiliar fleet. However, bringing it up too early would yield no benefit for the Saturans, who have only just begun to adapt to the attacks from the mechanical and biological entities. Introducing another hostile fleet could shatter their morale. On the morning of the 9th day, Chief Designer Lin Shan approached Chang Hanyu. Following Chang Hanyu's directives, Lin Shan accessed all relevant technologies pertaining to warships. Undoubtedly, nearly every aspect shows considerable improvement. Lin Shan proposed two options. The first involves a large-scale upgrade of the existing fleet, which would enhance efficiency, though this approach cannot fully integrate all technological advancements. The second option entails constructing new warships, which would resolve the technological concerns, but would necessitate upgrades across most production lines, encompassing a wide array of considerations. Chang Hanyu hesitated not for a moment, decisively selecting the second option, to redesign and manufacture new warships, maximizing combat capabilities. A few years' delay is a burden he is willing to endure. Regarding the requirements for the new warships, Chang Hanyu succinctly stated that they should be as large as possible without sacrificing maneuverability, featuring thick armor, formidable offensive capabilities, and high levels of intelligence with rapid mechanical responsiveness. In essence, they must be capable of engaging in tough battles. As for Lin Shan's concerns regarding stability and safety, Chang Hanyu reiterated his previous stance, a 95 assurance. Chief Designer Lin Shan is a responsible and experienced designer. Armed with Chang Hanyu's requirements, he proceeded to the frontline fleet to personally experience all aspects of the warships and attentively gather the soldiers' opinions and insights. 4 months later, an electronic draft of the new warship appeared before Chang Hanyu. The design features a diamond structure with an elongated and truncated rear, exuding sharp lines and an inherent sense of menace. Lin Shan explained that the vessel measures 180 meters in length, 60 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, with a total thickness of over 3 meters for its multi-layered composite armor, rendering it several times larger than the Dreadnought class. Its fully loaded mass exceeds 50,000 tons. The ship is equipped with 16 cutting-edge high-power planetary vector engines, powered by 3 small fusion reactors, allowing it to take off and land vertically on any planet in the Saturn system. Its peak acceleration capability reaches an astonishing 500 meters per second. The interior can accommodate 500 improved electromagnetic radiation bombs and nuclear super-explosive devices, sufficient to obliterate dozens of cities, launched through 8 concealed launch tubes located in the ship's belly. Unlike the Dreadnoughts, these launch tubes do not allow for angle adjustments, as the new weapons possess ultra-high maneuverability, thus requiring only openings for weapon deployment, enhancing the overall integrity of the ship's structure and eliminating any defensive blind spots. The power of the pulse laser cannons has not significantly changed. As improvements in this area have been minimal, the Dreadnoughts have undergone frequent enhancements over the years. Lin Shan did not detail every aspect, but assured that considerable changes have occurred. 4 months to design such a warship demonstrates the tremendous effort expended by Lin Shan and his team. Despite the complexity of this massive construct being comparable to aircraft from Earth's era and aided by advanced computer-assisted design, it remains a formidable undertaking. Lin Shan and his colleagues accomplished this feat in just 4 months. Although Chang Hanyu did not inquire, he understood that what lay before him had undergone multiple revisions, only presented once Lin Shan deemed it satisfactory. Mr. Lin Shan, based on your estimates, how many of these warships can our current industrial capacity produce in a year? Commander-in-Chief, I have consulted with relevant personnel from the Industrial Department. Once the necessary upgrades to the production lines are completed, the output will not be less than half of the current capacity. Approximately 20,000 vessels per year. 20,000 a year. Chang Hanyu was taken aback by this figure. Lin Shan smiled slightly, a hint of pride evident. Commander-in-Chief, during your absence over the past 200 years, our dreadnoughts have relied solely on the original production lines. Meanwhile, the Chancellor mobilized all our kin to construct various industrial bases in a nearly frenzied manner. Consider it, 200 years of effort from 5 billion people. Just imagine the extent to which our industry could develop. Chang Hanyu nodded in agreement. The industrial foundation of the Saturn system is already significantly stronger than that of Earth, and with collective participation in its expansion, the scale is bound to be immense. He realized that he had yet to break free from the narrow perspectives and thoughts typical of Earthlings. In simpler terms, he lacked exposure. Lin Shan then added, Commander-in-Chief, you have been preoccupied with the fleet on the second planet lately. If you were to visit other planets, you would see that the quantity of our industrial bases even surpasses that of the mechanical entities. Their expansion is orderly, while ours is aggressive to AT times. I even doubt my own eyes, feeling that such a scene is beyond what our Saturn civilization could achieve. Chapter 033. Consciousness Entanglement. It seems I must take the time to explore this further. Mr. Lin Shan, the primary parameters of the new warship have essentially met my expectations. Please report to the Chancellor and expedite the production of a prototype for testing, aiming for swift completion. Understood. After Lin Shan departed, Chang Hanyu sank heavily into his chair. He had scarcely rested for a few hours over the past months, as there were countless matters concerning the fleet, particularly the urgent need for experienced instructors to train the new soldiers. The looming presence of the unfamiliar fleet further weighed upon him, making it hard to breathe. After closing his eyes for a few minutes, Chang Hanyu suddenly sprang up. It had been quite a while since he last saw Su Wendong, and he wondered what the young man was up to. Upon arriving at the scientific department, he found no sign of Su Wendong. Even Kalong mentioned that he had not seen Su Wendong recently. Thus, Chang Hanyu decided to connect with Su Wendong via communication. On the screen, Su Wendong appeared busy alongside a group of Saturn scientists, seemingly aboard a vessel. Wendong, where have you been? Why aren't you at the scientific department? General, I am near the fourth planet. What are you doing there? Chang Hanyu felt a wave of concern. Having developed a close bond with Su Wendong, who had become his only kin since arriving, Chang Hanyu regarded him as a younger brother. Don't worry. This time, I will make that old coot Kalong see me in a new light. General, guess what I have discovered? The young man's competitive spirit prompted Chang Hanyu to retort. How could I possibly guess what you're up to? The fourth planet is dangerous, and you didn't even give me a heads up before going. Rest assured, Commander Lan Tan is personally escorting us. There won't be any issues. Lan Tan and Xiao Yi, along with Gang Yu and Pu Kong, were originally the 4 deputy commanders of Wuzhan, while Xiao Yi and Gang Yu mostly assisted Chang Hanyu in managing affairs aboard the ship. Lan Tan and Pu Kong consistently led the fleet on the front lines, becoming exceptionally qualified senior commanders. General, I have delightful news to share. I may have discovered the mechanism behind quantum entanglement, which likely relates to the consciousness field. The biological entities on the fourth planet possess a powerful consciousness field, which is why I have come here. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Luo Ka. It seemed Su Wendong had indeed uncovered something significant, for the renowned biologist Luo Ka would not have shown up otherwise. Mr. Luo Ka, the commander addressed him. Wendong is a profoundly thoughtful scientist, having intriguingly linked quantum entanglement with the consciousness field. Through several months of experimentation, all structures have temporarily validated this notion, which is truly remarkable. Unfortunately, Wendong lacks a background in biology, leaving the insights to be somewhat underutilized by Kalong. Kalong, who had been anxiously fidgeting at Chang Hanyu's side, was in quite a state of distress. Chang Hanyu squatted down to allow Kalong to appear on the other party's screen. Upon seeing Kalong, Su Wendong smugly remarked, "Ha, old Kalong, what do you have to say now?" "Young man, quickly explain what's going on," Kalong urged. "I won't tell you," Su Wendong replied teasingly. Chang Hanyu, observing Kalong's agitation, gestured for Su Wendong to refrain from teasing. "Wendong, please enlighten Mr. Kalong." "All right then. Quantum entanglement refers to the correlation of states between two or more particles, which are originally independent. To illustrate with the simplest example of two particles, they are like two footballs, one on Earth and one on Mars. Kicking the football on Earth has no effect on the one on Mars. However, The phenomenon of quantum entanglement alters this outcome, as if an invisible thread connects the footballs on Earth and Mars. Thus, kicking the one on Earth would also cause the one on Mars to move, seemingly instantaneously. This phenomenon is not difficult to observe, as any civilization at level 2 can utilize it, primarily in communication. Quantum communication boasts an impeccable mechanism, instantaneous, highly confidential, resistant to interference, and capable of substantial data flow. Yet, the question remains as to why particles exhibit entanglement. Altering the position, momentum, spin, or polarization of one particle simultaneously affects its entangled counterparts, regardless of distance. No one truly comprehends this. Equally perplexing is the quantum observation effect, most famously demonstrated by the double-slit experiment. Earth scientists explain that a quantum exists in a superposition state, like Schrodinger's cat, before being observed, at which point the wave function collapses, revealing a singular state. Countless scientists have devoted their lives to unraveling these phenomena's essence, but ultimately, they can only conclude with regret. This extraordinary phenomenon has also caused the ordinarily methodical SARTA scientists considerable effort. However, they eventually shifted their research focus to other areas after realizing their endeavors yielded no progress. Over 1,000 years ago, SARTA scientists first traveled to the fifth planet, located 1.2 billion kilometers away, where they initially discovered the phenomenon of quantum communication delay, though they did not pay it much heed. When Su Wendong later identified this phenomenon, it was like discovering treasure. The quantum delay shattered all previous conceptual frameworks, leading him to associate it with the double-slit experiment and the consciousness field of biological entities. Su Wendong astutely sensed a potential connection between quantum entanglement and consciousness fields. After several months of rigorous experimentation, he uncovered several insights. There was no delay in quantum entanglement between the second and fourth planets. Conversely, a delay was observed between the closer third and fourth planets. Furthermore, if the experimental fleet distanced itself from the planets, the delay between two ships became more pronounced, with a distance exceeding 100 million kilometers manifesting detectable delays. The delays experienced by unmanned ships presented a different scenario. Two unmanned vessels exhibited significantly reduced delay effects when positioned far from the planets, while a combination of one manned and one unmanned vessel resulted in even lesser delays. Su Wendong reasoned that the abundance of life on the second and fourth planets contributed to a robust consciousness field, while the third planet's sparse life led to a weaker consciousness field. The disparity in consciousness strength accounted for the variations in observed delays. The entanglement of quantum particles likely arises from a certain connection at the consciousness field level, which can influence particle behavior, akin to the double-slit experiment. Luo Ka wholeheartedly endorsed Su Wendong's hypothesis, yet there remained a lack of mature consciousness field detection devices, hindering a deeper understanding of how consciousness fields impact quantum entanglement. The consciousness field detectors utilized by Luo Ka were rudimentary, modified from several biomechanical organs, exhibiting sluggish responses and frequent errors. It is no wonder Luo Ka struggled. Proving the existence of such an ethereal concept as the consciousness field is already a formidable challenge, let alone measuring it. Chapter 034. Weapon upgrades. The SARTA scientists were already devising methods to replicate other materials at the atomic level, a monumental undertaking that spanned multiple disciplines and lacked any referenceable experience, necessitating a process of trial and error that made immediate completion nearly impossible. Although the task was daunting, mastering these techniques would carry extraordinary significance. The biomechanical entities operated under a collective consciousness, and the mechanical bases exhibited similar phenomena of overarching awareness. Addressing these issues from a consciousness perspective might be the most effective approach. It was precisely for this reason that Luo Ka was persuaded by Su Wendong to accompany him near the fourth planet. Moreover, in the event of war, the relevant technologies might enhance the opponent's information delays or disrupt their communication systems, leading to catastrophic consequences in a fast-paced cosmic confrontation. One could even launch attacks from the consciousness level, which would be tantamount to a dimensional strike against civilizations lacking such technology, potentially leading to their swift annihilation. And of course, such advancements were still far off, but knowing of their existence necessitated a substantial investment of resources for research. If one does not engage in research, others inevitably will, and when those others succeed, the consequences will be borne by the unprepared. Having explained all this, Su Wendong turned to Kalong. So, what do you think? Old Kalong? Are you convinced now? Kalong felt somewhat embarrassed, yet admiration radiated from his expression. All right, I concede. Young Wendong, I admit I underestimated you earlier. This monumental discovery might alter the course of the entire Sarda civilization. Remarkable, truly remarkable. That's more like it. Now, Wendong, since the consciousness field detection instruments are still in their infancy and progress in this area seems limited, why not return immediately and delve into the core of physics? Surely, you have grasped the relevant knowledge. Really? That sounds great, but I'll need to wait another couple of months before I can return. There are still several experiments I wish to conduct here. Suit yourself. However, I must inform you that the research at the Sarda civilization's physics core delves into the most cutting-edge physical phenomena, including curvature travel. Curvature! Su Wendong exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. As a member of the Physics Academy, curvature represented his utmost aspiration. He never expected that the seemingly conservative Sarda civilization would embark on such research. Old Kalong, don't dangle bait before me. I can handle it. Farewell, General, until we meet again. Indeed. Return promptly. After severing communication with Su Wendong, Kalong felt elated, and Chang Hanyu could hardly conceal his joy. Su Wendong's achievements came as no surprise. During his time on Earth, he was among the most outstanding of the younger generation. Arriving in the Sarda civilization and encountering numerous new concepts while absorbing their advanced scientific knowledge, achieving remarkable results was only to be expected. Mr. Kalong, have there been any discoveries regarding the artifacts from the Mufang civilization? There are some findings, though their significance is somewhat limited. The destructive power of the mechanical fleet was too great. None of the battleship wrecks retained a complete structure. However, we could discern that their combat capabilities were formidable. What about the armored sections? Can our weapons penetrate them? We attempted to restore large sections of armor for testing. The previous strong electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosive shells indeed face difficulties in penetration. However, our current technology can certainly breach them. That's excellent news. Since today isn't particularly busy, would you care to join me in inspecting the weapons? Sure. I haven't had the opportunity to go out for a while. The Weapons Research Department was not located on the same island as the Science Division, but instead on the opposite side of the second planet, also on an island. Upon docking the shuttle, Chang Hanyu and Kalong arrived at a spacious meadow. Commander, Mr. Kalong, you have arrived. The head of weapon design and manufacturing, Yundong, spotted Chang Hanyu's large shuttle from afar and rushed over. Mr. Yundong, why are you all outside? Well, Commander, we are preparing to conduct test firings of several experimental missiles, but these missiles are too large for the invincible battleship to accommodate. We are currently seeking solutions. Let us go take a look. Right this way, Commander. Not far along the path, several imposing, suffocatingly large columns loomed before Chang Hanyu, representing the experimental missiles referred to by Yundong. Commander, he began, this is merely a rudimentary experimental missile, thus somewhat rudimentary in its design. Allow me to introduce it to you. In consideration of the need for flexible launch capabilities, the upgraded strong electromagnetic radiation missile and the nuclear super-explosive missile utilize identical specifications, a length of 12 meters and a diameter of 2.5 meters. At the rear, a planetary-class main engine and 4 auxiliary engines provide formidable thrust, allowing for agile maneuverability in the air, powered by a miniature fusion reactor. Although this size cannot be deemed excessively large, it represents a significant increase compared to the previous 2-meter strong electromagnetic radiation missile and the 5-meter nuclear super-explosive missile. The upgraded strong electromagnetic radiation missile, despite retaining its name, bears little resemblance to its predecessor. Half of its 12-meter body consists of the warhead, which features a separable design composed of one main warhead and 10 subwarheads. These subwarheads detach prior to impact, creating a wide coverage area and enhancing strike capability. Similarly, the nuclear super-explosive missile employs a separable warhead design, with each warhead possessing armor-piercing capabilities. Even after detaching from the main body, the warhead retains propulsion, resembling a small nuclear-powered armor-piercing projectile. The most significant advancement of these two types of missiles compared to their predecessors lies in their velocity. Equipped with the latest planetary-class power engines, their acceleration capabilities far surpass those of warships. After this brief introduction of the two weapons, Yunong inquired, Commander, are there any improvements needed? That should suffice. It is essential to adapt to the complexities of the battlefield environment, and speed is paramount. Even if it means sacrificing some quantity or combat effectiveness, we must ensure velocity. In the vastness of space, speed is the principal determinant of victory or defeat. Furthermore, let us explore the possibility of developing other categories of weapons. A broader variety will enhance our adaptability in the face of unique challenges. Understood, I shall do my utmost. Indeed, it appears we cannot locate the experimental ship. In that case, let us employ an external attachment method. Have Wuzhen dispatch several Invincible-class vessels equipped with additional external points. Thank you, Commander. Proceed with your tasks, and should any issues arise, inform me promptly. We must expedite the trials and initiate production as soon as possible. Not only does the fleet require armaments, but the star defense system also necessitates a substantial arsenal. Yes. After bidding farewell to Yundong, Chang Hanyu continued his relentless pace towards the Star Defense Department. Inquiring about the deployment status of reconnaissance satellites and interstellar mines, as per Chang Hanyu's directives, a significant deployment of interstellar mines was required within the confines of the fifth planet, while reconnaissance satellites needed to be as expansive as possible, ensuring no blind spots within at least a 1 light-year radius. Chapter 035. Bearing the burden alone, the Star Defense Department was directly overseen by Wuzhen, whose inventory of billions of interstellar mines had been entirely deployed. Yet not a ripple could be seen. To achieve the results desired by Chang Hanyu, at least trillions of interstellar mines would be necessary. The quantity of reconnaissance satellites was adequate, as the SATA civilization had already deployed a significant number within the galaxy, with a few scattered outside, the furthest reaching 6 to 7 light-years away. However, their limited numbers and expansive coverage rendered them less effective. Emerging from the Star Defense Department, Kalong remarked to Chang Hanyu, "Commander, you seem rather anxious and tense." With a wry smile, Chang Hanyu replied, "Who isn't anxious? Who can remain unperturbed? Not the same. I have lived for nearly 3,000 years, and this feeling is unmistakable." Seated on the grass, Chang Hanyu gazed at the aging Kalong, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Mr. Kalong, what are your thoughts on that unfamiliar fleet 5 light-years away?" "Indeed, that is the matter at hand. The Frere has also discussed this with me, and we both believe the likelihood of their intentions being malevolent is high. However, curiously, I have not heard you emphasize this concern. I am fearful. The SATA people have endured numerous tribulations over the years, and have only recently begun to regain some vitality amidst the chaos. If we were to drop another bomb on them, I fear they may not withstand it." Kalong fell silent, contemplating for a long while before responding. "The SATA people are fortunate, yet this fortune has also brought misfortune. The future is unpredictable. However, I have faith in their resilience. We cannot place all the burdens on the commander alone. We should unite and face this together. Let us wait a bit longer. I understand the Frere has called for nationwide industrial production. Everyone's efforts have been considerable. There is no need to add to the distress. I have already instructed Wuzhen to release several unmanned shuttles towards the unfamiliar fleet. We should have results in about 7 years, and if we cannot ascertain their intentions, then it will depend on the Frere's decision. The Frere's stance remains to clarify the opponent's objectives first. If this were within your solar system, how would you handle it? Quite simply, any object intruding into our territory is a target for attack, especially those with dangerous attributes, which require no further consideration. Alas, perhaps you are right that I often ponder that even in the absence of mechanical threats, the SATA civilization cannot progress far. Rather than labeling ourselves as benevolent, it might be more accurate to say we are complacent, including those of us engaged in scientific research, as we also lack the spirit of bold advancement." Chang Hanyu, observing Kalong's evident despondency, offered words of comfort. "In our civilization, there is an old adage, out of misfortune comes fortune. Out of fortune comes misfortune. Every situation possesses duality. The SATA people are kind, diligent, united, and amicable. Mr. Kalong, do you know how challenging it is to accomplish a significant endeavor on Earth? It necessitates reconciling various interests. The Frere merely issued a call, and all SATA people wholeheartedly engaged in industrial production. Such a thing would be inconceivable on Earth. You possess such a solid foundation. With just a slight adjustment, great things can be achieved. Commander, you have not experienced the terrors and difficulties of ideological rigidity over thousands of years. Even if we believe we have changed, it is merely a perception. In reality, it is insufficient." Chang Hanyu remained silent, acknowledging Kalong's truth. Changing thoughts and instincts is undoubtedly not an overnight endeavor. Much like himself, having integrated into SATA civilization for so many years, He seemed to have assimilated into this community. Yet deep down, he still clung to earthly ideologies. Commander, there is another matter. I would like to hear your opinion. Please, go ahead, I am too old. If I do not enter hibernation soon, my lifespan will conclude within the next 20 years. Mr. Cologne, listen to me. Before our journey to the Mufang star system, the F-Rare instructed me to enter hibernation promptly, awaiting breakthroughs in biological technology. I have been delaying this decision. The scientific department is the cornerstone of a civilization, and my health deteriorates with each passing day. Before I enter hibernation, I must select a new leader. Originally, Loka was to succeed me as the chief scientist of the Sada civilization, but he declined and instead recommended the young Su Wendong. Wendong? Indeed, I have been observing him for years. Wendong is youthful, innovative, and courageous. Most importantly, he possesses a scientific adventurous spirit that surpasses all of us. We have been too rigid, adhering to conventions. For researchers, this is a significant drawback. While Wendong's mindset is unencumbered by such constraints, regarding the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, he has completely transcended any of our scientists. He is still too young. I fear he may struggle to shoulder this weighty responsibility. No, science cannot be dictated by seniority. To apply seniority to science is both shameless and perilous, severely constraining a civilization's development. Ability is paramount. Long-standing ideologies have conditioned our researchers to progress methodically, ensuring no missteps. Yet this also stifles revolutionary advancement. Wendong is different. He is accustomed to leaping forward, regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with pitfalls or level ground. He jumps first and then reassesses. Occasionally encountering obstacles but also yielding unexpected gains, I have pondered this extensively and believe this approach to be the most effective. If all scientists within a civilization adopt this mindset, the scientific advancement of the entire civilization will undoubtedly experience exponential growth. Before making a final decision, I wish to hear your objective opinion. Wendong is the youngest and most outstanding physicist among our people. His technical capabilities are beyond question. However, our fleet is already following the path laid by humanity. If our science also mirrors humanity's approach, I am unsure how to articulate my feelings. Commander, you are overthinking. If it is beneficial, why should we not learn from it? Humans also possess shortcomings that we certainly will not emulate. Correct? Perhaps, if the F-Rare consents, I have no objections. What matters most is whether Wendong can bear this burden. I have faith that he will. Chang Hanyu gazed up at the starry sky, then cast a glance at the aged Colin. Within the Sada star system, Colin was among those who had spent the longest time in the company of Chang Hanyu.in Sada civilization. The notion of incompatible temperaments did not exist. As long as the Sada people acknowledged you, the longer you spent together, the deeper the emotional bonds would naturally grow. Colin's life was nearing its end. Although deep sleep could slow this progression, Chang Hanyu knew that this slumber might last for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Stirring a sense of melancholy within him. Chapter 036. The new warship Colin observed Chang Hanyu's somewhat melancholic expression and chose not to speak further, slowly taking hesitant steps into the distance. In the twilight glow of the setting sun, Colin's silhouette stretched long, even casting a shadow over Chang Hanyu. That moment, Chang Hanyu resolved firmly that he would protect the Sada civilization with his life, not for the sake of justice or right and wrong, but solely for his friends who were like family. On the third planet, the mechanical base and the Sada base were intertwined, each nestled closely beside the other, with both sides engrossed in their respective labors, seemingly oblivious to one another. Within the mechanical base, nearly all production consisted of mechanical bodies. They did not manufacture warships or other items, only various types of mechanical constructs and components designed to be attached to biological entities. Meanwhile, the Sada base was primarily focused on war efforts, producing interstellar mines, diverse engines, reconnaissance satellites, weaponry, ammunition, and most importantly, warships. In the internal space demarcated by the orbit of the fifth planet, interstellar mines had begun to be laid, active assault types, passive trigger types, and various others, all present in abundance. Interstellar mines were cost-effective and simple in construction, and the existing industrial capacity was more than sufficient to meet the demands for comprehensive coverage in this area. Over the past 2 years, Chang Hanyu had spent nearly all his time among the stars, either inspecting the progress of the star defense system or instructing new warriors during training sessions. On the other hand, Su Wendong, After 2 years of persistent persuasion from Colin and several invitations from the SATA leader, finally agreed to take on the role of chief scientist of SATA civilization. That year, Su Wendong also achieved preliminary proof of the relationship between consciousness and quantum entanglement, essentially confirming that quantum entanglement represented a manifestation of the consciousness field. Further work awaited the design and manufacture of consciousness field detection instruments. This research outcome caused quite a stir in the SATA scientific community. Although they had discovered the significant phenomena of observer effects in the double-slit experiment and the delayed nature of quantum entanglement even before Su Wendong, none had connected the dots between these findings, making Su Wendong a target of admiration among many SATA scientists. Thus, Su Wendong successfully assumed the position of chief scientist of SATA civilization, officially entering the core physics department to embark upon research into spatial curvature. After handing over all responsibilities to Su Wendong, Colin bid a brief farewell to Chang Hanyu and others before entering into a state of ultra-low temperature deep sleep for an extended period, only to be awakened upon breakthroughs in biological technology. By year's end, Lin Shan approached Chang Hanyu, announcing that the new warship was ready for trial navigation. Chang Hanyu was taken aback. In just 2 years, they had developed a warship from scratch, showcasing the remarkable efficiency of SATA civilization. Were this the case among humans, it would likely take several months, if not years, for various approvals. Upon arriving at the third planet's base, Chang Hanyu immediately spotted the colossal vessel gliding out from the hangar. Measuring 180 meters in length, 60 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, it made Chang Hanyu's heart race with excitement. The bow was sharply pointed, with lines extending from the prow to the top and from the top to the stern. The tail was not as pointed as the bow, and the overall shape resembled a large obtuse triangle from the side, while from above, it appeared as a rhombus stretched at one corner. 16 vector engines were designed in a semi-embedded style akin to human fighter jets, utilizing newly developed planetary-class engines that could expel propellant at sublight speeds. This design not only propelled the massive vessel but also conserved internal space, ensuring extended operational capacity, while significantly enhancing maneuverability and acceleration, allowing speeds to reach up to 0.4 times the speed of light. The internal layout was meticulously organized, with 3 medium-sized fusion reactors positioned toward the front, and the mid-rear section filled with cylindrical weapons measuring 20 meters in length. 2 types of physical weapons had already passed inspection and were being produced around the clock. Above the weapons, robust steel structures were visible. Lin Shan informed Chang Hanyu that these constituted the loading system. Despite their rugged and cumbersome appearance, they could load around in mere seconds, with 8 launch tubes capable of firing a weapon in under 1 second on average. Both the top and belly of the vessel were equipped with 4 pulse laser cannons. Compared to the Undaunted's pulse laser, the new ship's power increase was not particularly significant, only about 20%. As the Undaunted's pulse laser was already cutting-edge technology, As Lin Shan walked alongside Chang Hanyu, explaining the various components. Chang Hanyu nodded in understanding. Although the SATA scientists lacked a bit of adventurous spirit, their foundational knowledge was exceptionally solid. Every requirement Chang Hanyu had set forth had been executed to perfection and exceeded expectations. "Shall we head to the command room?" Lin Shan suggested. Indeed. This command room represented a considerable change from previous designs. Chang Hanyu had to bend slightly to enter, as the space was rather confined. After accounting for equipment, there remained only 3 to 4 square meters. "Lin Shan, why is the command room so small?" Chang Hanyu inquired. "Commander, we have implemented the latest technologies in this ship, with the reconnaissance, fire control, and power systems all automated, even possessing a degree of fully autonomous combat capability. Thus, minimal operation is required, naturally resulting in a smaller space. Of course, the current automated combat program is not yet fully matured, and due to the threat of mechanical rebellion, we cannot make the system too complex, so we still need warriors aboard." "I see. This will significantly enhance combat effectiveness." "Indeed, Commander. This command room is actually a small shuttle. Should the warship sustain damage and lose combat effectiveness, the command room can automatically detach, increasing the survival chances of the crew. That is quite advantageous, though if we need to undertake long-distance missions, staying in such a small space could be quite challenging for the warriors." "Indeed, Commander. While the SATA people enjoy resting in confined spaces, we prefer spacious environments when awake. The command room is indeed too small. No one could tolerate being here for long. Please open the weapon-loading platform's outer armor." After Lin Shan spoke, the deputy pressed a button, and a humming sound filled the air as the rear of the ship's top suddenly split open, sliding apart to reveal a vast space within, measuring several dozen meters in length and width. Upon closer inspection, Chang Hanyu noticed that beneath the recently revealed armor layer lay a sheet of glass. Commander, the space below is for weapon storage. It does not require much room, while the loading process necessitates more space. When there is no conflict, this area provides ample room for us SATA people to move around. The high-transparency glass allows us to enjoy the view of the starry sky. In fact, standing below feels somewhat too spacious for us. Chapter 037. Preparing for rainy days. As Chang Hanyu descended from the command room, he found, as Lin Shan had stated, that standing below and gazing through the enormous glass at the sky was devoid of any sense of confinement. Finally, Lin Shan introduced the new ship's defensive capabilities, noting that the multi-layer composite armor reached a thickness of 3.5 meters, effectively resisting various particle radiation and other forms of interference, in terms of physical defense. The new type of electromagnetic radiation shells and nuclear super-explosive shells could withstand direct hits, while pulse lasers would require 3 to 4 seconds of sustained exposure to breach the armor. Next came the trial flight process, which the SATA leader also attended. Chang Hanyu was confident that the trial would proceed without issue, and indeed, it unfolded flawlessly. Wu Zhan and Gang Yu personally boarded the vessel, and after 2 hours of overload test flights and various extreme combat maneuvers, everything was executed perfectly. When Wu Zhan and Gang Yu disembarked from the new warship, their excitement was palpable. The vessel's performance far surpassed that of the Undaunted, which now appeared somewhat superfluous by comparison. Lin Shan conducted an inspection on board, confirming that all systems were functioning optimally. Although Chang Hanyu had anticipated this, he was still deeply impressed by the flawless design. Achieving perfection required an incredibly solid foundation and meticulous, comprehensive consideration. Commander, please bestow a name upon the new warship, Lin Shan suggested. Leader, I believe it is more fitting for you to name it. The leader smiled gently. It is your tool, so it is only right that you name it. Very well, let us call it Defender. Defender, an embodiment of martial guardianship, it is indeed a splendid name. Henceforth, it shall be known as Defender. Leader, when can we commence production? In no more than 10 days. What? 10 days? So soon? While Lin Shan was constructing the prototype, all warship production lines were undergoing simultaneous modifications. Ideally, the production line upgrades should have been completed earlier, but some minor issues had caused a slight delay. It was almost unimaginable that such an extensive network of production lines could be revamped in just 2 years. This is of little consequence. The production capacity of the SATA star system can reach approximately 20,000. While the base in the Southern Wind star system boasts at least 10,000 out there, mechanical interference is absent, and the production lines continue to expand rapidly, with an estimated increase of 5,000 ships in the near future. Chancellor, is there potential for further enhancement of our production capacity here? Not significantly. At most, we may achieve slight improvements through process optimization. Given the current state of our civilization, the industry in the SATA star system is nearing its limits. With machinery consuming a substantial amount of resources, DOU, the Supreme Commander, feel that the fleet is insufficient. Naturally, the more, the better. The stronger, the better. I never felt this way before. Back then, 5,000 Invincible-class battleships seemed excessive. A formidable force indeed. Only later did I realize how naive I was. Chancellor, it is not merely a matter of quantity. At our civilization's current stage, I believe a combat strength of 1 to 2 million warships is quite appropriate, sufficient to contend with civilizations of similar standing. Beyond that, it is unlikely we could engage in cross-dire battles. The production of warships is at your discretion. As I mentioned, I will serve as your logistics officer personally. Commander, for certain matters, feel free to act according to your own judgment without concern for my opinions. For instance, regarding that unfamiliar fleet, I am aware you have been tirelessly preparing for it over the years. There may be decisions I cannot make, but should you choose to proceed, I will have no objections. Do you understand my meaning? Thank you for your trust, Chancellor. I will strive to perform admirably. Alas, is our collaboration a reluctant necessity or a fated union? There is no need for such worry, Chancellor. All our endeavors are for the SATA civilization, for every SATA compatriot. As for other matters, they need not weigh heavily upon us. Right and wrong, success and failure pale in comparison to the lives and happiness of our kin. I find myself somewhat inclined to support your perspective. Indeed, what are we striving for if not to ensure that every compatriot can live freely and comfortably? The two exchanged a glance, and in that moment, the SATA Chancellor's thoughts began to shift slightly. For the sake of their compatriots, perhaps actions that once appeared unethical or unjust must be taken. In the first month following the official production of the new warships, the first batch of 500 Defenders rolled off the assembly line. This remarkable speed is attributed not only to the formidable industrial strength of the SATA civilization, but also to their unparalleled collaborative abilities. Chang Hanyu recalled the Earth era, when it took only 3 years and 8 months to construct 150 aircraft carriers, 20,000 various warships, and 300,000 aircraft, a feat accomplished through the participation of all and efficient collaboration. When 20,000 Defenders graced the starry expanse, another year had passed. During this year, the Defenders captured considerable attention, their formidable combat prowess allowing them to face invincible-class battleships with the capability of 1 against 10. At this juncture, Chang Hanyu could finally set his plans into motion. The ambush of this unfamiliar fleet was now within reach, as the SATA Chancellor had granted his approval, leaving him with no further reservations. Chang Hanyu summoned Lan Tan, one of the 4 deputy commanders of the original Wuzhen, who now served under him. After years of training, the 4 deputy commanders demonstrated their respective areas of expertise. Lan Tan, the most combat-capable, possessed a spirit of adventure and excelled in breakthroughs and assaults. Pu Kong was steady and meticulous, proficient in defensive operations. Gang Yu was clever and courageous, with a strong adaptability, skilled in tactics and strategies. Qiu Yi had a broad perspective and strong coordination abilities, excelling in strategic combat. Lan Tan, I have a task to assign to you. Please give your orders, Commander. Observe. Chang Hanyu pointed to the star map. Here lies the SATA star system, and here is the Southern Wind star system, 4 light-years away. This point indicates the current position of the unfamiliar fleet, also 4 light-years from the SATA star system. While the Southern Wind star system is only 1.5 light-years from this point, forming an isosceles triangle. Commander, I do not quite understand. We have dispatched unmanned shuttles to establish contact with the unfamiliar fleet. With contact set for 6 years hence, I need you to lead 20,000 Defenders immediately towards the unfamiliar fleet, advancing 0.5 light-years. Remember, the course must be slightly altered to avoid detection, ideally veering towards the Southern Wind star system, as there will be another 20,000 Defenders awaiting you. Upon reaching the target area, shut down all external systems and conceal yourselves, waiting for my command. Understood. Chang Hanyu continued, Lan Tan, this operation is of great significance. I will reassign the commanders and soldiers of the 1SD, 2ND, and 3rd armies to you. Remember, it is imperative to keep the fleet hidden. All reactors and onboard systems of the Defenders must be powered down, ensuring not a trace of electromagnetic signal remains, while also maintaining distance from both the unfamiliar fleet and any stellar connections. Commander, how will our soldiers survive? I have already instructed Lin Shan to construct a temporary shielding space within this batch of Defenders to ensure the basic survival of the soldiers. Understood. Rest assured, Commander. Proceed. Make the necessary preparations. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Chapter 038. Farewell to the wood plank. As the days passed, the SATA star system repeated the same occurrences. The SATA people seemed to have acclimatized to this lifestyle, no longer fearing the mechanical entities and biological forms. 130,000 Defenders instilled confidence in them. Given enough time, SATA civilization could amass millions of Defenders, rendering them unafraid of defeating mechanical and biological entities, a notion held by most SATA citizens. 2 light-years away, 300,000 somewhat dilapidated wood plank warships had entered the reconnaissance satellite detection range of SATA civilization, with several unmanned shuttles appearing within the wood plank fleet's line of sight. However, these wood plank vessels bore no resemblance to their previous forms. They exhibited an entirely new design and appeared to have endured fierce battles, to the extent that Chang Hanyu could not ascertain their status and even abandoned his initial assumptions. Foreign fleet, please cease your advance. This is the territory of the SATA civilization under the jurisdiction of the Far Sky Kingdom. Please identify yourselves or face attack. Aboard the main ship positioned towards the rear of the SATA fleet, the SATA leader engaged in a video conference with another being of entirely different morphology, who was a high-ranking commander from the Feiyun civilization, Yao Fei.At this moment, Yao Fei, dispatched by the Feiyun leader, commanded 1,000 modified Tier 3 civilization warships, accompanying the wood plank civilization fleet. They were not merely offering assistance. The reward for their aid was 2 kilograms of antimatter. Antimatter holds immense value for a Tier 2 civilization. As everyone is aware, even the wood plank leader refrained from utilizing it during the annihilation of their forces at the mechanical base. Of course, by that time, deploying it would have had little effect, as mechanical fleets once deep in space would require a substantial quantity of antimatter to reverse the tide of battle. The wood plank civilization lacked the technology for mass-producing antimatter. Their supply was merely a stroke of luck, discovered years ago aboard a damaged warship. With this treasure, the wood plank civilization could solicit the aid of the Feiyun civilization, which also lacked the capability for bulk antimatter production. Wood plank, what are you still pondering? Simply annihilate these pests. No, Mr. Yao Fei, I believe it prudent to communicate with them first. Gaining further understanding of the situation can only be advantageous. Additionally, I request that you launch a curvature satellite to advance towards the SATA star system. What does dealing with a Tier 2 civilization require such elaborate measures? Not only must we disguise ourselves, but we must also engage in this excessive dialogue. With the Feiyun fleet present, success should be assured. I am merely concerned they might learn of the danger and flee prematurely. Mr. Yao Fei, allow me to handle this matter. Very well, you may proceed, Yao Fei replied, exuding arrogance as he retreated to rest. While the seasoned warlord of the wood plank civilization harbored no underestimation of the opponent, even though he was well aware that the SATA civilization was not adept at warfare and that he had the assistance of Tier 3 civilization vessels. Truly, what a civilized star system! How delightful! SATA civilization friends, this communication frequency is exceedingly comforting. We are also members of the Far Sky Kingdom, the Tianyun civilization. Our home planet has suffered an assault from biological machines, forcing us to abandon our homeland and wander the cosmos. A few years ago, we discovered a probe, leading us to conclude that a nearby star system harbored civilization, thus prompting our audacious arrival in hopes of obtaining supplies. We kindly ask for your understanding. In the command center of the second planet of the SATA system, individuals repeatedly scrutinized the information, striving to uncover certain clues. However, the leader of the Mufang was a figure whose wartime experience far surpassed that of the Shanghanyu. It could be said that all events that transpired on Earth paled in comparison to those on Mufang planets. The fabrications spun by such a person were not easily discernible as falsehoods. Yet, as with any lie, there must exist a chink in the armor. The SATA people were not Na'vi. In terms of intellect, they not only matched the Mufang but, due to their favorable environment, approached problems with a more comprehensive perspective, unlike the Mufang, who tended to be rather extreme. Still, it remained uncertain whether the Tianyun civilization spoke the truth or spun a web of deception. Shanghanyu urged everyone to consider the worst-case scenario, treating the information as rife with lies, while simultaneously adopting a stance of feigned weakness. Consequently, a tentative reply was crafted by several elderly advisors from the SATA, dispatched to the leader of the Mufang. Greetings, friends of the Tianyun civilization. The SATA system is similarly under mechanical invasion. You may alter your course and proceed to the nearby Feita system for resupply, where our outposts and industrial bases, along with millions of fleets, can not only assist you but also ensure your safety. Though not attempt to intimidate me, Himph. You are still too inexperienced. Millions of fleets? Surely you jest. Such bluster merely conceals an inner cowardice. Luodong, inform them that we are in dire need of biological resources. The Feita system is a desolate, rocky planet devoid of the resources we require. Leader, what if they still refuse? Continue fabricating reasons and proceed as planned. We must control the tempo. I genuinely fear they might flee. If they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they would have seized our technology by force last time. Yet, knowing we had no combat capability, they retreated like cowards. How absurd. Your insight is commendable. Let us not underestimate them. We must regard our adversary with both scorn and caution. After all, a century has passed. What if they have evolved in that time? Understood. On the Shanghanyu side, though unable to ascertain the other's intentions, there was a vague sense that this fleet bore ill will. Thus, a message was dispatched, warning the Tianyun civilization that should they insist on entering the SATA system, unpleasant events might ensue. Millions of warships from the Feita system had already set sail, returning to the SATA system to form a colossal army, safeguarding the security of the SATA system. Upon receiving this message, the leader of the Mufang found amusement. In his eyes, the SATA civilization resembled an inflated frog, claiming to lead millions of kin to devour a tiger. Yet, the Mufang leader repeatedly emphasized his plight, beseeching the Sada civilization for aid, warning that the Tianyun civilization would face complete annihilation. Such words, coupled with the dilapidated state of their fleet, indeed garnered a degree of belief from the benevolent Sada people. Nevertheless, the Shanghanyu remained steadfast in their principles. Regardless of the opponent's nature, they would not permit entry into the Sada system. The Sada civilization could not afford to lose, and they were not the type to be overly accommodating. In this grand context, providing assistance was a favor, while withholding it was merely a duty. Prioritizing their own survival was paramount. This time, the Sada leader resolutely supported the stance of the Shanghanyu. Repeatedly, so-called threats emanated from the Sada system. Although the responses were exceedingly reasonable, the fleet continued its advance without altering course. Chapter 039. The true situation at this juncture, the Shanghanyu had nearly concluded that the opposing force could not possibly harbor benevolent intentions. Even if not malicious, at the very least, they exhibited a nature akin to that of rascals, making attacks without reservation. The leader of the Mufang was cognizant that their initial plan had failed. This failure did not weigh heavily on the Mufang leader. If it were so simple to deceive their way into the Sada system, his interest would wane. The resolution of conflicts through warfare had become a foregone conclusion, and the Shanghanyu felt less anxious. Reconnaissance satellites had clarified the situation of the opposing fleet. 300,000 attack ships, 10,000 transport vessels, and hundreds of other types of ships. This force was not particularly formidable. Currently, they commanded 130,000 defenders and 1 million fearless warriors, abundant weaponry and ammunition, and a star defense system, with 40,000 defenders led by Lon Tan hidden in the distance. According to calculations of speed, the enemy would require 6 years to arrive. By that time, the number of defenders in the Sada system would at least reach 250,000, even if reinforcements from the Southern Wind system could not arrive in time. Their current strength would suffice to match that of the Tianyun civilization, bolstered by the star defense system and fearless warriors. Yet, the Shanghanyu felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, though he could not pinpoint its source. On this day, he and Wu Jin routinely observed the Tianyun fleet in the video, attempting to glean insights. Commander, based on calculations, the Tianyun warships are merely twice the size of the fearless ones. Even if they are unaware of our strength, they ought to exhibit some caution. As a second-tier civilization, none should be vastly superior to the others. Why do they persist in advancing towards our Sada system with such reckless abandon? The size of a warship often reflects the power of a civilization from multiple perspectives. Larger ships naturally denote greater combat capability. However, constructing a warship of substantial size requires advancements in various technological domains. Otherwise, it becomes merely a target for bombardment. The Shanghanyu pondered for a moment before responding. Whatever the reason, there is but one conclusion. They believe they possess sufficient confidence to defeat us. Although we are not particularly adept at warfare, to think that a mere 300,000 warships could annihilate a civilization of equal standing is rather presumptuous. Unless they believe us to be a rudimentary second-tier civilization. No. If they regarded you as a primitive second-tier civilization, then their presence here would be meaningless. The technological value of such a civilization is pathetically low. Who would squander decades or even centuries for something of little worth? Wait a moment, the Shanghanyu suddenly exclaimed. What did you just say? Wu Jin, feeling somewhat perplexed, replied, I didn't say anything. You mentioned that you are not adept at warfare. Yes, we are not particularly skilled in warfare. That is not right. The fact that you are not adept at warfare is something no one should know, especially the Tianyun civilization. As fellow second-tier civilizations? And considering you are a top-tier second-tier civilization, no other second-tier civilization should be able to breach this place. However, if they know that you are not adept at warfare, then it becomes plausible. But how could they have discovered this? What was their source of information? Commander, it was that technology list, the Mufang civilization. Those scoundrels. Now I understand why I have felt something amiss. It was right here. Commander, are you suggesting that this fleet belongs to the Mufang civilization? They analyzed our fleet's conditions and other information from the technology list? It must be so. Only in this way does it make sense. The Mufang leader deceived us. They must still have hidden bases and KIN.BY estimating the timeline. They began to follow us 20 years after we departed. In 20 years, 300,000 warships should be roughly sufficient. And their approach from the Mufang system further corroborates this. But why would they want to attack us? Have you forgotten what I told you before? Once distant civilizations neglect lower-tier ones, the latter become the most perilous existence. Plunder is the swiftest means for a civilization to grow. Those bastards, indeed, those bastards. We should have listened and eliminated them back then. Commander, what should we do now? Should the assassination operation continue? I need to contemplate this. Wuzhen, report this situation to the leader. Understood. In truth, the outcome of this situation did not exceed the expectations of the Changhan domain. When the unfamiliar fleet first emerged, it was suspected that it might be the Mufang civilization, prompting them to take preemptive action to eliminate the threat. They dispatched the Lantan to lie in ambush, yet the Changhan domain still sought to ascertain the truth, which is why they remained inactive, delaying any offensive maneuvers. Now that clarity has been achieved, the Changhan domain finds itself in a quandary, for the Mufang leaders are cunning and their million-strong fleet poses a significant threat. Should an ambush fail, the Mufang fleet would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to penetrate the interior of the SATA system, igniting a conflict that could potentially lead to a mechanical uprising, spiraling the situation into chaos. The safety of the SATA system is of paramount importance. The fleet cannot be stationed within the system, nor can it stray too far. Absent the mechanical threat, the Changhan domain would not be so troubled. With the mechanical factor in play, the SATA system has become a powder keg, where even a minor spark could trigger an explosion. This risk cannot be taken lightly. Defensive operations, particularly interstellar ones, are exceedingly arduous and often necessitate forces that are several times, if not dozens of times, superior to those of the enemy to stand a chance of success. In terms of surface combat capability, the defenders, alongside the fearless, are indeed capable of confronting the 300,000 Mufang warships. However, the Changhan domain remains apprehensive, fearing that the inexperienced SATA warriors might falter when faced with the ferocious Mufang forces, and such a lapse is utterly intolerable at this juncture. Lacking familiarity with the Mufang fleet, the Changhan domain suspects that the astute Mufang leaders, emboldened by their courage to assault mechanical bases, may possess undisclosed tactics. Without over 90% certainty, it is unlikely that the Mufang leaders would risk attacking mechanical bases within their own system. The Mufang leaders' audacity not only suggests they perceive the SATA civilization as an easy target, but also implies they possess additional strategies. The combat effectiveness of the fearless is, if not scorned by the Mufang leaders, at least regarded with some disdain by the Changhan domain, as those 1 or 2 meter-long missiles appear rather juvenile in comparison. As seasoned warlords, the Mufang leaders are not easily dealt with. The Changhan domain has encountered many such cunning, self-serving, yet intelligent adversaries who eschew any moral scruples and will stop at nothing for profit, making them formidable foes. This is evident from the appearance of the Mufang fleet, which, despite having ample confidence, altered the design of their warships in an attempt to catch their opponents off guard. Chapter 040. Operational plan. Underestimate the enemy strategically, but regard them seriously tactically, is one of the most classic sayings of instructors. If the Mufang leaders can afford to not underestimate the SATA civilization, how could the Changhan domain entertain any hubris? After much deliberation, the Changhan domain ultimately abandoned the plan for a long-range ambush and instead decided to establish the battlefield in the outer space of the SATA system, beyond the orbit of the 5th planet. However, guiding the Mufang fleet to engage in the predetermined space would not be a simple task. Devoid of compelling reasons, the cunning Mufang leaders would not comply with their desires. As the Mufang fleet drew ever closer to the SATA system, the Changhan domain grew anxious, having gone several days without sleep while meticulously contemplating the most suitable operational strategy. At last, after a prolonged period of reflection, the Changhan domain rose to his feet. The essence of the matter remained unchanged. The primary target of the Mufang leaders would undoubtedly be technology. Thus, it would be prudent to set a trap using technology as bait. Consequently, a bold idea began to take shape in the mind of the Changhan domain. Given that the Mufang leaders came under the assumption that the SATA civilization was akin to a soft persimmon, their previous display of weakness was indeed a sound strategy, one that could further lull the adversary into complacency. Upon obtaining the consent of the SATA sovereign, the Changhan domain commanded all 130,000 defenders to dock atop 29 starships, camouflaging them with disguising materials, and then ordered these 29 starships to depart in the opposite direction of the Nanfeng system, thereby creating the illusion of a mass exodus of the civilization. Simultaneously, apart from the production base of the defenders, All other industrial bases within the SATA system were halted, and the populace retreated into underground bunkers. Camouflage structures were promptly erected near the third planet's base, into which the produced defenders were directly integrated, ceasing any ascent into the skies. A third of the personnel from the Fearless Fleet were reassigned to bolster the defenders, transitioning into remote control mode, ready for self-destructive strikes if necessary. Furthermore, the Chang'an domain assembled 800,000 Fearless ships to position themselves beyond the orbit of the fifth planet, adopting a stance of interception, while the remaining 200,000 ships followed the starships. The Chang'an domain knew the enemy would inevitably discover the presence of these Fearless ships, which was precisely what he hoped for. He also understood that this contingent of 800,000 Fearless ships could not hope to withstand the Mufang fleet, and a direct confrontation would only result in substantial casualties. Yet this step could not be overlooked. Without it, the actions of the starships would appear somewhat contrived. The interplay of reality and illusion would leave the adversary in a state of uncertainty. 2 years after executing these plans, a large satellite stealthily emerged within the SATA system. A curvature satellite from the Feiyun civilization, which traversed a distance of 2 light-years in just a few months. The curvature satellite, being comparatively large, was stationed in the space between the orbits of the fifth and fourth planets, a position where the information detected would suffice for the Mufang leader's purposes. Initially, the Chang'an domain intended to relocate the defenders to the space beyond the orbit of the fifth planet, directly blocking the Tianyuan fleet from the core of the SATA system, but ultimately decided against this course of action. Thankfully, this decision proved fortuitous. Had they proceeded, they would have certainly fallen prey to the reconnaissance of the curvature satellite. The leaders, having just deciphered the incoming information, noted that 29 massive objects had departed from the SATA system's second planet and observed signs of a large-scale mobilization from the SATA fleet. Estimating the numbers to exceed 1 million, they intend to flee, to retreat without a fight. Given their possession of 1 million warships and an internal defense system, why would they choose to escape? Could it be that they have discovered the presence of the Feiyun fleet? This seems improbable. Even if a flock of sheep numbers in the thousands, the appearance of a single wolf will send them fleeing in panic. Based on their previous behavior during our Mufang system's incursion, I deduce that this SATA civilization has never faced a proper war. Their retreat simplifies matters. Command the fleet to advance at full speed. The Mufang fleet drew ever closer, now just 0.5 light-years from the SATA system, having just skimmed past the vicinity of the concealed Lantan fleet, racing ahead without any indication of altering course. At this distance, they had entered the absolute control zone of the SATA civilization, where, under the management of the Chang'an domain over the years, satellites were now ubiquitous, ensuring that no detail escaped the watchful scans of reconnaissance satellites. Explanation: due to the extended time span, measured in years, and to enhance readability, the subsequent chapters will omit any mention of interim timeframes and will continue in this manner without further clarification. After years of relentless effort, the number of defenders alone within the SATA system had reached 280,000, supplemented by an additional 40,000 from the Lantan, surpassing the Mufang fleet in quantity. The Nanfeng system still housed another 120,000 ships, but their distance rendered them unavailable for immediate deployment. Within the command center of the second planet in SATA, the Chang'an domain and Wuzhen sat beside the SATA sovereign, while over 100 senior commanders and operational advisors from various military divisions, along with numerous SATA high-ranking officials, filled the audience. The SATA sovereign said nothing, signaling the Chang'an domain to commence the deployment. The Chang'an domain politely nodded, rising to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, this is the final concentrated military meeting. Following this conference, all will proceed to their respective fleets in preparation for battle. I now invite Commander Wuzhen to announce the operational plan. Wuzhen stood and approached the large screen. The operational plan is as follows. Considering the substantial production of defenders across the fleet and the need to better respond to this war, adjustments will be made to the command hierarchy. The 800,000 fearless ships will be placed under the Steelwing command. Your task is to set sail immediately to engage the enemy, adopting a posture of entanglement to delay them. There is no need to hold for long. Select an appropriate time for retreat based on the situation, but remember to flee towards the interior of the SATA system. Understood. Wuzhen shifted focus to the screen. Lantan? The Mufang fleet has just passed by your vicinity. 2 days hence, you will reactivate your fleet and follow in their wake. After the Steelwings retreat, you will regroup to pursue the Mufang fleet, moving alongside them while maintaining utmost stealth. Understood. Pukong, you will command the 130,000 defenders of the Starship Fleet. Your mission is to resolutely thwart the Mufang Fleet's assaults, keeping them closely engaged near the starships while delivering powerful strikes. Understood. Qiuye, your task is to lead the 150,000 defenders from the third planet to flank the enemy from multiple directions, coordinating with Lan Tan to ensure the complete annihilation of the Mufang Fleet. Should they breach our star system, you will join Lan Tan and Steelwing in defending the system, at which point Pukong's fleet will promptly return to assist. Understood. Wu Jin continued, the announcement of the plan is complete. I invite the overall commander to deliver the final address to all present. As the crowd's gaze shifted towards Chang Hanyu, a sense of unwavering confidence enveloped everyone. Esteemed colleagues, this battle holds profound significance for us. It is not merely a defense of our homeland, but also our inaugural engagement in genuine combat. I implore you all to cast aside fear of danger and sacrifice, to remain steadfast in our mission, and to deliver a resounding blow to the encroaching enemy. Remind our warriors that behind us stand countless compatriots, eagerly anticipating our triumph. Now, does anyone have any questions? Silence reigned. Very well, as there are no inquiries. I hereby command, board the ship and set sail. Chapter 041. Exceptional combat power. The meeting concluded, and Chang Hanyu proceeded to the science department, which remained a hive of quiet activity, unaffected by the arrival of the Mufang fleet. Wendong, what advancements have been made in curvature technology over the years? Chang inquired. It has not been an easy task. General Chang, there's something of great importance that necessitated your summons? I wish for you to accompany a few scientists aboard the fleet. This is our first encounter with another civilization, and I fear they may possess unfamiliar tactics that require your expertise. I see. Very well, a stroll to clear my mind would do me good. Being cooped up in the lab has left me feeling rather stagnant. When do we depart? Right now, that's so urgent. All right, give me a moment to gather a few versatile physicists. Su Wendong hurriedly exited, only to return shortly, accompanied by two SATA scientists. After a brief introduction, the three followed Chang Hanyu aboard the command ship. The command vessel ascended, heading towards the star vessel, which maintained a leisurely pace, having only just traversed the fifth planetary orbit. Nervousness pervaded the air, even affecting Chang Hanyu. None had experience in such warfare. He had orchestrated a clever ruse, as there were ostensibly no fleets remaining in the SATA system. This news swiftly reached Mufang's leadership through spy satellites. The Mufang leader, forged in the crucible of frontline warfare, shared a similar background to the infamous Western figure from Earth. Initially, the Mufang leader assumed it was natural for the SATA civilization to flee en masse. But upon further reflection, a sense of unease took hold. The star vessel's speed was too slow. Even if they attempted to escape, their chances of success were slim. Conversely, the SATA system's defense mechanisms were robust, bolstered by 1 million warships, which should have tipped the odds in their favor. However, the reconnaissance from the spy satellite was indisputable. Aside from machinery, no SATA vessels remained, and the notion of a retreat was not entirely implausible. Whether they fled or not was a 50-50 dilemma, a conundrum Chang Hanyu had deliberately posed to the Mufang leader. He understood that truly deceiving the Mufang leader was no simple feat. Only a scenario with equal probabilities could leave him at a loss. Time slipped away, and less than an hour remained before the Steel Feather and Mufang fleets would converge. Having accompanied Chang Hanyu for years, Steel Feather had acquired numerous wartime strategies. This time, he detached 300,000 unmanned ships, executing an extensive flank maneuver to approach the Mufang fleet from the side. Prior to this, both fleets had prudently reduced their speeds. A third of light speed was not a pace suitable for a Level 2 civilization's combat. A moment's miscalculation could leave a warship vulnerable, transforming it into a target. Thus, speeds were generally reduced to several hundred kilometers per second. The battle erupted swiftly. The Mufang fleet suddenly revealed its artillery, and in that instant, football-sized black orbs were unleashed from the barrels, hurtling forth at an astonishing speed exceeding 5,000 kilometers per second. The combination of extreme density and velocity caught the fearless fleet off guard, leaving them reeling from the impact as numerous armored layers were brutally breached, penetrating deep into the ships. These black orbs possessed no remarkable features. Their destructive power stemmed solely from kinetic energy. Weighing merely a few kilograms, their energy, when squared by their velocity, became terrifying enough to breach the fearless armor. It's an electromagnetic railgun. an extraordinary electromagnetic railgun. The SATA physicists accompanying Chang Hanyu quickly deduced the principle behind these black spheres. Within the 150-meter-long Mufang warships, extensive circular tracks likely spanned several kilometers in length. This weapon's only drawbacks were its energy consumption and limited attack surface. Otherwise, its advantages were numerous. Formidable striking power, compact size, and negligible cost, allowing even a level 1 civilization to manufacture them en masse, compensating for their smaller attack surface through sheer numbers. However, the electromagnetic weaponry employed by the Mufang fleet was far from simple. The technology required to accelerate a steel sphere to 5,000 kilometers per second was extraordinarily advanced. The sphere had to withstand immense overload, and the tracks had to be superconducting, maintaining zero contact with the sphere. Particularly in curved sections, lest friction destroy both the track and the sphere. Now the SATA scientists understood why the Mufang warships they had previously encountered were so severely damaged, reduced to mere fragments. Damn it! Move the fleet to the enemy's flank. Unmanned ships, charge forward immediately. Let us obliterate these bastards, Steelfeather roared. The SATA civilization had originally lacked a national essence, and though Chang Hanyu was a refined and cultured officer, he often found himself succumbing to exclamations upon encountering the Mufang leader, a behavior the SATA commanders eagerly emulated. Maintaining a speed of 1/3 light speed, the 300,000 unmanned vessels had precisely calculated their timing, arriving just in time for a large-scale maneuver near the Mufang fleet. Upon receiving orders, the unmanned ships initiated a suicide attack, unleashing a torrent of weaponry and pulsing lasers while propelling themselves as projectiles. The kinetic energy they carried far surpassed that of the previous black orbs. However, a mere second before contact with the Mufang fleet, a peculiar distortion in space occurred, causing what should have been a collision to inexplicably miss. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, no one noticed this anomaly. The collective charge of the 300,000 unmanned ships ignited merely hundreds of flames against the starry backdrop. How could this happen? Steelfeather felt a pang of disappointment. While Chang Hanyu remained composed, if this single wave of suicide attacks were enough to severely damage the Mufang fleet, it would indeed be a disappointment for the Mufang leader. After suffering the loss of tens of thousands of fearless vessels to the Black Orbs, the unmanned ships attack had also fallen short, leading Steelfeather to recognize the disparity between the fearless and the Mufang warships. According to prior strategies, Steelfeather could have retreated at this juncture, but after careful consideration, he resolved to launch a second wave of attacks. He refused to believe that the Mufang fleet relied solely on this form of assault. The more he understood the Mufang fleet's capabilities now, the lesser the pressure would be on the defenders later. Though he had lost several comrades, Steelfeather was acutely aware that the sacrifices of his fleet were made for the sake of many more. Minimizing the losses for the SATA civilization, an ethos he had adopted since Chang Hanyu's arrival. Steelfeather had learned more than just this. The harsher the battlefield, the more one must maintain composure. Engage in thoughtful reflection and observe meticulously, disregarding all emotional influences. Reflecting on the brief skirmish, Steelfeather identified a crucial observation. The Mufang fleet's attacks were directed solely from the bow, unlike the fearless turrets, which could adjust to any angle. This was a characteristic of the electromagnetic railgun. At such high speeds, if the barrel's angle did not align with the sphere's trajectory, it would result in catastrophe. Chapter 042. A bloody path. In the wake of their recent staggering losses, the SATA warriors' previously steady emotions had begun to waver. While casualties were not uncommon during battles on the fourth planet, they had never before suffered the loss of tens of thousands in an instant. Steelfeather's own emotions fluctuated greatly, but as a senior commander, he understood his duty. He activated all communication lines. Addressing the fleet. Comrades, are you afraid? I am afraid too, but behind us stand billions of our compatriots. The commander has said that as soldiers, if we do not sacrifice, shall we allow our fellow citizens to perish? A brief silence ensued. We are not afraid. We can do this. We do not fear death. Issue the order. We are prepared. Replies surged forth like a tidal wave. Deeply moved, Steelfeather felt the last vestige of fear dissipate and promptly issued new commands. Fleet. Avoid direct engagement with enemy ships. Focus on striking their flanks and rear. The unmanned fleet will rep after executing a wide-angle maneuver in the vastness of space. The unmanned fleet surged once more towards the Mufang fleet. Regaining composure, the manned fleet regrouped and launched an assault from 4 cardinal directions against the Mufang vessels. Millions of high-energy pulse laser beams cascaded down like torrential rain upon the Wood-Fong fleet. While the firepower of the Invincible S laser cannons, though slightly less potent than that of the Defenders, remained formidable. The Wood-Fong warships merely adjusted their course slightly to evade the oncoming unmanned fleet, resulting in a significant portion of their fleet being struck by the laser artillery. However, the Wood-Fong vessels that were hit by the high-energy pulses emitted thick plumes of smoke, and once the smoke cleared, only a palm-deep scar remained. It was evident that the armor of the Wood-Fong warships was equipped with specialized energy-absorbing and interference materials designed specifically to counter lasers. This approach starkly contrasted with the designs employed by the SATA warships, and the wreckage of the Wood-Fong vessels previously discovered lacked such capabilities, suggesting a design tailored exclusively for combat against SATA ships. Furthermore, the small-scale electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosives deployed by the Invincible were effortlessly thwarted by the Wood-Fong warships, yielding minimal effect. Withstanding the initial wave of attacks, the Wood-Fong fleet initiated a counteroffensive, organizing into units of 300 ships that surged toward the Invincible from various directions. The electromagnetic spheres once again unleashed devastating kinetic destruction. However, this time, Steel Feather adopted a relatively loose formation, deliberately avoiding the bows of the Wood-Fong vessels, thereby significantly reducing their losses. In addition to the black electromagnetic spheres, the Wood-Fong warships also launched a number of conventional tactical missiles and tactical nuclear weapons, which yielded rather mundane results, falling within expected parameters. Being of the same second-tier civilization, it was unlikely that the Wood-Fong civilization would possess many surprises. Steel Feather identified a critical vulnerability in the Wood-Fong warships, their electromagnetic launch ports. Concentrating fire on this singular point could either cause the entire Wood-Fong vessel to explode on the spot or render it as harmless as a toothless tiger. The exchanges continued, with the Wood-Fong fleet displaying a stronger offensive, yet the SATA fleet enjoyed a numerical advantage of nearly threefold. In this back and forth, the outcome remained indecisive. Steel Feather and his commanding officers demonstrated stable command capabilities, and the 50-50 warship combination fully manifested its advanced tactical philosophy, especially when possessing a numerical edge, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Years of training bore fruit, and in most situations, the warriors acted on instinct without the need for conscious thought. Gradually, Steel Feather began to harbor a false sense of confidence, believing that his 800,000 Invincibles stood a chance of defeating the Wood-Fong fleet without resorting to a feigned retreat. Thus, he organized another charge. While the Wood-Fong fleet officially began engaging the SATA fleet in close-quarters combat amidst the stars, the Wood-Fong warriors, seasoned veterans of battle, navigated the battlefield with remarkable ease, capable of holding their own even without a numerical advantage. This was something Chang Hanyu admired greatly. Objectively speaking, even if SATA warriors operated the same warships, they would not match the prowess of Wood-Fong warriors. Were it not for the well-trained SATA warriors and the 50-50 tactical approach, it was highly probable that a few charges from the Wood-Fong fleet could have led to the SATA fleet's defeat. Steel Feather, exercise caution. Your casualties are too great. Commander, I can still persist. Chang Hanyu became incensed, asserting that sacrifices should not be made in vain. Enough nonsense. Execute the predetermined plan. Understood. Though Steel Feather felt reluctant, he dared not defy the military orders and issued a retreat command, prompting the fleet to withdraw in various directions. The Wood-Fong fleet did not pursue but instead regrouped and continued its advance towards the SATA star system. After the Wood-Fong fleet departed, Steel Feather gathered his forces and followed in pursuit. This brief engagement resulted in losses exceeding 150,000 SATA warships and over 40,000 warriors, marking the most significant loss for the SATA fleet since its inception. Grief enveloped everyone, and as Chang Hanyu stated, this was a necessary ordeal, an inevitable path to traversing the cosmos. The road to the growth of a civilization is a bloody one, fraught with slaughter and being slaughtered, an unending cycle. Only through repeated trials of blood and fire can one hope to ascend to the highest peaks. After a period of pursuit, Lon Tan activated his fleet, stealthily trailing behind. Due to the dispersed nature of Steel Feather's fleet, the rearguard Lon Tan fleet was effectively concealed, and the distance was great enough that the Wood-Fong leadership remained oblivious to their presence. Commander, we are approaching the SATA star system. Should we enter the system directly or continue pursuing the fleeing SATA civilization? Has the satellite made any discoveries? None. The satellite scanned all 5 planets in the SATA star system and found no SATA vessels. All industrial bases are inactive, exhibiting no electromagnetic signals. It appears they have truly evacuated as a whole. The fleet will continue to advance, circumventing the SATA star system to catch up with them and compel them to surrender their technology. Why not directly traverse the SATA star system and seize their home planet? There is no rush. Once we catch up with the SATA civilization, we must not only acquire their technology but also gain control over their star defense systems. An impulsive approach could result in losses. Understood. Watching the Woodfong fleet pass by the SATA star system, Chang Hanyu realized that his plan had succeeded significantly. The next step was to eradicate this invading enemy thoroughly. Steel Feather, you and Lan Tan should circumvent the SATA star system from another direction and advance towards me. Be mindful not to enter the interior of the SATA star system, as the Woodfong fleet may have deployed reconnaissance devices within. Understood. Chapter 043, Deception and Warfare. Chang Hanyu considered every angle meticulously. Indeed, the Woodfong leadership had scattered numerous reconnaissance devices within the SATA star system during their passage, compensating for their information asymmetry. However, these satellites were still a billion kilometers away from the third planet. And with the star defense systems along the route, they would not affect the Defender fleet concealed within the immense structures of the third planet. Nevertheless, Chang Hanyu remained vigilant, contemplating all possibilities, including the chance that the concealed fleet on the third planet might be prematurely exposed. Qiu Yi, Commander, stand by, do not act unless I give the command. Understood. Additionally, maintain close surveillance of any activity within the star system and report back to me immediately. Understood. After making these minor adjustments, Chang Hanyu still felt a lingering unease. The 130,000 defenders under Pu Kong, along with 200,000 invincibles, and Lan Tan's 40,000 defenders, combined with Steel Feather's nearly 700,000 invincibles, theoretically, should be more than sufficient to deal with the Woodfong fleet. Commander, are you troubled? The SATA leader, staying alongside Chang Hanyu, noticed the latter's unease. It's hard to say. I just have a strange feeling. Perhaps it's due to exhaustion. The Woodfong fleet is still a few days away. Why not take a proper rest? Thank you, Commander. Perhaps I will try to sleep. Go ahead, and I will call you if anything arises. All right. Indeed, Chang Hanyu was fatigued. He lay down, and within less than a minute, the sound of heavy breathing emerged, prompting even the SATA leader to feel a twinge of sympathy. For the sake of SATA civilization, Chang Hanyu had sacrificed everything. Despite their different races, their hearts beat as one. He slept soundly for 17 or 18 hours before waking, finding the Woodfong fleet alarmingly close, poised to complete its deceleration process, with an anticipated contact in 4 hours. Pu Kong's pre-battle mobilization had already concluded. Wu Zhen, what's the situation? All is normal. Lan Tan and his forces have also begun to decelerate and are expected to arrive about 2 hours later than the Woodfong fleet. Good. Open the shared frequency for the nations. I wish to communicate with the Woodfong fleet. Understood. Communication among civilizations in the Mushroom Galaxy is remarkably straightforward, with each nation possessing its distinct communication frequency and mechanism. Chang Hanyu cut straight to the point. Woodfong leadership, it has been a while. After a brief pause, a response came. Finally, I've discovered you. I thought you would never find out. If you withdraw now, I can pretend nothing has occurred. Otherwise, what awaits you is certain annihilation. After blood and battle for centuries, do you think I would retreat at your mere word? That would be child's play. I too have a proposition. Surrender your complete technology tree, and I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, the name SATA civilization shall cease to exist. All previous speculations were confirmed. The Woodfong fleet had come for the technology of the SATA civilization. Chang Hanyu understood the character of the Woodfong leadership all too well, unyielding in pursuit of their goals and willing to employ any means necessary to achieve them. Consequently, Chang Hanyu began to engage in a battle of wits. Continuing the dialogue with the Woodfong leadership. As fellow members of the outer space nations, your actions will be reported to the leader of our nation, and you shall face sanctions? Truly laughable. How has your SATA civilization survived this long to utter such nonsense? Do you think the outer space civilizations would heed the words of a lowly civilization like yours? Ha! Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. It's so amusing that I've lost the desire to kill you. Surrender quietly. You are no match for me. Hand over the technology tree, and I guarantee your safety. We need to discuss this, but how can you assure us that your words hold any weight? Such a foolish civilization as yours has truly extinguished my desire to annihilate you. Very well, I assure you, in my capacity as the leader of the Mufang civilization, that if you surrender your technological tree, we shall withdraw immediately without resorting to violence. Agreed. Let us deliberate further. The Changhan domain severed communications with a derisive chuckle. Observing this, Chancellor Sada inquired, "Why do you laugh, Commander? Do you truly believe that if we were to surrender the technological tree, the Mufang fleet would genuinely retreat? This? Surely not that I can guarantee with absolute certainty that upon our surrender of the technological tree, they would launch an immediate attack." Tio put it bluntly, such behavior is termed deceitful. More graciously, it is referred to as strategic cunning. A shrewd leader like the head of the Mufang would never leave such a threat lingering. You make a valid point, so how shall we proceed? I shall merely delay them, allowing them to lower their guard while simultaneously matching their fleet's speed with ours. Otherwise, our defenders, lacking a speed advantage, would find themselves at a disadvantage. The commander's foresight is commendable. Subsequently, the Changhan domain once again confirmed its credibility with the Mufang leader, stating that after internal deliberation, the civilization was generally inclined to surrender the technological tree, but the technology is stored aboard their vessels, necessitating the provision of storage equipment by the other party. At this juncture, all actions taken by the Changhan domain aligned with the Mufang leader's understanding of the Sada civilization. Back and forth. The Mufang fleet eventually came to a halt in relative proximity to the star vessel. Pukin, unleash the Invincibles at once. Changhan domain refrained from further entanglement with the Mufang leader, as the opposing fleet was perilously close, merely a few hundred kilometers away, and Changhan was concerned that the defenders' camouflage might be compromised. Upon receiving the command, 200,000 Invincibles surged forth simultaneously, unleashing their entire arsenal upon the Mufang fleet. This sudden onslaught left the Mufang leader momentarily stunned. How could the prey dare to resist? What audacity! You shall meet a most dreadful demise. Thus commenced a fierce counterattack as the Mufang fleet charged forward, unleashing a barrage of low-grade tactical weaponry towards the star vessel, which, as before, posed no significant threat to the Mufang warships. As the distance between the Mufang warships and the star vessel diminished, Pukin promptly activated the defenders. When the defenders broke through their disguise and detached from the star vessel, the battle-hardened Mufang leader was taken aback. Those vessels, twice the size of Mufang warships, emanated an aura of lethal intent from bow to stern. If the Invincibles could be likened to a small-caliber rifle, then the defenders could undoubtedly be described as formidable ships of war. Charge! In an instant, 130,000 defenders surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, catching the Mufang fleet off guard. Their previous actions had lulled the Mufang leader into complacency, leading the Mufang warriors to adopt a dangerously underestimated stance. With each massive cylindrical missile launched from the defenders, the formidable destructive power decimated thousands of Mufang warships into mere fragments. Chapter 044. The Flying Cloud Fleet. Witnessing this, Pukin's confidence surged, preparing for a second strike against the Mufang fleet. However, the Mufang leader, seasoned by numerous trials, exhibited no emotional upheaval despite the loss of thousands of warships. After enduring the initial wave of assault, the Mufang fleet swiftly divided into multiple smaller groups, retreating from close proximity to the defenders from various directions. Once a safe distance was established, the Mufang fleet swiftly reversed course and charged back, while simultaneously, electromagnetic spheres began to rain down, intercepting strong electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosive bombs. The electromagnetic spheres possessed a natural speed advantage over the strong electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosive bombs, which, while rapid, paled in comparison. Under the relentless assault of the Mufang fleet's near-impenetrable defenses, the strong electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosive bombs detonated mid-flight. Fortunately, the defenders' armor was sufficiently thick and robust, powered by 16 engines, and equipped with an advanced control system. Even when struck by electromagnetic spheres, as long as vital areas were not compromised, the defenders maintained their composure, sustaining only superficial damage. This exemplifies the advantage of colossal vessels. A needle may pierce an ant, yet it struggles to penetrate a bull. Had the defenders been even larger, akin to a star, the Mufang warship's assaults would have been rendered futile. The Mufang warship's electromagnetic spheres and conventional tactical weapons proved ineffective against the defenders. While the defenders' weaponry could not breach the Mufang fleet's interception, in mere minutes, the battlefield descended into a stalemate. Cursed. How could the Sada civilization experience such monumental transformation? Luodong, do not engage them here. This is undoubtedly a ruse. Immediately turn back and enter the depths of the Sada star system, allowing the flying armors to seize their home planet. Commander, reconnaissance indicates no fleet within the Sada star system. Reconnaissance, blasted reconnaissance. We have been deceived. It must have been that individual from before. It has to be him. Commander, are you referring to that Sada alien? Was he not brought in as cannon fodder? When the Changhan domain initially arrived at the Mufang planet alongside Steelfeather, the Mufang leader was indeed somewhat surprised by the presence of an outsider within the Sada civilization. Based on their own value system, the Mufang leader and senior officials like Luodong naturally assumed that the Changhan domain was merely acting as expendable fodder for this mission. The reasoning was simple. Initial contact with other civilizations invariably carries inherent dangers. Even if the Changhan domain possessed certain peculiarities, it would not be sufficient to impact an entire civilization. Thus, the Mufang leader did not regard the Changhan domain with any seriousness. However, this time the Mufang leader was mistaken. A distorted value system led to erroneous judgments. The previous journey to the Mufang star system indeed bore risks, yet its significance to the Sada civilization outweighed all else. Thus, the Sada leader entrusted this immensely important task to the Changhan domain, devoid of any intention of treating them as expendable. Furthermore, all prior deployments and communications presented no points of suspicion and conformed entirely to the Sada civilization's fundamental style. A layer that the Mufang leader had not considered until the situation abruptly changed. The Mufang fleet rapidly accelerated, hurtling towards the second planet, but not long after, the fleets led by Lan Tan and Steelfeather arrived, swiftly executing effective interceptions against the Mufang fleet. With pursuers behind and formidable foes ahead, the Mufang leader finally panicked, fearing that today might spell their doom. Pukin, Lan Tan, you shall spearhead the assault. Steelfeather, the unmanned vessels will primarily disrupt the enemy's movements. The remaining invincibles will attack from the flanks. With the addition of more warships, the Mufang fleet swiftly found itself in crisis. The upgraded strong electromagnetic radiation projectiles and nuclear super-explosive bombs exhibited devastating lethality. Despite the Mufang fleet's desperate counterattacks, they could not avert the destruction of one warship after another. At last, the Mufang leader could no longer remain composed. Mr. Yaofei, please take action. I thought I could leisurely watch the show. Yet it seems you cannot endure for long. It appears you have fallen into the Sada civilization's trap. Indeed, I implore you, Mr. Yaofei, to strike at once. Very well, a little exercise will do me good. You organize the defensive formation. Leave the rest to me, and do observe closely. The Mufang leader, in a state of urgency, watched as, within a mere 10 minutes, the number of warships dwindled to half. At this moment, the 1,000 flying cloud warships, which had remained concealed, sprang into action. They shed their outer layers of disguise, revealing their true forms. The flying cloud warships, slightly smaller than the Mufang warships and comparable to the Invincibles, were nonetheless genuine Tier 3 civilization vessels, possessing curvature technology. With the arrival of these 1,000 flying cloud warships, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. The warriors soon recognized that something was amiss. These diminutive vessels darted about like phantoms, deftly evading tactical missiles and pulse lasers while suddenly appearing at close range to launch assaults. Newly arrived on the battlefield, Lan Tan anxiously inquired, Pukin, what is happening? I do not know. This was not the case before. Our attacks are all falling short, yet their strikes find their mark with deadly precision. Losses are mounting too swiftly, Lan Tan. I will intercept these fleets. You and Steelfeather disregard these small vessels and directly assault the other Mufang warships. Be swift. I am uncertain how long I can hold. Understood. Faced with a sudden emergence of formidable adversaries, the three commanding generals of the army did not falter, and the Sada warriors, equally undaunted, exhibited exceptional performance throughout, despite this being their inaugural encounter in true combat. However, the dynamics of the battlefield did not shift in favor of the Sada warriors. The Feiyan warships, elusive as phantoms, were able to obliterate nearly every Sada vessel they targeted. at the very least rendering them incapable of further combat. Within mere minutes, over 20,000 defenders and fearless fighters met their unfortunate demise. Chang Hanyu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. This situation was entirely unforeseen. And more critically, he was completely oblivious to its underlying causes. The relentless onslaught of the Feiyun warships persisted. Enhanced by curvature technology, they appeared to teleport in the eyes of the Sada warriors. Highlighting the vast technological disparity at play a few minutes later, Su Wendong, who had been acting alongside Chang Hanyu, finally gasped in realization. Yes, it is curvature technology. It must be curvature technology. Is there a way to counter it? No, General Chang, we are doomed. Have you ever encountered a hornet? No matter how vigorously it flails its tail, it cannot possibly strike down a healthy hornet. Given the current situation, it is evident that this fleet from the Mufang civilization possesses a curvature speed that undoubtedly exceeds the speed of light. They hold absolute initiative, whether in attack, defense, or retreat. Chapter 045. The outnumbered against the few. Upon hearing Su Wendong's words, the Sada leader grew anxious. Commander, what shall we do? Could the Mufang civilization truly be a level 3 civilization? I am certain that this fleet does not belong to the Mufang civilization. If they were indeed a level 3 civilization, there would be no need for them to come here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chang Hanyu issued new orders. All warships were to immediately disengage from close combat and reorganize the fleet. Pukong, Gongyu, the ratio of your warships to this new fleet still stands at around 8 or 900 to 1. Gongyu, I now command you to initiate a suicide charge using unmanned vessels, while manned ships will operate as units, with one unit surrounding a single enemy ship. Pukong, your 130,000 defenders will act as squads. Each squad of 125 defenders coordinating with one of your units to form cages, encircling and ultimately devouring each enemy vessel. Understood. Lan Tan, your 40,000 defenders should act based on the situation, targeting the main fleet of the Mufang. They have only 150,000 warships remaining. Do not allow them to regroup, scatter them, and seize the opportunity to annihilate them. Yes, the Feiyun fleet, unhurried, appeared to Commander Yao Fei as mere oversized toys, easily disposed of at their leisure. Commander Yao Fei even afforded the Sada fleet an opportunity to redeploy, a brazen act that filled the Mufang leaders with both urgency and ire. Yet they had to endure it. What right did a failure have to criticize others? Out of 300,000 unmanned vessels, over 220,000 remained, now gathered to launch a suicidal charge toward the Feiyun fleet. While the technological prowess of the Feiyun fleet was formidable, they could not withstand such a collision. With a slight adjustment of curvature, they deftly evaded each unmanned vessel. However, at this moment, the Feiyun fleet inadvertently scattered, allowing the remaining fearless fighters and defenders to spring into action, attacking the Feiyun warships with a staggering ratio of over 700 to 1. This ratio was indeed extravagant, with hundreds to thousands of Sada warships simultaneously besieging one or a few Feiyun vessels, their various weapons and pulse lasers nearly saturating the encirclement. This tactic yielded some results. Despite the Feiyun warships' attempts at curvature maneuvers, they could not entirely evade such concentrated assaults. In a short span, over a dozen Feiyun warships were struck, sinking into the silent void of space. Yet, this strategy could not be sustained nor replicated. After all, the Feiyun warships were of level 3 civilization, and bolstered by curvature technology, after a few brief maneuvers, they reached the edge of the encirclement, effortlessly breaking through after dispatching several Sada vessels. Following the loss of more than 20 warships, Commander Yao Fei finally grew wary. The Feiyun warships ceased their solitary engagements, instead regrouping to repeatedly employ curvature maneuvers to harvest Sada vessels. Meanwhile, Lan Tan's fleet had likewise achieved little success. The Mufang leaders had recklessly ordered their fleet to advance into the Sada star system. With only 40,000 vessels, Lan Tan's fleet could only pursue from the rear, witnessing the Sada warriors fall in droves. Chang Hanyu grew anxious, lamenting that he had not anticipated such formidable assistance for the Mufang leaders. General Chang, there may be a method to alleviate this situation. Speak quickly. After years of research, I have established a fundamental principle. Curvature travel necessitates a stable space. The more unstable the space, the more challenging it becomes to achieve curvature. If we can create an unstable space, it will inevitably limit their movements. How can we create an unstable space? Su Wendong replied. Nuclear bombs. A widespread detonation of numerous nuclear bombs should induce irregular fluctuations in the curvature of the space. The star defense system is equipped with nuclear superbombs. If deployed densely enough, they may yield a significant effect. If we have ultra-large yield bombs, it would be even more reliable. Wuzhen, do we have reserves? Yes, Wuzhen replied affirmatively. Beneath the third planet lies a cache of 500,000 ultra-large yield, three-phase nuclear bombs. These bombs were originally intended for defense of this star system a millennium ago. However, with the emergence of fearless fighters, they became obsolete and were sealed underground. Once recharged, they should still be operational. Prepare for immediate recharging and launch, in conjunction with the United Star Defense System. Understood. All warships, disengage at full speed and retreat to the third planet. Xiaoya, prepare yourselves. This is our final opportunity. Once the enemy fleet draws near, the nuclear bomb cluster will detonate simultaneously. You must launch your attack promptly. Remember, the chance is singular. Do not fear casualties or losses. In the realm of Shenghanyu, new orders have been issued. The losses among the SATA warriors have been staggering. If this continues, within an hour, the million warships will be entirely consumed by the Feiyun fleet. The command is to retreat to the third planet, where a dense star defense system awaits, alongside a concealed fleet of 150,000 defenders. Originally, these defenders were intended to assault the Mufang fleet, but in light of potential changes among the Mufang leadership, Shenghanyu ordered Xiaoyue to remain inactive to ensure the safety of the second planet. The fleet sped forward, and although the Feiyun fleet pursued relentlessly, the SATA fleet maintained a numerical advantage. The Feiyun fleet dared not disperse too widely. Should a single ship or a handful fall into encirclement, they would be at risk of destruction. Conversely, concentrated action could not deliver a significant blow to the SATA fleet in a short span. After a considerable chase, the Feiyun fleet eventually abandoned the pursuit and advanced toward the heart of the SATA star system alongside the Mufang fleet. From the orbit of the fifth planet to the third, a cacophony of cannon fire and rising smoke enveloped the space, a relentless cycle of pursuit and evasion, of slaughter and demise, leaving a trail of debris scattered across the starry expanse. The third planet loomed closer, its surface shrouded by a myriad of nuclear super-explosive projectiles launched from its intricate star defense system. As the Mufang fleet approached, the star defense system posed little threat to them. However, the densely packed missile array ahead instilled trepidation in the Mufang leadership. The star defense system boasted formidable mobility. Even if the warships were somewhat faster, operating within this domain would eventually lead to their entrapment. The most prudent strategy was to first dismantle the star defense system. Indeed, the Mufang leadership issued a command to neutralize the star defense system. Countless electromagnetic spheres surged toward the nuclear explosive array. Simultaneously, 200 Feiyun warships abruptly entered a state of curvature, vanishing along with 1,000 supply transport ships shielded by the Mufang fleet. Chapter 046. The swarm of mechanical locusts. The vanished transport ships soon reappeared above the second planet. Their hatches opened, and a swarm of black mechanical locusts poured forth, cascading down upon the land of the second planet. Each mechanical unit was no larger than a compact car, equipped with 6 mechanical legs powered by robust nuclear batteries, allowing for rapid traversal across various terrains, executing swift movements and complex actions such as jumping and evading. These mechanical locusts could not only navigate the ground but also engage in low-altitude flight. Their speed adequate for operations on planets of modest size, particularly the SATA home planet. Each unit housed the living head of a Mufang organism, connected through a neural interface to ensure optimal functionality. This scenario was terrifying for both humans and SATA civilization beings, yet the Mufang perceived it differently. They possessed a regenerative ability akin to a lizard regrowing its tail. Severed limbs could regenerate, and as long as the head survived, it could persist for an extended period with biotechnological support, eventually either regrowing a new body or reconnecting with the original. Upon landing, the mechanical locusts promptly commenced their search. While their compact size and armament rendered them less formidable in terms of destructive capacity, they were sufficiently lethal against civilized beings. Their primary functions revolved around reconnaissance, extermination, and occupation, rather than outright destruction. However, their combat potential could not be dismissed, particularly when amassed in swarms, as even ants could fell an elephant in an instant. The surface of the second planet transformed into a scene of chaos, with mechanical locusts either crawling on the ground or soaring in the air, advancing en masse. Wherever they went, buildings crumbled, flames erupted, and the cries of the innocent echoed. This once thriving planet was left in ruins. And in addition, these mechanical locusts gathered vast amounts of SATA civilization data, infiltrating various computer systems to collect information, which they subsequently relayed to the main fleet. Humans, Sheng Hanyu, mused the Mufang leader, clutching the recently acquired information. Luo Dong, standing nearby, inquired, "Leader, what is this Sheng Hanyu?" The data revealed that this individual had fallen through a temporal rift from an unknown star system over 200 years ago, possessing remarkable prowess in warfare. It was he who had helped the SATA civilization forge a new fleet and commanded the entire SATA naval operations. No wonder the SATA civilization seems completely out of sorts. Indeed, this individual is the cause. We were fortunate last time, as the SATA leader must have aided us. Had this Sheng Hanyu been in charge of our interactions, I am certain he would have resorted to force, regardless of his prowess. It is futile in the face of absolute strength. The Feiyun fleet consists of only 1,000 vessels and does not possess overwhelming might. Previously, this Sheng Hanyu's fleet had already destroyed over 20 of our ships. Furthermore, Yao Fei, that arrogant fool, is blind to the fact that he relies solely on technology, not his inherent capabilities. Understood. I shall remain vigilant, leader. The mechanical locusts have searched the majority of the area. The SATA must be hiding underground. That is inconsequential. They cannot remain hidden indefinitely. As long as we eradicate their fleet and industrial bases, we will achieve success. Once Yao Fei has contained their fleet, order several teams to descend to the low altitudes of the third planet for precise strikes. Remember, do not endanger the mechanical base. Yes. The Mufang leader quickly contacted Yao Fei to convey his support needs, and the remaining 700 Feiyun warships promptly redirected, exiting the most densely packed sections of the star defense system to engage in fierce combat with the newly arrived SATA fleet. Though Yao Fei was somewhat arrogant, he was not foolish. Having grasped Sheng Hanyu's tactics of encirclement and annihilation, he grew bolder and more confident. As long as his fleet remained adequately concentrated, no number of SATA warships would suffice. He paid little heed to the invincible and focused relentlessly on the defenders, perhaps realizing that it was time to take matters seriously. The combat effectiveness of the Feiyun fleet surged, annihilating hundreds of defenders each second. At this rate, within a mere moment, all defenders could be obliterated, while the defenders struggled to destroy even a single Feiyun warship in light of their overwhelming numerical disadvantage. The Feiyun warships darted like agile flies, while the SATA vessels resembled cumbersome butterflies, and no matter how fiercely they attacked, the flies always found a gap to escape and retaliate. What truly defines interstellar warfare is not merely weaponry. Rather, it is speed and mobility. When these two factors are overwhelmingly advantageous, even the absence of combat capability ensures survival against annihilation. The Feiyun warships possessed both advantages, coupled with considerable combat power, leading to predictable outcomes. The fleet continued its advance, swiftly entering the designated airspace. Choyue, prepare for immediate assault. Yes, but Commander, the Mufang fleet is directly advancing towards the industrial base. Should we not intercept them first? Do not concern yourself with those trivial installations. The priority is to eliminate this third-tier civilization fleet. Understood. Choyue's fleet burst through the layers of camouflage, soaring into the skies toward the nearby Feiyun fleet. At this moment, the Feiyun fleet had also entered the most densely deployed area of the star defense system. Becoming ensnared in combat with the SATA fleet once more, detonate. With the command, 500,000 super heavy nuclear bombs and billions of nuclear super explosive projectiles detonated simultaneously within a confined space. In an instant, the entire area erupted in violent tremors. Intense radiation surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, overwhelming nearby invincible ships that could not withstand the onslaught, sending them adrift into the void. The defenders fared somewhat better, having prepared defenses in advance, allowing them to continue fighting, albeit at a disadvantage. The massive nuclear detonations undeniably impacted the space, causing the Feiyun fleet to become ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, with no vessels capable of executing curvature maneuvers. Seizing the opportunity, Choyue's fleet arrived and launched a relentless assault against the Feiyun fleet. As the strong radiation projectiles breached their defenses, the first Feiyun warship was struck and obliterated, followed by the second and third. Just as the atmosphere lightened momentarily, the Feiyun fleet, having seemingly recovered from the chaos, regained its curvature maneuverability and deftly evaded incoming missiles. In a span of 10 seconds, they managed to destroy fewer than 50 Feiyun warships. And when combined with previous losses, the total barely exceeded 100. Chapter 047. The might of machinery. The SATA leader could no longer remain composed, anxiously inquiring, "Mr. Su, how could this happen?" Su Wendong, equally bewildered, replied, "Leader, the spatial repair capabilities exceeded our expectations. It is far too swift, truly astonishing. Commander, do we have any countermeasures?" Sheng Hanyu despaired, shaking his head and sinking heavily into his seat, pressing his palm against his forehead. The disparity, the chasm between them was insurmountable. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. No matter how high it leaped, it could not escape its confines. Muzhan, order the warriors to retreat. There is no need to incur unnecessary casualties. The afternoon was bleak, and with no other recourse, a retreat order was issued. What was once a battle assured of victory had devolved into this dire predicament. The crucial matter was that billions of our kin remained trapped in the subterranean fortresses of the second planet, unable to escape. The fearless and the defenders withdrew in droves from the battlefield, dispersing in squads and battalions in various directions, far from the fight. The Feiyun fleet did not pursue, for this was not Yao Fei's mission. He had no intention of exhausting himself for the sake of the Mufang civilization. Following this unequal war, half of the fearless remained, totaling 500,000 ships, while the defenders suffered losses reaching 100,000 vessels, particularly the 130,000 from Pukong, of which over 80,000 were destroyed. Such colossal losses were exchanged for fewer than 100 Feiyun warships and 150,000 Mufang vessels. One could hardly claim it was not a devastating defeat. Silence enveloped everyone. Matters had escalated beyond remedy. Now there was no escape, nor were they winning any battles, with billions still held hostage on the second planet. Suddenly, Chang Hanyu lifted his head. An unreasonable phenomenon dawned upon him. If the mechanical fleet could effortlessly annihilate the Mufang civilization's ships and had been relentlessly pursuing them through the Mufang star system, how then could they have rebuilt their fleet and departed the Mufang star system? Soon, Chang Hanyu discerned the reason. The mechanical fleet's pursuit of the Mufang civilization must have a time limit. After a while, the mechanical fleet would cease its chase, allowing the Mufang civilization to rejuvenate. If that were the case, why not stake everything on a final gamble, drawing the mechanical fleet into a confrontation with the Feiyun fleet? However, how to lure the mechanical fleet to attack the Feiyun fleet was a challenge Chang Hanyu could not solve at that moment. "Mr. Loka." "Commander, Mr. Loka?" Loka's assistant stammered. Chang Hanyu, growing anxious, inquired, "What is it with Mr. Loka? Speak quickly." Mr. Loka had ventured to the fourth planet's base with a few companions over a week ago. What? Mr. Loka went to the fourth planet's base. Before the battle, all scientists had similarly sought refuge in the underground fortresses. Yet now Loka had taken the perilous step of going to the third planet. The fourth planet harbored no remnants of the SATA civilization, only mechanical bases and countless biological entities. The danger of venturing there without fleet protection was evident. Muzhan immediately established contact and ascertained Mr. Loka's location. Qiu Yi, the fleet must proceed towards the fourth planet at all costs to rescue Mr. Loka. Understood. Muzhan's efficiency was remarkable, and the SATA civilization's communication system was well developed. Soon, he reached Loka through several relay satellites, prompting Chang Hanyu to breathe a sigh of relief. At least Loka was still alive. However, Loka's behavior was rather peculiar. He lay within a box, connected by numerous wires of varying colors and thicknesses. Beside him were several black objects, which Chang Hanyu recognized as consciousness amplification organs for biological entities. Nearby, a few SATA scientists were busily adjusting something, their grave expressions and cautious movements indicating that this was no simple matter. "Mr. Loka, why did you go to the fourth planet?" "It is far too dangerous." "Commander, I am fine, do not worry. Everyone is giving their all. How could I remain detached? A little danger is inconsequential. Dio, you have urgent business with me? I wish to consult you on how to guide the mechanical fleet to attack these level 3 civilization warships." "What are you doing?" "I am doing what you wish to do. In fact, Commander, please transmit images of the level 3 civilization warships. The more, the better." Chang Hanyu did not comprehend Loka's intentions but complied, allowing Muzhan to send over all relevant images. Loka did not speak further but instead studied the images intently. Gradually, he closed his eyes, appearing to fall asleep. At that moment, one of the busy scientists exclaimed, "It worked!" Chang Hanyu was still perplexed and was about to ask when the scientists switched perspectives. In the video, 10,000 spherical mechanical warships began to tremble. The next second, all these spherical vessels ascended and promptly vanished from the screen. When Chang Hanyu next observed these spherical warships, 5 minutes had passed, now near the orbit of the third planet. With the fourth planet approximately 900 million kilometers away, he estimated the speed of the spherical warships to be nearly 10 times the speed of light. Before he could regain his composure, the spherical warships opened fire on the Feiyun fleet, 10,000 against 700, with no suspense. The mechanical fleet effortlessly and decisively obliterated the Feiyun fleet, resulting in Commander Yao Fei's demise in the void of space. This scene left all spectators, including the Mufang leaders, aghast. The cunning leader realized the situation had shifted the moment the mechanical fleet appeared. Having witnessed firsthand the terror these machines could unleash, he immediately ordered the fleet to retreat. After annihilating the Feiyun warships, the mechanical fleet did not pursue the Mufang vessels but instead leisurely returned towards the fourth planet, maintaining the same speed as during their previous contact with Muzhan. Is this real? The SATA leader could scarcely believe his eyes. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been anxious about the survival of his civilization. Now, the circumstances had transformed entirely. It is true, my leader. We have triumphed. Quickly, re-establish contact with Loka. I wish to personally commend him. Yes, Commander. Muzhan reconnected with Loka. Yet the scientists in the video bore no signs of joy. Loka remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. What is happening? My leader, Mr. Loka has just taken the risk of linking to the consciousness amplification organ of the biological entities, suffering severe backlash. His consciousness is now exceedingly weak. We must administer emergency treatment to Mr. Loka. We must save Loka. The fleet will return to retrieve you at once. We will do our utmost. At this juncture, everything became clear. Loka had undoubtedly mobilized the mechanical fleet from a consciousness level, risking an immature technique that, despite its success, had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Chapter 048. Regrouping the Feiyun fleet was obliterated, yet the Mufang fleet remained. Chang Hanyu promptly gathered his forces to pursue and encircle the Mufang fleet. After an arduous chase, they managed to destroy 50,000 Mufang warships. However, the Mufang leader ultimately escaped the SATA star system with 100,000 ships. As the fleet returned, their next objective was to eradicate the flying armors on the second planet. These entities lacked the capacity to re-enter the cosmos, and their inevitable fate was death. The biological environment of the SATA planet was unsuitable for them. Without fleet support, even without extermination, they would not survive long. Under the precise strikes of the fearless pulse lasers, the cleanup operation was swiftly completed. Gazing at the ravaged homeland, all were filled with mixed emotions, unable to fathom the recent events in this battle. The fleet had suffered over half its losses, with more than 300,000 crew members perished, and the industrial bases on the third planet had been decimated. The home planet was rendered a site of utter despair. Since its inception, the SATA civilization had never endured such catastrophic devastation. Emerging from the underground fortresses, the SATA people bore expressions of sorrow, listlessly offering final blessings to the fallen warriors. My leader, we must rally ourselves, rebuild our homeland, restore our industrial system, and swiftly prepare for a counteroffensive. A counteroffensive? More war? The SATA leader felt a twinge of fear towards war, yet quickly regained composure. Commander, you are correct. Had we resolved matters with force in the Mufang star system last time, perhaps many warriors would not have perished. I have failed them. I have failed them. No, my leader, you and your people approached other civilizations with the noblest of values. That is undeniable. The fault lies not with you, but with the Mufang civilization. I also underestimated the Mufang leader. I was naive to think that the war would only involve two civilizations, not anticipating the intervention of other forces. SATA Academy members sighed, stating, Commander, you were right, we must endure all of this. Our SATA civilization does not glorify war. Yet in this universe, where conflict surrounds us, we cannot remain insulated. We will gradually accept all of this, become accustomed to it. Though I may not fully understand, from this war, I have witnessed your far superior war strategies. Had it not been for the intervention of this Level 3 civilization fleet, it would have been an unequivocal annihilation. I humbly request your continued assistance to our SATA civilization. My leader, you need not stand on ceremony. I have long considered myself a member of the Sata civilization. Very well, let us join hands and safeguard our homeland. Indeed, after the Sathar people emerged from their period of mourning, they began to diligently rebuild their second planet. Surprisingly, the bases on the third planet, which had been obliterated by the wooden warships, had all been seized by mechanized forces. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for Sathar civilization. The remaining 10% of their bases could not form a complete industrial chain, rendering them incapable of producing warships. The production of the defenders could only rely on the bases within the Southern Wind System. The Sathar leader had no choice but to dispatch more engineering personnel to the Southern Wind System to establish additional production bases and increase the output of the defenders. During this time, Shang Hanyu was also not idle. The losses to the fleet were substantial, with many units utterly decimated. Throughout this conflict, the Sathar warriors displayed remarkable courage, passing the test of real combat with flying colors. Given the limited role of the Invincible class, Shang Hanyu decided to retire all remaining 500,000 Invincible vessels, retaining only the defenders. Simultaneously, Shang Hanyu required a weapon specifically designed to target underground fortifications to strike against the wooden civilization. This was merely the beginning. The true counterattack plan needed careful consideration. The Southern Wind System and the Sathar system were separated by 28 light-years, and it would take nearly a century for the fleet to reach the latter. 100 years was ample time for either side to produce a sufficient number of fleets. Should both parties commence construction simultaneously, with comparable efficiency, by the time the Sathar civilization constructed 1 million defenders and spent another 100 years traversing to the wooden system, it was likely that the wooden civilization would have already amassed 2 million warships of the same caliber. The attacking side would always be at a numerical disadvantage. To alter this predicament, 2 avenues could be pursued. Technological breakthroughs that would significantly enhance the Sathar warships in a short time, or industrial development that would allow them to complete in a century what would take the opposing side 2 centuries. However, despite being a level 2 civilization, even the more advanced Sathar civilization found it impossible to achieve either of these objectives. Would they then forsake their quest for vengeance? Absolutely not. Shang Hanyu was not the type to refrain from retaliation after being struck. The Sathar people were kind-hearted, but their kindness was not without principles. The lingering bitterness of defeat was akin to a nail embedded in their hearts. This challenge was formidable, but as the aggressors in interstellar warfare, they inherently possessed an advantage, in their pursuit of annihilating the wooden civilization. Shang Hanyu was unperturbed by the use of unconventional methods. They had captured numerous wooden beings this time, and with some research, effective strategies against them could be devised. Utilizing the fleet for direct assault would, in fact, be the most labor-intensive and thankless approach. These unconventional methods were unfamiliar to the Sathar, but Shang Hanyu was well versed in them. Although they had never engaged in such actions, they had always been vigilant against the possibility of their enemies employing similar tactics, thus making Shang Hanyu a de facto expert in this regard. Having endured this ordeal, the Sathar civilization finally came to grips with the harsh realities of the universe, and Shang Hanyu perceived a significant transformation in these kind-hearted Sathar people. On one hand, the Sathar diligently set about reconstructing their homeland. With the primary industrial base on the third planet destroyed, they had no choice but to sacrifice part of their environment to re-establish the Defender production line on the second planet. On the other hand, the leader dispatched a multitude of personnel to the Southern Wind System to expand the Defender production line there. A powerful transport fleet, protected by defenders, embarked on its journey to the Huangyun system. 8 light-years away, 3 months later, Loka awoke from his coma, and Shang Hanyu hurried to visit him. Loka appeared to be in stable condition, albeit somewhat sluggish and disoriented, with relevant biomedical scientists bustling around him. Shang Hanyu waited patiently for over 3 hours until the scientists completed their work, at which point Loka seemed to regain his senses. "Mr. Loka, how do you feel?" "I'm fine. No issues." Not wishing to disturb Loka further, Shang Hanyu replied, "It's good to hear that. Please rest well, Mr. Loka. I will come to see you again when I have the chance." "Wait, Commander, wait. I know you have many questions to ask. I truly am fine, and these inquiries are of utmost importance to us." Shang Hanyu turned to the surrounding scientists and, receiving their affirmative responses, took a seat once more. "All right, I truly need to understand what transpired." Ahem, here's what happened. Chapter 049. Mechanical Consciousness. Loka paused briefly before commencing his narrative. When the formidable Feiyun fleet made its appearance, it was clear to all how daunting this battle would be. Many Sadhar warriors had already prepared themselves for sacrifice. Loka was acutely aware of this reality. Across the entire Sadhar system, the only force capable of defeating the Feiyun fleet was the mechanical fleet, which, however, was not under the control of Sadhar civilization. In a moment of desperation, a wild idea struck Loka's mind: to amplify his consciousness through a biological consciousness amplifier. Since biological and mechanical entities were fundamentally interconnected, perhaps this could mobilize the mechanical fleet. In Loka's words, this audacious notion was undoubtedly influenced by Sheng Hanyu. After spending considerable time in Sheng Hanyu's company, his thoughts had begun to shift. Otherwise, the typically methodical Sadhar mindset would not have entertained such a radical idea. Having conceived this thought, Loka immediately collaborated with several relevant scientists to venture from the underground fortress on the second planet. Taking a biological science vessel to the fourth planet, the ship carried a dozen well-preserved, fully functional consciousness amplifiers. Initially anticipating an assault from biological entities, they were surprisingly met with smooth sailing. The biological beings not only refrained from attacking them but also willingly ceded airspace, allowing the biological science vessel to land beside the mechanical fleet. Next, Loka daringly connected his brain signals to the consciousness amplifier while simultaneously viewing images of the Feiyun warships provided by Sheng Hanyu. Continually affirming to himself that the Feiyun warships were the mechanical fleet's greatest adversaries. This was not merely psychological suggestion. He endeavored to convince himself of this truth. The greatest biologist, Loka, through repeated self-affirmation, compelled himself to lose his sense of self, transforming this belief into reality. Thus, the mechanical fleet ascended, and the events that followed need not be elaborated upon, as Sheng Hanyu witnessed them firsthand. This time, Loka had essentially confirmed one crucial fact: the true means of communication with the mechanical base was not through electronic signals, but rather through consciousness. Those simple codes resembled individual brain cells, and when a sufficient number of brain cells coalesced, they formed the collective consciousness of the mechanical base. The mechanical fleet, being an integral part of the mechanical base, was naturally also driven by consciousness, thus allowing Mr. Loka's influence to mobilize the mechanical fleet and deliver a devastating blow to the Feiyun fleet. Originally, Loka intended to continue pursuing the wooden fleet, but at that moment, a powerful consciousness suddenly overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness and fall into a coma, leaving the matter unresolved. However, the most perilous Feiyun fleet had already been vanquished, and the remaining wooden fleet posed little threat. According to Loka's estimation, this sudden surge of powerful consciousness likely originated from the largest biological entity on the fourth planet. This being, capable of controlling such numerous biological entities, must possess an extraordinarily potent consciousness. Had this consciousness been even stronger, Loka might have remained in perpetual slumber. Mr. Loka, does this imply the mechanical base could potentially be utilized by me? Regrettably, no. A civilization capable of devising such methods to control machinery must have advanced its research in consciousness technology to an alarming degree. For a mere level 2 civilization like ours to aspire to commandeer the mechanical base is somewhat fanciful. This success was merely a fortuitous occurrence. I have also observed that these mechanical warships seem to adhere to a particular principle. They utilize a combat strength corresponding to the level of their adversaries. After all, the civilization capable of constructing such bases has likely surpassed level 5. Thus, the combat capabilities of the mechanical warships are probably at least on par with level 5. Indeed, therefore, we level 2 civilization should refrain from overestimating our strength for the time being. Our actions may have already raised their suspicions, and further endeavors in this vein could yield catastrophic consequences. Understood, Mr. Loka. Please rest well. Commander, my current condition cannot assist you much. This is my student, Long Dong. He will provide you with everything you require. I know you are preparing for a counteroffensive against the wooden civilization. Feel free to consult him with any needs. Long Dong, I am well enough, and you need not waste time here. Go. Accompany the commander. Understood, teacher. Sheng Hanyu led Long Dong to the opposite side of Sadhar, an area designated for biological research, where perilous studies were conducted. Long Dong, here lie hundreds of heads from the wooden civilization's biological entities, all alive. I need you to swiftly devise a method to eliminate them en masse. One that is beyond defense or rescue. Additionally, I will request Su Wendong to dispatch scientists in environmental studies to assist you. Understood, Commander. I will ensure it is done. Thank you for your efforts. Remember, the sooner, the better. Yes.At present, Chang Hanyu is not particularly concerned about the resurgence of the Mu Fong leader. He remains oblivious to the means by which Luoka controls the mechanical fleet, as it is certain that the Mu Fong leader would not recklessly engage in self-destructive actions. What truly troubles Chang Hanyu is the possibility of the entire Mu Fong clan fleeing the Mu Fong star system. Once they escape into the vastness of space, locating them would be nearly impossible. Should the Mu Fong civilization suddenly re-emerge, the Mu Fong leader would undoubtedly launch a renewed assault on the Sada star system, and at that point, despair would be inescapable. There is also the matter of potential retaliation from the civilization whose third-tier fleet has been obliterated. Thus far, Chang Hanyu remains unaware of which civilization that fleet belonged to. Nevertheless, he believes that as long as the civilization in question is neither foolish nor recklessly aggressive, they are unlikely to launch an unwarranted attack on the Sada star system. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chang Hanyu was suddenly struck by a grave realization, one that could provoke the frenzied wrath of that third-tier civilization. The method of controlling the mechanical fleet must have been transmitted back to their headquarters. With a modicum of analysis, it would not be difficult to conclude that the Sada civilization had indeed commandeered the mechanical fleet, in the current landscape where every civilization possesses mechanical entities. These machines typically pose a threat. However, should a civilization discover the means to control them, those very machines would transform into a veritable treasure trove. The key to unlocking this treasure lies firmly in the hands of the Sada civilization. A mere second-tier civilization. For the sake of this key, even if it necessitates taking certain risks and incurring costs, it would be deemed worthwhile. The mere thought of this made Chang Hanyu break into a cold sweat. Having just been chased away by a cunning wolf, he now found himself in the sights of a ferocious tiger. With the capabilities of the Sada civilization, it would be utterly impossible to vanquish a third-tier civilization. What to do? Should they truly abandon the Sada star system and retreat into the depths of space? Chang Hanyu is reluctant to forsake Sada, keenly aware that the Sada people would be even more loath to surrender their home, much like his own attachment to Earth. Yet, if they do not abandon it, what course of action remains? Clearly, replicating the control of the mechanical fleet is no simple task. After considerable contemplation, a thought emerged in Chang Hanyu's mind. Why must the method of controlling the mechanical fleet remain a secret? Why not publicly announce it? This way, other civilizations would have no incentive to take the risk of harassing the Sada civilization. Moreover, it is certain that other civilizations, particularly those at the 4th and 5th tiers, have likely considered this method. If they were to seize control of the entire mechanical fleet, it would not bode well for lower-tier civilizations. It might be preferable for all to share control over a portion of the mechanical fleets, fostering a relatively peaceful balance of power. Furthermore, from a broader perspective, machines remain the greatest adversary of all civilizations. In this context, any civilization aspiring to rise cannot escape the constraints imposed by these machines. As for whether machines can truly be controlled by civilizations at a conscious level, and whether more severe consequences might ensue, that is beyond Chang Hanyu's purview. In any case, the method has been disclosed. There are substantial risks, but also the possibility of success. Whether to act on it is entirely at one's discretion. If one chooses not to act and another civilization does, should they succeed, the universe would belong to those other civilizations. Conversely, should they act and inadvertently provoke a backlash from the mechanical bases, even the distant civilizations may be unable to withstand the consequences. This presents a challenging dilemma. The optimal solution would be for a civilization like the Sada to maintain a calm demeanor, refraining from conquest, expansion, or bloodshed. Yet, how many such civilizations exist within the entire Mushroom Star system? Moreover, this optimal solution merely sustains the status quo. Should the machines suddenly turn hostile one day, the repercussions would be dire indeed. After much deliberation, Chang Hanyu resolved to immediately broadcast a high-power, full-spectrum message across the entire star system, thanks to the communication network established by the distant civilizations. This message could be disseminated with a mere few characters. The subsequent events would no longer concern the Sada civilization. Other civilizations could act as they wished, whether to thrive or perish, grow strong or face annihilation. The Sada civilization would remain oblivious. The most pressing concern for the Sada civilization remains the counteroffensive against the Mu Fong civilization. Until this civilization is eradicated, the Sada civilization will find no respite. Much like a wolf that wanders too close, ready to pounce at any moment. Only by completely eliminating this threat can they truly rest easy. Meanwhile, the Mufang leader, having barely escaped the SATA star system, was seething with rage, unable to regain composure for months. Today, however, they received the broadcast from the SATA civilization. The message detailed the process of controlling the mechanical fleet, along with warnings about the consequences and dangers involved. Luodong, upon reading the information, was bewildered and asked, "Leader, has the SATA civilization lost its mind? How could they publicly broadcast such information?" "No, the SATA civilization is far too astute for that. Their technology for controlling the mechanical fleet is not yet mature. They cannot afford to attempt it again. If they had not broadcasted this information, the Feiyan civilization would undoubtedly have dispatched a fleet. Now that they have made the announcement, not only is Feiyun unlikely to send a fleet, but they might also regard the SATA civilization with a degree of caution. But why is that? Once this information is made public, it is inevitable that some fourth-tier civilizations will seek to make contact. If Feiyun were to eliminate the SATA civilization at that juncture, consider the outcome. I said, "So, what shall we do?" The Mufang leader expressed his concern. The SATA civilization's technology is already somewhat more advanced than ours, and their warships are superior as well. With Chang Hanyu involved, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Mufang leader felt somewhat stifled. This was precisely the issue that had troubled him. What had once seemed entirely manageable was now complicated by the emergence of Chang Hanyu and the mechanical fleet. First, relay this information back to headquarters. Instruct Yasi to commence experiments immediately. Even if the SATA civilization seeks revenge, that would be a matter for a century from now. During this time, we must grow stronger. Leader, why not simply transfer the antimatter and obliterate the SATA planet? That is out of the question. We have only 10 kilograms of antimatter left, and we must allocate 2 kilograms to the Feiyun civilization. The remainder can only be utilized in dire emergencies. The situation is unstable, and should another third-tier civilization threaten us, this antimatter may safeguard our existence. Furthermore, what would be the outcome of annihilating the SATA civilization? We would gain nothing. As fellow second-tier civilizations, retaliation would not be so easily achieved. At worst, it would result in mutual destruction. I am curious to see just how capable this Chang Hanyu truly is. Leader, I understand, we have a full century of time advantage. In a century, we can construct over 2 million warships. With a fleet strategy, we will drown them in numbers. Indeed. Issue orders immediately. Everyone must work tirelessly to expand production and increase output. Simultaneously, ensure that Yasi masters the method of controlling the mechanical fleet. Even if it can only be used once, it would be a catastrophe for them. Understood. Having understood all of this, Chang Hanyu brimmed with confidence. The SATA fleet would take a century to reach the Mufang star system, and at the time of their departure, the Mufang fleet could continue production for another 100 years. This was a fact that Chang Hanyu was acutely aware of. In terms of industrial foundation, the SATA civilization had just emerged from a devastating war, leaving their bases severely damaged, making it exceedingly difficult to gain a century's worth of industrial production time. Thus, from the very beginning, Chang Hanyu sought out Loka and his student, Long Dong, hoping to discover alternative methods to swiftly eradicate the Mufang civilization, avoiding conventional warfare wherever possible. In the third year following the war, the SATA planet was mostly restored. The SATA leader and scientists personally took to the field, designating over 20 areas, each exceeding 50 kilometers in length and width, for the construction of industrial bases and mineral extraction. That year, Long Dong delivered some rather disheartening news to Chang Hanyu. The biological structure of the SATA civilization was exceedingly robust. Both bacteria and viruses posed little threat to them. Even in the event of severe infection, they could simply amputate the infected parts, as they would regenerate anyway. Furthermore, captured Mufang biological entities revealed that their biotechnology was also remarkably advanced, likely on par with that of the SATA civilization. Easily capable of resisting viruses, to eliminate the Mufang biological entities, direct brain detonation emerged as the most straightforward and effective method. Alternative methods were nearly impossible to execute. However, the challenges of implementing brain detonation were monumental. Such an endeavor was simply out of the question. If the Mufang civilization were at an early stage of Type 2, it might have been feasible to mass-produce miniature drones for broad strikes, but as a Type 2 advanced civilization, they wielded relatively sophisticated technology. A single high-power electromagnetic pulse could neutralize such devices with ease. Upon receiving this news, Chang Hanyu did not succumb to despair. If everything were to proceed flawlessly, it would be nothing short of fantastical. The world perpetually advances through failures and disappointments. Only through the accumulation of numerous failures can the correct path be forged. After offering some words of consolation to Long Dong, Chang Hanyu set off alone into the starry expanse, savoring a moment of tranquility as he gazed into the distance, where the main sequence star of the Mufang system flickered in and out of view, seemingly mocking his impotence. Chapter 051. Long-distance strikes throughout these 3 years. Chang Hanyu had been plagued by self-reproach. Were it not for Loka's ultimate reversal of fate, the Sada civilization would have been doomed by his hands. Although this was not entirely his fault. As a soldier, defeat is simply defeat, devoid of justification. The enemy is not a mere grocery item, and there is no room for choice a century. How could the Sada civilization gain 100 years? Or how could the Mufang civilization lose 100 years? As an experienced commander, Chang Hanyu quickly contemplated interference, to disrupt the enemy and leave them overwhelmed. But how to interfere? A distance of 28 light-years was sufficient to deter any action. Speed, the essence of the solution, came to mind as he recalled the superparticle collider that had transported him here in a frantic rush. Chang Hanyu returned to the scientific department, striding swiftly to Su Wendong's laboratory. This time, Su Wendong did not emerge immediately, and after waiting for a considerable time, he finally arrived. General Chang, what brings you here? Wendong, is it possible to fire a bullet from the Sada star system that would accurately strike the Mufang planet 28 light-years away? Su Wendong appeared somewhat bewildered, responding, that would be exceedingly difficult without trajectory correction. Even the slightest deviation of a billionth of a degree would result in an astronomical error over 28 light-years. To execute such an operation, all involved equipment must maintain atomic-level precision. Very well, can an electromagnetic conduit accelerate a missile to 1/3 the speed of light or even more? Certainly, as long as there is sufficient energy and the conduit is long enough. We could easily achieve 2/3 the speed of light. And how long would that conduit need to be? I haven't calculated it, but it might require several tens of thousands of kilometers. That long? Forget it. The time expenditure is too great. Su Wendong then realized, General Chang, are you suggesting we continuously launch missiles toward the Mufang star system using electromagnetic rails for long-distance strikes? Indeed. Only in this manner can we hinder the production pace of the Mufang civilization. At that speed, their defenses would be ineffective, potentially even annihilating them. Wait, let me think. Perhaps it isn't entirely impossible. Su Wendong pondered earnestly, occasionally consulting his terminal for calculations. After about 10 minutes, he looked up at Chang Hanyu and said, General Chang, perhaps we can give it a try. How do we proceed? Such an attack would necessitate the simplest of missiles. Anything too complex would be impractical and could not meet the required quantity. The electromagnetic conduit is too lengthy and would take considerable time to construct. No, we don't need a complete rail. Merely an acceleration ring will suffice. We could produce hundreds of thousands of these rings, utilizing the reactors discarded by the Fearless to provide energy, arranging them into an invisible accelerator spanning thousands of miles across the cosmos. This is absolutely feasible. Missiles do not require a sealed environment. And how do we aim? Naturally, we must rely on the missiles themselves. But wouldn't that still require equipping the missiles with propulsion and navigation systems? That seems overly complicated for mass production. Actually, it's quite simple. The navigation system can be a chip, and the propulsion system only needs air and a few miniature valves. Chang Hanyu appeared puzzled. Air? Su Wendong chuckled. Yes, air. Our target is the Mufang planet, and the angle adjustments required are exceedingly minute, so small that they can generally be disregarded. Only when the navigation system detects a discrepancy will the corresponding air valves open to release a slight amount of air, thus correcting the offset. This is the only feasible method. A conventional propulsion system cannot achieve such precise adjustments. Oh, I see. If I'm not mistaken, the air valve's opening would only need to be as fine as a human hair. Correct. That sounds about right. What we need most is a sufficiently precise navigation system. Given the current technology of the Sada civilization, this should pose no difficulty. All right, Wendong, please expedite the mobilization of relevant scientists to assemble a long-distance strike team. General Chang, the design and fabrication of the electromagnetic acceleration rings involve high-energy physics. I currently require manpower, as we are at a critical juncture in curvature research. It would be challenging to reallocate resources. Curvature. Have there been any advancements? Yes, the core physics department of the Sada civilization has been engaged in curvature research. Following the destruction of that Type 3 civilization fleet by our mechanical fleet, I discovered some clues in the wreckage. We have made significant progress over the past few years. Is it feasible to achieve curvature travel within a century? If so, then the acceleration rings become irrelevant. Su Wendong hesitated. That's hard to say. It could be possible, but equally, it might not be. Your response seems ambiguous. It's as if you've said something yet nothing at all. Wendong, I may not understand the intricacies of research, but I recognize its paramount importance. The retaliation against the Mufang civilization is more about the overall societal benefit for the Sada civilization, rather than an immediate necessity. I understand. Perhaps I should take charge of this matter. You, General Chang, do you underestimate me? Weren't you just saying that curvature research is at a crucial moment? Yes, that applies to them. There are several teams working on curvature research, each responsible for different breakthrough methodologies. Since joining the core physics department, I've merely been mingling with their research. Given my current position as chief scientist, I find myself with the most free time. Very well, let's head to the third planet tomorrow. Those industrial bases are merely idle. We might as well put them to use, understood. The most challenging aspect has been resolved, and Chang Hanyu has tirelessly sought out other relevant personnel, particularly the weaponry expert Yun Dong. Although the weaponry appears straightforward, it is, in fact, far from simple. For the navigation and attitude control systems to function as intended, the missile's shape and weight must be meticulously controlled. Otherwise, even a minor angular deviation could lead to significant miscalculations in a missile whose form and weight deviate from the standard. Once all personnel had communicated effectively and confirmed the feasibility of the long-range strike plan, Chang Hanyu submitted the proposal to the SATA leader, who readily consented. The leader, seeking to unleash the pent-up frustration towards the Mufang civilization, felt a sense of urgency shared by every SATA inhabitant, each of whom bore a nagging discomfort akin to a thorn in their hearts. Thus, everyone worked fervently, with many pondering how best to strike the Mufang civilization. When Chang Hanyu presented the plan to the SATA leader, the leader said nothing but offered a profound nod, eyes brimming with gratitude. A mere 3 years later, Chang Hanyu had crafted a comprehensive plan to attack the Mufang civilization. The leader disseminated this news to all SATA inhabitants, who, without a doubt, felt not only excitement but also a renewed vigor in their efforts. Chapter 052. The rain of missiles swiftly, the long-range strike team assembled by the third planet commenced operations. Base renovations, data calculations, missile designs, and the dismantling of the Invincible were all underway simultaneously. Remarkably, even a mere Level 2 civilization demonstrated such formidable execution capabilities. Another year passed, and the scientific team led by Su Wendong successfully designed the crucial electromagnetic acceleration rings. With this innovation, the long-range strike initiative became genuinely feasible. Following the completion of the base renovations on the third planet, production began promptly. The electromagnetic acceleration rings were compact, featuring a standard circular ring with a 2-meter diameter, connected below to a reactor for power. From a distance, the acceleration ring resembled a solitary ring placed on a table, the reactor being substantially larger and the acceleration ring rather diminutive. Due to the dismantled Invincible reactor, the assembly appeared somewhat incongruous and unseemly, yet it was functional, with ample energy supply. Simultaneously produced was the new alloy missile, Changjian. This novel alloy exhibited excellent shape retention, effectively recovering from deformation induced during rapid acceleration. Moreover, the new alloy possessed non-magnetic properties, thereby reducing susceptibility to interference, while boasting high strength capable of withstanding extreme overloads with minimal deformation. The Changjian missile was essentially a large solid projectile, devoid of any explosive components. It measured 2 meters in length, with a half-meter tail housing a chip and corresponding circuitry, while the remaining space was filled entirely with compressed hydrogen gas. In terms of production precision, the Changjian missile demanded an even higher standard than that of warships, with dimensions and weight meticulously calibrated to 1/1,000,000th of a measurement. Even the filling gas was switched from air to pure hydrogen to ensure greater accuracy and weight. All produced acceleration rings and Changjian missiles were transported by cargo ships to a desolate expanse over 200 billion kilometers away, striving to mitigate the gravitational influence of the SATA star system. This distance was nearly 50 times that of Neptune to the Sun every 200 meters. An acceleration ring was deployed, with 500,000 dismantled Invincible reactors paving a route extending 200,000 kilometers, sufficient to accelerate the Changjian missiles to just over 1/3 the speed of light. estimated to reach the Mufang star system in approximately 85 years. According to Chang Hanyu's specifications, at least 100 years of production was necessary, amounting to trillions of missiles. Thus, even if only 1 in 10,000 struck a Mufang planet, there would still be millions, enough to inflict considerable damage. Su Wendong estimated that the hit rate would not fall below 1%. This endeavor would span about a decade, during which a fleet of high-powered satellites would precede the operation, tasked with monitoring all changes within the 28 light-year expanse to ensure the Changjian missiles would not be affected by external factors. Additionally, these satellites would monitor the Mufang star system, as Chang Hanyu harbored concerns about a potential mass exodus of the Mufang civilization. Previously, several power satellites positioned outside the Mufang star system indicated no signs of a large-scale escape, which somewhat alleviated Chang Hanyu's concerns. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the acceleration apparatus began to take shape, extending over 100,000 kilometers. Following several tests, Su Wendong confirmed that everything met design specifications. That year, the industrial base on the Sata planet commenced mass production, with the annual output of defenders from the Southern Wind Star system expanding to 20,000. The cumulative production of defenders over the years reached a total of 200,000 ships. Although the Southern Wind Star system harbored only a single terrestrial planet, it was rich in resources. The Sata civilization had exploited only a fraction, with the remainder primarily surveyed and basic extraction bases established to secure territory and thwart mechanical infiltration. For civilizations, a resource-abundant planet was often sufficient for indulgence. Desire and discontent propelled civilizations to expand outward, resulting in increasingly vast territories and fleets, with their ambitions only intensifying. Consequently, even civilizations like the Sata were compelled to join the fray. Another 5 years elapsed, and the extensive electromagnetic rings were completed. From a distance, the 200,000-kilometer-long electromagnetic ring appeared as a subtle line stretching across the cosmos, not particularly conspicuous. The Changjian missiles would enter the first ring, traversing each electromagnetic ring like threading a needle, gradually increasing in velocity while experiencing diminishing acceleration, ultimately surpassing 1/3 the speed of light before gliding through the 28 light-year distance using inertia. Although the electromagnetic rings lay over 200 billion kilometers from the Sata main sequence star, they remained under its influence. The Mufang planet, located 28 light-years away, was also in motion, meaning the Changjian missiles would experience gravitational interference upon entering the Mufang star system. Thus, meticulous calculations were necessary, requiring frequent adjustments to the electromagnetic ring trajectories to ensure any discrepancies in the Changjian missiles could be corrected by the minute thrust of hydrogen gas. On this day, Chang Hanyu and the Sata leader arrived at the vicinity of the first electromagnetic ring, prepared to witness the Sata civilization launch its counterattack. The electromagnetic ring pulsated with brilliance as the first Changjian missile traversed its path, swiftly covering a distance of 200,000 kilometers, fueled by the wrath of the Sata civilization seeking vengeance against the Mufang star system. Following swiftly were the second and third missiles, as the Changjian projectiles flowed into the electromagnetic ring like a cascade of beams, forming an ephemeral line in the sky before vanishing without a trace. Every hour, the electromagnetic ring's power underwent subtle adjustments, with a cycle of 30 hours allowing subsequent launches to catch up with earlier ones after 80 years. At that point, the result would not be a singular line but rather a surface formed by 30 lines, each strike lasting 1 hour. Such a surface would emerge every 30 hours, and in accordance with Chang Hanyu's directives. This bombardment would continue for over a century, until the Mufang civilization was on the brink of collapse, at which point the fleet would be deployed to deliver the final blow. The rain of Changjian missiles descended upon the Mufang star system in waves. While the Mufang civilization remained blissfully unaware, prior to the operation, Chang Hanyu had ordered the fleet and satellite array to scan the surrounding areas of the Sata star system, ensuring no reconnaissance devices left by the Mufang civilization were present. Next, Chang Hanyu prepared to set forth. The longer the delay, the greater the potential for unforeseen complications. With the total number of defenders exceeding 400,000 ships, he allocated 100,000 for defense, deploying the remaining 300,000. Should the missile deluge prove effective, these defenders would suffice. Initially, the Mufang civilization had dispatched 300,000 warships to the Sata star system. This time, the roles were reversed, employing an equal number of ships to eradicate the Mufang civilization, which hardly constituted an undue advantage. Once more, Chang Hanyu bid farewell to the SATA leader, embarking on a venture towards the Mufang civilization, accompanied by Lan Tan, an expert in breakthrough assault operations, and Gang Yu, renowned for his exceptional tactical adaptability. Chapter 053. Temporal Drift. Having completed all preparations, Su Wendong also ready to withdraw. After conducting a final inspection of the entire facility, he entrusted the remaining tasks to the engineering technicians for routine maintenance. At that moment, an anomalous set of data captured Su Wendong's attention. To be precise, it was not merely a single anomaly, but rather a series of irregularities. The Changjian missiles traversed the final few electromagnetic acceleration rings. Their speed exceeded theoretical expectations slightly, and with each subsequent ring, the velocity continued to surpass the predicted figures. It was as if these final electromagnetic acceleration rings operated at a power level higher than required. Su Wendong promptly checked the reactor's output and the operational status of the electromagnetic rings, discovering no abnormalities. This variation did not impact the overall Changjian missile barrage, yet Su Wendong regarded it with utmost seriousness. There was an inkling that this might be the solution to curvature travel. Was it speed? Would reaching one-third the speed of light naturally result in a transition to a curvature state? Undoubtedly not. That was beyond question. Was it the materials? Certainly not. Then what could it possibly be? Su Wendong found himself utterly perplexed. For several days and nights, he remained fixated beside one of the acceleration rings, contemplating the underlying reasons. The core physics department of the SATA civilization was primarily engaged in curvature research, which had three main directions. The first direction involved the static filling treatment of particles. It is well known that there exists vast expanses of space between particles, and SATA scientists aspired to fill the voids of an atom with particles, predominantly electrons. While the macroscopic changes may appear negligible, the energy and energy levels of the same object could see a substantial enhancement when infused with billions of electrons. Energy can influence space, a fact well understood by every Type II civilization. Within an equal volume of space, higher energy density translates to elevated energy levels, thereby exerting a greater influence on the fabric of space. Objects tend to gravitate from low curvature space to high curvature space. For instance, the Sun, possessing sufficient mass and energy density, has altered the spatial fabric of the entire solar system, causing the 8 planets to obediently orbit around it. The SATA civilization aimed to manipulate spatial curvature in a similar fashion to achieve curvature navigation. At present, they had managed to fill certain atomic voids with electrons, yet the resultant atomic states remained exceedingly unstable. For years, SATA scientists tirelessly sought methods to stabilize atomic configurations, but regrettably, they had yet to make significant progress. The second research focus of the core physics department revolved around the utilization of ultra-high-energy particle spacetime fragments. Accelerating particles in a particle accelerator to speeds approaching the speed of light inevitably produces spacetime effects. From the perspective of SATA scientists, the time experienced by the particles slows down, or rather, the spacetime in which the particles exist decelerates. If they could harness this region of slowed time for practical use, it might be possible to exchange time for speed, thus achieving superluminal travel. This represents a somewhat clever approach. While a conventional spacecraft accelerating near the speed of light would also experience time dilation, it remains that, from an observer's standpoint, traversing a light year still requires nearly a year, albeit the subjective time for those aboard the vessel is diminished, offering little practical benefit. Therefore, SATA scientists sought to leverage these space-time fragments to pursue an alternative route. The slowing of time effectively grants the spacecraft ample temporal leeway, allowing external observers to perceive that the craft indeed traversed over a light year in the span of a year, thus achieving superluminal travel. Through relentless efforts, SATA scientists had even acquired several fragments of slowed time. By infusing them with elements and measuring decay times and quantities, they confirmed that the results aligned with theoretical calculations. However, this method also posed challenges, as the spatial fragments do not move in tandem with the spacecraft. Additionally, the preservation of these spatial fragments remained a conundrum, as space possesses a strong restorative quality. Even when time is slowed, once the deceleration process ceases, the space promptly reverts to its normal state, rendering permanent preservation impossible. The third direction of the core physics department involved the macroscopic energy method. Much like scenes depicted in films, the spacecraft becomes enveloped in a high-energy electromagnetic field. When energy levels reach a certain threshold, the curvature of space indeed amplifies. However, curvature navigation necessitates more than merely altering spatial curvature. It also requires a directional trend. Specifically, the front and rear of the spacecraft must exist within different curvatures, with the front of the spacecraft needing to be in a region of higher curvature, thus propelling the vessel forward as if it were plummeting into a deep pit. Upon entering the core physics department, Su Wendong provided them with a novel perspective. By emitting high-energy, coherently phased electromagnetic waves from around the spacecraft, they could intertwine in front of it to create a high-energy focal point. This focal point would bend space, causing the spacecraft to fall forward. As the spacecraft moved, the high-energy point would also shift, creating a continuous cycle that achieved the desired curvature navigation effect. To illustrate further, it was akin to tying a stick to a goat's head, with the other end dangling a carrot that swayed before its eyes. The goat must advance to reach the carrot, yet the carrot also moves along with the goat, thus forming a closed loop. Through persistent endeavor, SATA scientists had managed to enable a model spacecraft in the laboratory to progress slowly. Although its speed was comparable to that of a snail, it represented a tangible form of curvature navigation. Nevertheless, Su Wendong harbored reservations regarding this scheme, as the continuous, high-energy output would impose a considerable burden on the spacecraft. Even if successful, it seemed that over 90% of the vessel's space would need to be allocated for navigation, severely limiting its capacity for long-distance travel. Su Wendong calculated that for a defender to safely execute curvature navigation using this method, even with all available space dedicated to energy storage, it would still fall short of the energy required to traverse the 4 light-years to the Centaurus system. Consequently, over the years, this group of SATA scientists found themselves in a contradictory position, striving to increase consumption rates and enhance spatial curvature while simultaneously seeking ways to conserve energy to prolong the spacecraft's operational duration. The success of curvature navigation in the laboratory indeed captured Su Wendong's attention, prompting him to continuously devise solutions to these challenges. Although he achieved notable results, the application stage remained a distant prospect. Eventually, Su Wendong began to question whether they were pursuing the wrong path. They had uncovered some gold dust in the mine, prompting the SATA scientists to laboriously excavate, hoping to locate an underlying treasure trove of gold. Yet it was plausible that this gold dust merely fell here by chance, with no true mine beneath. The anomalous acceleration phenomenon of the Changjian missile greatly stimulated Su Wendong. His profound scientific expertise allowed him to perceive a glimmer of hope. If the previous 3 schemes all faced hurdles, perhaps this represented a 4th option, one that could fulfill the fleet's aspiration for curvature navigation. Chapter 054. Microspace Theory. Understanding the cause of the Changjian missile's sudden acceleration was of utmost urgency. However, the Changjian rainstorm formation had only just been activated, and not a second could be squandered. The SATA civilization possessed its own accelerators, but these could only accelerate particles. Su Wendong had examined the prior data and found nothing amiss. It appeared that this issue required substantial energy and high speed, indicative of a macroscopic effect. After much contemplation, Su Wendong resolved to first experiment with ordinary electromagnetic waves, as they would not compromise the precision of the Changjian and could, in certain aspects, validate his theories. However, the electromagnetic field in this vicinity was exceedingly intense, and the test electromagnetic waves experienced severe interference. After several rounds of testing, the data collected was utterly chaotic, rendering it devoid of any value. Consequently, Su Wendong sought out weaponry expert Yundong, proposing the creation of several special missiles to be integrated into the tests, enabling the recording of data as the missiles traversed the acceleration rings. Yundong promptly agreed, with Su Wendong specifying the data requirements while Yundong designed new missiles based on those needs. 2 months later, 10 special Changjian missiles were completed. The physical data of the test missiles was entirely consistent with that of standard missiles. But the test missiles were equipped with an array of detection devices capable of meticulously recording every piece of data throughout the entire process. After rigorous validation, the test missiles were interspersed among the regular missiles. One was launched every hour, and ahead, a squadron of defenders, disregarding energy consumption, achieved a velocity that aligned with that of the Changjian. Similar to the Changjian, the defenders faced diminishing returns on acceleration. Thus, under normal circumstances, reaching 1/3 the speed of light was already the limit, with acceleration and deceleration consuming over 90% of the propellant. This particular squadron of defenders possessed a substantial amount of propellant, necessitating lengthy durations for both acceleration and deceleration. Even so, it was merely sufficient to sustain this recovery mission. The recovery process, however, proceeded smoothly. Within 10 hours, all 10 test missiles were successfully retrieved into the belly of the Defender, without exception, remaining intact. There was no need to await the fleet's return, as the data had already reached Su Wendong's hands. By comparing the actual data with theoretical projections, Su Wendong immediately identified the problem: the product of time and velocity for each test missile, as it traversed the final few acceleration rings, was found to exceed the distance between the two rings. Moreover, the distance increased progressively, with the final ring exhibiting an additional meter of distance, an entirely anomalous phenomenon. The distances between acceleration rings were constant and should not exhibit variations, so what accounted for the surplus space? Su Wendong found himself utterly perplexed, yet soon it seemed he grasped something significant. All possibilities pointed towards a singular direction: the overflow of microspace. Microspace, originally referred to as the theory of extra dimensions, constitutes a form of existence within the theoretical physics of the Sada civilization. Su Wendong had delved into this concept, which bore a striking resemblance to the M-string theory of Earth's era, albeit with theories that were clearer than those of M-string theory. While theoretical physics does not undergo rigorous experimental verification, it derives conclusions through extensions and inferences based on known phenomena. Many theoretical physics concepts may appear impractical, akin to castles in the air or fanciful dreams. Yet, it is often the progressive evolution of these theories that propels a civilization forward. Theoretical physics is akin to a double-edged sword. Excessive flamboyance and emphasis can squander vast resources and time, and there are those who exploit the civilization's focus on theoretical physics to satiate their own desires, a scenario that has unfolded on Earth more than once. Conversely, excessive conservatism hinders breakthroughs in advanced fields, as exemplified by the Sada civilization, which approaches each advancement with utmost seriousness and caution. This meticulousness has its merits, establishing a solid foundation and achieving excellence in various domains. Yet it also results in a painfully slow pace of progress for the entire civilization. The microspace theory stands as one of the few avant-garde theories within the Sada civilization. Across different civilizations, physical phenomena remain consistent. Thus, all verified physical theories from Earth can similarly apply to the Sada civilization. Microspace theory and M-string theory share a commonality, as microspace theory deduces through extensive research on particle behavior and states that the most fundamental particles are, in essence, collective behaviors of energy combinations. Initially, like Earth-S scientists, Sada scientists believed particles to be points, such as photons, lacking actual size or mass. However, describing particles as points presents numerous unresolved issues and phenomena. For instance, the Coulomb force, which is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, yields an infinite result in specific scenarios due to the lack of length in point particles, which clearly does not align with reality. Consequently, a small faction of radical Sada scientists creatively posited that microscopic particles are not points but rather segments of energy lines or energy collectives. The diverse frequencies, wavelengths, and amplitudes exhibited by these energy entities give rise to various particles. However, Sada scientists soon discovered that the existing three-dimensional space could not accommodate sufficient varieties of vibrations to explain all particles, and while calculating certain probabilistic events, instances arose where probabilities exceeded 1 or dipped below 0. Hence, the 10-dimensional microspace theory was born. For energy to form a collective, there must be an entity constraining it. Sada scientists similarly proposed the existence of a two-dimensional membrane that confines certain energies. And through calculations, they determined the necessity of 8 additional spatial dimensions, alongside 1 temporal dimension, culminating in 10-dimensional microspace. Both microspace theory and M-string theory assert that the microcosm coexists across 10 dimensions, encompassing the usual 3 dimensions plus 7 unseen dimensions. The distinction lies in their descriptions of particle composition and higher dimensional spaces. M-string theory characterizes particles as segments of energy strings, which can be either open or closed, with different energy strings constituting various particles, ultimately still being three-dimensional structures. In contrast, microspace theory posits that particles represent a collective of energy, this collective being a higher dimensional structure that manifests as different materials in three-dimensional space. For instance, a person's shadow, perceived by a two-dimensional being, may appear varied in height and shape, leading them to mistakenly believe in the existence of many shadows when, in reality, there is but one, compared to string theory. Microspace theory is more comprehensive and logically consistent, yet it still harbors certain enigmas, the foremost being the mirror particles. Both string and microspace theories grapple with symmetry issues, necessitating that every fermion and boson has a corresponding supersymmetric particle. Referred to by SATA scientists as mirror particles, Chapter 55, Overflow of Space with 62 fundamental particles identified. Not a single mirror particle has been discovered. They exist solely in theory, and the quest for traces of mirror particles has become an overwhelming burden on SATA scientists. Given the SATA civilization's inherent conservatism, after exhausting all means without uncovering the existence of mirror particles, they began to doubt themselves, pondering whether the microspace theory was merely a fabrication of their imaginations. Besides mirror particles, there are issues concerning bosons. The universe is composed of fermions and bosons. Fermions make up all tangible matter, such as water, living organisms, and air, whereas bosons are responsible for transmitting forces, electromagnetic, gravitational, weak, and strong interactions. Fermions are constrained by the Pauli exclusion principle, causing electrons to occupy various energy levels in atomic nuclei, leading to the formation of diverse atoms that ultimately create this vibrant and multifaceted world. Conversely, bosons are not subject to the Pauli exclusion principle. Bosons at the same energy level can superimpose infinitely, allowing force at a single point to reach infinity, yet mass cannot be infinite. Even black holes cannot achieve this. However, bosons are indeed tangible particles that objectively exist and cannot be infinitely superimposed, while forces can indeed reach infinity, creating a paradox. The conundrums of mirror particles and infinite forces have plagued these forward-thinking physicists for many years. They were on the verge of giving up. Upon taking charge, Sue Winding provided substantial support and encouragement for the microspace theory, not merely for its foresight, but primarily to uplift the spirits of these scientists. Sue Winding had also conducted extensive research on the microspace theory, yet regrettably, the SATA civilization faced technological limitations, leaving everything at the theoretical level without feasible means for validation. Sue Winding expanded on the microspace theory. First, regarding the high-dimensional structures of energy collectives, proposing an alternative possibility, that the energy collective may not necessarily be a high-dimensional structure, but rather that a high-dimensional space exists behind the collective itself. The previously elusive mirror particles and the infinite superposition of bosons could very well stem from this high-dimensional space, with mirror particles concealed within it and bosons capable of achieving infinite superposition therein. Once this notion was introduced, it ignited excitement among SATA scientists, who toiled day and night on calculations, discovering that Sue Winding's ideas were, in fact, more refined than their own proposition of energy collectives being high-dimensional structures. Consequently, the theory of extra dimensions was renamed microspace theory. Returning to the incident of the Longsword missile's anomalous acceleration, Sue Winding astutely perceived that it might be due to the overflow of the high-dimensional space behind the particles, leading to a product of time and speed exceeding the original distance. This realization prompted him to consider curvature navigation. Perhaps this presented a new pathway to circumvent curvature for superluminal travel. The existing three curvature navigation schemes invariably require immense energy support, a feat difficult to sustain at the technological level of a Type II civilization. If indeed there exists a high-dimensional space behind the particles, finding a way to breach this space and transform it from high-dimensional to three-dimensional could similarly propel starships. Imagine a small boat on a lake. If one throws a stone behind the boat, disregarding the wave's influence on it, when the stone plunges into the water, it compresses the lake's surface, propelling the boat forward. By the same token, transforming high-dimensional space into three-dimensional space would release considerable spatial volume. With such changes occurring at superluminal speeds, as evidenced by the universe's lifespan and size, the surplus space would propel the spacecraft away, as long as the release space is sufficiently ample and rapid. The vessel could indeed achieve superluminal travel. The current task is to substantiate this claim. Should it be proven that the surplus space is indeed a result of microspace overflow, this phenomenon would undoubtedly emerge as the optimal choice for superluminal travel within the SATA civilization. Upon returning to the laboratory, Sue Winding summoned the relevant data from the previous mechanical fleet's eradication of the Feiyun fleet, seeking to uncover evidence. To his perplexity, the mechanical fleet exhibited no signs of spatial expansion. On the contrary, there was a significant curvature phenomenon ahead of their vessels. From the trajectories of the wreckage, it was readily apparent that the Feiyun fleet displayed no signs of spatial increase either, their behaviors mirroring those of the mechanical fleet. Many engaged in research possess a certain stubbornness, and Sue Winding was no exception. The absence of this method's application by the Mechanical Fleet and Feiyun Fleet did not imply its ineffectiveness, and he was determined to give it a try. The simplest means to disrupt microspace was already at hand, leveraging high energy, high velocity, and high kinetic energy. Achieving these was not particularly challenging for the Sata civilization. Su Wending designed a circular track exceeding 100 meters in diameter, placing a fist-sized metallic sphere within it, utilizing electromagnetic forces to accelerate the sphere's rotation continuously. As time progressed, the sphere's speed escalated rapidly, reaching a terrifying velocity, until with a resounding bang, the track shattered, and the metallic sphere rocketed outward, creating a several-meter-deep crater in the distant ground. Evidently, the material technology of the Sata civilization was insufficient to withstand the pressures generated by such high speeds. The sphere itself was also affected by friction, leaving the tube littered with debris until it finally succumbed to the strain and exploded. There remained a considerable distance to the velocity Su Wending required. The circular motion of the metallic sphere would inevitably cause friction against the tube walls, exerting pressure. The faster the sphere moved, the greater the pressure became. Even if the tube walls were thickened to allow the sphere to operate continuously, the sphere would still disintegrate due to friction. How to resolve this issue? Su Wending, focusing on spatial physics, was not particularly familiar with these aspects. However, the Sata civilization boasted an abundance of talent, and as the chief scientist, he quickly sought assistance. This helper was Ira, renowned for her expertise in altering spatial curvature through macro-energy overlap. She was the first Sata scientist to genuinely achieve curvature navigation. Ira, I need this metallic sphere to operate at high speeds within a superconducting pipeline without making contact with the walls. Is that feasible? Yila gazed at Su Wending and replied nonchalantly, of course, it's quite simple. We merely need to add a varying magnetic field to the superconducting pipeline. The faster the metal sphere moves, the stronger the magnetic field must be, thereby ensuring that the metal sphere remains perpetually at the center of the superconducting tube. However, this requires a substantial amount of energy. Once we disregard energy considerations, there should be no issues. Give me 30 days, and I assure you it will be completed in less than 30 days. Yila had successfully constructed an entirely new circular acceleration pipeline. Unlike the previous version, this pipeline was significantly thicker and wider, with a vastly altered distribution of superconducting coils. Some coils were designated for accelerating the metal sphere, while others were tasked with controlling its trajectory. For safety reasons, Su Wending relocated the testing site far from the second planet. As the experiment commenced, the metal sphere reactivated its acceleration mode, and under the infusion of energy from two reactors, its speed rapidly reached 100,000 kilometers per second. What does this signify? The circumference of the superconducting circular track is slightly over 300 meters, meaning that the metal sphere must traverse this track 33,000 times per second. For comparison, the fastest motor on Earth once achieved a mere 100,000 revolutions per minute, making the metal sphere's rotational speed nearly 200 times greater. Remarkably, this was not even the sphere's limit. It still lagged far behind the particles in a conventional accelerator. Nonetheless, its velocity continued to incrementally increase. When it reached 120,000 kilometers per second, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The circular track began to uncontrollably roll in the air. Even more astonishingly, the trajectory of the track's rolling was not continuous. It appeared intermittent, as if by some magical transformation. This spectacle caused Su Wending's heart to race uncontrollably. Observing this, Yila could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, Mr. Wending, this is spatial drive. We have succeeded. Indeed, it must be spatial drive. We have breached the multidimensional microspace, and the release space has propelled the acceleration track. Yila, find a way to test the drive speed. Understood. Yila adeptly manipulated various instruments and devices, quickly obtaining results. The speed of the acceleration track's positional changes reached an astonishing 2 times the speed of light. This was incomparably faster than the macro-energy concentration-driven model spacecraft she was responsible for. Mr. Wending, is the rupture of the multidimensional microspace due to speed? No, if it were merely speed, many particles would surpass the metal sphere in velocity. Our observations do not support this. It should be related to energy. During high-speed operation, the metal sphere possesses not only immense kinetic energy, but also an extraordinary energy level. Space. The metal sphere has transformed into a spatial bomb, resulting in the rupture of certain high-dimensional spaces and their subsequent release. But our defenders, as long as they disregard energy and working fluid consumption, should also be able to reach this speed. Why has this situation never occurred? There should be a relationship with the electromagnetic field. Your electromagnetic project is supposed to create curvature in space, right? An exceptionally strong electromagnetic field could destabilize space, compounded by the impact of the metal sphere, resulting in this effect if the defenders could accelerate to even higher speeds. Say close to the speed of light, without the cooperation of an electromagnetic field, there should still be some effect. Yila nodded, understanding, by the same reasoning, if the strength of the electromagnetic field reached a certain threshold. It might also disrupt the microspace structure, releasing high-dimensional space. Thus, this experiment has confirmed the validity of the microspace theory point. One could say that the current challenge lies in how to control the direction of high-dimensional space release and how to increase the volume of high-dimensional space release to enhance speed. It seems we must conduct extensive microscopic experiments to thoroughly comprehend the essence of particles in the microstate. Yila, I require your assistance. I have an idea that may elucidate these matters. Of course. Upon returning to the scientific department of the second planet, Su Wendong and Yila immediately initiated a new project. This time, the focus was on application.to transition into the application phase, in addition to controlling the direction of release and increasing the volume of high-dimensional space released. They also needed to miniaturize the acceleration ring. The warship could not engage in combat while carrying a massive circular ring with a diameter of 100 meters. The SATA scientists had a solid foundation and robust engineering skills. So Su Wendong only needed to clearly explain the principles to them. The subsequent design and application challenges would not require excessive concern from him. Su Wendong's primary focus was on the essence of particles and the specifics of the microworld. Only by understanding these can they better facilitate superluminal travel. Given the technological level of SATA civilization, they had already mastered nearly all aspects of the macro realm. To elevate their civilization status, they had to delve into the micro realm. Su Wendong believed other civilizations followed a similar path, understanding the micro to inform the macro. The recent verification of microspace was merely a stroke of luck, akin to ancient humans breathing, theoretically aware of air's existence while practically enjoying its effects without comprehending what air truly is. By the same token, micro high-dimensional space undeniably exists, and Su Wendong was utilizing micro high-dimensional space for superluminal travel. Yet he remained oblivious to its true nature. To clarify this, he first needed to observe particles. Constrained by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, conventional observation methods were undoubtedly inadequate. Su Wendong pondered deeply and ultimately sought out Loka. After years of recuperation, Loka's state of consciousness had fully returned to normal. Under his guidance, the replication of the consciousness field amplifier and the development of detectors had yielded some results. Previously, Su Wendong had spent several years studying the consciousness field. Although he had not drawn definitive conclusions, he was quite familiar with some fundamental aspects. In places abundant with life, such as SATA, the consciousness field would be exceptionally strong, resulting in minimal quantum communication delay. Conversely, in sparsely populated starry expanses, the delay in quantum communication was markedly pronounced. The renowned double-slit experiment is also related to the consciousness field, demonstrating that the consciousness field can influence particle behavior. However, Su Wendong was unaware of the specifics of this influence. Su Wendong's intention was to use the consciousness field to touch particles, as energy, whether electric, magnetic, or gravitational, affects particle states and leads to inaccurate measurements. The consciousness field similarly impacts particles but does so in a wholly different manner, perhaps offering a breakthrough. Upon understanding Su Wendong's purpose, Loka remarked, "Perhaps we can give it a try." Wendong, take a look. This is the consciousness field detector. The image is divided into multiple layers. This layer represents SATA civilization, the weakest. This layer is mine, and the topmost layer only appeared after your arrival. Mr. Loka, why is there not a single fluctuation? This is the intensity display. Each individual's consciousness field strength does not change significantly in a short period. Allow me to switch modes. Now we are displaying frequency. Do you see the fluctuations? This indicates consciousness activity, thinking, resting, moving, all generate fluctuations. Understood, if I observe a particle, will it produce feedback based on my consciousness? Can this be manifested? Let me think, it should be possible. Look outside. It is the vast starry sky. Your consciousness field will extend outward, and the twinkling of a certain star will stimulate your consciousness. If I close the window, Your consciousness cannot extend, and external events will no longer affect your awareness. The consciousness field is continuous. Even the smallest particle can obstruct it. Thus, as long as we observe, particles will leave traces within the consciousness field, akin to water flowing around a stone. We do not need to see the stone. We merely need to measure the water's traces to accurately discern the stone's shape. I see, Mr. Loka. When can we commence the experiment? Unfortunately, not just yet. Our first-generation instruments are too rudimentary and far from the precision required for particle observation. All right, I understand that we can apply what we have now. We'll discuss the rest later. Though somewhat reluctant, Su Wendong had no choice but to accept this reality. The advancement of technology cannot be achieved overnight, nor can mere intelligence ensure success. It is a long-term process that necessitates enduring solitude and weathering trials. Returning to his laboratory, he immersed himself in the application experiments of microspace overflowed. At this stage, all that remained was time. Given sufficient time, entry into the application phase was inevitable. Su Wendong was confident that a clearer understanding of the specifics of microspace would facilitate this process. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a colossal super-dreadnought appeared in the SATA star system. This immense vessel was slightly smaller than the transport ships of the distant civilizations, yet it remained a behemoth for the SATA civilization. Without needing to ask, it was evident that the warship belonged to a civilization of at least level 4. The SATA leader, not daring to be negligent, personally commanded the ship to greet the visitors. The newcomers claimed to be from the Jinfeng civilization, situated approximately 200 light-years from the SATA star system. They had received SATA civilization's broadcast information on a nearby satellite, prompting their visit to verify its authenticity. The SATA leader confirmed the veracity of the information while reiterating the potential dangers involved, sending a video depicting a mechanical warship annihilating the Feiyun fleet. Feiyun civilization? How did they come to be here? The Feiyun fleet adopts a design akin to that of the Mufang warships, yet the newcomers were identified based on the biological characteristics of the Feiyun civilization. Until this moment, the SATA civilization was unaware of the true identity of this formidable adversary. However, the SATA leader refrained from further inquiries regarding the Feiyun civilization. Given the uncertainty surrounding the relationship between the Jinfeng and Feiyun civilizations, it would be unwise to hastily disclose one's position. Sir, might there be a solution to these mechanical and biological entities? Their relentless proliferation encroaches upon our space, with the 5 planets of the SATA system, 4 of which they have occupied, leaving us confined to the second planet. The emissaries from the Jinfeng civilization have shown a commendable demeanor, lacking any airs of superiority, and have responded to the SATA leader's inquiries with relative calmness. There appears to be no recourse. Even the sovereign of the distant civilizations can only engage the mechanical fleet in a stalemate, now compelled to adopt a defensive posture, facing off against the mechanical base. Your method of controlling the mechanical fleet with consciousness fields is quite innovative, and I have reported it to the distant civilizations. However, this may not affect significant change, as the mechanical fleet is overwhelmingly numerous, so abundant it is despairing. Sir, are the mechanical warships from our lesser civilizations akin to those from the distant civilizations? Indeed, there exists a curious phenomenon with the mechanical fleet. They exhibit capabilities commensurate with the civilization level of their adversaries. You are a level 2 civilization, and thus these mechanical warships will only display combat prowess reflective of that level. Should the distant fleet arrive, they would immediately escalate to the capabilities of a level 5 civilization. We had surmised as much, yet the reasons remain elusive. NO1 comprehends this fully. Suffice it to say, all mechanical warships within the entire mushroom system operate in unison, so one can only imagine their vast numbers. Sir, I would like to inquire further about the performance of these biological entities in warfare. The biological entities themselves pose little threat. They lack combat effectiveness and are easily dispatched, at most providing some minor interference. The degree of their modifications by the mechanical entities varies, with higher nearby civilizations resulting in deeper alterations, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Nevertheless, overall, their prowess remains at a modest middle level. The biological entities in your vicinity would be equivalent to a mid-level 2 civilization, making them relatively easy to contend with. Understood. Thank you. No need for thanks. Another purpose of my visit is to convey the latest directives from the distant civilizations, urging each civilization to actively seek methods to counter the mechanical threat. To forsake conflict and to unite against the enemy. I am aware that you are currently retaliating against the Mufang civilization, which instigated this situation. I advise swift resolution without causing excessive commotion. Thank you for your understanding. No need. My knowledge of your situation far exceeds your assumptions. The Mufang civilization has indeed overstepped its bounds to compel you thus. Well, I have left a communication satellite here. You may contact me at any time regarding developments. Understood. The warships of the Jin Feng civilization entered a state of curvature and vanished before the eyes of the SATA leader in the blink of an eye. The leader immediately contacted the Chang'an domain to relay the events that had just transpired. At this moment, the fleet of the Chang'an domain was merely 3 light-years away from the Mufang star system, while the vanguard of the Longjian's rainstorm array was less than 2 light-years from the same system. Given the circumstances, even if they wished to halt their advance, it was impossible to do so, whether by sheer luck or due to the limited alert range of the Mufang civilization. They had yet to exhibit any unusual activity, indicating that they remained oblivious to the presence of the Longjian and the Chang'an domain. The longer they went undetected, the more devastating the impact would be on the Mufang civilization. It was not that the Mufang civilization was unwilling to discover them. Rather, the targets of the Longjian missiles were simply too minuscule, in such an expansive space. The Longjian missile rain array resembled a few strands of hair adrift in the ocean. Detecting them was no easy feat. In contrast, the fleet composed of 300,000 defenders was strikingly conspicuous. Furthermore, the Mufang leader had only recently returned from the SATA star system a mere decade prior. He could hardly believe that the SATA civilization could arrive so swiftly. Based on his calculations, even if the SATA civilization worked tirelessly day and night to construct their fleet, it would take at least 100 years to bridge a gap of a century. Chapter 058. 3 defensive lines. The Mufang leader had never anticipated that, within just over 10 years of his departure from the SATA star system, the Chang'an domain would follow closely behind with its fleet. In the intervening century, the Mufang fleet had not only regained its former zenith, but had also expanded to an impressive 3 million ships, a formidable and imposing force. Armed with such a vast fleet, as long as the SATA civilization remained within the parameters of a second-tier civilization, he was confident in his ability to utterly annihilate the encroaching foe. The Mufang leader was not one to underestimate his adversaries. Likewise, he had meticulously constructed layers of star defense systems within the Mufang star system. Considering that the SATA civilization could not possibly arrive at such haste, the Mufang civilization's reconnaissance systems had only recently been deployed to a 1 light-year radius, with satellites positioned more densely than those of the SATA civilization. Following the directives of the Mufang leader, the goal was to create an impenetrable barrier within 1 light-year, while ensuring that any point within a 2 light-year radius could receive swift support in case of an attack. However, due to time constraints, they had yet to complete the defenses even within 1 light-year. When the Longjian missiles appeared within that 1 light-year range, the Mufang leader was momentarily stunned. The SATA civilization had come far too quickly, faster than he had anticipated. In just over 10 years since the conclusion of the previous conflict, they had set out, a time frame insufficient for the construction of a colossal fleet. Another aspect that took the Mufang leader by surprise was the SATA civilization's utilization of inertia missiles. It was astonishing to think that they had launched such weaponry over a distance of 28 light-years, billions of kilometers. Yet the SATA civilization had indeed done so, and the accuracy of the Longjian missiles was remarkably high, almost directly targeting the Mufang planet. With only 2 years remaining until the Longjian missiles would strike the Mufang planet, the leader grew anxious and promptly convened a meeting with his advisors. The Mufang scientists were not inept. They quickly proposed several highly feasible strategies. First, to propel multiple asteroids to explode in the vicinity of the missile-S trajectory, creating a dense debris field. Second, to manufacture miniature projectiles in quantities 10-fold or 100-fold that of the Longjian missiles for interception. Third, to construct large-scale electromagnetic interference devices to disrupt the trajectory of the Longjian missiles. The Mufang leader immediately approved these measures. For the sake of caution, all personnel were ordered to board the warships. However, a significant issue arose. The Mufang biological entities were quite large, with a single Mufang warship capable of accommodating only up to 1,000 of their kind. With 3 million warships, the total capacity would only be 30 billion, leaving 70 billion inhabitants unable to be on board. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of the Mufang warships would be compromised. Without overload suits, their resistance to excessive force was comparable to that of humans on Earth. While it was relatively easy to jettison their physical forms and retain only their brains, The process of restoration would be exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Without a century's time, it would be impossible for the 100 billion Mufang beings to revert to their former state. After multiple evaluations, the Mufang scientists estimated that, based on a 15-year offensive timeline, with appropriate countermeasures, any stray missiles would not pose a threat to the underground cities. The 15-year estimate was conservative. In reality, the scientists assessed a 10-year duration, with 15 years being an exceptionally cautious projection. Nevertheless, Chang'an Domain often engaged in unconventional tactics, having set off without waiting for adequate production of defenders, and arranged for a missile barrage that would last a full century. As of now, the launch of the Longjian missiles was nearing its conclusion. Soon, the first Longjian missile was intercepted by projectiles at a distance of 2 billion kilometers from the Mufang star system. The tremendous kinetic energy collided, vaporizing the missile's front end while the rear spiraled away into the void. Following this, the second and third missiles met a similar fate in terms of interception intensity. It was relatively low. The flight paths of the Longjian missiles were easily calculable, and each missile's trajectory was largely consistent, as long as projectiles were continuously fired in the same direction. Effective interceptions could be achieved. Very few missiles managed to slip through to the second line of defense, the strong electromagnetic interference zone, where the missiles would encounter a slight deflection of electromagnetic force sufficient to alter their trajectories. Should any Longjian missiles miraculously breach this barrier, they would face a densely packed debris field. The Mufang fleet had not only obliterated several asteroids in this vicinity, but had also transported considerable amounts of debris, including some decommissioned warships. Indeed, under the blockade of the three defensive lines, not a single Longjian missile managed to penetrate. The first line alone had destroyed 99% of them, with only a rare few making it to the third line. And even then, it would be of little consequence. The tightly packed debris and refuse effectively sealed off a space of millions of square kilometers, making any missile's passage unavoidable colliding with these obstacles. Each of the three defensive lines was manned by over 500,000 Mufang warships, with the first line boasting a staggering 1 million vessels. A civilization well-versed in warfare. Every action of the Mufang civilization was impeccable, a fact that even Chang'an Domain greatly admired. Alas, the Mufang civilization was their adversary, and regardless of their prowess, they had to be eradicated. Years later, the Defender fleet came to a halt 30 billion kilometers away, seemingly waiting for the Longjian missile barrage to take effect. Chang'an Domain understood that the Mufang civilization must have captured Longjian missiles and comprehended their characteristics. However, the defenses were exceedingly tight, and he needed an opportunity. This was indeed the case. It was a standard procedure that would inevitably occur. The Mufang civilization had effortlessly grasped the nature of the Longjian missiles, which could only make minimal adjustments, rendering them almost devoid of maneuverability. Knowing this, the Mufang leader finally felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that as long as they endured the barrage of missiles, victory would be theirs. The saddest civilization's fleet posed little threat. The three defensive lines of the Mufang civilization were nearly impermeable, and the prospect of the Longjian missiles breaching them was exceedingly slim. All that was required was patience. Eventually, the day would come when the Longjian missiles would be expended, and moreover, the costs and manufacturing difficulties associated with projectiles were significantly lower than those of the Longjian missiles. This situation persisted for a full 12 years, affording the Mufang civilization ample time to retreat. During this decade, they constructed several thousand large transport ships to facilitate the relocation of their kin and ensure that no risks remained. Chang'an Domain did not rush. While the people could evacuate, relocating industrial bases was far more challenging. They lacked the colossal vessels akin to starships and had no foundational infrastructure for a large-scale exodus. Thus, their current state could only serve as a temporary measure. As long as the Mufang civilization did not initiate a large-scale withdrawal, they would inevitably succumb to the onslaught of the Longjian missiles. 12 years had elapsed, a prolonged period of waiting that was sufficient to render the Mufang civilization complacent. This year, the Mufang fleet began to mobilize, suggesting that once the Longjian missiles were depleted, they would promptly launch an assault against Chang'an Domain. Chang'an Domain recognized that the opportunity was upon them. Chapter 059. Planning the attack upon witnessing the movement of the Mufang fleet. Chang'an Domain finally exhaled in relief. While the defenders held certain advantages over the Mufang warships, the sheer size of the Mufang fleet meant that a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties on their side. They were a formidable and cunning opponent, and only by provoking them to reveal a weakness could a breakthrough be achieved. With the Mufang fleet commencing their maneuvers, it was certain to create openings in their defenses. Based on the observed movements, Chang Han Domain surmised that the Mufang civilization intended to divert a portion of their fleet to encircle him, as the Mufang leader was undoubtedly concerned that once the missiles were depleted, he might escape. The Mufang leader indeed harbored such thoughts. The threat posed by Chang Han Domain outweighed that of the entire Sada civilization. Eliminating Chang Han Domain would render the Sada civilization akin to a toothless tiger, no matter how fierce. It would be of little consequence, and he could ravage at will thereafter. Within the Defender fleet, Lan Tan and Gang Yu were discussing their thoughts. Lan Tan, who preferred aggressive tactics, proposed, "Commander, the Mufang fleet is maneuvering in a systematic manner. We should seize this opportunity to disrupt their first line of defense. If we can breach it, the Long Jin missiles will undoubtedly strike the Mufang planet, or we could go all out and obliterate their planet outright." Steelfeather is rather cautious, possessing a keen analytical mind, and is both brave and strategic. He has proposed an alternative viewpoint, which I find unsatisfactory. The first line of defense, there are not only 1 million wooden battleships, but also a multitude of star defense systems surrounding them. Even if we were fortunate enough to disrupt their bullet matrix, we would likely be obliterated in the process. Moreover, there are 2 additional lines of defense, and such a low-cost mechanism as the bullet matrix can be swiftly restored by them. What then shall we do? Steelfeather pondered for a moment before stating, "I believe we could implement a feigned attack. Observe, there are over 30,000 large transport ships, which reconnaissance indicates are carrying approximately 7 billion individuals of the wooden civilization. These transport vessels are escorted by around 800,000 warships. We could dispatch a fleet to simulate an assault on their transport fleet, thereby enticing the defending ships to return. Once they do, we can launch our attack immediately." This time, it was Lan Tan who voiced his objections. "Steelfeather, we have only 300,000 defenders here. How many can we spare for this operation? The enemy boasts 800,000 warships, supplemented by their star defense systems. Is there truly a need for reinforcements from the defending fleet?" "It appears so, General Commander." "What is your perspective?" Chang Hanyu glanced at the 2 senior commanders and remarked, "You both raise valid points, yet you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. The longsword missile can strike the wooden civilization, but it can also inflict harm upon ourselves. Consider this. Our longsword missile coverage resembles a trumpet shape, with the 3 lines of the wooden civilization's defense positioned at the forefront, the wooden planet in the middle, and the transport fleet at the rear, forming a straight line. The defensive lines act as an umbrella within a large trumpet, shielding the wooden planet and transport fleet from the deluge of longsword missiles." Steelfeather immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, it is no wonder their transport fleet remains stationary at the rear. They have nowhere to retreat. The coverage diameter of the longsword missile exceeds 100,000 kilometers, and any miscalculation could result in catastrophic losses. Lan Tan continued, "General Commander, they have only 1 million warships from the first line of defense that can maneuver freely. The ships in all other areas are unable to exit, nor can we penetrate their lines. Are we to remain idle? To breach their defenses, we would need to divert the longsword's trajectory, creating a window of opportunity. They could easily discard some debris to expand the third line of defense's range. Warships are faster than transport vessels. A mere few seconds of obstruction would suffice." Steelfeather nodded in understanding. "Thus, it appears their constraints are indeed greater than ours. However, they still possess an undeniable combat advantage. We must draw away a portion of their forces to strike effectively. Precisely, I intend to lure them out. Once the fleet is mobilized en masse, our opportunity will arise. Furthermore, we can control the longsword missiles without the wooden civilization being aware." Initially, to prevent the wooden civilization from employing technological means to manipulate the longsword, the program was entirely fixed and unalterable, though Su Wendong did leave a slight backdoor. "General Commander, how do we provoke their fleet to mobilize?" Chang Hanyu gazed out the porthole and declared, "The fleet will maneuver towards the wooden planet, feigning an attack on it. This aligns perfectly with their intent to annihilate us. Thus they will undoubtedly rally their forces to besiege us. After a brief engagement, the fleet will retreat. The mobility and acceleration capabilities of the defenders surpass that of the wooden fleet. Once we are sufficiently distanced, we will turn back and use our speed advantage to elude the pursuing fleet. The remaining task is to identify their weaker points and launch our assault. Whether it be the defensive lines, the transport fleet, or the planet itself, defeating any one of them would deal a fatal blow to the wooden civilization. General Commander, what if they do not pursue? Or worse, what if they abandon the chase halfway? They will pursue without fail. Otherwise, they would not mobilize their fleet at this juncture, but rather continue to fortify their defenses to ensure absolute security. At that time, you must maintain your speed, not too slow, nor too fast. Are they not concerned about the longsword missiles? At this moment, they likely believe the longsword missile barrage is nearing its conclusion. My early arrival is intended to create this very illusion. Should the longsword missile assault conclude without achieving its intended effect, I will surely make my escape, leaving them with no opportunity. Thus, they will begin to prepare for an imminent strike. Understood. Let us proceed. 300,000 defenders ignited their engines, emitting a pale blue flame as they surged towards the transport fleet. As anticipated, the wooden fleet mobilized. When the defenders reached their designated position, 800,000 wooden battleships had also arrived. Out of these, 500,000 were drawn from the transport fleet, while 300,000 were extracted from the second and third lines of defense. The first line of defense remained vigilant, and as Chang Hanyu had predicted, they swiftly expanded the area of the third line after losing several hundred warships. The defensive capabilities of a single defender can match 3 or more adversaries, and the wooden civilization believed that uniting their 800,000 warships, along with the star defense systems, would suffice to counter 30,000 defenders. Here, the defenders would first have to contend with the swarm-like star defense systems. As various missiles, interstellar mines, and space-based laser cannons came raining down upon them. Chapter 060. The most accurate solution. Chang Hanyu had thought the star defense systems of the SATA system were densely arranged. Yet in comparison to the wooden civilization, the disparity became apparent. Fortunately, the defenders were sufficiently formidable. They could withstand smaller missiles and interstellar mines directly, while larger ones were incinerated by pulse lasers. The technological gap was laid bare at this moment. The wooden fleet required all its strength to combat the sparse SATA star defense systems, whereas the defenders handled the dense wooden star defense systems with ease. The SATA civilization's star defense systems could destroy wooden battleships. Yet the wooden civilization systems found it quite challenging to eliminate the defenders, necessitating multiple strikes on the same location. Even so, Chang Hanyu instructed the warriors to maneuver their ships erratically, feigning disarray under attack, and withstood numerous strikes from large weaponry, resulting in thousands of defenders sustaining damage. Nevertheless, the defenders' armor was robust, and their structure sufficiently stable. The damage inflicted by the star defense weapons posed no existential threat to them. The sight of flames erupting and arcs of electricity crackling deeply perplexed the commander of the wooden fleet, Luo Dong. When Luo Dong arrived with his fleet, more than half of the defenders bore injuries and were swaying unsteadily, attempting to organize a retreat. Observing this scene, Luo Dong's confidence surged, and he promptly redirected the star defense systems ahead in an attempt to obstruct the defenders' escape, simultaneously revving his engines to pursue relentlessly. The defenders charged forth while pretending to guard their severely damaged comrades, occasionally retaliating, seemingly on the verge of being overtaken by Luo Dong. After a tumultuous escape, they finally broke free from the densest star defense systems. At that moment, the defenders had fled over 10 billion kilometers, while Luo Dong had pursued for over 30 billion kilometers. The defenders were indeed strong, but these particular defenders were battered and disorganized, rendering them incapable of being a match for him. Throughout this process, the leaders of the wooden civilization repeatedly cautioned Luo Dong to be wary of Chang Hanyu's cunning, yet he dismissed their concerns with absolute certainty. Chang Hanyu was also a source of anxiety for the wooden leaders, and he, more than anyone, desired to eliminate him. After several such exchanges, coupled with the SATA warrior's theatrical talents, the wooden leaders ceased to mention him further. Lan Tan, the transport fleet now has only 300,000 warships remaining, along with 200,000 from the wooden planet, totaling 500,000 wooden battleships. I will assign you 250,000 defenders. Do you believe you can eliminate them? Absolutely. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lan Tan returned to the fleet, executing a wide-angle maneuver towards the wooden civilization's transport fleet, which now consisted of only 300,000 warships. Despite the presence of star defense systems, the leaders of the wooden civilization remained apprehensive. It was not out of a deep affection for their kin, but rather an understanding that their elevated status was built upon the backs of these lower-tier individuals. Without them, How could they maintain their lofty position? The 200,000 warships from the Wooden Planet were essential for safeguarding the industrial base. The leaders of the Wooden civilization had ventured into the Sata civilization, and after 2 centuries of back and forth, the industries on the Wooden Planet not only recovered but expanded beyond their previous capacity. Were it not for resource limitations, the Wooden fleet could have been several times larger. The defenders surged forward with great fervor, their 16 powerful engines roaring to life, swiftly leaving Luo Dong far behind, completely shedding the earlier appearance of being battered and disorganized. Luo Dong then realized that he had fallen for such a simple ruse of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Curse it, they played their part convincingly. One cannot entirely place the blame on Luo Dongguan. They had indeed faced the defenders before, but at that time, it was the defenders who launched a sudden assault. Furthermore, with the subsequent arrival of the Feiyan fleet, the defenders were almost overwhelmed and had no opportunity to fully unleash their capabilities, leading to a misjudgment on Luo Dong's part. More crucially, they had prematurely assumed that when Shang Hanyu set off, the Changjian missiles would theoretically cease operations. Logically, this was indeed the case. If the Changjian missiles had failed to yield results after decades of engagement, it stood to reason that they would not be effective even after 100,000 years. Their continued launch would serve no purpose other than waste. Under this overarching premise, it was estimated that the Changjian missiles were nearing depletion, and Shang Hanyu could do little more than flee, as a mere 300,000 defenders could hardly stand against the Mu Fong fleet unless they were vessels of a third-tier civilization. Now, as the defenders turned their course towards the transport fleet, Wu Zhan grew increasingly anxious. Stomping his 4 legs in a frenzy, 800,000 warships had effortlessly been diverted by Shang Hanyu. The Mu Fong leader was almost driven to the brink of fury, wishing to twist Luo Dong's head off. Yet at that moment, even if he could do so, it would not resolve any issues. Although Shang Hanyu appeared to be charging towards the transport fleet, he could pivot at any moment to strike at the 3 defensive lines or the Mu Fong planet. In a flash, the Mu Fong leader found himself in a dilemma. While the transport fleet was indeed vital, the Mu Fong planet held greater significance, as it was the very foundation of the Mu Fong civilization. True to his title, the Mu Fong leader exhibited little psychological conflict. He swiftly made a choice. Over 30,000 transport ships carrying Mu Fong civilians were dispatched immediately, while simultaneously increasing the volume of debris at the 3rd defensive line to create a gap for the transports to escape the Horn. The intent behind this maneuver was unmistakable. The fate of 7 billion civilized beings was no longer a concern. With a stroke of luck, they might evade peril. With bad fortune, they could only blame their misfortunes. Once the transport fleet departed the Horn, it dispersed rapidly, fleeing in all directions. Originally, 300,000 warships had remained to guard the transport fleet, but the Mu Fong leader redirected them to encircle the Mu Fong planet. Totaling 500,000 when combined with the original 200,000, to ensure the safety of the Mu Fong planet, the leader commenced the mobilization of an additional 400,000 warships from the 3rd defensive line. After numerous deployments of substantial debris, the breadth and density of the 3rd defensive line had reached a remarkably high state, assuring a 100 interception probability with minimal oversight, as long as the Mu Fong planet remained secure. Everything could be rebuilt from the ground up. The true elites were not aboard the transport ships. Those ordinary civilians, given a little time and some measures, could be replenished in numbers quite swiftly. In this predicament, Lan Tan found himself at a loss. Should he pursue the transport fleet? It appeared unnecessary, yet the Mu Fong planet and the vicinity of the 1st defensive line were heavily guarded by 1,000,000 fleets, making any breakthrough a daunting prospect. Not only was Lan Tan perplexed, but Shang Hanyu also found himself confounded by the Mu Fong leader's gambit. The disregard for 7 billion civilians was a rare act among the leaders of civilizations across the universe. Yet, here stood a 2nd-tier civilization leader capable of such a callous decision, a feat only achievable by one devoid of sentiment, acting purely from self-interest. The Mu Fong leader exemplified this, setting aside emotion to make the most prudent choice in this moment. Chapter 061. Psychological Warfare. The commander of the Mu Fong civilization fleet, Luo Dong, was racing back with his ships, knowing full well that the time procured by the defenders through their speed was limited to a mere 48 hours. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to resolve the issue within this time frame. Otherwise, Luo Dong's 800,000 vessels returning to the Mu Fong planet would render all efforts futile. the Mufang leader was not only politically adept but also a first-rate military strategist. One must concede that engaging with such an opponent requires not only sufficient strength but extraordinary wisdom. Sheng Hanyu, seasoned from countless battles, emerged from the crucible of conflict. However, when faced with the Mufang leader, even with his utmost efforts, he still felt somewhat powerless. At this juncture, Steel Feather and Lan Tan appeared equally helpless, placing their hopes entirely upon Sheng Hanyu. Back on Earth, he would have had a plethora of experienced battle advisors and commanders at his disposal to strategize. But now he had to rely solely on himself. In that moment, Sheng Hanyu's gaze shifted towards the distant transport fleet, and a plan began to form in his mind. From the captured Mufang individuals, he gleaned that the Mufang civilization was, in essence, a typical civilization, albeit with a leader of exceptional capability. Lan Tan, deploy 10 armies to pursue the transport fleet. Remember, as long as we can control them, do not destroy them without my command. Understood? The speed of the transport fleet was not rapid. A swift charge from 10 armies of the defenders was akin to herding sheep, successfully regrouping the transport fleet that had recently scattered in flight. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the defenders, this batch of transports continued their journey into the distance. Although the Mufang leader felt a twinge of resentment, he refrained from sending a fleet to rescue them. In the eyes of the Mufang leader, these 7 billion Mufang beings were naught but expendable tools, holding no intrinsic value. Years of warfare had rendered him numb to such loss. There exists a saying among humans: in war, emotions are the only thing that must be discarded. Few humans manage to adhere to this, yet the Mufang leader executed it flawlessly. At this moment, Luo Dong also returned with his fleet, comprising 3 million warships and the star defense system guarding the Mufang planet and its defenses, and no matter how formidable Sheng Hanyu might be, breaching this fortress was beyond his capabilities. Sheng Hanyu feigned a threat towards the Mufang leader, only to receive the anticipated response. The leader was utterly indifferent to the fate of the 7 billion civilians. In fact, the Mufang leader appeared somewhat relaxed. For not a single elite had been lost. With the civilization having progressed to its current state, the utility of ordinary individuals had diminished significantly. At times, they had become burdensome, especially when the mechanical bases were aggressively seizing resources. The overpopulation of the Mufang planet had become a heavy liability. Seizing this opportunity to alleviate that burden was indeed a commendable choice. In response to Sheng Hanyu's threats, the Mufang leader promptly severed the information channels. To minimize the impact of such information, he even cut off communications with the transport ships. 2 weeks later, Sheng Hanyu and Lan Tan converged in a region of space 2.5 billion kilometers from the Mufang planet. Lan Tan, are we prepared? Indeed, the transport ships have undergone thorough inspections, revealing no explosive devices, and the communication systems are offline. After careful evaluation, we captured a dozen or so middle-tier individuals, though regrettably, none hold significant roles. A big fish is unlikely to be here. Middle tier will suffice. Bring them over. Before long, a dozen Mufang beings were escorted before Sheng Hanyu by robotic guards. Through thick glass, these towering 2-meter-tall creatures with 4 legs exerted considerable pressure on Sheng Hanyu. Lan Tan introduced, these Mufang beings include those responsible for environmental sanitation, climate regulation, waste management, and underground tunnel stability, positions of practical significance. Friends of the Mufang civilization, I am Sheng Hanyu. You need not fear your subconscious adversary. As long as you cooperate, I can assure your safety. Now, please select a representative to converse with me. Soon, one of the Mufang beings was pushed forward. Mr. Sheng Hanyu, I am Kalu Oi I. Excellent, Kalu Oi I. You may speak freely during our dialogue. There is no need for restraint. Whatever you say, I assure you will not invoke my I or id I in this moment. We engage as equals. Are you aware of why the Sata fleet has appeared here today? Yes, because you intend to seize our planet. That is incorrect. 2 centuries ago, your fleet launched a massive invasion of the Sata system. It was you who sought to seize our planet. How is it that the roles have reversed now? No, we merely sought to eliminate a threat. When you first arrived here, you were prepared for invasion. We were simply acting in self-defense. Understood, understood. Such distortions of reality and brainwashing of ordinary people were commonplace on Earth. Those in power manipulate information channels, through the creation of information silos, the inversion of truth, or the suppression of dissenting voices, to deceive and control the common populace. It was evident that the Mufang leader employed similar tactics. crafting a grand narrative of protecting the Mu Fong civilization while vilifying the Sada civilization as irredeemably evil at times. Such lies were not particularly sophisticated and were riddled with flaws, yet they proved effective. Kaluoyai, and all of you, you are the capable elite of the Mu Fong civilization, possessing the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. I hope you can analyze why we, the Sada civilization, are present here today and why we are attacking you, based on your own abilities rather than the conclusions drawn by others. Approximately 400 years ago, Shang Hanyu recounted the entire sequence of events in considerable detail, sharing the conversations he had with the Mu Fong leader and the combat sequences, along with the recent communications received from the Jinfeng civilization. After a long pause, Kaluoyai approached Shang Hanyu. Mr. Shang Hanyu, may I ask if all of this is true? Logically speaking, I possess ample justification to deceive you. However, the stark reality is as follows. Upon meticulous reflection, you shall discern the true nature of your leader, and thus, any doubt regarding the authenticity of my words should dissipate. Moreover, in his endeavor to safeguard the Mu Fong planet, he unhesitatingly sacrificed the lives of your 7 billion compatriots. His only concerns lie in status, power, and an inflated sense of superiority, while your very existence means nothing to him. If my conjecture holds merit, the elite of the Mu Fong civilization must largely not be among these 7 billion. Kaluoyai turned back, observing the transformation in his companion's expressions. An amalgamation of betrayal, abandonment, and humiliation was evident in their eyes. Mr. Chang Hanyu, you speak the truth. Indeed, the facts are not difficult to unearth. Yet, we have become accustomed to being misled and, at times, reluctant to engage in critical thought. Out of trust in our leader, we accept his pronouncements without question. Even when they may be erroneous, wars, more often than not, arise from the interests of a mere fraction of individuals. I believe this conflict mirrors that very sentiment. Initially, our intention was to forge a long-lasting and amicable alliance with your Mu Fong civilization, to share resources and collaboratively confront mechanical threats. Yet, your leader's obstinacy and unbridled ambition led him to attempt our annexation, even enlisting the aid of the Tier 3 Feiyun civilization, leaving us with no avenue for survival. I apologize for our actions. I regret them deeply. I understand that this bears no relation to your ordinary populace, and the fault does not lie with you. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I will not unleash a massacre upon you. As long as you cooperate, I can assure your collective safety. We are but a group of prisoners, unaware of what we can offer in cooperation, yet we shall strive to do our utmost. It is simple. Your current leader must be held accountable for his transgressions. There may be acquaintances or friends among your fleet. I need you to contact them, elucidate the sequence of events, and urge them not to serve your leader any longer. Even if they can endure for now, your entire existence is suppressed under the deluge of long sword missiles, while my Sada civilization continues to advance daily. When the time comes for our forces to arrive, everything shall be reduced to ashes. Such an outcome is not worth it. Kaluoyai pondered momentarily before asking, and then, what will happen to our people? If I were to suggest allowing you to remain within the Mu Fong star system, you would undoubtedly doubt my sincerity, nor would I entertain such a notion. Once this matter concludes, the Mu Fong planet will be systematically obliterated. All traces of civilization will be eradicated, and every living being will be extinguished. The Mu Fong planet shall become an uninhabitable orb, and as for you, I shall prepare sufficient resources to facilitate your departure. With a stroke of luck, you may discover a new planet. Should fortune not favor you, I cannot be held accountable. Kaluoyai nodded. Such an arrangement indeed seemed merciful. Mr. Chang Hanyu, how can you guarantee all of this? I regret to inform you that I cannot provide such assurances. You must take a gamble, wagering that I shall not deceive you. Very well, we are willing to take that gamble. Excellent. How to proceed is for you to negotiate among yourselves. I seek only the outcome. In 24 hours, should I not witness any sign of movement from your fleet, I will not hesitate to eliminate a portion of you to instill fear in the others. Understood. Chang Hanyu ordered a portion of the satellites carried by the fleet to be installed on each transport ship, ensuring that all communications would be monitored by the Sada civilization, thus preventing interception by the Mu Fong leader. Under the dual pressures of the truth and the threat of death, Kaluoyai and his companions exhibited remarkable resolve. They first unveiled the entire truth to their compatriots, amplifying the tragedy of their abandonment. Rallying all those forsaken to unite it is acceptable to sacrifice for civilization, even if it costs one's life. Every ordinary individual possesses an inherent moral sentiment. However, to offer genuine feelings for civilization only to be regarded as refuse is a bitter pill to swallow. Furthermore, they urged everyone to send messages to acquaintances within the fleet, warning them of the impending arrival of the SATA forces and the relentless barrage of long sword missiles that would persist for no less than a century. Emphasizing the importance of unity, the Mufang civilization belongs to all Mufang compatriots. The self-serving leader no longer represents the entirety of the Mufang civilization, and similar sentiments echoed throughout their communications. It was evident that Kuluoyai possessed great capability, his rhetorical prowess unparalleled. Later, upon further inquiry, Chang Hanyu discovered that Kuluoyai indeed possessed remarkable talent, yet due to past conflicts with the Mufang leader, he had been overlooked and ultimately abandoned. These messages transformed into electromagnetic waves, surging into the Mufang fleet like a tidal wave. The fleet members, being the elite among elites, possessed unquestionable judgment. Some had even participated directly in the Mufang civilization's invasion of the SATA star system. The leader's abandonment of 70 compatriots had long ignited their discontent. The ideologies they had absorbed were no different from those of other civilizations, protecting the Mufang civilization, safeguarding their fellow Mufang beings. Watching countless compatriots forsaken and captured by the SATA fleet while the Mufang leader turned a blind eye shattered the warriors' resolve, effectively crossing their threshold of tolerance. Initially fearing that these compatriots would fall victim to Chang Hanyu's wrath, they were instead met with messages from their acquaintances, with each message corresponding to a familiar friend. The Mufang warriors' dissatisfaction with their leader surged to unprecedented heights. Unlike politicians, their thoughts remained relatively untainted. "Curse it! Jam the electromagnetic signals immediately," the Mufang leader bellowed, but it was already too late, as the first squadron defied orders and broke away from the second line of defense. The entire Mufang fleet collapsed like a house of cards stripped of its foundation. Some radicals even destroyed the defensive line, unleashing the long sword missiles that surged toward the Mufang planet like a deluge, commencing a terrifying explosion. The long sword missiles, reddened by friction with the Mufang atmosphere, howled toward the ground, creating a massive crater several meters deep. The shockwaves from the explosions swept everything nearby into the air, with the thunderous roars echoing continuously. Within mere minutes, one side of the Mufang planet bore countless wounds. Under the relentless bombardment of long sword missiles, deep craters penetrated the planet's crust, leading to the annihilation of its underground cities. In just 32 hours, the Mufang planet's rotation cycle transformed what was once a relatively beautiful planet into a veritable hellscape. A tempest raged. Monstrous waves coursed, earthquakes struck frequently, and wildfires engulfed the land, further compounded by the unyielding strikes of the long sword missiles. Only from the remnants scattered about could one barely discern that this had once been a civilized world. 3 million vessels crumbled to ruin due to mere words from the commoners that the Mufang leader deemed insignificant, aptly illustrating the age-old adage, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." A civilization is not the dominion of one or a select few, but rather a collective possession of all its members. Ultimately, the Mufang leader paid the price for his tyranny. The events unfolded too rapidly for him to react, rendering it nearly impossible to regain control over the fleets. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Hanyu led his team forward. "To all warriors of the Mufang civilization, your compatriots remain unscathed. Please remain where you are. Otherwise, you will be deemed as aggressors." As Chang Hanyu advanced, he broadcasted his message, and no Mufang warship dared to impede his progress. Soon, he had commandeered the 10,000 vessels loyal to the Mufang leader. "Mufang leader, surrender. You have lost. I shall grant you 1 minute to open the hatches and stand down. Otherwise, I will commence indiscriminate bombardment." In an instant, all defenders trained their weapons upon the Mufang fleet ahead. At that moment, a contingent of die-hard supporters of the Mufang leader charged forth, seemingly intent on carving a path for him, yet they were surrounded by 300,000 vigilant defenders before they could reach their destination. The defenders opened fire. In a single encounter, 4 to 5,000 Mufang warships were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the vast expanse. Wait, cease fire." Chang Hanyu halted the attack, observing as one of the Mufang warships slowly opened its hatch. Seeing this, Lantan immediately contacted Chang Hanyu via video. "Commander, I'm going in. Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, eliminate them on the spot. Understood. With that, Lan Han also opened the hatch, flanked by 10 robotic guards and another 10 members of the SATA Guard. They traversed hundreds of kilometers of starry void, entering the open Mu Fong warship. The video feed synchronized with Chang Hanyu's ship. It was evident that the interior structure of this Mu Fong warship was markedly different from ordinary vessels. Adorned with opulent decor, numerous personnel occupied the ship, yet none were armed, and under Lantan's warning, these Mu Fong beings complied. After traversing a short distance and passing through several airlock doors, Lantan finally arrived at the command room of the Mu Fong warship. Within the command room were only 7 or 8 Mu Fong beings, one of whom was under the control of the others. With a wave of his hand, Lantan commanded the robotic guards to secure the Mu Fong beings. Among those apprehended, Chang Hanyu recognized one. The Mu Fong leader himself. The wave of relief washed over him as he turned to Gang Yu, stating, Gang Yu, open fire and eliminate those escorting vessels. Commander, they are executing the order. Affirmative. Steel Feather believed that these warships had surrendered and posed no threat, but Chang Hanyu was acutely aware that these zealous adherents of the Mu Fong leader had been thoroughly brainwashed. They were uncontrollable variables that needed to be eradicated. The process was remarkably straightforward. The defenders opened fire suddenly, leaving the enemy no time to react. Perhaps they never anticipated that Chang Hanyu would act with such ruthless decisiveness. Within mere seconds, the remaining 5,000 or so escort warships met the same fate as their predecessors. Inside the Mu Fong command ship, a Mu Fong being spoke up, saying, My lord, we surrender. This is our leader, and he has been subdued. Please do not harm us. The Mu Fong leader retorted vehemently, Traitor! You traitors! You have betrayed an entire civilization? Lantan barked, Silence. You, immediately grant me the highest authority. I am taking command of this vessel. Yes, yes, my lord. Lantan scoffed at their subservient demeanor. They usually held themselves high and mighty, yet when faced with danger, they were the first to retreat like turtles. With the authority granted, Lantan connected with the scientific department located 28 light-years away, where dozens of scientists had been prepared for this moment. All information from the Mu Fong command ship surged toward the SATA civilization like a tidal wave, including the complete technological tree of the Mu Fong civilization. Observing this data, the Mu Fong scientists did not exhibit excessive excitement. In truth, the technological value of the Mu Fong civilization held little significance for the SATA civilization. It would not elevate their technological standing, but could provide SATA scientists with fresh perspectives and directions. The data repository was vast, and its complete transmission would require some time. Chang Hanyu instructed Lantan to transfer all Mu Fong beings aboard this ship to an ordinary warship for detention. Once again, he faced the Mu Fong leader. The Mu Fong leader glanced at the familiar face before him and declared, I have not been defeated by you. Give me a little more time, and I can control the mechanical fleet. Perhaps, Chang Hanyu replied, Do you regret it? In the end, victors and vanquished are determined. I never regret any of my actions. Obsessed and unrepentant. With that, Chang Hanyu departed, knowing that further words would be futile with such a person. Upon returning to the command ship, Steel Feather inquired, Commander, how shall we deal with these individuals? What are your opinions? Both Lantan and Steel Feather hesitated. Chang Hanyu understood that slaughtering these defenseless intelligent beings weighed heavily on them. Despite the fact that this enemy had almost brought about the annihilation of the SATA civilization. Very well, there is no rush. We still have one individual unapprehended. Chang Hanyu referred to the fleet commander of the Mu Fong civilization, Luo Dong, who might still be clandestinely organizing a fleet for a counterattack. Chang Hanyu retrieved Luo Dong's dossier and, after reviewing it, found that Luo Dong was a rather straightforward warrior, which made matters simpler. Luo Dong, step forth. Your leader has already been captured, and you surely do not wish for me to unleash a massacre, resulting in countless unnecessary casualties, do you? Should I destroy a single warship, you will pay the price of at least 1,000 lives. After a brief moment, a Mu Fong warship slowly advanced to the forefront of the defender's fleet. Chang Hanyu, what do you intend to do? 2 conditions. First, you must cease all resistance and accept the judgment of the SATA civilization. Second, you are permitted to retain 500,000 warships, but the rest must be destroyed immediately. Upon hearing these terms, Luo Dong naturally refused to acquiesce. On what grounds do you presume I would accept such unreasonable conditions? Luo Dong, may I pose a question? Chang Hanyu, Spare me the circumlocution. Speak plainly. As a soldier of the Mufang civilization, what is your duty? What is your honor? I implore you to respond without hostility. Humph. As a soldier of the Mufang civilization, my duty is to protect the Mufang civilization, to safeguard every kinsman, to die for the civilization, to die for my kin, is the highest honor of every Mufang soldier. Excellent. Then allow me to ask you further. When your leader decided to abandon the 7 billion kin, what were you doing? When your leader recklessly led the entire civilization into the abyss for personal gain, what were you doing then? Is this truly the highest honor of your Mufang soldiers? The more your kin forsake, the more brutal the civilization's retribution, and the higher the honor? Enough. Enough. Your current fate is a direct consequence of your leader's actions. If you do not wish to witness your kin slaughtered, then comply with my demands. Hesitating, Luo Dong ultimately acquiesced to Chang Hanyu's requirements, forcibly relocating 2.5 million kin from the 2.5 million warships into the 500,000 ships before sending the empty vessels and their planetary defense systems towards the main sequence star of Mufang. Chang Hanyu did not intervene, perhaps as a means for Luo Dong to retain a semblance of dignity. Chapter 064. Exile into the Cosmos. Having completed these tasks, Luo Dong donned protective gear and emerged from the ship, floating motionlessly in the void of space, awaiting Chang Hanyu's decision. Thus far, the threat posed by the Mufang civilization had been entirely neutralized. How to deal with Luo Dong remained undecided. Chang Hanyu directed Lan Tan to detain him while he further deliberated on the Mufang civilization. Throughout, Chang Hanyu refrained from wholesale slaughter, partly to preserve the sentiments of the Sada civilization and partly to adhere to the will of the distant civilizations. Even though the Jinfeng civilization advocated for a swift resolution, should distant civilizations seek retribution in the future, how could such matters be clarified? Days passed. Kaluoyai, I have reviewed your dossier and find you to be an excellent candidate. Thus, I intend to entrust all your kin to you. However, I am concerned about the Mufang civilization falling back under the control of your leader, repeating past mistakes. Can you discuss a more prudent approach? Commander, the leader has committed crimes against civilization and must be held accountable. I am, in fact, a perfectionist. The previous societal structure was unjust. If you grant me this opportunity, it would fulfill my dream. However, some individuals are inherently corrupt, and I hope you will allow me to cleanse them, enabling me to rebuild a harmonious Mufang civilization. How do you intend to cleanse them? You must understand, I am not one who revels in bloodshed. Quite simply, identify these individuals, confine them aboard the ship, and let them drift with the currents. That shall be their fate. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. You may seek some assistance to accomplish these tasks. You have 3 days. Thank you, Commander. Chang Hanyu instructed the transport and attack ships to gather, and Kaluoyai once more demonstrated his formidable execution capabilities. Thus, the cleansing commenced, with all elites who had wronged ordinary Mufang beings being apprehended without exception. These transgressions could include instances of inadequate treatment towards ordinary kin. Chang Hanyu did not concern himself with these matters. He left the handling of the situation to Kaluoyai, merely to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. As for right or wrong, that was an internal affair of the Mufang civilization. Even if individuals were held accountable for attitude issues, they had brought this upon themselves. Such trivial matters would likely be forgotten in an instant. Yet the ordinary kin who had suffered would remember for a lifetime. 3 days later, of the 3 billion elites, an astonishing 2/3 had been held accountable, a figure that even Chang Hanyu found shocking. One could only imagine the extent to which ordinary Mufang beings had been oppressed. The purged elites were all confined within 100,000 warships. Before their exile, Kaluoyai dismantled the control systems of the vessels. And then they set sail, accelerating until their propellant was exhausted. The warships would travel at an exceedingly rapid pace, ultimately either colliding with a planet in destruction or fleeing the Mushroom Galaxy. No one cared which fate awaited them. However, one thing was certain. Before the warships exhausted their fuel, these 2 billion Mufang elites would perish due to lack of supplies. To ensure caution. Before departure, Chang Hanyu discreetly instructed Kaluoyai to tamper with the Mufang leader, ensuring that this leader would never utter another sound. Having completed these tasks, Chang Hanyu approached Luo Dong, who, along with his subordinates, was not included in the purging. Kaluoyai had no objections regarding Luo Dong either. At this moment, Luo Dong appeared utterly despondent, silent, and motionless, his eyes vacant and body limp. This incident had dealt him a significant blow. Luo Dong, it is all over. I have instructed Kaluoi I to gather all resources. You may leave. Luo Dong shook his head. Kill me. I cannot face my kin. Killing you is easy, but aside from satisfying a coward's pitiful pride, it resolves nothing. I am not a coward. Are you not? Then why do you not continue fulfilling your duty to protect your kin? Let the fleet continue its journey towards the main sequence star. Allow them to forego self-destruction and continue to fulfill their purpose. Luo Dong had not anticipated that Chang Hanyu would act in this manner. He suddenly stood up, incredulous as he gazed at Chang Hanyu. We have wronged you so much. Chang Hanyu interrupted Luo Dong. You have recognized that these wrongs exist. I know you were merely following orders. The fault does not lie with you. There are debts to be paid. Your leader has already atoned for his sins. As for you and the ordinary kin, I choose not to pursue matters further, and I hope you will act accordingly. Thank you on behalf of my kin. Go now. Your command ship is ready. Luo Dong gazed intently at Chang Hanyu, finally lowering his head to offer a respectful bow before soaring towards the command ship. The command vessel circled Chang Hanyu 3 times before returning to the fleet and, alongside the transport fleet, set sail into the unknown depths of space. Commander, what do you think will happen to them? Chang Hanyu replied with a slight smile. Who knows? Let us be on our way. It is time for me to return. What about the long sword? Chang Hanyu glanced in the direction Luo Dong had departed, then towards the Sada star system, saying, Let it be. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Commander, we have discovered something extraordinary. An engineer working aboard the Mukong command ship sent a message. Inside a completely transparent container, a football-sized, irregularly shaped object floated, surrounded by a multitude of various coils. This container had been concealed in a secret compartment within the ship, and the engineer, through remarkable diligence, had unearthed its existence. Upon opening it, he found this peculiar object and promptly reported it to Chang Hanyu. Chang Hanyu was equally perplexed by the object, which appeared rather ordinary, resembling a common stone. However, given its level of secrecy and the arrangement surrounding it, it was undoubtedly a valuable item, and not just any ordinary treasure. Seal it for now. Do not touch it. We shall hand it over to the scientists upon our return. Understood. Lan Tan, Gang Yu, assemble the fleet. Prepare for our journey home. Yes. With 300,000 defenders, none were lost in battle, and not a single Sada warrior sacrificed. Everyone was immensely joyous, and upon receiving the news of their return, their excitement multiplied, with even Lan Tan and Gang Yu unable to suppress their elation. The fleet quickly gathered, and just as Chang Hanyu was about to issue the order to set sail, another fleet of defenders suddenly emerged ahead, numbering 500 ships. Alert! Level 1 defense. Faced with the unexpected appearance of the defenders, Chang Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He had not summoned any fleets from the Sada star system, and these 500 ships were not recognized by the friend or foe identification system. Even newly constructed vessels would have been incorporated into the system immediately after his departure, meaning these 500 defenders did not belong to the Sada civilization. Chapter 065. Triumphant return. Such acts of deception had been employed by the Feiyun civilization, and Chang Hanyu was not the only one on edge. All Sada warriors shared his anxiety. The sudden appearance of the enemy clearly indicated the use of advanced spatial technology, characteristic of a Level 3 civilization's warship. The 300,000 defenders simultaneously adjusted their bows and aimed all their turrets at the approaching fleet, ready to unleash a torrent of fire should the enemy make the slightest move. General Chang, it's me. Su Wandong's video feed connected just in time, with Qiu Yi beside him, grinning widely. Commander, we have arrived. How did you come to be here? This is curvature technology. Su Wandong beamed, clarifying, to be precise. It's spatial technology, not merely curvature. Though it does contain a slight curvature component, I intended to surprise you, but I nearly ended up obliterated instead. Wandong, if I am not mistaken, this was your idea, was it not? Of course. Chang Hanyu shot a mildly irritated glance at Su Wandong, saying, You truly have a knack for ill-timed ideas. Fortunately, I kept my wits about me, or else I might have opened fire and you. Qiu Yi, stop grinning like a fool. Go back and prepare a report for me. Commander, what is the report for? Yalat, never mind, I'll deal with you once we return. Su Wandong chuckled. General Chang, we are here to bring you back. Hurry, gather everyone. Let them experience superluminal travel, 2 years to arrive. Chang Hanyu's eyes widened, and both Gang Yu and Lan Tan gaped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, 2 years. Su Wendong proudly stated, to be precise, it's less than 2 years. Our speed can reach 15 times the speed of light. After a moment, Chang Hanyu regained his composure and instructed Gang Yu and Lan Tan, let us proceed. What are you waiting for? Have the warriors set the automatic return program? We are going home. The prospect of returning home within 2 years aboard a superluminal battleship sent the already exhilarated SATA warriors into a frenzy, their excitement akin to that of individuals on a stimulant. Chang Hanyu felt a deep sense of gratitude. These SATA warriors had ventured with him into the depths of the Mukong civilization, having been away from home for approximately 120 years. Despite facing danger and solitude, they bore no complaints. Chang Hanyu understood that the SATA warriors yearned for a swift end to the war and a return to their homeland, yet they had remained steadfast, fulfilling the duties of a soldier. Such exemplary warriors, Chang Hanyu wished for them to return home soon. The automation of ordinary defenders was remarkably advanced. Their autonomous return to the SATA star system posed no issues. Once everyone boarded the ship, Su Wendong issued the command for superluminal travel, in an instant. Everything around them plunged into darkness before bursting into brightness, the distant starry sky seemingly collapsing in on itself. It felt as though one were enveloped within a peculiar sphere, where everything around them warped, creating a bizarre 360-degree perspective. Aside from the visual sensations, there were no other changes. It was as if they remained perfectly still, calm and stable. Su Wendong explained that the superluminal travel technology had taken a century of research to resolve. 5 years prior, the first batch of experimental superluminal engines began production and were fitted onto these 500 Defender ships. The reason they had not been recognized by the system was that these Defenders were specifically constructed to accommodate superluminal engines, sent directly to the scientific department after leaving the production line, thus bypassing the usual procedures for system registration. After testing, the Defenders achieved a maximum speed of 15 times the speed of light, prompting Su Wendong to assist Chang Hanyu. Despite the SATA leader's repeated objections, he ultimately conceded to Su Wendong's insistence, allowing Qiu Yi to accompany him. Little did they expect to arrive just as Chang Hanyu concluded the war, transitioning their mission from assistance to transport, swiftly bringing these warriors laden with honor back to their homeland. Time passed swiftly, and the familiar SATA star system came into view. The rumored phenomena of time reversal, witnessing one's past and future, did not materialize. Even the passage of time remained unchanged. The SATA star system showed minimal alterations. Aside from an increase in machinery, biological entities, and defenders, everything remained as it was. The SATA people continued to exude warmth and diligence. After enduring the most enthusiastic yet simultaneously painful welcome ceremony, Chang Hanyu finally found a moment of tranquility. Accustomed to solitude and loneliness, he struggled to adjust to this bustling atmosphere. Upon returning to his familiar command room, the SATA leader soon followed. Greeting him like old comrades, the leader remarked, "What's wrong? Do you dislike this sort of gathering? You look as if you were suffering." Chang Hanyu scratched his head, sighing, "I can't help it. I'm not accustomed to such occasions. Is everything well at home? It's fair enough, though I can't shake the feeling that the machinery and biological entities are like a balloon, growing larger and more prone to bursting at any moment. Now that we possess superluminal technology, we have gained an additional card to play. The distant civilizations are being handled, and for now, we shall maintain the status quo while observing developments closely. I resolved the Mukong leader issue, refraining from taking action against the ordinary populace, concerned that the distant civilizations might catch wind of it and cause trouble. More so, it is about our sentiments." Chang Hanyu managed a faint smile, saying in truth, "This reflects my own inner thoughts. I am a soldier, not an executioner, as long as they pose no threat to my friends. I see no harm in letting them be. Yet, should there be those who refuse to relent, I wouldn't mind getting my hands stained with blood." Sigh, why did it have to come to this with the Mukong leader? If only he possessed the vision and grace of a true leader, genuinely serving every citizen rather than ruling over them, his invasion would not have culminated in such a fate. As a leader of civilization, is it not their duty to serve every citizen well? Thus lies the difference. The Mukong civilization is driven by its elites, not by the service of its people, but by the oppression and enslavement of its populace. This time, the purged elite reached a staggering 2 billion. nearly one-fifth of the Mukong civilization's population. Power? Power should be wielded to make crucial decisions at pivotal moments, to overcome obstacles for the happiness and well-being of every citizen, embodying the collective will of the populace. How did it transform into an instrument for subjugating and enslaving them? It is difficult to elucidate. Perhaps the Mukong civilization lacks constraints. Unchecked power is indeed terrifying. Or perhaps it is a fundamental flaw in the Mukong civilization itself. Regardless, the Sada people are fortunate, and that is sufficient. Just barely, these years have been tumultuous, and everyone is weary. They may toil physically, yet they find solace in their spirits, regardless of who they are or their positions. They can take pride in serving the entire Sada civilization, an attribute that countless civilizations covet. Chapter 066, Civilization Advancement. General Chang, the leader, is also present. I have good news. Would you like to hear it? While Chang Hanyu and academician Sada were engaged in casual conversation, Su Wendong hurriedly approached in high spirits. Chang Hanyu jested. What news could possibly warrant such a frantic arrival? Surely, anything worth saying could be conveyed through our terminals. Su responded, General Chang, do not underestimate the value of this information. If I were to reveal it, you would surely be overjoyed. Unconvinced, Chang retorted, has the mechanical base exploded? Or have you acquired level 4 civilization technology? Sada chuckled, Wendong, spare us the riddles. Just tell us, what good news do you bring? Esteemed Chancellor, we have truly stumbled upon a treasure. The wooden civilization's flagship, brought by General Chang, contains a staggering 8 kilograms of antimatter. 8 kilograms! We have toiled for centuries, barely accumulating a single gram. What? 8 kilograms? That dark substance is antimatter? Chang Hanyu immediately recalled the enigmatic items in the concealed chamber and leaped with excitement. 8 kilograms of antimatter represented an immense fortune. However, Sada looked puzzled. Antimatter? Does the wooden civilization possess the capacity to produce antimatter? Indeed, Chancellor, it is antimatter, though it certainly was not produced by them. A level 2 civilization cannot amass such quantities. That foolish wooden leader neglected to utilize it. What a waste. But fortunate for USIT was not that he did not wish to use it. The situation had unfolded too rapidly, leading to a complete rout within an hour, leaving him no chance to deploy the antimatter. Furthermore, this substance held far greater strategic significance than tactical. Unless he possessed hundreds or thousands of kilograms, the potency of 8 kilograms would be substantial, yet we are amidst the stars, rendering it incapable of inflicting severe damage upon us. Su Wendong still found it difficult to grasp, pressing further, but what about the last encounter? When they invaded, why didn't they utilize this? It should have been the Feiyun civilization, if I am not mistaken. They too lack the means to acquire antimatter in large quantities. If they were to learn of this 8 kilograms, it could lead to an entirely different narrative. I see. Sada rose and addressed Su Wendong. Wendong, what plans do you have concerning technological advancements? Chancellor, I intend to dedicate the next year or two for everyone to familiarize themselves with the technology of the wooden civilization. Perhaps we may glean new insights and inspirations. Additionally, I wish to delegate the task of enhancing faster-than-light travel to others. In the realm of microscopic physics, I aspire to delve deeper into exploration, and Ilya will assist me with this endeavor. There is no need for such detail. I was merely inquiring casually. You may proceed as you see fit. Understood, Wendong. Chang Hanyu called out. Discuss with your colleagues in the scientific department the possibility of remotely controlling warships. Didn't we once have devices that allowed us to control drones with our thoughts? Could we not draw inspiration from that? General, remote control is certainly feasible, but can you tolerate a delay of a second or several seconds? How can that be acceptable? On the battlefield, even a second, let alone a fraction of a second, could determine life or death. Then it is settled. Quantum communication inherently incurs delays, especially when distanced from habitable planets, where the intensity of the consciousness field is insufficient, leading to significant latency. What I mean is for you to resolve the issue of delay you've rambled on without addressing the crux of the matter. Su Wendong smiled. That was intentional, In truth, I recognize this as a significant issue, which is why I wish to enter the microscopic realm to investigate the essence of these phenomena. Seeing this, Sada prepared to take his leave. You may continue your discussion. I must attend to other matters with the heroes. After the Chancellor departed, Chang Hanyu suddenly posed a question. Wendong, do you miss home? Alas, what good does it do to yearn? We do not even know where we are. Among all the superclusters observed from Earth, there is no sign of this differential supercluster. Likewise, the SATA astronomical observations have not detected the Virgo supercluster. Either they are too distant, or some colossal entity obscures our view. Chang Hanyu stood, gazing blankly out the window. Having witnessed the joy of the SATA warriors returning home, he too longed for home. Uncertain of Earth's fate and whether their homeland still existed, Su Wendong joined him by the window, remarking, "We have been here for 500 or 600 years, unaware of how much time has been lost within the space-time rift. Our loved ones and friends on Earth have surely passed away. Perhaps, in this vast universe, we are the last remnants of humanity." Chang Hanyu let out a gentle sigh, falling into silence as the two of them gazed quietly at the starry sky outside the window. Their thoughts had long since traversed billions of light-years to that familiar blue planet, where the skies and oceans they adored, along with a multitude of warm yellow faces, awaited them. Seasons changed, and days turned into nights. As Su Wendong devoted himself tirelessly to the laboratory, neglecting rest and sustenance, all in pursuit of uncovering the truths of the microcosm. Simultaneously, he was tasked with managing a vast community of scientists, encouraging them to embrace boundless imagination and unorthodox ideas, urging them to abandon the traditional approach of cautious advancement. The imperative was clear: to enhance technological prowess to the greatest extent in the shortest time frame. Even if it meant incurring some waste. As the leader who propelled the SATA civilization into the third tier, Su Wendong's words naturally garnered the allegiance of the scientists, who learned for the first time to boldly envision. Discovering that the world of imagination was indeed wondrous, by integrating the technologies left behind by the Mufang civilization, their thinking expanded significantly, leading to a flurry of monumental breakthroughs within a short span. A portion of Mufang technology was also readily applicable, further accelerating the advancement of the SATA civilization. After 3 decades of relentless effort, the SATA civilization firmly entered the Tier 3 stage, achieving a velocity of superluminal travel at 20 times the speed of light, allowing them to reach the Huangyan star system, which previously took over 20 years, in less than half a year. In the SATA star system, Huangyan star system, and Nanfeng star system, the 3 systems stood in a triangular formation, with early warning distances extending to 30 light-years. Further afield, reconnaissance satellites of the SATA civilization monitored any signs of attack, ensuring that the other 2 systems could provide immediate support. Each day, a multitude of new defenders were produced, while recently modified defenders soared into space from the production lines. The number of defenders had approached 5 million vessels, making it entirely feasible to retaliate against the Mufang civilization with overwhelming force. As the fleet grew increasingly formidable, Chang Hanyu found himself relieved, as the number of experienced SATA commanders continued to rise. However, to better train SATA warriors, he established a military academy, with instructors like Wu Zhan and Gang Yu personally conducting theoretical training for the SATA soldiers. Chapter 067. Farewell. Jinfeng. The sole concern that weighed on Chang Hanyu's mind was the mechanical base, akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment, yet he could not dismantle it forcibly. He had to allow it to evolve. After centuries of development, the number of mechanical bases in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th planets of the SATA star system was astronomical, with numerous machines even operating on the harshest 1st planet. Curiously, despite the proliferation of these machines, they had hardly produced new warships. In the SATA star system, the mechanical fleet numbered only 20,000 vessels, a paltry figure when compared to their vast bases. As for the biological entities, they were primarily found on the 4th planet, with only a few occasionally venturing towards the SATA planet. Given the current strength of the SATA civilization, there was no need for personnel intervention. A few automated fleets could easily handle these emerging biological entities. Luo Ka had previously captured a large number of biological entities for research, confirming their collective consciousness but yielding no other significant findings. Other scientists from different disciplines proposed the production of numerous microrobots to exterminate the biological entities from within. However, this plan was temporarily shelved, as the rationale was simple. The SATA civilization maintained a delicate balance among the mechanical, biological, and SATA entities. To act recklessly could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. At this stage, the SATA civilization's mission was to continually enhance technological levels while producing more defenders. Meanwhile, 28 starships were equipped with superluminal engines and were undergoing constant modifications. In the event that the SATA star system became untenable, these 28 starships would be sufficient to carry the entirety of the Sada civilization. Additionally, larger, sturdier, and more technologically advanced artificial starships began construction in the Nanfeng star system. Compared to the asteroid-class starships, the new designs were more scientifically crafted, with improved specifications across the board. Hundreds of power satellites equipped with superluminal engines had already set sail, some heading towards the interior of the Mushroom star system. While others ventured to its outermost reaches, preparation was key. Not only the Sada civilization but also most civilizations within the Mushroom star system were likely engaged in similar endeavors. Over the years, with advancements in reconnaissance methods, Sada scientists received numerous messages from other civilizations, most of which inquired about potential countermeasures. Perhaps the most leisurely of all was Chang Hanyu, who, aside from occasionally lecturing at the military academy, predominantly remained aboard his command ship. Docked among the stars, he often lost himself in contemplation of the cosmos for hours on end, grappling with a sense of nostalgia for his homeland and loved ones. Alongside profound reflections on the universe, often finding his mind blank, captivated by the shimmering light of the stars, the Sada head of state frequently accompanied Chang Hanyu, fully understanding his sentiments after years of camaraderie. In such moments, the Sada leader wished for an incident to occur, providing Chang Hanyu with something to occupy himself and alleviate his solitude. And indeed, that day arrived. On this occasion, the Sada leader had finally found something of significance to entrust to Chang Hanyu. Upon arriving at the command ship, the emissary vessel from the Jinfeng civilization appeared once more. This time, the command ship landed directly near the headquarters of the Sada civilization on the second planet. And the leader and Chang Hanyu promptly boarded their vessel. By the time they arrived, the vast emissary ship had already opened its hatch, revealing an alien life form resembling a winter melon. Standing approximately 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, devoid of a neck, it sported 3 1-foot-long sharp horns atop its head. Its upper limbs were long and slender, capable of reaching the ground, while its lower limbs were short and stout, measuring less than a foot in length. With small eyes, it appeared somewhat comical, yet from the perspectives of humans and the Sada civilization, it seemed relatively normal. Strangely, this alien entity wore no protective gear. Merely donning a few technological devices. As it approached Chang Hanyu and the Sada leader with small, shuffling steps, it greeted them. "Hello, my name is Sanfeng, emissary of the Jinfeng civilization. I've been here before." "You are Chang Hanyu and the Sada leader?" "Correct." The Sada leader stepped forward, nodding in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Mr. Sanfeng. You have traveled a long way. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Sanfeng shook his head. "Nothing of great consequence. The missiles you deployed will strike a Tier 4 peak civilization in 700 or 800 years. We have calculated the trajectory, and most of the missiles can directly enter their star system. I must inform you that this Tier 4 civilization is quite formidable. Even distant civilizations must show them some deference." Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu immediately sensed something amiss. When the Changjian was launched, this issue had been considered. No star systems existed within a 2,000 light-year radius of its trajectory. Even without consideration, the probability of the Changjian hitting a civilization was minuscule. Despite the star chart appearing densely populated, vast expanses of emptiness still occupied the Mushroom star system. The likelihood of the Changjian striking a civilized star system was akin to randomly firing a gun with eyes closed and hitting a flying bird. Yet, given Sanfeng's assertion, the possibility of error seemed unlikely. The only conceivable truth was that the Jinfeng civilization had intervened in some manner. Chang Hanyu moved aside to contact Su Wendong, instructing him to immediately adjust the Changjian's course. However, the response he received was alarming. All Changjian units were unresponsive, and their locations were entirely unknown. This further validated Chang Hanyu's suspicions. For the quantum communication to be severed, particularly with all Changjian units offline, only a Tier 4 civilization like the Jinfeng could accomplish such a feat. Returning to Sanfeng's side, Chang Hanyu stated, "Mr. Sanfeng, please feel free to express your requests." "Actually, it's nothing too significant," Sanfeng replied. "For you, it is something you ought to do. I hope you will eliminate the Feiyun civilization. To my knowledge, the Feiyun civilization is merely a Tier 3 civilization. With a mere flick of your finger, they could be obliterated. Why involve us? The distant civilizations have issued directives forbidding internal conflict. We are a Tier 4 civilization and are under the close scrutiny of the distant civilizations. While a direct attack may not provoke retaliation, it would certainly be unwise to defy their wishes." Previously, the Feiyun fleet attacked you. And considering your recent ascension to Tier 3 status, the distant civilizations will not yet focus on you. It is most appropriate for you to take action. Chapter 068. Reluctantly accepting this reasoning was undeniably sound, and Chang Hanyu found no flaws within it. He promptly inquired, Mr. Sanfeng, do you have any grievances with the Feiyun civilization? Grievances? Indeed, we do. Those scoundrels destroyed one of our warships with antimatter. Unfortunately, we cannot find any evidence. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated long ago. What is the strength of the Feiyun civilization? The main fleet boasts a formidable strength of 30 million, capable of achieving a velocity 50 times that of light. Surrounding the primary star system, there exist 4 neighboring galaxies, from which a stellar defense system has been constructed, encompassing a range of up to 10 light-years. Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu immediately interjected, Mr. Sanfeng, do you believe we can shake the tree like an ant or block the chariot like a mantis? This is your predicament. Should you fail to eradicate the Feiyun civilization, it shall be your demise. I recognize your potential, which is why I have afforded you this opportunity. Otherwise, you would have already vanished. Chang Hanyu found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion, sensing a dissonance yet lacking sufficient information for analysis. The only certainty was that the task of attacking the Feiyun civilization was one he must undertake. Chancellor Sada also grasped this reality and promptly responded, are you suggesting that if we vanquish the Feiyun civilization, the missiles will not strike the level 4 civilization base? Indeed, Sanfeng affirmed, but do not misconstrue my intent. I seek not mere defeat but total annihilation. Leave not one alive. The seemingly affable figure, who appeared quite rotund, uttered such a chilling decree, leaving Chancellor Sada in a state of disbelief. The greatest adversary, the Mufang civilization, had spared them. Yet this Feiyun civilization, merely a subordinate summoned by Mufang, was now to face extermination. The notion felt rather cruel, especially given their absence in recent years. Noticing the silence from Chancellor Sada and Chang Hanyu, Sanfeng continued, I shall grant you some time to ponder. I do not compel your acceptance, but do not blame me for failing to provide you with an opportunity. Chang Hanyu quickly replied, we accept. Excellent, Sanfeng responded. Here is the location and pertinent details regarding the Feiyun civilization. From this moment forth, you have 500 years. Should the Feiyun civilization still exist when that time elapses, the consequences shall be yours to bear. I wish you good fortune. Farewell. With that, Sanfeng swayed back toward his warship, the hatch sealing behind him as the Jinfeng battleship ascended into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Chang Hanyu and Chancellor Sada exchanged glances, both at a loss for how to proceed. Having only recently settled, they were now coerced into attacking the Feiyun civilization, a potential calamity regardless of the outcome for the Sada civilization. From Sanfeng's words, it was evident that refusal to engage the Feiyun would lead to inevitable catastrophe for the Sada civilization. While the Feiyun civilization was not blameless, the Sada civilization had not committed offenses warranting annihilation. The sensation of being forcibly utilized as a weapon was far from pleasant, yet what alternative remained? In a world where the strong reigned supreme, the weak could only navigate the narrow gaps of survival. Devoid of rights or dignity, honor resided solely upon the edge of a blade, and peace lay within the range of cannon fire. Without sufficient strength, one could only be reduced to a mere ant. Subjected to the whims of other civilizations, Chang Hanyu was acutely aware of this plight, while for Chancellor Sada, it was a novel experience. Previously, he had been compelled to join the Outer Space Nation, retaining some semblance of dignity, far removed from the suffocating predicament of the present. Commander, what shall we do? Chang Hanyu gazed at the troubled visage of Chancellor Sada and replied, Leader, I do not wish for the Sada civilization to become a civilization of slaughter. But if it comes down to a choice between the Sada and Feiyun civilizations, I need not deliberate. Is there truly no alternative? To ascend to a level 4 civilization within 500 years, and possess the capability to contend with the Jinfeng civilization, that is the sole path forward. That seems implausible. What of contacting the outer space civilization? Such efforts would likely yield little, even if the outer space civilization intervenes. The Jinfeng civilization possesses countless methods to ensure our demise. In that case, we are left with no choice. Indeed, not only do we lack options, but we must also triumph over the formidable Feiyun civilization. Let us prepare for battle. This is our only hope for survival. Very well. When the Sada people learned of this event, they were filled with righteous indignation. lamenting the tyranny of the Jin Feng civilization. Yet, what could they do? Surely, they could not simply stand by and witness their own annihilation. Once again, the entirety of Sada civilization mobilized, but Chang Hanyu could distinctly sense that this time, the Sada people were not brimming with enthusiasm. Instead, they exhibited a sense of resignation. Chang Hanyu deeply empathized with this sentiment, as he felt the same way. In a final glimmer of hope, Chang Hanyu sought out Su Wendong. The answer was discouraging. A breakthrough to fourth-level civilization within 500 years seemed implausible. Even if they were to acquire the technological tree of a fourth-level civilization now, fully assimilating and applying it would likely take several centuries. To rely solely on their own gradual exploration for a breakthrough within 500 years was utterly impossible. Inquiring about the fourth-level civilization, Su Wendong speculated that they must possess technology for spatial attacks, such as suddenly creating a spatial rift to ensnare their adversaries or directly utilizing spatial alterations to obliterate enemy warships. The Sada civilization had only recently grasped the technology of disrupting microscopic structures to unleash higher dimensional spaces, enabling their warships to achieve faster-than-light travel. Observations showed that when the Feiyun warships and Jin Feng warships maneuvered, there were noticeable fluctuations in spatial curvature, indicating that they had embarked upon a unique path. This path met the immediate need for faster-than-light travel for their fleet, yet whether it would ultimately lead to a broad avenue of advancement or a dead end was uncertain, even to Su Wendong, who could only continue his research in hopes of a breakthrough. After parting from Su Wendong, Chang Hanyu seated himself beneath a large tree not far away, pulled out a cigarette, and began to smoke. Puffing away. The Sada system lacked such a luxury. It was a product salvaged by Loka from the wreckage of Chang Hanyu's ship, painstakingly cultivated through numerous attempts. He savored the cigarette and gazed at the starry sky. Chang Hanyu felt as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, with himself and the Sada civilization resembling caged birds, all attempts at resistance proving futile. Suddenly, Chang Hanyu stood up, contemplating why he should not personally visit the Feiyun civilization. Whether to uncover the truth or familiarize himself with the adversary's situation, only by seeing and questioning firsthand could he find certainty in his heart. The Feiyun system lay a mere 150 light-years from the Sada system. A round trip would take only 15 to 16 years, a time frame entirely acceptable. Upon learning of Chang Hanyu's intention to journey to the Feiyun system, the Sada leader immediately opposed, for the reasoning was simple. It was far too perilous to venture into another civilization, especially one with whom they had a history of conflict and were about to engage in hostilities. Chapter 069. Journey to Feiyun. The Sada leader objected to Chang Hanyu's expedition to the Feiyun system. Yet Chang Hanyu had his own plans. If he did not dispel the gloom in his heart, this war could not possibly proceed. Moreover, as they were preparing for war, relying solely on the rudimentary information from Sanfeng was insufficient. At that time, the Mufang civilization had a slightly lower technological level than the Sada civilization, yet still faced considerable challenges. It was uncertain how long the Feiyun civilization had lingered at the third level. Their preparations in all aspects were likely thorough, and without a clear understanding, Chang Hanyu would never recklessly attack. The Feiyun civilization surpassed the Sada civilization in technological advancement. Previously, the Sada civilization had disclosed methods for controlling machines, so it was imperative to prepare for combat against mechanical fleets. Naturally, Chang Hanyu would not recklessly approach the Feiyun civilization. No fool would seek their own demise, especially not Chang Hanyu. After much contemplation, he resolved to travel to the Feiyun civilization under the guise of a human. From the information gleaned from the Mufang leader's flagship, it appeared that the Feiyun civilization was unaware of Chang Hanyu and humanity's existence, rendering this identity safe. Thus, a warship larger than the Defender was swiftly constructed. In essence, it was still the Defender, merely clad in a more substantial shell and altered in appearance, all to disguise Chang Hanyu's identity. The Sada leader initially intended for Chang Hanyu to take a fleet along, but Chang Hanyu declined, insisting on going alone, not even bringing a single Sada individual. The more Sada elements present, the greater the danger for Chang Hanyu. Unable to persuade him otherwise, the leader acquiesced to Chang Hanyu's decision. Alone and aboard a single ship, he embarked on his journey to the Feiyun system, located 150 light-years away. To ensure further safety, Chang Hanyu first navigated in the opposite direction for a distance before making a sharp turn toward the Feiyun system. extending the entire journey to 200 light-years with an estimated travel time of 10 years. Along the way, Chang Hanyu would traverse over 20 star systems, both to investigate the mechanical situation and to broaden his horizons by visiting other civilizations. The Mushroom System was home to millions of civilizations. In fact, it averaged one civilization for every 10,000 star systems, making the Mufang and Sada civilizations densely populated regions. The distribution of civilizations within the Mushroom System was uneven, with those closer to the top being relatively concentrated, while the middle and lower positions had fewer civilizations. Throughout the 200 light-years of travel, Chang Hanyu did not encounter any civilizations in the star systems he passed through. Instead, mechanical entities seemed ubiquitous, appearing on most planets. By the 10th year, Chang Hanyu finally reached the outskirts of his target, the Feiyun System. As per the information provided by Sanfeng, the spatial region occupied by the Feiyun civilization comprised 5 star systems, with the Feiyun system at the center, surrounded by 4 others. Utilizing these 4 star systems, the Feiyun civilization had constructed a formidable defensive system. Even at the periphery, various types of weaponry were clearly visible floating in the starry expanse, making it evident how many armaments were required to fortify a 3-dimensional area spanning 10 light-years. Chang Hanyu was unaware of the specific functions of these weapons, but their density suggested that not even a fleet, let alone a mere bird, could hope to penetrate this space. Who goes there? State your identity, or you shall face attack. Chinese civilization, a member of the far-reaching realm. I come bearing greetings from the Chinese leader. Hoping to gain an audience with your leaders, please remain in place. Before long, a complete navigation chart was transmitted, guiding Chang Hanyu along the designated route. The endpoint was not the Feiyun system itself, but one of the 4 defensive star systems. It was evident that the recipients were cautious, which was only logical. Who would usher an unknown entity into their core area without first ascertaining their identity? Guest, please dock according to the guiding signal. To Chang Hanyu's surprise, the planet he docked at was also a life-bearing planet, devoid of mechanical presence. The overall condition of the planet was not favorable. Many areas had become desolate due to industrial activities, with the environment severely damaged. Chang Hanyu donned his extravehicular suit and set foot on the planet, noting that the gravitational force was slightly weaker than that of the Sada planet. In the sky, there were enormous flying creatures with wingspans of 4 to 5 meters, yet their bodies were no larger than those of 2 or 3-year-old human children. At that moment, one of the flying creatures suddenly dove down and landed before Chang Hanyu. Startling him. It was then that he realized these flying beings were sentient, as one wore a technological helmet. Chinese being, I am Long Yun, the Minister of Daily Affairs of the Feiyun civilization. At the behest of our leader, I am fully responsible for your reception. May I inquire your name? Chang Hanyu. Greetings, Mr. Chang Hanyu. What brings you to the Feiyun system? Mr. Long Yun, like all civilized star systems, the Chinese system has fallen victim to mechanical invasion. After fierce battles, we suffered considerable losses and were forced underground. To combat the machines, our leader has dispatched us to visit various civilizations, seeking to understand whether their situations differ and to find methods to eradicate the machines. I have traveled over 10,000 light-years, visiting hundreds of civilizations, and I hope to receive your assistance here today. Long Yun displayed no overt emotion, stating, I see. However, you may be disappointed, for we have merely maintained a relatively balanced stance with the machines for centuries without discovering methods to eliminate them. Feigning disappointment, Chang Hanyu replied, No matter, I have grown accustomed to it. Mr. Long Yun, might you take me to observe the mechanical situation on each planet? While the general conditions are likely similar, there are often minor differences in certain aspects. In return, I will share this information with you. With that, Chang Hanyu sent over the previously fabricated data to demonstrate his sincerity. Long Yun hesitated momentarily. Chang Hanyu was alone, and his ship had even dismantled its laser cannons, clearly lacking significant firepower. Moreover, the Feiyun civilization was well acquainted with the civilizations within 1,000 light-years, and the Chinese civilization was not among them, indicating that Chang Hanyu had indeed come from afar. Furthermore, the data Chang Hanyu provided, especially in this critical period, held immense value, equivalent to that of a civilization's technological tree, making Long Yun's regard for him elevate significantly. After careful consideration, Long Yun agreed to Chang Hanyu's request. Mr. Long Yun, to avoid unnecessary complications, I would prefer to travel aboard your ships, utilizing your reconnaissance equipment, As my vessel's energy reserves are nearly depleted, I would appreciate your assistance in refueling. Feigning generosity, Long Yun replied. Mr. Chang Hanyu, you are far too cautious. Such measures are truly unnecessary. Chapter 070. Indirect approaches. Mutual understanding and respect have always been the hallmark of our Chinese civilization. Each culture possesses its unique characteristics, and the most effective way to engage in amicable exchanges with every civilization is to instill a sense of assurance among all parties. Admired, if that is the case, then by all means. Please proceed. After folding its wings, the flying cloud vessel is indeed situated at a slightly higher elevation than the Chang'an domain, rendering the interior of the spacecraft quite spacious. Under the guidance of Long Yun, Chang Hanyu arrives at the forward cabin of the vessel, where a panoramic view of the planet unfolds before them. Throughout the journey, Chang Hanyu remains silent, which makes Long Yun, who has already lowered his guard, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. Chang, why the silence? Chang Hanyu smiles and replies, Mr. Long, truth be told, I am rather eager to speak. Each civilization has its distinctive traits, and I am naturally a curious individual, keen to learn about many things. However, such inquiries may be perceived as prying. Before our departure, our leader specifically instructed me to temper my curiosity and refrain from asking about matters that are unrelated. He continues, in truth, it is of little concern. Since we are here as guests, we both understand that what can be seen does not pertain to the core of civilization. If you wish to inquire about anything, feel free to do so. Then I shall ask without hesitation. If I inadvertently offend, please forgive me. No offense taken. No offense taken, Mr. Long. It appears that your civilization is also at the third level, and you have remained in this stage for quite some time. Correct? Indeed. It has been around 4,000 or 5,000 years, and we have yet to ascend. I feel quite ashamed. We are in the same boat. However, this is rather normal. Which fourth-level civilization did not spend several millennia at the third level before advancing? There are even those that took tens of thousands of years to progress. By the way, Mr. Long, that life-bearing planet we just departed from, was it transformed by your civilization? It appears to be quite promising. We are also in the process of terraforming a planet, but it is exceedingly time-consuming. After 2,000 years, we have only just managed to cultivate some rudimentary flora. I wonder how many more years it will take to complete the transformation. Oh, it is somewhat satisfactory. Mr. Chang, look over here. This is the first batch of mechanical bases that arrived. Long Yun deftly shifts the topic, and Chang Hanyu realizes that Long Yun is reluctant to disclose information regarding the life-bearing planet. So he refrains from pressing further, instead engaging in a roundabout conversation. Chang Hanyu's disguise is sufficiently convincing, and his rhetorical skills are exceptionally high, allowing him to glean insights from Long Yun's fragmented remarks. After circling the 4 star systems surrounding the flying cloud star system, Chang Hanyu voluntarily requests to depart, citing that the dense defense system of the flying cloud star system may lead him to inadvertently uncover military secrets. This time, Long Yun does not continue to be magnanimous but agrees to Chang Hanyu's request. On the return journey, Chang Hanyu inquires of Long Yun whether the heavily fortified defenses of the flying cloud star system indicate they have offended someone. Otherwise, there would be no necessity to construct such an impenetrable barrier around the vicinity. Long Yun seems to hesitate for a long time, but ultimately trusts Chang Hanyu and divulges half a secret. The flying cloud civilization is not the original inhabitant of this star system. Due to certain circumstances, the flying cloud civilization defeated the local civilization and took control. In fact, this is not particularly secretive. Numerous civilizations in the far reaches of the cosmos are aware of this matter. Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu immediately feels a glimmer of hope, an unexpected gain. Judging by the defensive posture of the flying cloud civilization, it is evident that the civilization they vanquished is also at the third level, and its proximity is likely not too distant. A few days later, Chang Hanyu returns to the region where the defender is stationed, bidding farewell to Long Yun, and sets off once more into the abyss of space. The defensive perimeter of the flying cloud civilization spans 10 light-years. Given the strength of this third-level civilization, their alert radius could potentially extend to 200 or 300 light-years. Chang Hanyu promptly contacts Chancellor Sada, requesting that the Chancellor dispatch envoys to search within a radius of 300 to 500 light-years centered around the flying cloud star system, seeking out the enemies of the flying cloud civilization. At 20 times light speed, the defender requires little time. Chang Hanyu accelerates, swiftly crossing the 300 light-year warning zone, and begins to scan each star system. identifying star systems with civilizations is not a daunting task. The cosmos is awash with a myriad of electromagnetic wave signals. By collecting and analyzing these signals, one can effortlessly pinpoint the locations of civilizations. 50 light-years away, there exists a civilization. Chang Hanyu presses on. Arriving at this star system, which comprises 3 planets, 2.5 years later. Similarly, this is a third-level civilization, and they possess a defense system, but compared to that of the Flying Cloud civilization, their defenses are but a trivial matter. Chang Hanyu continues to visit this civilization under the guise of a human, and their vigilance is notably low. Not only do they invite him to their home planet, but they also provide various tours. Chang Hanyu, employing indirect inquiries, seeks information regarding the Flying Cloud civilization. However, this civilization has only recently transitioned into the third level, a mere few hundred years ahead of the Satis civilization. They are aware of the existence of the Flying Cloud civilization, but are not well versed in its history. Upon departing from this place, Chang Hanyu forges ahead. One day, a delegation sends a message to Chang Hanyu, informing him that their fleet detected a debris field during their voyage. Upon identification, it is revealed that this wreckage belongs to the Mufang civilization. Moreover, judging by the quantity of debris, it appears that the fleet led by Luodong, comprising 7 billion members, has been entirely obliterated, seemingly the victim of a powerful strike from a higher civilization, annihilated in an instant. This news further shrouds Chang Hanyu's already unclear mindset in a dense fog. Who has eradicated the fleet of the Mufang civilization, and why target them? A fleet of this second-level civilization poses no threat to any advanced civilization. Additionally, there is an anomaly regarding the location of the Mufang fleet's wreckage. Luodong's fleet was originally heading towards direction A, yet it now appears behind direction A, over 100 light-years away. An impossibility. The only explanation is that a higher civilization must have captured the Mufang fleet and subsequently destroyed them. This raises a contradiction. Why would a civilization capable of abducting the Mufang fleet over 100 light-years away not simply annihilate them on the spot? What purpose does such a maneuver serve? It is perplexing, truly perplexing. An increasing number of uncertainties flood Chang Hanyu's mind, involving mechanical fleets, the Jinfeng civilization, and now the Mufang civilization. Chang Hanyu increasingly senses that an unseen hand orchestrates a grand game of life and death, one that pertains to the entire mushroom star system and perhaps the cosmos itself. Each civilization, regardless of its technological prowess, is but a pawn in this grand design. Chapter 071. Lost in the Void. On this day, Chang Hanyu uncovers an intriguing phenomenon, a bright star that seems familiar, as though he has encountered it twice before, and today marks the third instance. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decides to confirm his suspicions by pulling up the navigation log. Upon doing so, his heart races and beads of cold sweat form on his brow. According to the log's recorded trajectory, today is not merely the third time Chang Hanyu has passed this point, but rather the 300th time. In other words, he has been circling the same area for hundreds of laps. The Defender is equipped with the most advanced navigation system. Once a direction is set, it will invariably reach its destination on time, making it impossible for such a looping situation to occur. Wendong, he calls, but there is no response. Muzhan, Lantan, Gangyu, Qiuyi, Pukong. He calls each name in turn, yet none replies. The quantum communication has been severed, leaving only one possibility. Over the years, quantum communication has consistently ranked as the most stable and timely means of communication, and while delays may occur, Chang Hanyu has never encountered a complete disruption. His vessel, the Defender, is equipped with multiple quantum communication systems. Even if one or two were to malfunction, there would be ample backups to reconnect immediately. However, after exhausting all options, none can establish communication. In interstellar navigation, even the slightest issue can lead to catastrophic consequences. Chang Hanyu is not particularly fearful of such problems. Rather, the peculiarity of the situation exceeds his comprehension. Regaining his composure, he inspects the ship's operational status. Everything is functioning normally. He then meticulously reviews the navigation trajectory, confirming that he is trapped in a space with a diameter of approximately 400 million kilometers. Endlessly circling, determined, Chang Hanyu alters his course, propelling the ship in a different direction. Yet after a mere 2 minutes, the bright star reappears in the same position within his line of sight. Switching to conventional propulsion yields the same result. It is as if he is tethered by an invisible rope, unable to escape its grasp, no matter how hard he struggles. Chang Hanyu keenly senses that a spatial anomaly must have occurred. But unfortunately, he lacks expertise in this area. If only he could reach Su Wendong, perhaps this conundrum could be swiftly resolved. Yet at present, he is alone, and with no proficiency in physics, how can he extricate himself? Is he to be trapped in this void indefinitely? As a soldier, Chang Hanyu found it somewhat difficult to accept the situation. In an effort to conserve energy, he shut down the engines, only to discover that the powerless defender continued to advance, seemingly carried along by the currents of space. Unlike conventional propulsion systems, which maintain inertia even when shut down, the superluminal engine, once deactivated, rendered the ship devoid of any motion or inertia. After deep contemplation, Chang Hanyu decided to restart the engines and navigate towards the central position that confined him. If Su Wendong were present, he would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent Chang Hanyu's actions. As the rotating space drew nearer to the center, the curvature intensified, threatening to tear the ship apart. This force, deceptively gentle in appearance, was immensely powerful, so formidable that no object could withstand it. Gradually, the ship inched closer to the center, and after traveling 100 million kilometers, a black object suddenly emerged eerily from the void. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal ring, several thousand meters in diameter, adorned with flickering lights that lent it a certain aesthetic appeal. A message echoed forth: outsiders, pass through the ring, or face annihilation. After a moment's hesitation, Chang Hanyu resolutely maneuvered through the ring, and before him unfolded an entirely different world. It was tranquil here, featuring a red dwarf star. For rocky planets and a variety of spacecraft, albeit in limited numbers, many of which bore scars of battle. "Where is this?" Chang Hanyu inquired, but the response came as a counter. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" "I am Chang Hanyu of the Chinese civilization, fortuitously passing through. Please disembark your vessel for examination, lest you provoke an attack." Chang Hanyu chose not to display bravado. In another's territory, recklessness would resolve nothing. As the hatch opened, he slowly emerged. "What about the others?" "It is only I, accompanied by a few intelligent machines. My ship has had most of its weapons dismantled, retaining only the most basic self-defense mechanisms." Soon, several beings clad in peculiar spacesuits approached, wielding various instruments to scan Chang Hanyu and the defender, indicating their extreme caution. After what felt like an eternity, the examination concluded, and they invited Chang Hanyu to one of the planets. A tall, stout, and furry creature approached, reminiscent of an upright black bear, exuding a friendly demeanor. "Mr. Chang Hanyu, I am the leader of the Flying Star civilization. Apologies, but our people have endured a great calamity, necessitating our vigilance." "I understand. May I inquire where we are?" "We are uncertain of this place, but you may consider it a space within space. Outside, machines ravage and war rages, yet here remains a sanctuary. I have heard whispers of the mechanical threat. The outside world indeed seems tumultuous. If you wish, you may stay a while longer. Regrettably, I have pressing duties. Time is of the essence, Mr. Chang Hanyu. I fear you cannot depart until our affairs are concluded." "What is this important task?" "If possible, we would be willing to assist." Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu felt a sense of helplessness and cautiously ventured. "Leader of the Flying Star, our civilization faces a mechanical invasion. My compatriots live in perpetual fear. Our leader has dispatched numerous envoys to various civilizations in search of solutions to combat the machines. I have just concluded a visit to the Flying Cloud civilization and was en route to the next when I inadvertently arrived here." "Wait, you just visited the Flying Cloud civilization?" The mention of the Flying Cloud civilization caused a stark change in the leader's expression. Realizing the significance of this reaction, Chang Hanyu discerned that he might have stumbled upon something crucial. Indeed, Mr. Long Yun, the Minister of Daily Affairs from the Flying Cloud civilization, had received him, and after exchanging views on the mechanical threat, he had departed for this location, a matter of mere decades ago. The leader's expression grew increasingly complex, and after a prolonged silence, he asked Chang Hanyu to wait momentarily before departing. Shortly thereafter, the leader returned, this time accompanied by several members of the Flying Star race. All eyes fixated on Chang Hanyu, rendering him somewhat self-conscious. Chapter 072. The onset of malevolence. The leader introduced Chang Hanyu to the newcomers, revealing that they were the highest echelons of the Flying Star civilization. With such a gathering of elites, Chang Hanyu's conviction solidified. The Flying Star civilization was indeed the sworn enemy of the Flying Cloud civilization. The leader's demeanor shifted to one of increased friendliness and calmness. Mr. Chang Hanyu, have you penetrated the defenses of the Flying Cloud civilization? I have indeed entered their defensive perimeter. Is there a problem? The military minister, both respectful and eager, inquired. Mr. Chang Hanyu, could you divulge the detailed circumstances within the Flying Cloud system? This information is of utmost importance to us. Feigning hesitation, Chang Hanyu replied, that may not be prudent. It pertains to the security of a civilization, and I cannot disclose such matters lightly. You would not want me to relay your situation to other civilizations upon my departure. Would you? It appears, from your demeanor, that you have grievances with the Flying Cloud civilization? Humph. Grievances are an understatement. The Flying Cloud civilization has betrayed us, decimated our fleet, and slaughtered our kin. Truly, they are more beastly than any creature. Their sins are boundless. Chang Hanyu recognized that he had indeed arrived at the right place. The Flying Star civilization was the very entity he had been seeking. Uncertain of the fortune that had led him to this hidden refuge, he inquired, could you share more details? The leader of Feishing nodded thoughtfully. The civilizations of Feiyun and Feishing were, in essence, one and the same, having originated from the same star system, which, however, did not belong to the realm of the far void. The Feiyun civilization was fiercely competitive and driven by profit, while the Feishing civilization was wise and preferred a life of tranquility, free from conflict. The two civilizations inhabited the second and third planets respectively. As their technological prowess advanced, they constructed an information bridge, enabling mutual learning and progress. Although occasional disputes arose, they were typically resolved through negotiation. The inhabitants of both civilizations frequently traversed between the two planets, leading to the establishment of dedicated shipping routes and the construction of specialized passenger and cargo spacecraft. Each day, vessels landed on both planets, fostering a relationship between the Feiyun and Feishing civilizations that could be described as exceptionally amicable. Akin to that of brothers. Subsequently, akin to the Sada civilization, they were compelled to join the domain of a higher civilization. The Far Void civilization was immensely powerful, commanding vast territories and possessing a greater number of fourth-level civilizations, thus imposing minimal demands on the second and third-level civilizations it encompassed, with construction tasks being relatively reasonable. In stark contrast, the ruling authority of the Far Void was somewhat weaker, its territories less extensive, and its pillar civilizations insufficient in number. In a bid to counterbalance the Far Void civilization, they exploited every civilization within their domain to the utmost, imposing burdensome production tasks that left each civilization gasping for breath. When the Feiyun and Feishing civilizations stubbornly managed to ascend to third-level status, they resolved to escape their own realm, seeking refuge in a vacant expanse within the influence of the Far Void civilization, which is now recognized as the Feiyun star system. The hardships of their flight were unimaginable, confronted with the relentless pursuit of numerous fourth-level civilizations, and even the direct intervention of fifth-level civilizations. They paid a hefty price to enter the Far Void's domain. Within the Feiyun star system lay a life-bearing planet, and several light-years away in another star system, there existed another such planet, both hosting burgeoning civilizations. The civilization within the Feiyun star system had achieved a second-level status. The intent of the Feishing leader was to occupy one life-bearing planet each, constructing colossal domes to sustain their living environments until planetary transformation projects were completed, at which point they would relocate to their new home. This would impact the lower-level civilizations, but not severely. Moreover, at that time, providing some technological compensation would prove highly beneficial for them. The leader of Feiyun had initially agreed to this arrangement. Yet, unexpectedly, as the Feishing civilization prepared for descent, the Feiyun fleet launched a sudden attack. How could the lower-level civilizations on both life-bearing planets possibly withstand such colossal warships and artillery? Within mere hours, the sentient beings of the civilization had been nearly annihilated. A flourishing alliance of civilizations, together constituting over several billion sentient beings, was brutally slaughtered. The Feishing leader found it difficult to believe that such an atrocity was perpetrated by their brother civilization. Over the years, while the Feiyun civilization had exhibited some domineering tendencies, they had always remained within a relatively reasonable scope and had never exceeded their bounds. Such an occurrence was entirely unforeseen by the Feishing leader. Thus, the Feishing leader vehemently reproached the leader of Feiyun, only to be further astonished by the Feiyun fleet's assault upon them. Caught off guard, the Feishing fleet suffered devastating losses, with billions of their kin perishing in the conflict. Subsequently, the Feiyun fleet seized the majority of Feishing civilization's resources and various equipment. As both civilizations shared fundamentally similar technologies, the spoils were readily applicable to the Feiyun civilization. The Feishing fleet fought valiantly in resistance, but their combat prowess was slightly inferior to that of the Feiyun civilization. Fortunately, the warriors fought fiercely, carving a bloody path for the Feishing leader and the remaining kin to escape. The Feishing leader could not fathom why the Feiyun fleet would turn against them. Logically, they hailed from the same origin and had both fallen into misfortune, thus should have supported one another in overcoming adversity. In the end, after analyzing the past interactions, some plausible explanations emerged. The assault on the Feishing civilization could be motivated by the desire to plunder resources, compensating for losses incurred during their flight and facilitating the reconstruction efforts. Additionally, the Feiyun civilization, accustomed to prioritizing profit above all, could monopolize the Feiyun star system and its surrounding territories following the attack. Their home system comprised only 3 planets, and the Feiyun civilization, being somewhat overbearing, forcibly occupied 2 of them, an act which the Feishing civilization had chosen not to contest. This conclusion found some agreement from Chang Hanyu. As the Feiyun civilization had never even met the Sada civilization, yet had dispatched fleets, this must certainly involve a component of self-interest. Moreover, there was a possibility that the personal grievances of the Feishing leader played a role. For many years, the Feishing leader had regarded the Feiyun civilization as akin to brothers, hence could not help but criticize certain issues within it. Perhaps they had simply grown weary of it. Leading to the attack, after being assaulted, the Feishing civilization fled in disarray, with the Feiyun fleet relentlessly pursuing them, destroying numerous warships, and it seemed they were on the verge of total annihilation when they encountered an unfamiliar fleet. The Feishing leader immediately called for assistance, and upon learning the situation, the other party agreed to help. They effortlessly intercepted the Feiyun fleet while guiding the Feishing civilization to a specific coordinate. Subsequently, the Feishing civilization became ensnared within this spatial realm. After years of research, they successfully mastered the methods of ingress and egress from this space, while their desire for vengeance grew ever stronger. Unfortunately, despite the presence of 4 planets, the necessary elements for constructing warships were lacking. They dared not venture outside and could only gradually synthesize materials. Thus, even after several thousand years, they had yet to gather enough resources. Chapter 073, Strategic Alliance. After the Feishing leader and others outlined the general situation, they once again turned their gaze toward Chang Hanyu, hoping he would share any information he had obtained. If a single individual were to speak, there might be a chance of deception, but with so many voices united, the veracity of their claims was significantly bolstered. Coupled with the prior account from the Feiyun civilization and Chang Hanyu's meticulous observations and analyses of various details, he deemed the information largely credible. Consequently, the primary offensive task could be entrusted to the Feishing civilization, with the Sada civilization providing auxiliary support, thereby alleviating some of the guilt they felt. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he was currently alone. The Feishing civilization could effectively resolve matters through force to acquire the information they desired. However, they still approached him with a plea for assistance, which significantly elevated Chang Hanyu's regard for them. Esteemed leaders of Feishing, I express my sincere sympathy for your plight. The guiding principle of our Zhonghua civilization has always been to punish evil and promote good, upholding justice. On this occasion, I shall make an exception and share with you the information pertaining to the Feiyun star system. With that, Chang Hanyu operated the terminal, transferring all relevant data regarding the Feiyun star system. Thank you immensely. The Feiyun star system boasts 30 million primary warships of third-level civilization, and I suspect there may be an additional batch of decommissioned vessels, numbering no fewer than 50 million, coupled with the planetary defense systems surrounding the area within a 10 light-year radius. I must candidly say that you may not be their matched, Mr. Chang Hanyu. Do you know why the Feiyun civilization is producing such a vast number of warships and establishing such a comprehensive defense system? It is out of fear. We inhabit the same star system and are well aware of each other's weaknesses, which is precisely why they exercise such caution and vigilance. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Yet you cannot even muster 1,000,000 warships. This disparity between 2 third-level civilizations cannot be bridged by mere understanding. We do acknowledge the existing gap and understand that with each passing day, this gap widens ever so slightly. Therefore, we must wait until we have accumulated a sufficient fleet before seeking vengeance. Chang Hanyu candidly responded, then what difference does that make to courting death? Of course. We possess a measure of confidence. The population of the Feishing civilization is relatively small. We will not die in vain. Very well, Feishing leader, I have a friend who harbors some grievances against the Feiyun civilization. If possible, I can persuade them to assist you. Please feel free to share your requirements with me. The Feishing leader hesitated, saying, we do not wish to implicate the innocent, nor do we wish to burden Mr. Chang Hanyu. Not at all, not at all. Indeed, what we truly need are some elements that are easily found outside but are exceedingly rare here. If possible, please provide us with some quantum communication devices. As quantum communication is unattainable in this realm. Very well. Please provide me with a list of elements and their required quantities, and I will notify them to send them over. Oh, wait, I must make a personal trip. The quantum communication has been entirely severed, and this back and forth may take several decades. Mr. Chang Hanyu, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. From this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest within the Feishing civilization. Please accept our highest honors. With that, the Feishing leader and the others performed a peculiar gesture. Chang Hanyu could discern the profound gratitude reflected in their eyes. There is no need for such formalities. Feishing leader, you may commence preparations now. Upon my return, we shall formulate a battle plan. Remember, do not act rashly until I return. Your command shall be strictly observed. Under the guidance of the Starry Fleet, Chang Hanyu emerged from a colossal black circular ring. By comparing coordinates, he was astonished to find that he was a full 5 light-years away from the location where he had initially been trapped. Such a wondrous place warranted the expertise of Su Winden for thorough investigation. Fortunately, a good relationship had been established with the Starry civilization, which earned their trust. The defenders raced forth, and with the augmentation of traveling at 20 times the speed of light, they reached the outskirts of the Sada star system in less than 20 years, re-establishing contact with the Sada civilization through a reconnaissance satellite. It was then that Chang Hanyu realized the chaos his disappearance had caused. Wu Zhan and others believed he had fallen victim to the machinations of the Feiyun civilization and were now preparing their fleet for immediate action. Thankfully, Chang Hanyu returned in a timely manner. And it was also fortunate that Wu Zhan and the others retained some semblance of rationality. Otherwise, the Sada warriors would have been unable to restrain themselves from launching an assault on the Feiyun star system. Although the situation was somewhat tumultuous, Chang Hanyu felt a warmth in his heart, especially as the Sada warriors learned of his presence at the edge of the star system, converging eagerly towards him. Thus, before Chang Hanyu stood a dense array of defenders' warships. After soothing the emotions of these Sada warriors, Chang Hanyu returned with them to the Sada star system, the command center. Chang Hanyu recounted his experiences in meticulous detail. Upon learning that he had found a powerful ally in the Starry civilization, everyone was filled with joy. However, when they discovered that the Feiyun civilization had annihilated 2 lower-level civilizations and had ruthlessly attacked the Starry civilization despite years of friendship, indignation surged within them. They yearned to retaliate against this already despised civilization. Nevertheless, the Feiyun civilization was formidable, far from being as easily dealt with as the Mufang civilization, especially considering their fleet was several times larger than that of the Sada civilization. To conquer them, meticulous planning was essential. The Starry civilization required only a limited variety of elements, primarily a few types of super-heavy elements. The Sada civilization had some reserves and swiftly refined additional quantities, quickly accumulating the necessary amount. However, the quantum communication equipment would take another year or 2 to prepare. Chang Hanyu decided not to wait any longer. Accompanied by Su Winden, Wu Zhan, and a large entourage, he returned once more to the space of the Starry civilization. The Starry civilization held a grand welcoming ceremony. This time, Chang Hanyu did not conceal his identity but clearly expressed his desire to collaborate with the Starry civilization against the Feiyun civilization. The leaders of the Starry civilization did not mind this detail. It was entirely normal for there to be some concealment during their first encounter. Now, with candor established, it was within reason. Subsequently, Chang Hanyu and Wu Zhan, along with the Starry civilization, deliberated on specific battle strategies. In terms of military force, the defenders could deploy around 6 million ships, primarily utilizing pulse lasers and conventional kinetic weaponry. the Starry fleet currently comprised only 1 million ships. Yet they had a wealth of semi-finished components. With the elements provided by Chang Hanyu, they could assemble approximately 2 million ships within a decade, totaling 3 million combined. The warships of both civilizations would number less than 10 million, falling short of a third of the Feiyun civilization's main fleet. Given this situation, even Chang Hanyu found himself at a loss. However, the leaders of the Starry civilization expressed a certain level of confidence. Leaving Chang Hanyu to ponder the basis of their assurance, Chapter 074, Attack Strategy. Seemingly perceiving the helplessness of Chang Hanyu and Wu Zhan, the military minister of the Starry civilization spoke up. Mr. Chang Hanyu, Mr. Wu Zhan, since we have reached a consensus, there are certain matters we can disclose. Although our fleet consists of only 3 million ships, we possess means for spatial attacks. Therefore, with proper planning, we have a substantial chance of success. You are a level 4 civilization? No, not quite. We cannot yet be classified as a level 4 civilization. We have merely employed some special methods, and we still have a distance to cover before achieving true spatial attacks. Allow me to show you a video. In the footage, a Starry target ship hovered in space, and a missile approached from a distance. When the missile was still several dozen kilometers away from the target, it suddenly distorted and shattered, not due to an explosion, but resembling deformation and fragmentation as if struck multiple times by an enormous hammer. The next moment, the target ship exhibited similar deformation and fragmentation. Although the extent was slightly less severe, Su Winden, with keen eyesight, quickly discerned the cause. Gravitational oscillation. Indeed, it is gravitational oscillation, or what could also be termed spatial oscillation, by utilizing oscillation projectiles to manipulate space. We can strike at the target on a spatial level, bypassing defenses and reaching the ship's interior, Wu Zhan remarked. With such a weapon, destroying the Feiyun fleet would be effortless. Mr. Wu Zhan, the manufacturing process of oscillation projectiles is exceedingly complex and troublesome. Hence, we lack sufficient reserves and can only equip each warship with only one. That seems rather insufficient, but if used wisely, it could still unleash formidable destructive power. We have specifically invited you all to jointly discuss how to effectively employ these oscillation projectiles. With the oscillation projectiles now in their arsenal, a sense of reassurance began to take hold, yet no one had a superior plan for their application. Numerous proposed strategies were rejected, including 2 put forth by Chang Hanyu. All for the same reason. The Feiyun civilization's fleet was simply too vast, with 30 million primary warships, alongside an indeterminate number of reserve ships and a multitude of star defense systems. A mere 300 million oscillation projectiles would indeed be insufficient. The meeting transitioned from an enthusiastic start to a profound silence. Chang Hanyu spoke again. Leaders of the Starry civilization, you possess the most understanding of the Feiyun beings. Could you elaborate on their biological attributes? Certainly. The Feiyun beings are capable of flying in the atmosphere, and like most life forms, they are exceedingly fragile, perhaps the most fragile among them. Eliminating them is quite easy. However, their reaction speed, visual spectrum, and auditory range are all top tier. What about their social structure? The Feiyun beings are social creatures, typically forming groups ranging from dozens to thousands. These various groups collectively constitute the Feiyun civilization, operating under a set of immutable rules to ensure fairness and strong cooperation, leading to a stable social structure that is difficult to fracture from within. Thank you. It seemed that both fronts presented no viable approach. Chang Hanyu fell into deep contemplation. A level 3 civilization, particularly one filled with vigilance, should theoretically be impervious to the vulnerabilities of a civilization of the same level. Not all adversaries resemble the foolish caricatures depicted in films. On the contrary, attaining the status of a level 3 civilization signifies excellence among civilizations, and their intelligence is unquestionable. As he pondered, Chang Hanyu's focus shifted to machinery. Presently, only the formidable existence of machinery could undoubtedly eliminate the Feiyun civilization. However, the means of controlling machinery had previously been disseminated. Logically, the Feiyun civilization should possess the capability to grasp this method. Chang Hanyu felt a twinge of regret, akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. Yet, given the circumstances at the time, withholding the information could have endangered the Sada civilization, necessitating a focus on the immediate threat. Suddenly, a new idea struck Chang Hanyu. Leaders of the Starry civilization, if I am not mistaken, you must have preserved some genetic data of the Feiyun civilization, correct? Not only do we possess it, but it is also quite comprehensive. Initially, we assisted the Feiyun civilization in addressing their lifespan issues. So we have a relatively complete genetic sequence of the Feiyun beings. I have an idea, albeit somewhat cruel. We could utilize biotechnological means to clone a batch of Feiyun beings and direct them to attack the mechanical bases near the Feiyun civilization, thereby drawing the conflict to their stronghold. As long as the machinery can disrupt the Feiyun civilization's deployment, we will find an opportunity to annihilate them. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Starry civilization responded. Indeed, that is rather cruel. Cloning life is still life. Fundamentally, they are no different from you, though send these innocent beings to their demise, even if they are clones of the Feiyun civilization, would still contravene the basic morals and emotions of our Starry civilization. Wu Jin glanced at Chang Hanyu but offered no dissent. However, Chang Hanyu discerned a shift in the emotions of Wu Zhan and the others. The notion of taking innocent lives weighed heavily upon them. While the Sada civilization and the Starry civilization shared many differences, this sentiment was remarkably consistent. Since everyone harbors reservations, we will abandon this proposal. At that moment, the chief scientist of the Starry civilization spoke up. Commander, I believe we might consider an alternative. Be wise studying the mechanical data you provided. I have a nascent idea. The intelligence of the machinery may not be particularly high. They might not discern whether their targets are genuine life forms or mere facsimiles. Thus, we need not truly clone the Feiyun beings. We could simply create some bionic robots, which might achieve the desired effect. Luo Ka, who had accompanied Chang Hanyu, added, I concur with the chief scientist. I believe the commander's idea is feasible. Additionally, our research over the years has revealed that the machinery's method of distinguishing friend from foe is likely based on consciousness. If we can fabricate a consciousness field that mimics the characteristics of the Feiyun civilization and create a fleet resembling the Feiyun ships, we should be able to confuse the machinery. Mr. Loka, is it possible for you to replicate the consciousness field characteristic of the Feiyun civilization? As long as we have sufficient samples, it should pose no issue. Thus, we still need to clone a batch of organisms from the Feiyun civilization, allowing them their freedom once the matter concludes. I believe this is a consensus we can all accept. The leader of the Flying Star nodded in agreement, indicating that such an approach was feasible. Seeing that there were no further objections, Chang Hanyu rose to speak. In that case, let us proceed with this plan for the time being. Mr. Loka, I would appreciate your efforts in collaborating with the relevant scientists of the Flying Star civilization to undertake this task. During this period, we will enhance our reconnaissance of the Feiyun civilization's outpost. Additionally, I request that all generals present devise specific battle plans. We shall convene at a later time to discuss and finalize them. Chapter 075. Preparations. With the preliminary plan established, the two foremost biologists from the Sada civilization, Loka and Longdong, entered the biological laboratory of the Flying Star civilization. This allowed them to indulge in their penchant for directing proceedings. Given that the organisms of the Flying Star civilization were robust and nearly 2 meters in height, while those of the Sada civilization stood at a mere half-meter, the apparatus used by the Flying Star civilization was considerably oversized. Consequently, Loka and Longdong found even the simplest tasks, such as moving a test tube, to be quite laborious. Thus, they assumed the role of commanders, standing at the experimental bench to verbally assist the scientists of the Flying Star civilization during experiments. Meanwhile, a batch of consciousness field amplifiers was loaded onto a warship, setting sail from the Sada star system towards the outpost of the Flying Star civilization. Due to shared moral and ethical perspectives, as well as a common adversary, the scientists from the Flying Star and Sada civilizations quickly melded into a cohesive unit. Chang Hanyu remained proactive, as the specifics of the battle plan remained unresolved. Military personnel are often driven by passion, and both sides' commanders were unwilling to concede, each advocating for their proposed strategies while the other side consistently identified flaws, leading to incessant disputes, which caused Chang Hanyu considerable frustration. During a break, Chang Hanyu encountered the leader of the Flying Star civilization, who had come to pay a visit. The leader was amicable and exuded none of the aloofness typical of those in power. On the contrary, Chang Hanyu had observed the leader engaging in light-hearted conversations with ordinary citizens in the streets, even greeting familiar faces with enthusiasm. Such a leader from a civilization of billions, accompanied by only a single aide and no visible security detail, commanded Chang Hanyu's respect. What's the matter, Commander? I hear you've been rather troubled these past few days? The leader inquired. Sir, if you listen closely, it sounds like a fight is about to break out inside. Who wouldn't be troubled? Chang Hanyu replied. Do not take offense. My young subordinates are spirited, but they are all exceptionally skilled individuals. I have heard of your endeavors these past few days, and as an outsider, your unwavering support for the Sata civilization has earned my utmost admiration. It is but a small effort. It hardly merits such lofty praise, Commander. While I may not be well versed in military matters, I understand some fundamentals. Since the Sata civilization has entrusted you with command, we are equally capable of doing so. From this moment forth, you shall also serve as the supreme commander of our Flying Star civilization. Do not refuse. This is crucial for the outcome of this war. Unified command is imperative. Otherwise, with the current state of affairs, can we truly hope to prevail? Reluctantly, Chang Hanyu accepted this responsibility. Very well, I shall take on this task. But I expect to return command once the war concludes. Let us discuss that later and why young subordinates may often resist one another, but upon hearing of your exploits, they have all expressed great respect. Thus, you are the most suitable choice for unified command. Sir, I have a request. Feel free to speak. This space is rather peculiar, and I wish to conduct research on it. I hope you will grant me permission. The leader of the Flying Star smiled broadly. What sort of request is this? This space does not belong to us. Feel free to explore as you wish. Furthermore, I hereby delegate authority to you. You may manage everything within this domain without needing to inform me. Such trust left Chang Hanyu momentarily speechless, so he shifted the conversation. Thank you. By the way, sir, have you ever encountered the fleet that once rescued you? Strangely enough, they have not appeared since that time. At that moment, Chang Hanyu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, retrieved a photograph of the warships from the Jinfeng civilization. To his surprise, upon seeing it, the leader of the Flying Star exclaimed, That's them, that's them. Chang Hanyu was perplexed. Is it truly them? Without a doubt. It is exactly this type of warship. I remember it clearly. Look, this is the image we captured. It is identical. What, then, are the intentions of the Jinfeng civilization? The Jinfeng civilization? They are indeed from the Jinfeng civilization? Yes. Given that it is a benefactor civilization aiming to eradicate the Feiyun civilization, we are all the more obliged to act. The leader of the Flying Star was filled with enthusiasm, while Chang Hanyu's mind was flooded with questions. The events from millennia ago, when they were rescued by the Flying Star civilization, if what Sanfeng claimed was true, that the Feiyun civilization had destroyed one of their warships with antimatter, then this incident must have occurred while they were repelling an attack from the Feiyun civilization. Recording visuals is a fundamental capability of every warship. If the Feiyun civilization indeed destroyed one of their ships using antimatter, there would undoubtedly be documentation of the event. How could there be no evidence? If this transpired post-incident, the likelihood would be even slimmer. Would the Feiyun civilization, if they were not acting irrationally, dare to retaliate after being momentarily thwarted by the Jinfeng fleet? Moreover, using the exceedingly precious antimatter to obliterate a warship defies all logic. Additionally, thousands of years ago, distant civilizations did not impede conflicts between civilizations. It is illogical. No matter how one contemplates it, it remains illogical. The only plausible explanation is that Sanfeng fabricated a lie. But what then is the true objective behind their intention to annihilate the Feiyun civilization? The Feiyun civilization has traversed great distances, and while pursuing the Feishing civilization, they would typically relent and cease their pursuit when confronted by the Jinfeng fleet. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for them to offend the Jinfeng civilization. Otherwise, they would face immediate annihilation and would not have the luxury of waiting for the present, thousands of years later. Chang Hanyu harbored unvoiced doubts in his heart, feeling as though everything was becoming increasingly nebulous and elusive, akin to being enveloped in a dense fog where no discernible direction could be found. Nevertheless, the decision to attack the Feiyun civilization had become an irrefutable reality. Regardless of understanding, action must be taken. And by withholding this from the others, he could alleviate some of their psychological burdens. The generals continued to argue, and Chang Hanyu did not intervene, as he recognized that the combat experience of the Feishing civilization was rather average, only marginally superior to that of the Satari civilization. Such disputes could indeed foster mutual advancement in their war theories, helping them understand what conditions might arise in the conflict against the Feiyun civilization, which was undoubtedly going to be a fierce battle. The more knowledge these generals could acquire, the greater their chances of success would be. Chang Hanyu himself was deep in contemplation, pondering how to breach the defensive perimeter of the Feiyun civilization and anticipating the potential occurrences in the war. Strategizing on how to respond to these situations. The complexities involved in such a large-scale war were manifold. Every detail required meticulous consideration and arrangement, with all personnel needing to possess robust adaptability to handle unforeseen circumstances that might arise during the conflict. As the supreme commander, Chang Hanyu felt an enormous weight of pressure, for this was a pivotal battle involving two civilizations. Any misstep could plunge them into irretrievable ruin, inviting retaliatory strikes from the Feiyun civilization. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate the Feiyun civilization thoroughly. Failure to do so would result in endless repercussions. Even if the Satari and Feishing civilizations wished to avoid excessive bloodshed, circumstances may not allow it. At times, one must eradicate the roots of a problem. Despite the inherent cruelty, in a world where it is either your life or mine, excessive compassion ultimately leads to one's own demise. Unlike the dictatorial nature of the Mu Fong civilization, where the will of the populace is dictated solely by a single leader, the Feiyun civilization, as Chang Hanyu understood, did not operate in such a manner. Their leader's intent reflected the thoughts of the majority. Although the final offensive plan had yet to be established, other aspects of the operation were already underway. However, the most crucial reconnaissance efforts remained unfeasible. Reconnaissance is fundamentally about discovering the enemy while concealing oneself. And after millennia of development, the Feiyun civilization's defenses would detect even the slightest intrusion. A fly or a mosquito would likely be discovered. Achieving true knowledge of oneself and the adversary was unattainable with only a limited number of reconnaissance devices. A large-scale deployment would inevitably be detected, rendering reconnaissance the foremost challenge. The scant information available to Chang Hanyu was a small fragment obtained decades prior, which was nearly useless for the impending war. Ultimately, it was Su Wandong who conceived a somewhat feasible method, utilizing gravitational waves to probe the circumstances of the Feiyun star system. The principle was not overly complex, and the Satari civilization had also mastered this technology. By generating gravitational waves of specific frequencies on one side of the Feiyun star system and placing detection devices on the opposite side, the waves would be influenced by material presence, allowing the analysis of conditions within the star system through the received gravitational waves. This method was rather rudimentary, failing to provide insights into many factors, such as planetary surface conditions, but it could yield a reasonably accurate analysis of fleets cruising in space or large space-based weaponry. With no alternative methods available, Chang Hanyu had no choice but to temporarily deploy these rudimentary reconnaissance devices to collect internal data within a 20-light-year radius of the Feiyun star system. Additionally, he requested the Satari civilization to produce a batch of faster-than-light reconnaissance devices. Once battle commenced, concealment would become irrelevant, and these devices could be used for reconnaissance, as interstellar warfare tends to span a considerable duration, allowing ample reaction time. The third task was of utmost importance: cloning organisms from the Feiyun civilization. The cloned entities would not serve as cannon fodder. Instead, they would be utilized to supply the characteristics of their consciousness fields. Loka would simulate these characteristics to deceive the mechanical fleet, creating the illusion that the Feiyun civilization was launching an attack against them. Progress on this front was similarly sluggish, limited by technological constraints. The consciousness fields of individual Feiyun organisms were nearly undetectable and insufficient for understanding their characteristics. A vast number of samples were necessary for accurate simulation. Based on the initial batch of cloned Feiyun organisms, it was determined that at least 1 million would be required, and cloning was not a matter of assembly line production. It necessitated the involvement of numerous scientists and considerable time. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly fashion. Yet could mere preparation suffice to defeat the Feiyun civilization? Not even Chang Hanyu, nor anyone with a semblance of intellect, could entertain such a notion. One day, while deep in thought regarding the attack plan, Chang Hanyu suddenly conceived an idea and hastily sought out Su Wandong for assistance. While directional electromagnetic waves could indeed be generated, their conspicuousness was a concern. Su Wandong shook his head at Chang Hanyu's proposal, which involved sending electromagnetic signals into the Feiyun star system to disrupt their civilization without the information being intercepted by other civilizations, thereby avoiding any negative repercussions. Is it possible to attenuate the signal? Chang Hanyu inquired. How could a signal from a level 4 civilization be so weak? The Feiyun civilization would surely see through it. Wandong, think of a solution. Wait a moment, I'll summon someone. This isn't my area of expertise. Before long, Su Wendong summoned a rather rotund-facing scientist, whose neck appeared to have vanished. "Commander, I comprehend your idea. It is not without potential solutions." "Really?" Chang Hanyu asked, his interest piqued. "Indeed, we could transmit two identical messages, thus enhancing their authenticity. The first message would be standard, while the second would serve as a jamming signal. Both messages would be transmitted in slightly different directions. The first would traverse through the Feiyun star system, while the second would pass nearby. Due to the curvature of the Feiyun planets, the first message would experience a slight delay upon exiting the star system, allowing the second message to catch up and engage in normal jamming actions. Can you guarantee the effectiveness? There should be no significant issues. Even if there are omissions, the information will be fragmented, making it unlikely to be accurately interpreted." "Excellent, thank you. Please proceed immediately." "Yes, Commander." A few days later, the two broadcast messages surged toward the Feiyun star system, one following the other. "To all civilizations in the distant realms, please be advised. We are the Jinfeng civilization. Today, without warning, the mechanical fleet has suddenly launched an attack against us. Until now, we have maintained a relatively peaceful relationship with the machines. The situation has taken a drastic turn, and our fleet has suffered grievous losses. This broadcast serves as a warning to all. Please remain vigilant." Chang Hanyu was confident that the Feiyun civilization's reconnaissance equipment would undoubtedly intercept this broadcast within a few years. Regardless of its efficacy, merely instilling fear and amplifying their psychological burden sufficed, especially since it required minimal effort on his part. As Chang Hanyu anticipated, by the 6th year, the broadcast had reached the leaders of the Feiyun civilization. The name Jinfeng civilization was familiar to them, as it had been mentioned by the fleet that intercepted them long ago. This detail, however, was something Chang Hanyu overlooked or was unaware of. Using the name Jinfeng civilization, the only known level 4 civilization, lent an air of authenticity to the information that the Feiyun leaders could not question. What Chang Hanyu did not foresee was that his impulsive and mischievous act would precipitate unforeseen upheaval within the Feiyun civilization. Within the Feiyun star system, a considerable assembly of elite members gathered around their leader, who was the first to speak. "Everyone, you are all aware of the situation of the 5 star systems within our 10 light-year defensive perimeter. For harbor primitive mechanical bases, over the past few centuries, these machines have taken control of the majority of the planets. We have long been concerned about this issue, and now our fears have materialized. It is likely that the machines will soon initiate an assault on us. Leader, we have yet to ascertain the machines' intentions. With their combat capabilities, they could effortlessly annihilate all civilizations within the Mushroom star system. Why have they waited until now to strike? This seems illogical." The Feiyun leader cast a glance at the elite who posed the question. "In which aspect of the machines do you find logical?" The inquiry posed by the elite rendered them speechless. Indeed, since the emergence of the mechanical bases, no aspect has adhered to logic. Everything appears peculiar, to the extent that all civilizations are left perplexed. Another elite spoke up. "Commander, our main fleet comprises a staggering 30 million ships, while the combined mechanical warships from the 4 mechanical bases barely exceed 50,000, an overwhelming ratio of 600 to 1. I believed we could strike first and decisively obliterate the mechanical fleet. Do you presume that we are superior to the civilizations of the outer void? If even they cannot accomplish this feat, what makes you think we can?" This remark silenced yet another elite. "Commander," a scientist interjected, "perhaps we might attempt to exert consciousness control over the mechanical fleet. Even if we cannot incite them to turn against each other, we should be able to delay their actions. We have made some recent discoveries. If our consciousness is sufficiently strong, it may even be possible for us to seize control of the mechanical bases." At last, the commander of Feiyun heard a somewhat feasible proposal. What is our level of assurance? It is difficult to ascertain. As we have had no opportunity for experimentation, I can only assert that the feasibility is quite substantial, but it necessitates a considerable number of participants. The risks involved are equally monumental. We face not only the backlash from direct attacks by the mechanical fleet, but also repercussions at the level of consciousness. How many individuals are required? The scientist cautiously replied, "Perhaps, at a minimum, we would need the consciousness of tens of millions to counter the mechanical forces." Upon hearing this, the commander's previously bright countenance darkened once more. "That is far too many. Who could bear the responsibility of sending millions of our kin into such peril? Is there truly no one among you capable of presenting a viable plan?" The populace chose you. Do you mean to suggest that they selected a band of incompetents? Everyone fell silent. The commander surveyed the assembly, feeling a surge of frustration but restrained it. It was not entirely their fault. As the mechanical forces were indeed formidable, something even the outer void civilization struggled against. After a moment of contemplation, the commander addressed the scientist who had just spoken. Let us call for volunteers. Inform everyone that for every 100 volunteers, they will earn their kin a year of honor without labor. If we do not pay the price now, the future cost will be far greater. Yes, Commander. Remember, volunteers are not to be utilized as mere subjects for your experiments. You must do everything in your power to ensure their safety. Moreover, you must be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Once we gain control of the mechanical fleet, we will launch an immediate attack. Understood. The Sada civilization had initially disclosed detailed methods for controlling the mechanical fleet at the level of consciousness, but withheld certain aspects, such as the matter of collective consciousness, deeming it irrelevant to mechanical control. Thus, while Loka could independently command the entire mechanical fleet by amplifying the consciousness of biological entities, the Feiyun civilization required the involvement of tens of millions of its people to establish a powerful field of consciousness. This technology of consciousness is not contingent upon the level of civilization. Loka had begun his studies on consciousness as a level 2 civilization and, with his exceptional talent, had surpassed many advanced civilizations in his understanding of it. In terms of internal dynamics, the Feiyun civilization is remarkably successful. Although it comprises numerous factions, there exists no rift between them. Their factions resemble human families, thus fostering a strong sense of unity within the civilization, where every individual is respected and treated fairly. Once the call for volunteers was issued, a sufficient number rallied in a short span of time. Following the broadcasting methods of the Sada civilization, the Feiyun civilization had already manufactured the requisite equipment, now only needing to scale up its capacity to commence testing. Meanwhile, after decades of cultivation, the cloned life forms of the Feiyun civilization had finally reached a sufficient quantity. The fleet transported these clones to a space far removed from civilization, while Loka and Longdong diligently simulated the consciousness field of this population. The two worked in seamless coordination, their skills honed to perfection, enabling them to complete the simulation in a short time. They would fabricate a consciousness field resembling that of the Feiyun civilization to deceive the mechanical forces. Over 700,000 warships, designed to resemble Feiyun vessels, were also prepared. For this batch of ships, the Sada civilization had halted most production lines for their defenders. Time flew by, and at the Feishing civilization's base, in the joint command room, Chang Hanyu entered. The leaders from both sides rose simultaneously. Commander-in-Chief, please be seated. With the authorization of the Sada Chancellor and the Feishing commander, I hereby announce the initiation of the operation against the Feiyun civilization. Let us summarize our respective situations. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the Sada civilization possesses 7.5 million warships, alongside a transport fleet of 200,000, fully equipped with various offensive weapons. Manned by trained personnel, ready for immediate engagement. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the Feishing civilization has a total of 3.5 million main warships, 5 million spatial disruption weapons, and the remaining arsenal is fully stocked. Poised for deployment, Loka stood up. Commander-in-Chief, the consciousness field simulation has undergone multiple tests and is ready for remote activation at any moment, ensuring absolute precision. Thank you, Mr. Loka. Commander-in-Chief, there is a small discovery that may be of assistance. Mr. Loka, please elaborate. While researching the characteristics of the Feiyun civilization's consciousness field, we observed a phenomenon. When a commander issues orders and the remaining personnel comply, the consciousness field exhibits a distinct directional focus. To illustrate, under normal circumstances, a group's consciousness field resembles a lake's surface agitated by rain, rippling chaotically. However, when a commanding figure who can elicit compliance emerges, the previously chaotic ripples suddenly realign into straight lines, all directed towards the commander. Upon hearing this, Chang Hanyu's spirits lifted. Mr. Loka, is this truly the case? Indeed, although the strength of each individual's consciousness field is relatively weak, we can only approximate the direction, confining it to a relatively small area. Without pinpointing a specific warship or individual, that is sufficient, more than enough. Chapter 078. Simultaneous initiation. With this technology, we can execute precise decapitation operations during combat. In interstellar warfare, regardless of the commander's level. They remain concealed within vast fleets, making it impossible to ascertain their position due to quantum communication. At this critical juncture, Loka presented Chang Hanyu with a sharp blade. By merely defining a range and utilizing spatial disruption projectiles, they could swiftly eliminate the opposing commander. Once the command structure is compromised, the enemy fleet will be forced to fight independently, negating their numerical advantage to Commander-in-Chief. I believe we should also take precautions against this possibility. Is there a method? It is rather simple. All commands could be relayed via a relay ship stationed at a distance from the command ship. Most importantly, every soldier must be made aware that the orders are conveyed through the relay ship. Chang Hanyu appeared somewhat puzzled and inquired, "Mr. Loka, what is the rationale behind this? The exact reason eludes me, but consciousness is an intriguing phenomenon. When a commander issues a command, the soldiers are not necessarily aware of the commander's location. Yet the consciousness field can pinpoint him with remarkable accuracy. Introducing a relay and informing the soldiers of its existence will cause the consciousness field to become chaotic. If the soldiers are not informed of the relay ship's presence, the consciousness field will continue to direct towards the commander. Mr. Loka, may I draw an analogy? If there were no relay ship, yet I informed the soldiers of its existence, would the outcome be the same?" Loka nodded. In theory, yes, as long as the soldiers believe in the existence of a relay ship, even if one does not exist, the consciousness will still direct chaotically. How fascinating. Very well, Mr. Loka, I entrust this matter to your care. Understood. What of intelligence? How goes the progress? A scientist from the Feiyun civilization stood and replied, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, through the anomalous analysis of gravitational wave data, we estimate that the Feiyun civilization's main fleet comprises between 29 million to 32 million vessels. Additionally, there exists a type of warship, slightly smaller in size, likely obsolete reserve ships, numbering around 45 million. Furthermore, we have detected a long cylindrical device within the control range of the Feiyun civilization, measuring over 5,000 meters in length and approximately 200 meters in diameter. With a total of about 2 million units, the distribution map has been uploaded, but its specific function remains unclear. Once combat commences, you must ascertain the purpose of these devices at the earliest opportunity, as they likely represent a formidable weapon. Remain vigilant. Yes, all aspects related to the war were subsequently reported, and everything was in readiness. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. Generals, please remain. The rest may leave. The scientists departed one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, observe that the Feiyun civilization's base lies at the center, surrounded by 4 star systems distributed rather evenly, each located between 23 light-years from the Feiyun base. The Feiyun fleet is organized into groups of 200,000. Positioned around these 5-star systems, should any point come under attack, nearby fleets can arrive at 50 times the speed of light within a month. Our primary target this time is the Feiyun star system. Our fleet's speed does not match that of the Feiyun warships, rendering this a war without retreat. Once combat begins, we shall have but one path: to advance courageously forward. The cloaked fleet has entered a state of curvature and is advancing towards the Feiyun star system, which lies approximately 8 light-years away. The cloaked fleet is set to launch an assault on the mechanical base within this star system in 1 month's time, subsequently retreating towards the Feiyun star system. Leveraging the chaos wrought by the mechanical fleet as our sole opportunity, below is the operational plan. The Sada civilization will deploy 7.5 million warships to act in conjunction with the mechanical fleet. The cloaked fleet will escape towards the Feiyun star system from a midpoint between the 2 star systems. 0.1 million space distortion bombs will be allocated to you. Under no circumstances, even if the warships are destroyed, should the space distortion bombs be activated without my command. Understood.